Chapter 1. Beneath the towering heights of Mount Hyjal lies a secluded prison where an imprisoned night elf resides, Illidan, the twin brother of Malfurion Stormrage. The reason for his confinement is rather straightforward. He secretly hoarded the waters of the Well of Eternity and created a second Well of Eternity, intending to harness its power. However, his brother vehemently opposed this, declaring that Illidan had repeatedly defied his orders. This obstinate defiance incited Malfurion's fury, ultimately compelling him to decree that Illidan be imprisoned in a remote cell beneath Mount Hyjal, where he would languish in solitude, supervised by the Watcher Maev Shadowsong. A green luminescence gradually infiltrated the dungeon, unnoticed by the other night elves, until it reached Illidan's prison. Upon sensing this ethereal glow, Illidan abruptly sprang to his feet, his senses heightened. He perceived an unprecedented threat emanating from the light. He understood that should he become tainted by it, his existence would be extinguished. In that moment, he was utterly powerless, compelled to watch as the green light penetrated his brow. Ah! A piercing cry summoned the night elves guarding the area. Yet, by the time they arrived, all had returned to a serene stillness, as if nothing had transpired. Unbeknownst to them, Illidan was no longer the same Illidan. Be at peace. Illidan, you shall spend your remaining days in this prison. With that, the four night elves departed without a backward glance. Illidan, now in the form of Xian, stood rooted in place, for it appeared that the night elves had addressed him directly. Illidan? Did they just call me Illidan? Xian lowered his gaze upon seeing his hands transform from their once yellow hue to the delicate hands of an elf. He was momentarily stunned. After a prolonged interval, Xian grasped the gravity of his situation. He had traversed worlds and become Illidan. From the previous night elf's conversation, he gleaned that he was now imprisoned in a cell, destined to spend eternity therein. Prior to his transmigration, Xian was an avid fan of Warcraft, well-versed in the battles and heroic tales of the lore. If memory served him right, he was indeed confined in a prison beneath Mount Hyjal, where he would replace Illidan for a millennium. When he might regain his freedom remained uncertain. Xian sat desolately upon the cold stone floor, surrounded by oppressive darkness. Yet, this did not hinder his vision. His eyes, long since blinded, were now imbued with a burning, mysterious flame that allowed him to perceive all kinds of magic. At this moment, as Illidan's consciousness and memories intertwined with his own, Xian began to comprehend Illidan's sentiments, helplessness, and solitude. His thoughts echoed with the weighty questions. What is justice? What is evil? What is betrayal? I must reclaim my identity, what of being a demon? Even bearing a monumental infamy, I would willingly accept it, for my ideals burn within me, and nothing shall impede my stride. Was I born to seek power? Is this a sin? If this is betrayal, I would choose solitude. Oh, once beloved, forget me, while I shall forever cherish you in the depths of my heart. Awaiting the moment to wield the demon blade once more. Illidan, rest easy, your path shall be carried forth by me, Xian. Though you may not have betrayed the white tiger tyrant, you have wronged those who loved you most. I shall not allow this fate to repeat. Vashj, wait for me. Xian slowly closed his eyes, or rather, the hollowness that filled his soul took the place of sight. A millennium later, the Burning Legion once again invaded, utilizing the Cult of the Damned to breach the gates of Azeroth, subsequently launching an assault upon the domain of the Night Elves. Yet, the Legion was too formidable. Their capabilities alone could not vanquish the Burning Legion. At this juncture, the White Tiger Tyrant and Malfurion arrived at the very place where Illidan had been imprisoned. After casting a glance at the imposing gates before them, Tyrant halted. What troubles you, my dear? Malfurion inquired. My intuition tells me we require his power, Tyrant responded. No, my dear, how could you entertain such thoughts? My instincts insist that we need him, Tyrant insisted. Malfurion shook his head. My dear, I have a premonition we must not release him. I believe he has come to acknowledge his transgressions. Please, allow me to go. Malfurion fell silent, and under Tyrant's unwavering resolve, he reluctantly acquiesced to her course of action while reminiscing about his brother. Very well, let us hope for the best. Upon Malfurion's consent, Tyrant led her forces toward the prison that held Illidan captive. Halt! You cannot enter here. Before long, guards intercepted Tyrant and her entourage. Without hesitation, she commanded an assault, swiftly dispatching the guards, and they pressed onward, ultimately locating Illidan's cell. Xian had already sensed Tyrant's approach, yet he remained motionless. He was not the true Illidan. Illidan harbored feelings for Tyrant, but Xian did not, nor did he see the need to feign Illidan's identity. He was acutely aware of Tyrant's purpose for coming here, to free him to combat the Burning Legion together. As Tyrant approached the still figure seated on the floor, she inhaled deeply. Illidan. Upon hearing her call, Xian finally understood why Illidan was so enraptured by Tyrant. Her voice flowed into his heart like the luminous moonlight. As for her appearance, it need not be elaborated. She truly embodied the purity and perfection of the moon goddess. Xian gradually rose to his feet, and before Tyrant could utter a word, he declared, "I can assist you in combating the Burning Legion. I would do so even without your prompting." His words rang true to survive in this world. The Burning Legion must be vanquished first. Tyrant was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Illidan would discern her intentions. Moreover, she sensed that this Illidan seemed transformed. Yet, this mattered little. What was crucial was their shared objective against the Burning Legion. "Very well. I trust you. I hope you shall not disappoint me." In no time, the iron gates creaked open, and Xian stepped forth from his prison, relishing the exquisite feeling of regained freedom. A millennium has passed. I am finally free. Vashj, wait for me. Xian's gaze grew resolute. After Tyrant's rescue, Xian trailed closely behind her, for he knew she would lead him to meet Malfurion, Illidan's brother. After traversing a short distance, the three gathered atop a small hill. "Brother, it is good to see you again." Though he was reluctant to address the half-beast, staghead figure as brother, Xian opted to adopt Illidan's tone for the sake of the unfolding narrative. Malfurion, upon hearing the term of endearment, appeared moved. He sighed and spoke. "Illidan, I hope you truly have repented as Tyrant claims. I hope you shall not betray your trust. Fear not. Brother Azeroth is my home as well, and I shall not permit any demons to invade my homeland." Xian proclaimed with righteous fervor, though internally, he yearned to leave this place as quickly as possible. Malfurion's stubbornness was infuriating. It was no wonder Illidan had chosen to venture alone into Felwood with a band of night elves to eradicate the Burning Legion. Having endured a millennium of imprisonment, suffering from cold and solitude, he finally had the chance to reunite with his kin. Yet Malfurion clung to the past. How could Illidan not feel disheartened? Ultimately, Xian made a decision akin to Illidan's. He would lead a contingent of night elves into Felwood, a place he felt compelled to visit. For it was there he would encounter the Lich King's harbinger, Arthas, who had incited Illidan to absorb Golden Skull. If memory served, the skull was currently in the possession of the Dreadlord, Taronger, located at the source of the Blight in Felwood. Days later, Xian arrived in Felwood, engaging the Burning Legion forces, resigned to the fact that there was no turning back. Yet, in that moment, Illidan began to experience true freedom. According to the original narrative, it was at this juncture that the Lich King Ner'zhul's champion, Arthas, would arrive and seek out Illidan. Thus, Xian emulated Illidan and proclaimed, "After a millennium, I am finally free, yet my dear brother still perceives me as a criminal. I shall demonstrate my true power to him. He must understand that the demons do not govern me." No sooner had he spoken these words than he heard the sound of galloping hooves, and soon, a figure radiating an aura of death appeared before him. Mounted upon a skeletal warhorse, sword in hand, was this not the Lich King Ner'zhul's harbinger? "Arthas, are you certain, demon hunter? Are you truly convinced that your will is your own?" Arthas inquired. "You tread upon a path to your own demise. Human, you shall regret approaching me. Then come forth with your might. You will discover that we are evenly matched." Following Arthas' declaration, he charged forward, and Xian recognized that a confrontation with Arthas was inescapable. Ultimately, it was Illidan who shattered the stalemate. After a brief exchange of blows, Xian spoke, "If we continue this battle, it will lead to an endless stalemate. What is your true objective?" "The overlord commanding this legion of undead is named Tichondrius. He wields a formidable warlock artifact known as Golden Skull. It is this very artifact that has corrupted this forest, Arthas stated nonchalantly. You wish for me to steal it. For what reason? Let me be candid. I harbor no affection for Tichondrius, and the downfall of the Legion would yield significant advantages for my master. Having reached this point in their dialogue, Xian was inclined to acquiesce. Yet, as a night elf, Illidan would not easily place his trust in Arthas. Should he fail to present a convincing FOD, it might alter the course of events drastically. Should such a change occur, the path ahead would become an enigma. On what ground should I trust your words? Insignificant human. My master has foreseen everything, Demon Hunter. He knows that you have yearned for power throughout your life. Now that power is within your grasp, seize the opportunity, and your enemies shall face utter defeat. With that, Arthas elegantly departed. The ensuing task was to obliterate the dark portal, locate Golden Skull, and harness its power. Following Arthas' guidance, Xian led his night elf forces deep into Felwood, encountering numerous demons under Tichondrius' command along the way. Yet, these encounters did little to hinder Xian's advance. Utilizing the remaining night elf troops, Xian successfully discovered the location of Golden Skull, which was situated next to a dark portal. To obtain Golden Skull, it was imperative to destroy this portal, preventing demons from other realms from traversing through it. Ultimately, Xian succeeded in demolishing the dark portal and approached Golden Skull. Is this truly Golden Skull? Xian felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from it. Was this the very power Illidan sought after? Indeed, it was irresistible. Now, the pressing task was to absorb the power of Golden Skull swiftly, to prevent it from further corrupting the forests of Felwood. Without hesitation, Xian absorbed Golden Skull, and as he felt the formidable power coursing through him, he could not help but exclaim, "Ah, such potent power! This sensation of fullness throughout my being is undeniably exquisite." After absorbing this formidable power, Xian discovered that his entire being had undergone a transformation. Two demonic horns sprouted from his forehead, a pair of bat-like wings emerged from his back, and an aura of immense strength radiated from him. "Fearsome demon, Lord Tichondrius, I have come to take your life." Leading the Night Elves, Xian vanquished several nearby infected Night Elves, following the trail of these corrupted beings to locate the stronghold of the feared demon Lord Tichondrius. After acquiring the power of Golden Skull, Xian successfully eradicated Tichondrius. Phew, indeed, magic must be employed to defeat magic. At that moment, two figures approached. "You demon, what have you done to my brother?" Xian turned to see Illidan's brother and sister-in-law arriving. Using Illidan's own words, Xian explained his current state to "No, Illidan, how could you?" Tyrant exclaimed. "Why?" Xian cast a glance at Tyrant, harboring no fondness for her. "What do you know? If I had not transformed, do you truly believe your strength could contend with the feared demon, Lord Tichondrius? For the sake of ultimate victory, someone among us must make a sacrifice. That I am already notorious. Sacrificing myself is the best choice. Enough, there is no need for further discussion. You will never accept my current appearance. I shall leave this place and never set foot on this land again." With that, Xian turned to depart, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Malfurion. It was preferable to leave on his own terms than to be urged away. As he left Felwood, Xian, having absorbed Gul'dan's skull, also inherited the malevolent memories of this fallen priest. The Eye of Sargeras is my next target. Meanwhile, with Xian's departure, the Burning Legion's assault was thwarted by the united forces of humans, orcs and night elves at Mount Hyjal. However, they paid a heavy price, as Nordrassil was destroyed. Just then, a distortion rippled through the space where Xian stood, and a demonic figure appeared before him. Why, Xian regarded the being warily, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from it, as if a mere twitch of a finger could lead to his obliteration. And no need to be alarmed, Demon Hunter, I am Kil'jaeden, the Deceiver. I've come merely to propose a transaction. Upon hearing the name Kil'jaeden, Xian instantly comprehended that this was not Kil'jaeden's true form, but merely a fragment of his consciousness. Nevertheless, the entity's presence remained extraordinarily imposing. according to the unfolding narrative. Kil'jaeden would bestow upon him great power, in exchange for Illidan's loyalty and the elimination of the traitorous Lich King Nizal. Xian thought, so, another benefactor of power has arrived at O. What sort of transaction do you propose? Xian inquired. The Lich King I created has betrayed me, yet I cannot manifest in this world that I require your assistance. If you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall grant you eternal strength to eradicate this traitor. My lord, I am willing to follow you to as long as you can provide me with everlasting and formidable power. I shall face any peril without hesitation. Xian chuckled inwardly, marveling at how simple it was to acquire power. Kil'jaeden, satisfied by Xian's response, recognized that this was the outcome he desired. As long as the demon hunter could be of use to him, the conquest of this world would draw nearer. Soon a torrent of power surged toward Xian, flooding into his being. Go forth, demon hunter, and eliminate that traitor. With Kil'jaeden's departure, Xian felt his strength indeed magnified significantly. However, his next course of action was not to assist Kil'jaeden in vanquishing the Lich King. He had a more pressing task at hand. Xian arrived before an expansive ocean, where the secrets of Gul'dan's skull revealed to him that a tribe of Naga resided deep beneath the waves. Xian felt a surge of excitement. Vashj was down there, and he would soon see her again. With his heart racing, Xian harnessed his newfound power to summon the forces from the ocean depths. At that moment, a colossal wave of energy surged from the seabed, awakening those who had slumbered for ages, causing the once tranquil waters to roil violently. Who is summoning us? In the depths of an underwater palace. Queen Azhara sat regally, her 3-meter-long fishtail coiled before her, and a murloc guard approached. Your Majesty, the one summoning us is the infamous demon hunter Illidan. He seems to be seeking assistance. Oh, it is he? Azhara pondered. Well aware of the events surrounding Illidan, it was rumored that he had completely transformed into a demon, and Azeroth no longer had a place for him. In a way, he shared a tragic fate with us. Vashj and Naga emerged beside Azhara, addressing her respectfully. Vashj, take a group of Naga to assist him. He may prove useful to us. Yes, your Majesty. Vashj then led a contingent of murlocs away from the palace. While Xian remained on the shore, still waiting. Xian mused, I must have succeeded in my summoning, or perhaps my method was flawed. Just as he prepared to summon once more, several murlocs surfaced from the ocean. They are here, they are coming. I have succeeded in the summoning, but where is Vashj? Xian looked around but could not spot her. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a voice pulled him back. Lord Illidan, was it you who summoned us? Upon hearing the voice, Xian turned sharply to see a serpentine Naga before him. It is her. It is her. It is indeed her. Xian struggled to contain his excitement, maintaining a facade of composure as he gazed at her. Even in her transformed state, her beauty remained unblemished, radiating a unique allure. It is I who summoned you. I require your assistance. Vashj responded, my Naga and I are at your service. Lord Illidan, what do you command? Xian fell silent. Having acquired power that did not rightfully belong to him through Kil'jaeden, there was no turning back. He could only continue along Illidan's path to attain even greater strength. For Kil'jaeden was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Should he fail to comply with Kil'jaeden's directives, the demon would undoubtedly seek him out again, unleashing boundless fury upon him. Thus, he needed to grow stronger. With the Eye of Sargeras as his next target, T.O. reached the island where the Eye of Sargeras lay. He required vessels that I need ships, Xian declared. Lord Illidan, I know where ships can be found. There is an elven village nearby, and the vessels are there. Vashj pointed into the distance, and Xian followed her direction. Let us procure some ships. A few minutes later. What is happening here? Maiev Shadowsong arrived at the elven village with a group of sisters. Upon witnessing the devastation, her fury ignited like a bloom of blood-red flowers. Lady Maiev, there is a sister still alive. Maiev hurried over to a dying night elf, on the brink of death. Lady Maiev, it was Illidan. He destroyed the village. Just as the words left the night elf's lips, she succumbed right before Maev's eyes. Illidan, I shall bring you to justice for your heinous deeds at this moment. News regarding Illidan arrived. It appeared that his assault on the village was motivated by a desire to locate a vessel. Upon hearing the word ship, Maev Shadowsong immediately grasped Illidan's intentions. He sought to escape this place, to flee from her pursuit. "Sisters, follow me. We cannot allow Illidan to escape." Meanwhile, Xian, aided by Vashj, reached the dock and successfully boarded a ship. During this time, Xian also discerned Maev Shadowsong's tracking of him. It seemed she had indeed discovered his presence. "My lady, my Nagas sense that a group of night elves has spotted us. Shall we eliminate them?" Xian waved his hand and replied, "No need. Let them pursue. We have more pressing tasks to attend to. As for the ships, leaving one will suffice. The others should be destroyed." Vashj, somewhat puzzled, questioned why they would leave a single ship if they destroyed them all. Wouldn't that prevent the enemy from tracking them? Nevertheless, as it was Illidan's command, it must be executed. After Vashj issued her orders, Xian boarded the ship, heading toward the Shattered Isle, while the mutated Nagas could swim across the surface without the need for a vessel. On the other side, Maev Shadowsong successfully arrived at the dock, and upon witnessing the grotesque Murlocs vandalizing the ships, she exclaimed, quickly, "Sisters, stop those Murlocs. We cannot allow them to destroy the vessels." However, they were somewhat late. Only one ship remained intact. If they could destroy this last vessel, Maev Shadowsong would no longer be able to track Illidan. Just as these Murlocs prepared to assault the final ship, they unexpectedly retreated, swiftly swimming towards the ocean. Maev Shadowsong and her companions were momentarily taken aback. Yet, with one ship still remaining, it was a fortunate turn of events for them, although they could not fathom why these vile creatures had not obliterated the last ship. Maev surmised that something must have transpired with Illidan in her view. Unless Illidan was in peril, it would be impossible to summon back these Murlocs in reality, the ship had been deliberately left by Xian. "Sisters, let us pursue. We cannot allow Illidan to escape." The Night Elves, led by Maev Shadowsong, boarded the remaining vessel. The Xian, on his part, had arrived at a Shattered Isle, where he sensed a familiar aura. Why Lord Illidan? Did we leave a ship for them in order to annihilate them here? Xian's eyes glimmered as he turned to Vashj, impressed by the young lady's astuteness. "Indeed, my intention is to eradicate them all on this isle. Maev Shadowsong is a stumbling block on my path to success. Without her interference, my plan shall remain unthwarted." Xian spoke with a hint of anger. Vashj, though somewhat perplexed, understood that Maev Shadowsong, this night elf, must perish. "Why Lord Illidan? What should we do next?" "Let us proceed inside. My lady, we have followed Illidan here as per your instructions. However, these strange isles do not appear on any map we possess," reported a Moon Knight under Maev Shadowsong's command. "Just as I suspected, these isles must have formed recently," Maev Shadowsong replied. "Why do you say that? The ruins surrounding us, I recognize them." Maev Shadowsong stepped forward, gazing at the ancient remnants. This was once part of the city of Suramar, constructed long before our civilization emerged, yet it sank into the sea a mere 10,000 years ago. Naza expressed disbelief. "How could that be? Do you truly believe these isles have somehow risen from the depths?" "Perhaps so, though there are few remnants of power left in this world capable of lifting such an isle. Regardless, this is one of the enigmas we must unravel. Let us establish a base here. Illidan cannot escape." Subsequently, Maev Shadowsong and her band of night elves entered the Shattered Isle's gates and found a spacious location to establish a base. "My Lord Illidan, there's an orc ahead." Xian looked ahead and indeed spotted an orc. This orc was Drakthul, a powerful shaman of the Windrunners tribe, now the last survivor. "Kill him." Xian issued the death warrant without hesitation. This orc had revealed the secret of Sargeras to Maev Shadowsong, and he could not be spared. "Wait, stranger, we have no quarrel," the orc protested, but Vashj, uninterested in further discourse, commanded 2 Murlocs to slay him on the spot. After witnessing the orc's death, Xian and his companions pressed deeper into the isle. "My lady, the base has been established," Naza reported to Maev Shadowsong. "Excellent. It is time to uncover the secrets hidden within this isle." Shortly thereafter, a Moon Knight approached Maev Shadowsong. "My lady, we have just discovered a corpse of an orc ahead, deceased not long ago. Let us go see." Maiev commanded. Soon, they arrived beside the orc's remains. At it appeared he was a warlock. From the insignia on his body, it could be inferred he belonged to the Windrunners tribe. Could it be that Gul'dan had once been here? A terrifying thought flickered briefly before dissipating. My lady, what troubles you? Naza inquired. Maiev shook her head, realizing her worries had perhaps been excessive. Gul'dan had long perished and could not possibly still be alive. This orc was likely one of the survivors. Judging by the wounds on his body, it seemed he had fallen victim to those murlocs. It appears Illidan does not wish for us to discover their intentions. Sisters, we must hasten our pace. We cannot allow Illidan's plans to succeed. This is Sargeras's tomb. Xian wasted no time, harnessing the power of Gul'dan's skull to transform into a demon once more and shatter the tomb's entrance. Meanwhile, Maev's shadow song successfully caught up. I have a foreboding sense, my lady. It is far too quiet here. It feels as though we are walking into a trap, Naza remarked. Even so, we cannot falter. We must thwart Illidan. I have a premonition that once Illidan acquires what he seeks, we shall all be doomed. Wait, look there. These are runes used by the Orcish people, inscribed by Gul'dan when he opened this ancient tomb 20 years ago. Naza stepped forward and inquired, "What does it say?" It was evident that he marked the runes daily as he delved deeper into the tomb. These runes seemed to recount some of his experiences. Gul'dan appears to have awakened a dreadful entity here. We must exercise caution. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. You have reached the end of your life, Watchers. Your so-called justice is utterly futile. Maev's shadow song turned towards the voice, and a serpentine Naga materialized before her. How could you possibly comprehend our notion of justice? Naga Sea Witch. Maev shadow song retorted. Why, my dear, we Nagas were once night elves. We were the chosen nobles of Azhara, cast into the cold depths of the ocean after the explosion of the Well of Eternity. Maev shadow song shook her head. Impossible. You cannot comprehend. Cursed and transformed, we have awaited for millennia for this day to reclaim our place in the world. Now, with Lord Illidan's assistance, we shall undoubtedly succeed. Maev shadow song scoffed. As long as I draw breath, you shall not. Vashj, however, smiled and said, Your courage is truly admirable, but it offers you no advantage. This moment, Xian had already discovered the eye of Sargeras. As he beheld the approaching Maev shadow song, he burst into laughter. Who would have thought you would arrive so swiftly, Maev shadow song? Yet, it is too late to utter any words now. Illidan, cease your actions. You still have a plethora of debts to settle. And you must return with me to the prison. Maev's shadow song was filled with fury. You are far too naive. Once I consume the eye of Sargeras, you will comprehend the folly of your thoughts. It was evident that Maev's shadow song was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Illidan, you have truly lost your mind. Lost my mind? Xian scoffed coldly and continued, Isolation can drive one to madness. If you had been imprisoned for 10,000 years, you would have gone mad like me. Are you prepared to face my wrath? Without further ado, Xian began to absorb the power of the eye of Sargeras, causing the entire graveyard to tremble, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Damn it, I must relay the news from here. Sisters, I fear my strength will not suffice to carry you away. Nasa, upon hearing this, replied, Go, my mistress. The moonlight will guide our path forward. Gazing at her former sisters, Maev's shadow song felt a twinge of reluctance. I will not forget you, sisters. I swear I shall avenge you. Utilizing her abilities, Maev's shadow song successfully escaped the tomb, only to discover that she had seemingly fallen into another trap. The Watchers, Lord Illidan has decreed that you must not leave this place. Maev's shadow song remained silent, instead looking at her sisters, who lay sprawled on the ground. That moment, Maev's shadow song understood everything. The Murlocs who had left a ship at the docks did not abandon it due to any danger posed by Illidan, but rather, they had intentionally left it behind because Illidan knew she would come. Once they successfully reached the shore, they would annihilate all of her sisters in her absence, culminating in the current scene. No, you demons, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Meanwhile, Xian had successfully absorbed the eye of Sargeras, yet the palace before him lay in complete ruin. Nevertheless, the power he had gained from the eye rendered him unstoppable, clearing all obstacles in his path with formidable demonic strength that he could have taken another route to escape. But he was not at ease with the Watcher still alive, while others might be oblivious to the threat posed by Maev's shadow song. Xian was acutely aware of it. If she survived this encounter, it would spell trouble for him in the future, while Xian hastily continued to clear the debris before him. The pathway was littered with corpses, predominantly those of demons from the Burning Legion, most of whom were now dead. Even now, the Watcher Maev's shadow song, though alone, was still a force to be reckoned with, repeatedly utilizing her blink ability to approach the Serpentine Naga. Vashj for unexpected strikes. Fortunately for Vashj, she was no pushover. Having once been a high elf, she was well acquainted with Maev's shadow song's abilities. After several minutes of combat, under the relentless onslaught of the Nagas, Maev's shadow song found herself on the brink of collapse. This battle had drained her of a significant amount of magic, leaving her with only one blink left. Having calmed herself, she realized she could not perish here. She had yet to avenge her fallen sisters, and she must survive. Just as she pondered how to escape, a sound echoed from afar, drawing everyone's attention that a chunk of debris soared into the sky, and a figure emerged before them. It was Lord Illidan. He had returned. Vashj was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing Illidan. Lord Illidan has succeeded. I can feel it. He has grown even stronger. While some rejoiced, others were despondent. The moment Maev's shadow song laid eyes on Illidan, she knew she could not escape this time. It seemed her life was drawing to a close. Naturally, Xian noticed the exhausted Maev's shadow song. It appeared she had just endured a fierce battle. Judging by the corpses scattered about, the night elves she had brought were all dead, alongside several murlocs whose remains looked fresh. It was obvious who was responsible. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that Maev's shadow song had not escaped. And today, she was doomed. Vashj, well done. Vashj was momentarily taken aback, her face slightly flushed, as if nothing could bring her greater joy than Xian's praise that it is an honor to serve the great Lord Illidan. Xian nodded, then turned his gaze to the feeble Maev's shadow song. Illidan, you despicable fiend! Xian erupted in a laughter upon hearing her words that, oh, despicable, if it were not for my previous efforts to save Azeroth. Do you think those demons would have been vanquished? Now that the Burning Legion has returned, do you not need me? Yet, how have you treated me? Imprisoned me and locked me away for 10,000 years. Maev's shadow song scoffed at this. Without you, our night elfkin could just as easily repel the Burning Legion. You overestimate your significance. Xian did not bother to refute her. In his view, there was no need to explain much to a corpse. However, Vashj would not allow anyone to insult Lord Illidan. Taste the sting of lightning. Vashj unleashed her cross-shaped lightning, striking Maev's shadow song directly, causing her to writhe in agony. Currently, she lacked the strength to fend off Vashj's assault. Illidan, I will not let you escape. Even in death, Xian did not grant her the opportunity to speak further, swiftly obliterating Maev's shadow song. From this day forth, there would be no more Watchers, no more Maev's shadow song. Just as Xian believed he had annihilated all the night elves on this island, his attention was drawn to a ship on the surface of the sea, which had already been sailing for some time and was on the verge of disappearing from view. Suddenly, Xian's expression changed dramatically. Quickly, intercept that ship. It must not escape from here. Vashj, noticing Xian's panic, immediately ordered the murlocs to pursue the vessel. Once the murlocs set off, Vashj reassured, Lord Illidan, do not worry. Our murloc warriors possess speed in the water that rivals that of ships, and they shall soon bring back the fleeing vessel. Xian nodded. He could only place his trust in the murlocs now. In the storyline, when Maev's shadow song faced the encirclement of Illidan's murloc soldiers, she had sent a messenger for help. If Xian's suspicions were correct, the night elf aboard that ship was indeed Maev's shadow song's messenger. No wonder he felt something was amiss with the corpses of the night elves. Now it was clear that he was missing this crucial fish, a fish of great significance. Should this messenger relay everything to Illidan's brother? Malfurion, Xian could only imagine the obstacles he would face from Malfurion and Tyrant, jeopardizing his opportunity to eliminate the Lich King. Nizul, Should this mission fail, all that awaited him would be a life on the run. For Kil'jaeden would be on his trail, and he could not bear the consequences. Meanwhile, two night elves had arrived at a peak. One rode a stag while the other rode a white tiger. They were none other than Malfurion Stormrage and his wife, Tyrande Whisperwind. The roots of Nordrassil seem to be recovering well. I hope I can say the same about Felwood. I worry that the arrival of the Burning Legion will forever frighten those beings of nature. Malfurion said, gazing at the verdant landscape before him with concern. "Do not fret. Your druids will find a way. Perhaps the green dragon Isra or the red dragon Alexstrasza can assist." Just then, a voice interrupted the couple's conversation. Malfurion turned to see his subordinate, the clawed druid, approaching, seemingly with urgent news. "I apologize, Malfurion Stormrage and Priestess Tyrande, but there's a girl who insists on meeting you both." Tyrande glanced at the little girl behind the clawed druid and inquired, "Who are you, little girl, and why is your matter so pressing?" "I am the servant of Watcher Maev Shadowsong. She has vowed to capture the traitor Illidan." Upon hearing the name Illidan, Malfurion visibly faltered. "Illidan, what has happened to my brother?" "I am deeply sorry, Malfurion. Your brother Illidan has amassed a nefarious army on the other side of the ocean, and my other sisters have already perished. However, my mistress remains trapped there, and I beseech you to rescue her." The messenger implored. This moment, the white tiger Tyrande spoke up. "I shall go. I will personally lead the night elf sentinels there." Upon hearing this, Malfurion felt a sense of disquiet. "No, my dear, allow me to accompany my druids instead." Tyrande regarded Malfurion and replied, "It was I who released him. Thus it is my responsibility to rectify this. In that case, let us proceed together if what this girl says is true. Then Maev Shadowsong indeed requires our assistance. Lord, we have captured the fleeing night elf," Xian observed, glancing at the boat from which a night elf emerged at the behest of the fishmen. The moment Xian laid eyes on her, disappointment filled his gaze. Damn it, she managed to escape. The fishmen warriors were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Xian's words. Hadn't they captured the fleeing night elf? "Lord Illidan, is this not the night elf you seek?" Xian shook his head, letting out a sigh. "No, she is not the messenger under Maev Shadowsong. She is merely a humble archer." Upon hearing this, the night elf archer appeared taken aback. But upon reflection, it was only natural that Illidan, once a night elf himself, would know of Maev Shadowsong's messenger. "Indeed, the messenger you speak of is not here. We dispatched her long ago to request reinforcements when you raided our base. I trust she has now reached Malfurion." Xian had already anticipated this outcome, yet he hoped it was not true. If Malfurion were to find out, Tyrande would undoubtedly come as well, leading to a grand conflict that he wished to avoid. However, given that these words were uttered by the captured night elf archer, it seemed the situation was evolving in that direction. They could not linger here. They must depart swiftly. "Let us go," Xian declared. Turning to leave, Vashj cast a glance at the night elf archer and, with a forked lightning strike, ended her life, then hurried to follow Xian. As for the fishmen, upon seeing their master leave, they naturally followed suit. Not long after Xian's departure, Malfurion and his companions successfully arrived on the island. "We have safely docked, but some troops remain stranded on a distant that I am loath to abandon my forces. Yet it seems there is no time to wait," Malfurion stated. That moment, Tyrande's face was etched with anguish. "What troubles you, my dear?" Malfurion immediately noticed Tyrande's pained expression and inquired urgently. Tyrande shook her head. "No, this is all my doing. I am a sinner among the night elves. Maev Shadowsong is dead." The white tiger Tyrande's heart was heavy with regret. Had she known that releasing Illidan would lead to such an outcome, she would never have allowed him to go free. Dear, what do you mean? Maev Shadowsong is dead." Tyrande's eyes were already moist, and it was too late for words. "Yes, my dear, Hawk has located Maev Shadowsong's position. But what I witnessed was a scene of corpses strewn before me. They suffered immensely before their demise. I am guilty. I caused their deaths. My dear, this is not your fault. It is I who failed to manage my brother, allowing him to commit such heinous acts. However, the dead are gone. We should at least return their bodies. It was the only course of action they could take." Following Malfurion's orders, the Claw Druids carried Maiev Shadowsong's body back for proper burial. While they remained on the dilapidated island, my dear, have you found any trace of Illidan? The white tiger tyrant shook her head. She had just scoured the island with her hawk and had yet to see Illidan. It seemed he had departed after slaying Maiev Shadowsong. Malfurion also utilized the power of the earth to discern Illidan's whereabouts. However, after a fruitless search, they confirmed that Illidan had left the island. What about you, my dear? Have you discovered anything? Tyrant inquired. Through the earth, I sensed Illidan's lingering presence upon this island. Simultaneously, I detected another residual essence. It appears other beings have also visited this isle, yet they seem to have vanished alongside Illidan. Malfurion replied, my dear, are you suggesting that Illidan left with those creatures? Tyrant's expression grew grave. If that girl did not deceive us, Illidan should have departed with them. Tyrant fell into a long silence, hoping this matter was unrelated to Illidan. Otherwise, she would never forgive herself for her transgressions. Malfurion seemed to perceive Tyrant's guilt. If this matter remained unresolved, it would likely become her inner demon. Not fret. My dear, no matter where Illidan flees, we shall find him and ensure he faces the consequences he deserves. Thus, Malfurion departed the island with the remaining night elves. Upon returning to Felwood, the little girl rushed forward first, looking around anxiously for the person she longed to see. Malfurion Stormrage and High Priestess Tyrant, did my mistress not return with you? In response to the girl's inquiry, Tyrant fell silent, lowering her head. Momentarily at a loss for words this moment, the girl guessed the dire truth. Malfurion stepped aside, and the Claw Druids brought forth a body. When the girl saw it, she dashed toward the corpse. And upon discovering Maiev Shadowsong lying still, she was utterly stunned. With a cry of despair, the girl wept uncontrollably. She had believed that by seeking Malfurion's Stormrage and High Priestess Tyrant's help in time, her mistress would be saved from peril. Yet, who could have foreseen that her mistress had still perished? No. The girl suddenly turned, glaring fiercely at Tyrant. It is all your fault. If you had not released Illidan, my mistress would still be alive. Faced with the girl's accusations, Tyrant was engulfed in remorse, continually berating herself. Enough. This is not Tyrant's fault. Malfurion's anger flared. Tyrant was his wife, and he would not permit anyone to harm her. The girl, aware of the bond between Malfurion and Tyrant, saw Malfurion's defense of Tyrant as an act of shielding her from blame, leaving her disheartened. She approached Maiev Shadowsong's body, declaring, "Step aside," before cradling the lifeless form and departing. Tyrant, seemingly seeking to atone for her misdeeds, turned to leave. However, Malfurion would not allow it. Roots suddenly sprouted from the ground, ensnaring Tyrant. "Malfurion, release me!" Tyrant exclaimed in anger. "My dear, please remain calm." "Malfurion, let me go. If you do not release me, then we are finished." Tyrant's words momentarily stunned Malfurion. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. Seizing the moment of his surprise, Tyrant broke free from the entanglement and fled into the distance. By the time Malfurion regained his wits, it was too late. "Lord Illidan, where shall we go next?" The Serpentine Naga Vashj inquired. "O Lord Darren, there are elves there who require our assistance." Before long, Xian and Vashj arrived at the forsaken land of Lord Darren. "Lord Illidan, this place is suffused with the stench of death," Xian remarked, nodding in acknowledgement of the lifelessness that pervaded the area. They pressed on until they reached a human alliance base. "Lord Illidan, it appears this location has recently suffered an assault." That moment, a voice caught Xian's attention. "There are strangers, my prince." They did not seem to belong to the undead. Yet as Xian gazed upon the soldiers, he discerned a blood elf knight among them, indicating he had indeed arrived at the right place. Soon, Xian heard the melodic tongue of the elves. "What manner of beings are you? I have never encountered your kind before." He turned to face the source of the voice, noting the figure clad in a black cloak, with golden hair and pointed elven ears, 3 large fireballs hovering above his head. This individual was none other than Prince Kael, that's of the Blood Elves. If Xian's memory served him correctly, the prince was contemplating relocation, as this territory had been overrun by the undead, rendering Lord Darren a haven for the undead. Remaining here would only lead them to certain doom. Their objective now was to depart and seek refuge across the earthy river. I am Illidan, a demon hunter in pursuit of power, endowed with the ability to foresee the future. I am aware of your current predicament. You seek sanctuary. Why not bring your kin to ally with me? I can offer you the protection you desire, Xian declared. Kale that was taken aback by Xian's articulate description of their situation. Momentarily lost in contemplation, Prince Kale that's, please trust Lord Illidan that my people and I, without his assistance, would remain forever hidden in the abyss. It is only through Lord Illidan's intervention that we, the Naga, have been able to resurface. Vashj interjected. Her words evidently had an impact, as Kale that's appeared swayed. Now, it was merely a matter of offering him additional incentives to secure the allegiance of the Blood Elves. Xian silently commended Vashj. Admiring her emotional intelligence and impeccable timing, he pondered why Illidan had not chosen Vashj initially. While Tyrant was indeed admirable, Vashj was no less remarkable. Moreover, she had become his sister-in-law, making Illidan's stubbornness all the more lamentable. Yet, Vashj's unrequited love over the millennia was truly heart-wrenching. Xian vowed to protect her from any harm. Kale that sensed the formidable presence of Illidan before him, a palpable fear creeping into his heart. Yet, he remained skeptical, uncertain whether Illidan's assurances of protection were genuine. Xian discerned the prince's reservations. He too would harbor doubts in such a situation. However, Xian felt no concern, for he held a significant weakness against Kale that's his kin's insatiable craving for magic, a vice unknown to humans. Should Xian present a means to alleviate their addiction, they would willingly follow him. For the Blood Elves, this addiction was akin to an incurable poison. The desire to abstain was overshadowed by the compulsion to consume. When the craving struck, their minds would falter, plunging them into a state of madness, relentlessly siphoning any magical energy within reach. Even more terrifying was the physical toll it took. Their lustrous hair would fall out. Their skin would decay to a pallid, lifeless hue. Their bodies would wither, and their demeanor would turn savage, leaving only their green eyes and sharp ears as remnants of their elven heritage. Prince Kale that's. May I inquire what you would have done had Lord Illidan and I not arrived today? Vashj asked. We intended to vacate this place. The land is no longer suitable for our kind, with undead forces lurking everywhere. Remaining here would be tantamount to self-destruction. I had heard that a survivors' alliance has recently been established in Lordaeron, and I plan to lead my people there. Kale that's replied. However, Vashj shook her head. I regret to inform you, Prince Kale that joining them would be akin to seeking your own demise. Kale that was visibly startled. Lady Vashj, what do you mean by that? The reasoning is simple. You may wish to join them, but they may not extend their aid to you. Kale that fell into deep contemplation, now hesitating regarding the survivors' alliance in Lordaeron. But why should I trust you? Simply because I was once among the High Elves myself. Upon this revelation, Kale that stared in disbelief at Vashj, struggling to reconcile her with the elite High Elves. Vashj, aware of their skepticism, began recounting her tale. The Burning Legion's invasion, the explosion of the Well of Eternity, and their subsequent descent into the depths of the ocean, cursed to become what they were now. Why the end of her narrative? Kale that was largely convinced and ultimately made his choice. Lady Vashj, it is an honor to converse with you. Your words evoke a sense of sorrow within me. Compared to your plight, I seem fortunate indeed. Kale that's expressed sincerely. Prince Kale that's, I am pleased to receive your acknowledgement. It is precisely because we were once High Elves with shared experiences that when Lord Illidan foresaw your plight, I urged him to come to your aid. Hearing this, Kale that's felt a surge of gratitude towards Vashj, and at her prompting, he knelt before Xian, declaring, My lord, henceforth my people and I shall pledge our eternal loyalty to you, ready to face any peril on your behalf. Xian nodded in satisfaction. Though he realized Kale that's his loyalty was not born of genuine desire, but rather a calculated alliance, stemming from Illidan's status as a night elf. Since ancient times, the High Elf had looked down upon their night elf kin. As a High Elf himself, Kale that was unlikely to genuinely submit to Illidan's command. His allegiance was merely a temporary arrangement, motivated by Vashj's influence and their mutual interests. Xian had no intention of securing Kale that's his true loyalty. He needed him and his kin now, and that was sufficient. That my lord, where do we go from here? Kael'thas inquired. First, we must leave this place, Xian replied, then glanced at the convoy of supplies behind Kael'thas. Assuming these were all that remained of his resources, soon, these transports shall all belong to me. Not far into their departure, a horde of ghouls emerged from the surrounding woods, catching them off guard. The undead forces appeared sooner than expected. Under Vashj and her Naga's onslaught, the ghouls were swiftly eradicated, momentarily restoring safety. However, this tranquility was short-lived, as another wave of undead soon followed, this time accompanied by 2 meat wagons intended to ravage Kael'thas' supply convoy. In front of the wagons stood a few butchers constructed from rotting flesh. While Xian's Murloc army surged forward, and under their assault, the butchers were torn to shreds, leaving the meat wagons in ruins. After eliminating the immediate threat, they continued onward. Upon reaching a bend, they encountered a mercenary camp. However, Xian had no intention of spending his own gold to hire these mercenaries and instead turned to Kael'thas. Kael'thas understood Xian's implication all too well, yet he had no choice but to comply. Should he entertain thoughts of rebellion, he was certain Illidan would not hesitate to command his Murlocs to annihilate Kael'thas' entire lineage. Lord Illidan, due to frequent disturbances from the undead, I have concealed my wealth, with secret storages hidden nearby. Xian nodded, confident that Kael'thas spoke the truth. Furthermore, he is aware of the location of Kael'thas' hidden treasury, the first of which is situated not far from the mercenary camp, where stands a distinctive undead structure, guarded by 2 butchers, a meat grinder, along with a dreadlord and a necromancer. Defeating them would reveal the treasury's whereabouts. Regarding such a formation, Xian held them in contempt. 2 Murloc warriors stood at the forefront to absorb enemy fire, while the wyverns provided support from the rear, swiftly conquering the area. After securing this location, Xian proceeded to the mercenary camp, hiring 2 high-ranking priests. As for the others, he deemed them unnecessary. The strength of warriors paled in comparison to the Murlocs of the Naga race. Likewise, hunters could not match the prowess of the Naga's wyverns. Thus, there was no reason to squander gold on a few ineffectual trolls. Under the healing of the 2 high-ranking priests, several injured Murlocs received treatment, and once restored, they chose to advance. Before long, the undead forces reappeared, seemingly endless in their onslaught. After dispatching wave after wave of undead ghouls, Kael'thas, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke. Master, I beseech you to allow us a moment of respite. The relentless assaults by the undead in recent months have inflicted grievous losses upon me and my kin. As you can see, my remaining soldiers are FEW. Xian consented to this request, recognizing the importance of Kael'thas to him. It would indeed be a pity to waste such a valuable pawn. Vashj also posed several inquiries to Kael'thas, including questions regarding other high elves like himself. Alas, the undead have overrun our homeland of Quel'Thalas, and our once noble bloodline is nearly extinguished. I in mourning for our fallen brethren. We have come to refer to ourselves as blood elves. Upon hearing this, Vashj sighed, acknowledging the unchangeable reality of the deceased. The only thing within their power to alter was their own strength. Only by growing formidable could they prevent the past from repeating itself. Xian harbored no particular thoughts on Kael'thas' tale. Instead, upon hearing Kael'thas mention the noble bloodline, he felt a surge of impulse to eliminate Kael'thas. Recalling a certain phrase Kael'thas had once exclaimed, "Do you truly believe I would entrust my fate to a blind, brutish, and despicable half-breed night elf? Ah, ha ha ha. Clearly not. I am merely using him as a stepping stone in my grand design." Before Xian traversed to this realm, Illidan had always been his idol. When he had first heard Kael'thas utter those words in the game, he had been incensed, cursing Kael'thas' lineage profusely. Yet it seemed that fate had played a jest upon Xian, transporting him to this world and granting him an opportunity for vengeance. Kael'thas, you shall pay dearly for your ignorant words. After a brief respite, they continued onward, encountering undead at every turn. Soon, they arrived at another mercenary camp, indicating the presence of an undead base nearby. It appeared another fierce battle loomed. Xian dispatched a few Murlocs to scout, and they quickly returned. Master, we have discovered an undead base in the vicinity. Xian's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, there was an undead base nearby. Fortunately, he had brought along the Naga's war turtles, specifically bred for siege warfare. They were not only robust, but also possessed a devouring skill, rivaling the orcs' Kodo beasts. However, Xian pondered a question. If the Naga's war turtles encountered the orcs' Kodo beasts, could they devour one another? Would the war turtle consume the Kodo beast? Or vice versa? It seemed prudent to test this when next facing the orcs. With the war turtles leading the charge, the undead spirit towers crumbled under their assault. Each turtle unleashed a breath attack, toppling a tower, while the remaining 3 graveyards met a similar fate. As for the remaining necromancers and summoned skeleton soldiers, they were woefully inadequate. Before long, the second treasure location was uncovered, and they returned to the previous mercenary camp. Xian assessed the camp's mercenaries, finding them lacking in utility. Merely a few feeble wargs with insufficient combat prowess. Their low health rendered them incapable of enduring many blows, making the prospect of purchasing them with gold unwise. Thus, he chose to forge ahead. With only one treasure location remaining as time passed, the road ahead grew increasingly perilous, the initial ghoulish minions giving way to spiders, and in greater numbers. Nonetheless, they paled in comparison to Xian's Naga forces. These spiders were soon dispatched, and as they turned a corner, a multitude of ghouls appeared before Xian, accompanied by a dreadlord. This dreadlord was the same one they had previously vanquished. It appeared he had returned. No matter, they would simply slay him once more. After dispatching the dreadlord, they pressed on until they beheld several buildings, prompting Kale to halt once more. "Master, this is my last stronghold across the river, where I had intended to rest and seek reinforcements." Several survivors emerged from a small cabin, sharing similar features with Kael'dat's. There was no doubt they were his kin. Before them lay a fork in the road. One path offered a shortcut to their destination, but would lead them through an undead stronghold, a perilous endeavor. The other route was comparatively longer, yet still fraught with danger, albeit with a delay in peril's arrival. Before Kael'dat could speak, Xian decisively declared, "Everyone, follow me." With Xian leading the way, Vashj and her Naga followed suit. While Kael'dat hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to follow, he understood well that without closely following Illidan, their escape from this place would be exceedingly difficult. After traversing a distance, they arrived at the third treasure location. Xian glanced at the nearby mercenary camp once more, without the desired units to hire. He refrained from spending his gold. Ultimately, they confronted the undead stronghold, which completely obstructed their path. To proceed, they must eliminate the undead forces blocking their way today. As before, the war turtles charged forward, demolishing the spirit towers, while the murlocs and wyverns followed closely behind. Within this stronghold, a dreadlord and a lich awaited them. Xian instructed Vashj to engage the lich, while he confronted the dreadlord himself with a swift strike. Xian inflicted a grievous wound upon the dreadlord, who let out a pained scream as blood gushed forth, unable to retaliate against Xian's relentless assault. When Xian landed a blow on the dreadlord's arm, it was severed with a single stroke, drastically reducing the dreadlord's combat capabilities. Rendered defenseless, he ultimately fell to Xian's blade. Meanwhile, Vashj successfully dealt with the lich, and the remaining foes proved inconsequential under the onslaught of the Naga forces. They crumbled one after another until none remained, clearing the path ahead. The village of Chaimu. The Arrivis River lies just beyond. Kael'dat exclaimed with excitement, eager to escape this accursed place. "Illidan, what troubles you?" Vashj inquired, noticing Xian's suddenly grave expression. "Quickly, we must move. Do not stop," Xian urged, grasping Vashj's small hand and sprinting towards the bridge. Vashj, perplexed, felt the warmth of Xian's grip, causing her cheeks to flush. This was her first intimate contact with Illidan, and she wished time would slow down. The murlocs, seeing their master depart, hurried to follow, and Kael'dat hesitated no longer. Though the bridge lay just ahead, it could not yet be deemed safe. At that moment, a horde of ghouls suddenly emerged around them, charging towards Xian. Fortunately, a single word from him prevented Kael'dat's and his companions from halting their advance. They had successfully reached the bridge and now had ample time to destroy it afterwards. Preventing the ghouls from following, As the last transport vehicle crossed, two colossal turtles unleashed a torrent of breath upon the bridge, causing it to collapse instantaneously. The ghouls who had just set foot on the bridge plummeted into the river, swept downstream by the current. Yet, these ghouls would not perish, for the river's lower reaches were their very stronghold. Kael'thas, I require you to infiltrate the alliance of survivors and gather valuable intelligence for me. I shall have a Naga contact you when the time is right. I shall comply, my lord, Kael'thas replied. After Kael'thas departed, Xian fell into deep contemplation. Before him lay two paths: to continue fulfilling the task assigned by Kil'jaeden, or to abandon it and embrace a life of flight. Clearly, the latter would be a path to certain doom, especially when it came to safeguarding Vashj. Thus, Xian resolved to complete the mission entrusted to him by Kil'jaeden, which required him to return to the ruins of Dalaran and harness the power of the Eye of Sargeras to obliterate the frozen throne. As for Kael'thas, Xian felt no concern. He instructed Vashj to leave a portion of her subordinates behind to support Kael'thas at any moment, ensuring that he would not fall here, as he still had a mission to fulfill. Subsequently, Xian and Vashj made their way by water to the site of the Dalaran ruins. You are late, Prince Kael'thas. I had thought your elven kin were punctual, Garithos remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Kael'thas glanced at the time. It was precisely the appointed hour, and thus he had not been tardy to him. Why, Lord Garithos, it appears we are not late, Kael'thas responded, irked by the unjust accusation. What? Are you questioning my words? You elves are here to serve the Alliance. Therefore, you must adhere to my commands without question. You see yourself in such a position now. Faced with Garithos' rebuke, Kael'thas had no retort. He was compelled to acquiesce. For with his current forces, he could not oppose Garithos. Seeing Kael'thas yield, Garithos divulged the purpose of their mission. The Scourge has renewed its assault on Dalaran, with their main force advancing south through the Silver Pine Forest. We are preparing to intercept them at the base of the mountain. Upon hearing this, Kael'thas inquired, My forces stand ready for battle, my lord. When do we advance to the front lines? Yet, just as Kael'thas anticipated a chance to avenge his fallen kin, Garithos' words dashed his hopes that we shall depart immediately. But your troops must remain here. According to the scouts' reports, the enemy may launch a second wave of assault from the east. I need you to repair the watchtower on the outskirts to monitor this area. But my lord, we are valiant warriors. Before Kael'thas could finish, Garithos raised his voice. This is my order, Prince Kael'thas. I trust your elven ears have heard me clearly. Now, go. With Kael'thas watching, Garithos departed with his subordinates. Arrogant and disrespectful wretch. Let us proceed, Kael'thas muttered, as he began constructing the watchtower for the humans. Just as he was repairing the first tower, a murloc stealthily approached, startling Kael'thas, who hurried over. Prince Kael'thas, I've been sent by the Master to deliver messages. How fares the situation? Having just endured the brunt of human ire, Kael'thas found relief in the arrival of Illidan's murloc, who could relay the events here along with vital intelligence to Illidan. He hoped that Illidan would aid him in punishing these despicable wretches. After receiving the information, the murloc swiftly departed. Before long, the first watchtower was completed. Meanwhile, Xian successfully arrived at the Dalaran ruins. However, he did not enter immediately, but instead awaited something like that moment. A murloc swam towards them. Master, the murloc reported the intelligence brought by Kael'thas, and upon learning this, Xian was elated, with the human forces otherwise engaged. This presented an opportune moment to stealthily infiltrate Dalaran. Once his Naga had established defenses, none could hinder his progress. Yes, inform Kael'thas that I am quite pleased with the intelligence you have provided. Vashj, we shall immediately infiltrate Dalaran. That I must complete the task assigned to me by Kil'jaeden today, Xian declared. Once, Lord Illidan. Not long after, Xian successfully established defenses within the Dalaran ruins. He then released the Eye of Sargeras, placing it at the center. While 4 Nagasi witches conducted the ritual, in an instant, the surrounding area began to tremble. It was Maev's shadow song, aided by Malfurion, who had initially thwarted Illidan. Now, none could impede Xian. He could tear asunder the very backbone of the world without fear. The ritual soon attracted the attention of the human forces engaged in combat with the Scourge at the mountain's base. However, they were too preoccupied to intervene. granting Xian precious time. As he beheld the spell nearing completion, Xian's heart brimmed with joy. This would mark the fulfillment of the task Illidan had once failed. Fundamentally rewriting this chapter, what might follow, he wondered. Truly the heavens favor me. Warriors, charge forth and annihilate these wretched undead, Garithos commanded at the foot of the Silver Pine Forest. Although they did not comprehend what had transpired, it was undoubtedly connected to the tremors they had felt moments ago. The undead, now frantically fleeing, were a stark contrast to their former ferocity. For the humans, the time to press the advantage could not be more opportune. They aimed to strike at the heart of the undead's lair, ensuring their eradication from this world. Atop the snow-capped mountains, a powerful Lich King lay sealed, a creation of Kil'jaeden himself. As he grew more potent, he broke free from Kil'jaeden's grasp. That moment, he commanded the undead hordes, but suddenly he emitted a mournful wail, his body beginning to spiral out of control. No, this cannot be. I am the great Lich King Nazul. I cannot be vanquished. Kil'jaeden, my loyal servant, will avenge me. With a final cry, the Lich King faded into nothingness. In his place, a purple skull ascended, ultimately disintegrating into ash. Had it not been for the helmet still remaining upon the frozen throne, none would have known that a fearsome entity had once been imprisoned here. Meanwhile, Kael'thas received Xian's directive. While the human forces advanced on the undead stronghold, Xian urged him to swiftly develop his own power and eliminate the remaining humans in Lordaeron, transforming it into his stronghold. Kael'thas was clearly intent on this course. He had long harbored disdain for Garithos. With the latter absent, he could effectively cultivate his kin and seize control of this territory. When those wretches returned, it would be Kael'thas' turn for vengeance. Kael'thas aimed to demonstrate to those who belittled him that the consequence of provoking a blood elf was singular: death. Meanwhile, within the undead stronghold, Arthas found himself alongside Sylvanas, preparing to execute the next task assigned by the Lich King Nazul, when a sudden, excruciating headache struck him. As he regained his composure, his gaze turned as frigid as snow, and a formidable aura emanated from him. Just moments ago, he had received news that his master, the Lich King Nazul, had perished. In his final moments, Nazul had transferred half of his remaining power to Arthas. Thus, he now stood immensely powerful, though still vulnerable before the deceiver Kil'jaeden. With the Lich King's control severed, the majority of the undead scurried about like headless chickens. And what lies ahead for him? Arthas is to bring these legions of the undead under his command. At the same time, Arthas has become aware of a disconcerting revelation. Sylvanas has completely severed her ties to the Lich King's dominion, and her newfound freedom undoubtedly diminishes Arthas's arsenal of formidable allies. Where has Sylvanas gone? Arthas inquired of a nearby ghoul, who simply shook its head in response. It appeared that Sylvanas had long departed, and Arthas recalled that he had issued no commands to her. It was evident that she had betrayed him. From this point onward, he would have to rely solely on himself. But on the subsequent night, in a secluded glade within the Tirisful Glades, Sylvanas arrived at their clandestine meeting place. Lady Sylvanas, it is a pleasure to see you, Benathiel exclaimed. How could I not come? For reasons beyond my control. I can no longer hear the Lich King's voice echoing in my mind. I have reclaimed my autonomy. You fearsome dreadlords should understand why, Sylvanas Windrunner declared. Have you heard of Illidan, Lady Sylvanas? One of the dreadlords inquired. Illidan? Sylvanas sought to recall any knowledge of this name, but was met with dismay as her mind yielded no information. Formidable. One of the dreadlords nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he is powerful. Our captain, Tichondrius, met his demise at his hands. Sylvanas pondered, then he must indeed be formidable. But what connection does he have with the Lich King? Do not rush, Lady Sylvanas. The reason the Lich King's voice no longer controls you is precisely due to him. Subsequently, the dreadlord Basil recounted Illidan's exploits to Sylvanas. Upon hearing this, Sylvanas grasped the situation. Illidan had utilized the Eye of Sargeras to tear apart the very fabric of the world, leading to the demise of the Lich King Nazul, who was sealed within the frozen throne, thus allowing her to be reborn. Seems I owe him my gratitude, she mused, committing Illidan's name to memory. But what of Prince Arthas? Will his power also wane? Sylvanas' primary concern was indeed Arthas. for he was the architect of her current plight. I regret to inform you, Lady Sylvanas, that we do not know for certain. However, it is clear that Prince Arthas has either grown stronger or has become exceedingly weak. What do you mean by that? Sylvanas pressed. If the Lich King Nizul did not bestow his powers upon Arthas before his demise, then Arthas's strength will gradually diminish. Conversely, if he did, then the current Arthas is a formidable threat. Thus, you summon me to collaborate in overthrowing Arthas's reign, as his power remains an enigma to us all. The three dreadlords chuckled in unison. Truly, Lady Sylvanas, conversing with an astute individual is a breeze. However, the undead army is currently fracturing. We must swiftly eliminate Arthas. Reliable intelligence indicates that the human alliance is advancing towards us with a clear objective, to annihilate all undead forces. That we must act promptly. Should the undead army be entirely vanquished, those newly affluent will ride atop our backs. A scenario intolerable for us as dreadlords. They proceeded to conspire, aware that beside Arthas stood a lich named Kel'Thuzad, who would remain loyal to his master, necessitating caution that I harbor nothing but disdain for him. I possess my own reasons for vengeance. Arthas slaughtered my people and transformed me into this grotesque being. Sylvanas emphasized the final words with particular intensity that I shall partake in your plans, but I will confront Arthas in my own manner. With that, Sylvanas turned and departed, leaving the three dreadlords behind. Did you witness her attitude? Basil expressed disbelief in Sylvanas's sincerity. Let us not forget, she was once an elf. She shall never align herself with us. However, Varimathras countered this notion, asserting that Sylvanas's spirit was remarkably resilient, and her hatred for Arthas would ultimately lead them closer to their goal. Desolace nodded in agreement that I concur with Varimathras. If all is arranged, let the grand feast commence, my king. What urgent matters have summoned me? Kel'Thuzad approached Arthas at his call. Surely, you have sensed it. The Lich King is dead. The revelation stunned Kel'Thuzad. Initially, he believed the Lich King was merely in peril, not deceased. When Arthas uttered the words, Kel'Thuzad found himself momentarily disoriented. My king, how can this be possible? Following Arthas's account of recent events, Kel'Thuzad came to accept the Lich King's death, realizing he should have anticipated it based on the behavior of the undead army. Yet he had remained in doubt, my king, with the Lich King's demise. His control over Sylvanas has been lifted. Given her animosity towards you, she is undoubtedly scheming against you. Arthas recognized this truth. Sylvanas was likely eager for his demise. Bah, a mere Sylvanas is not a cause for concern. My master, the Lich King, bestowed half of his power upon me before his death. I am invincible now. Should she wish to bring about her own demise, I shall graciously accommodate her insolence. Arthas envisioned Sylvanas in torment. At that moment, a ghoul dashed forth. My king, a human alliance force approaches our location. Let them come. I will demonstrate to them the true meaning of power. Kel'Thuzad, swiftly assemble my armies. Prepare for a battle against those foolish humans, and they shall regret ever setting foot here. Subsequently, Kel'Thuzad departed. My king, are you aware of the three of us? The dreadlords taunted. Arthas furrowed his brow, surveying the trio. Instantly, all paths surrounding him were sealed. Varimathras, what is the meaning of this? Arthas demanded. What is the meaning? Is simply your demise. Arthas, you may not realize, but we have now seized control of all the armies here. Your reign is nearing its end. That moment, a familiar figure appeared before Arthas. It was Kel'Thuzad, previously dispatched by him. My king, flee to the depths of hell. If you long for such a fate, allow me to send you there first. Basil seized the frail lich, intensifying his grip, causing Kel'Thuzad to writhe in agony. Basil, you shall pay dearly for your actions. Arthas raised Frostmourne high, an ominous green light flickering into existence as he pointed it at Basil, unleashing a green skull imbued with malevolent energy that hurtled towards him. Basil, sensing the imminent threat, braced himself for the onslaught, because he sensed a formidable power, one that could potentially consume him entirely. The two other Fear Lords visibly paled, seemingly regretting their impulsive arrival, as the verdant light enveloped Basil. He was instantaneously obliterated, as if he had never existed in this world. The other two fear lords trembled uncontrollably, their minds gripped by dread. It appears that the Lich King has bestowed all his power upon you. Xian, we must make our escape. With a mere wave of his hand, Varamathras summoned a horde of ghouls that surged forward, forcing Arthas to engage them while allowing the two fear lords to flee. Damn it, they have escaped. As yet another wave of ghouls surrounded him, Arthas bellowed, "Do you not even recognize your own king?" Channeling immense power, Arthas subdued the ghoul army. Witnessing their immediate submission, the undead forces were, for the moment, quelled. Kel'Thuzad dispatched someone to pursue them. They must not be allowed to flee. Yet Kel'Thuzad replied, "My king, we need not pursue them if we can now command the entirety of the undead army. They will inevitably reveal themselves." That is a sound suggestion. How long until the human forces arrive? "My king, the human army will not reach here for another 3 days." Kel'Thuzad responded, "It seems we have ample preparation time. However, the Lich King left me something before his demise. He urged me to hasten to the frozen throne. I have a premonition that this object will grant me even greater power," Arthas declared. "Kel'Thuzad, I believe I must visit there. Can you safeguard this place in my absence?" "I shall, King Arthas. I assure you. 2 days prior, Sylvanas, having learned of the Fear Lord's failed endeavor, established a new camp in the Plague Lands. At this moment, she was contemplating her future and the means of her vengeance. "Are you troubled, my lady?" Sylvanas paused, glancing at her subordinate. "Are you not as well, sister? Just days ago, we were slaves to the Lich King. Our existence merely a means to his slaughter. Yet now, we are freed." As she spoke the final words, Sylvanas's mood began to darken. "My lady, I do not understand. I thought you would be ecstatic." The Banshee observed Sylvanas's despondence with confusion. Sylvanas sighed. "What is there to celebrate while trapped in this curse? We remain undead. We are still monsters. If we are not slaves to this torment, what then are we?" At that moment, the fabric of space-time warped, and two fear lords emerged, Varamathras and Xian. "What brings you here?" "Fear not, Lady Sylvanas. My brother Xian and I have come to extend an invitation. You must know that Basil perished at Arthas's hands. The current Arthas is beyond your solitary capacity to contend with," Varamathras proclaimed. "What? You wish to drag me with you to certain death?" Sylvanas rebutted without reservation, dismissing his proposal. Xian, incensed, retorted, "Sylvanas, mind your words. You face the future ruler of the Plague Lands. You have 2 paths before you. Join us or face exile. The life of a slave has wearied me. Fear Lord, I shall not allow myself to be shackled again. Therefore, I refuse to align with you. I am free. Very well. I hope you do not come to regret your choice." The 2 fear lords then vanished back into the rift of time. Days later, Sylvanas cornered the 2 fear lords. "Do you have any final words, demon?" "Sylvanas, spare me. I implore you. I shall pledge my loyalty to you. I swear," Varamathras pleaded desperately, hoping for mercy. Beside him, Xian seethed at his brother's cunning surrender. "Varamathras, do you comprehend what you are doing?" Facing Xian's inquiry, Varamathras scoffed before launching an attack against him. "Varamathras, cease your struggles. It is futile. You shall become my testament of loyalty to Sylvanas." Without hesitation, Varamathras delivered a lethal blow to Xian, ending his life. "Sylvanas, Xian has been slain. Your threat is no more. Allow me to pledge my fealty." Sylvanas erupted in laughter. You truly believe he posed a threat to me? Did you think I required your hand in this?" Varamathras immediately knelt, panic-stricken. "Sylvanas, please believe me. I still have worth. With Xian dead, I can command his undead army entirely. Once I have them under my control, they shall belong to you." Sylvanas pondered for a moment before deciding to spare Varamathras' life, recognizing her need for his undead forces. Meanwhile, Malfurion and the White Tiger Tyrant arrived in Dalaran, where they sensed an overwhelming surge of magic. Yet upon their arrival, it felt as though nothing had transpired. They ventured into the ruins of Dalaran, and upon witnessing the rift in the world as spine, Malfurion was astounded. "Oh no, I feel the earth trembling." Before our arrival, it endured a harrowing torment, akin to an enemy tearing at my heart. "Who has rent the world as spine? And for what purpose?" Tyrant inquired. Malfurion closed his eyes, intently perceiving the Earth's response. I sense Illidan's presence here. You mean to say this was the doing of Illidan? Malfurion nodded. Illidan. Once again Illidan. We must capture him, my dear. Can you sense Illidan's trail? I shall attempt. At that moment, Lord Darren was teeming with the Blood Elves, as Kael that successfully seized control during the absence of the Human Alliance forces, gradually restoring the realm to its former state. Just then, Xian arrived with Vashj and the Naga at Lord Darren. Kael, that's well done. It seems you have become the new master of Lord Darren. All this is thanks to my master. Without his plans, I doubt I would have reclaimed the kingdom so swiftly. Why? Xian nodded, sensing something amiss about Kael. If it were Xian himself, he would never serve another once he attained power. Thus, it appeared that Kael was intent on confronting him. However, Xian would not acquiesce, for he held Kael's fatal weakness, his addiction to magic. Kael, do you see what I hold in my hand? Xian revealed a small vial, appearing utterly ordinary and seemingly devoid of utility beyond containing water. Yet at that moment, Kael's gaze fixated intently upon the vial. Master, this is the water from the well of eternity. I possess a method to recreate the well, and thus your addiction can be resolved. Hearing this, Kael was elated. If Illidan could indeed manifest the promised well, their blood elf race would no longer need to fear magical addiction. Master, are you certain you can recreate the well of eternity? What? Do you doubt me? At that moment, Vashj stepped forward. Lord Illidan, you created the second well of eternity 10,000 years ago, with Vashj's testimony. It was clear that Kael was wholly convinced. Master, how may we assist you? I firmly believe that the human race will soon discover that Lord Darren has fallen under our dominion, and I hope you can maintain your guard here, as I require time to forge a third well of eternity. Upon hearing this, Kael immediately acquiesced, assuring me that he would indeed safeguard this place. Subsequently, I shall venture with Vashj to retrieve an item of great significance, essential for the creation of the Well of Eternity. I entrust this location to you. I assure you, Master, I shall fulfill this task. After Vashj departed, Kael commanded an enhancement of the defenses. He would not permit anything to jeopardize his hard-won dominion. My Lord Illidan, do you truly intend to create a Well of Eternity for Kael? Xian stepped forward, suddenly caressing Vashj's cheek with a gentle hand. My dear, that was merely a ruse to ensure his continued loyalty to me. However, the creation of the Well of Eternity is indeed genuine, for it is a gift I bestow upon you. In the wake of Xian's unexpected declaration, Vashj's mind went blank, her breaths quickening. In that moment, the world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only her and her beloved. In this silence, Vashj could distinctly hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat, thudding loudly, igniting a warmth within her and causing her cheeks to flush. With a charming smile, Xian sensed her flustered state and gently tilted her chin upward. Although he could not clearly discern her features at that moment, he was well aware that Vashj was a true beauty. Xian's throat tightened as a surge of heat emanated from deep within him, but he slightly bowed his head, leaning closer to Vashj. Just then, a disturbance in the fabric of space caught his attention. Jolting him from his heated reverie, he gripped the blade in his hand tightly, his elongated elven ears twitching in response to an unprecedented sense of danger. Vashj, too, remained alert, her back pressed against Xian's as they surveyed their surroundings. As a portal materialized before Xian, a figure emerged from within. I apologize. It seems I have intruded upon your moment. The speaker was none other than Kil'jaeden, his gaze filled with intrigue as he regarded Xian and Vashj. Upon recognizing Kil'jaeden, Xian exhaled in relief, signaling Vashj to remain calm. Well done, Demon Hunter. With the Lich King now vanquished, no one can hinder my arrival in this world. However, my current form cannot manifest here. Thus you must assist me in my descent. Xian responded, What must I do, my lord? If memory serves, the Sunwell lies in ruins. Yet, the residual energies of the Sunwell have coalesced into the form of Anvina, safeguarded by the blood elves of Quel'Thalas. That if you can bring Anvina to the Sunwell's remnants, I shall be able to descend into this world through its energies. Xian nodded, declaring, I understand what I must do. My lord, excellent. Should you succeed in this endeavor, I shall elevate you to the rank of Demon Lord, commanding 3,000 burning legion minions and granting you 3 hellhounds. Upon hearing this, Xian was astounded. 3 hellhounds were no trifling matter, possessing power far exceeding that of the infernal flames. Perhaps I should embrace the role of a villain instead. Such a reward is simply irresistible. It's no wonder so many are eager to play the antagonist. The ability to command such power is undeniably enticing. Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint you. Kil'jaeden nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a massive shadow surged into Xian's being. He felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, a powerful energy filling his entire form. Under the influence of this force, Xian was compelled to transform into a demon. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His stature began to swell, tripling in height, towering as high as 2 infernals combined. This is, as he experienced the transformative surge of energy, Xian felt an exhilarating rush, a sense of invincibility in Azeroth, regarding all surrounding life as mere insects. This is the demonic form. Your original body was far too frail that I grant you this demonic physique, and from this moment forth, none in Azeroth shall rival you. Thank you for this boon, my lord. With this demonic form, I shall swiftly facilitate your return to this world. Kil'jaeden nodded once more and then vanished through the portal, leaving a tranquil silence in his wake. Despite acquiring this new form, Xian still felt a profound insignificance in the presence of Kil'jaeden. He realized his only course of action was to fulfill the task bestowed upon him. However, allowing Kil'jaeden to manifest in this realm was out of the question. Xian planned to harness Anvina as his own power. As long as Kil'jaeden could not descend, no one could harm him, save for himself. At that moment, a vision unfolded before Xian's eyes, revealing a half-beast, half-human demon, its back adorned with wings akin to those of the fearsome Lord of Terror, Tichondrius. Yet, these wings were notably larger. For reasons unknown, this spectacle evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Wait, isn't this the scene that only the Shadow Hunters appear in during the Orc campaign? Xian's heart began to race, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. If his recollection served correctly, during the Orc campaign, Manaroth appeared alongside Tichondrius, in a place known as a Shenvale. At that time, the demigod Cenarius was still alive, and their intent was to subjugate the Orcs, bending them to their will. Ultimately, Garrosh Hellscream could not escape his fate, drinking from the tainted waters of Manaroth's blood, and harnessing this demonic power to vanquish the demigod Cenarius. Yet, the current vision only featured Manaroth, who ventured toward a fountain of life, effortlessly dispatching the surrounding bear spirits. Next, the familiar voice echoed. A Shenvale. It has been 10,000 years. Yet I still recognize this accursed land. This valley belongs to our ancient enemy, the demigod Cenarius of the Night Elves. The lines, the stance, unmistakably belong to the Shadow Hunter-esque campaign. Yet why were the Orcs still at this stage? Tichondrius was eliminated after acquiring Gul'dan's skull. Logically, the Orc storyline should have reached its conclusion. So what could this vision possibly signify? Could it be that the world had fallen into chaos at that moment? Something Xian deemed impossible transpired. A voice resounded in his mind, sending shivers down his spine. You guessed correctly. Because of your presence, this world has been twisted in time, and their original destinies have been forced to alter. Wait, who are you? Who speaks within my mind? Who am I? How absurd that you would question such a thing, given your ability to occupy my body, yet remain oblivious to my identity. Xian stood frozen, the words echoing in his mind. You possess the ability to inhabit my body, yet you do not know who I am. Who am I? Suddenly, Xian realized, tentatively asking, Are you Illidan? Xian yearned to deny this truth. Yet how could he refute the voice within his mind? The body he inhabited did not belong to him. He had been thrust into this role, enduring a millennium of solitude, longing merely to alter Illidan's tragic fate, to eliminate all obstacles before him. Of course, the most pivotal figure was Vashj. From the moment Vashj fell in battle, Xian sensed Illidan's wavering resolve. His heart stirred. Had Vashj survived, when they finally reunited, would they not walk together? At this juncture, Illidan's voice resonated once more. Though I know not who you are, from the moment you claim my body, I glimpsed the cycle of fate and my ultimate demise, although it is not as I wished. It is not entirely lamentable. In his sigh, Xian discerned Illidan's loneliness and desolation. Even at the tale's conclusion, he remained fundamentally alone. You have always been present. Yet why did you not reveal yourself sooner? Xian inquired with perplexity that if he were to be invaded by another person within his own body, he would undoubtedly struggle to reclaim it. However, Illidan did not exhibit such resistance. It was as though he had completely vanished. Were it not for his sudden utterance today, Xian might have assumed he had long since ceased to exist in this world. I fear you may find it amusing, but from the moment you occupied my body, I have been incessantly contemplating the retrieval of my own form. Yet, ultimately, I discovered it to be in vain. I seemingly lost the ability to control my own body as it gradually became assimilated by you. Fortunately, my soul remained untouched by any influence. However, this left me imprisoned within your consciousness. At this moment, you are me, and I am merely a fragment of your awareness. Upon hearing this, Xian broke into a cold sweat. Realizing that the true owner of the body had been struggling all along, yet seemed to be hindered by some force, preventing him from succeeding. And what transpired thereafter? Xian queried with curiosity. What followed is as I previously mentioned. I have been observing your actions within your mind, including every thought you entertain. It appears you are aware of my ultimate fate, and you are attempting to alter my destined course. Ultimately, my suspicions were confirmed. The moment I glimpsed my final destiny, I was engulfed in confusion, for it was evidently not the fate I desired. Yet, I seem unable to change it, that if time were to restart, I believe I would still choose to act as I did. Illidan lamented. So, you do not wish to reclaim your body, then? Xian inquired with concern, fearing that if this were the case, he would face permanent obliteration. To his surprise, Illidan erupted into hearty laughter. What do you find amusing? Rest assured, I am already dead, and you have now become the rightful owner of this body. Therefore, you are the true Illidan, while I am merely a presence that could dissipate at any moment. Upon hearing this, Xian breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the arduous journey he had undertaken. The thought of becoming a mere garment for another was indeed unpalatable. The true reason for my emergence lies in a voice that urged me to appear. It is this voice that guided my timing. Xian absorbed this. He found it most uncanny. Was there perhaps an even more fearsome entity orchestrating all of this? Did that voice convey anything to you? It instructed me to inform you that your arrival has altered the very fabric of time and space in this world. Different races experience the flow of time at starkly divergent rates. For instance, the time for the beastmen flows slowly, while that of the undead accelerates, resulting in a temporal chaos. This explains why you perceive the beastmen still lingering in the Xian forest, for there, time flows at merely 1% of the rate of other locales. With this revelation, everything began to coalesce in Xian's mind. Why Kil'jaeden had not appeared immediately when he destroyed the Frozen Throne, while Kael'thas had already assembled a formidable army upon his return to Lord Darren. The passage of time had been exceedingly brief. Yet, it was bizarre. He had sensed something amiss at the time, but had not given it much thought. In retrospect, the implications were rather chilling. Will I be affected by this? No, you will not only remain unaffected. Your presence will restore the temporal flow between them to its rightful course, should you depart. Chaos will ensue once more. The situation had grown complicated. It bore both positive and negative connotations. What should I do? Xian inquired. Yet, Illidan's voice faded into silence, as though he had never existed. Damn it. Is this some sort of jest? Xian exclaimed. Lord Illidan, does the scene before us hold some significance? The voice of Vashj pulled Xian back to reality, as if the preceding events had never transpired. And Vashj maintained her composure as the visuals before them began to animate. It appeared that during his dialogue with Illidan, the flow of time outside had also slowed, rendering everything seemingly frozen. Xian was certain that the imagery before him was not merely for his observation. It felt as if it were guiding him. It seems we must venture to the Xian forest. Please prepare yourself, he commanded. Vashj nodded and departed. Days later, Xian, accompanied by Vashj, set forth on the path to the Xian forest. Sylvanas, having rallied all the undead forces she could muster through the Dreadlord Varimathras, sought out Garithos, the leader of the Human Alliance, before the coalition launched its assault. While I have gathered a considerable army of the undead, it pales in comparison to Arthas's legions that we must weaken their strength while minimizing our own losses. Only then can we hope to win this war, Varimathras stated. What troubles you, demon? Are you afraid? Garithos seized the opportunity to deride the Dreadlord. Watch your tongue, hound of humanity. Bluster is of no use. Varimathras was evidently incensed, irked by the human's audacity. Enough, gentlemen. Save your ire for Arthas, Sylvanas interjected. Garithos, I will lead the frontal assault. While you flank from the rear, Sylvanas proposed a rather aggressive strategy. My lady, as long as we can eradicate these undead. We shall agree to any plan, came the response at that moment. A human soldier approached Garithos. Lord Garithos, Lord Yearn has fallen. What? How is this possible? Was not Kael that's guarding Lord Yearn? Garithos' anger was palpable. My lord, Prince Kael that's of the Blood Elves has betrayed us. They slaughtered the civilians in Lord Yearn and have seized control, now ruling over the land. Upon hearing this, the Dreadlord erupted into laughter. Ha! It seems your subordinates are not as loyal as you believed. Sensing that Varimathras was about to incite conflict, Sylvanas quickly intervened, addressing Garithos. Garithos, Lord Yearn has already fallen. We have no retreat. Should you choose to withdraw now, I will not obstruct you, but I fear there may not be another opportunity to confront Arthas's undead. Garithos found himself in a precarious position, realizing that retreating now would be futile, only granting Arthas time to regroup. He could not allow the undead to persist in this world. A mere blood elf was of little concern. Once he had dealt with Arthas and his minions, he could then address the issue of Kael that's his treachery, that I can assist you in vanquishing Arthas. But once he is defeated, you must aid me in reclaiming Lord Yearn. Garithos stipulated his terms, to which Sylvanas acquiesced after a moment's contemplation. Before the battle commenced, Garithos' forces located the dwarves who had gone missing in the wilderness and rallied them as well. In the ensuing conflict, Sylvanas led her undead army in a frontal assault on the Plagueland citadel, crashing through under Varimathras' command, successfully breaching the stronghold. Varimathras summoned powerful infernals, ravaging the Plaguelands. Within the citadel, only Kel'Thuzad and a handful of undead remained, as a majority of their forces had been dispatched to confront the invaders. However, he had not anticipated that the Dreadlord would dare to attack them, as their forces were insufficient to withstand his might. Yet, when Kel'Thuzad beheld Sylvanas, the realization dawned upon him. This was far from over. Under Sylvanas' leadership, the front lines were breached, but this did not signify their ultimate victory. That it was only when he found himself besieged from all sides that Kel'Thuzad comprehended the gravity of the situation. It seemed the stronghold could not be held. Nevertheless, he had promised his king to safeguard this territory. Thus he must expel the invaders. He could see that moment. Three figures emerged before Kel'Thuzad. Sylvanas, I never imagined you would ally with humans to combat the undead. Cease your sarcastic remarks, old man. Ever since my actions against Arthas, I am destined to claim his head. Tell me swiftly, where is Arthas? Sylvanas declared, I regret to inform you that I shall not disclose the king's whereabouts. You shall never find him in your lifetime. Kel'Thuzad resolutely replied, that in that case, you shall meet your demise. Sylvanas unleashed an arrow, obliterating all the undead surrounding Kel'Thuzad, leaving him utterly alone. Sylvanas prepared to release her final arrow. Kel'Thuzad waved his arms, murmuring an incantation. Death's decay. Instantly, a vast expanse of decay manifested beneath Sylvanas, threatening to consume her and her allies, just as they were on the brink of succumbing to Kel'Thuzad's deadly grasp. Sylvanas silenced him, plunging him into despair. No, the king will avenge me. Ultimately, Sylvanas' arrow pierced Kel'Thuzad's heart, eradicating him in the pestilence lands. We have triumphed, Lady Sylvanas. Now it is time for you to pledge your loyalty to me. Let us march to Lord Yearn and bring the traitor Kael that's to justice. Garithos proclaimed with immense pride. With Kel'Thuzad's death, the humans would have no adversaries left. Soon this place would be his domain. Thus, he deemed Sylvanas unworthy of ruling here. Only he, the magnificent Garithos, could claim kingship over this land. Eliminate him as well, Sylvanas said calmly, for a mere commander of a legion dared to act defiantly before her. Varamathras, upon receiving Sylvanas's order, turned to Garithos with a smile. I would be delighted, my mistress. A moment later, Garithos found himself in combat with the Dreadlord Varamathras. As the skirmish progressed, Garithos realized he was no match for the Dreadlord, and remorse flooded his heart. Just as he contemplated surrender, Varamathras offered him no chance to speak, ruthlessly slaying Garithos. Garithos is no more. This pestilence land now belongs to us, yet I shall no longer be a part of the Plague Legion. From this moment forth, we shall call ourselves the Forsaken. Henceforth, we are all Forsaken kin. We shall forge our path in this world, Dreadlord, and annihilate any foes that stand in our way. Thank you for your escort. Anubarak, but we must hasten to the frozen throne that I feel that something monumental is about to transpire. Fear not, my king. There is no entity left in this world capable of opposing you. Arthas nodded as they approached a grand door. Anubarak, where are your subordinates? Did you not claim to have stationed many here? In response to Arthas's inquiry, Anubarak appeared perplexed. I too find it strange. It seems they have been diverted by some force. Just then, a horde of dwarves emerged from the surrounding thicket, brandishing firearms that it is our doing. You fools, we have been monitoring you all along, the Muradin's dwarves? Impossible. Did they not perish completely? Arthas was filled with confusion. Yet the scene before him confirmed that these dwarves had not been entirely vanquished. Since you slew Muradin and exiled us from the Blighted Lands, we have wandered this forsaken land. Arthas, our leader Bulgarian, has guided us to this desolate city to continue our lives. We shall not allow you passage. Confronted by the dwarves blocking his path, Arthas felt a surge of irritation. He had no time for their antics. Saffron, advance! No sooner had he spoken than a colossal frost WYRM appeared overhead, soaring towards the dwarves. Upon seeing the frost WYRM, the blocking dwarves hastily retreated towards the door, ultimately managing to shut it. However, one unfortunate dwarf lagged behind, caught outside the door. Didn't know. Open the door. I haven't entered yet. Open it. His cries were in vain, for no one on the other side responded. They fled for their lives, knowing full well that the door could not halt the frost WYRM. Soon, the frost WYRM hovered above the stranded dwarf, who, gazing up at the creature, felt warmth trickle down, dampening his trousers. No, you cannot kill me. Arthas scoffed at his words, making no effort to intervene as the frost WYRM unleashed its frost breath, obliterating the dwarf, while the door was simultaneously shattered. Well done, Saffron. Arthas surveyed the path ahead, his brow furrowed. The frost WYRM continued to circle above him. I wish you could accompany us, but this narrow underground passage cannot accommodate your massive form. My king, we must hasten our journey. Any unforeseen circumstances could prove disastrous, Anubarak cautioned. Arthas nodded in agreement. Reaching the frozen throne swiftly was imperative to obtaining the relics left by the Lich King Nizul, granting him peace of mind. Yet upon arriving at a bridge, they witnessed a group of dwarves planting explosives upon it. Detonate the explosives. Blow it up before they cross the bridge. One dwarf urged his comrades. No, cease at once. Arthas bellowed, but to no avail, for the dwarves ignored him. With a resounding bang, the explosives detonated, shattering the bridge, revealing a mountain king on the opposite side. All I do is for Muradin. You shall not pass. Bulgarian laughed heartily, clearly relishing that the bridge was of utmost importance to Arthas, a result he desired. As Arthas contemplated his next move, Anubarak suddenly spoke. My king, do not fret. There are alternative routes within the subterranean maze. As long as we locate those pathways, we too can cross over. Arthas nodded, and after a series of searches, they finally discovered a passage and entered it. These spiderlings must be your kin. Why do they harbor such animosity towards us? Observing the attacking spiderlings, Arthas expressed his bewilderment. Anubarak replied slowly. Many of our kind fell in the war against the spiders and were taken to serve the Lich King. However, these warriors did not perish. Foolishly, they still attempt to liberate the Nerubian kingdom from the Scourge's grasp. Surveying the surrounding spiderlings, Arthas realized they could only be eliminated. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, they finally emerged. The instant they did, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of dwarves, led by Balgarin, the current dwarf leader. "I remember you, you wicked prince. It was you who slew the unfortunate Muradin. That is all in the past." Upon hearing Arthas's words, "That is all in the past," Balgarin's fury boiled over, wishing nothing more than to tear Arthas apart in vengeance for Muradin. Yet he understood that he was no match for Arthas now. Sensing an unprecedented and terrifying power emanating from him, "Balgarin, step aside, and I may spare your life," Balgarin scoffed, declaring, "I will not allow you to pass, traitor." At that moment, the ground trembled, as if something were about to emerge. Arthas furrowed his brow. Balgarin's obstruction seemed to hold deeper significance. "Dwarf, you cannot hinder me. Regardless, I shall forge onward." Ultimately, Arthas successfully traversed the depths, yet the further he delved, the more he sensed an unsettling presence. The air around him began to grow foul. It appeared that a most fearsome entity lurked within, though the nature of what awaited them in the heart of this darkness remained shrouded in mystery. This staircase led to the very core of the ancient spider-woven empire, and caution was imperative, as Anorak had counseled. "Very well, you may proceed first." In the tranquil gray veil, Xian and Vasiki arrived, their first task being to locate a gold mine to establish a Naga base. Without such a stronghold, they could not hope to contend with the orcs and night elves. Regrettably, all known gold mine locations have been claimed. At present, they could not act. Any move would expose them, leaving them no choice but to bide their time on a hillside. A deer man surveyed the Orcish bases below. Who dares to defile this ancient land, provoking the wrath of Cenarius and the night elves? Let the battle commence. Cenarius summoned a host of Treants with his forest powers, launching an assault on the unsuspecting orcs, who believed the forest had come to life. "You suffered a crushing defeat at my hands last year. History shall repeat itself." A grand confrontation between the night elves and orcs was imminent. At this moment, Xian led Vasiki to the very spot where a vision had once appeared. There, he observed Maniloth, who had just begun to drip his blood into the spring, exerting control over the orcs. Xian sought to thwart him, but upon arrival, he found Maniloth seemingly just having arrived. The flow of time here seemed to have only just commenced with his presence. "My lord Illidan, shall we eliminate him?" Vasiki inquired cautiously, sensing the formidable power of the demon before them. Xian shook his head, opting to assess the situation. He wished to see how Maniloth would act without the counsel of Tychondrius. "Lord Archimonde informed me that before invading Kalimdor, we must first deal with the demigod Cenarius. Yet these orcs are ill-equipped for such a task that I yearn for a confrontation with him. But he is exceedingly cunning and rarely reveals himself." This thought troubled Maniloth greatly. If only these orcs possessed the fearsome strength of yore, they could easily obliterate those wretched night elves. Xian chuckled at Maniloth's musings, noting that without the dread Lord Tychondrius, Maniloth had become somewhat foolish. Had Tychondrius still been present, he would have undoubtedly compelled Maniloth to spill his blood into the spring. "Who goes there?" Maniloth turned, warily eyeing the two approaching figures. "Serpentine Nagas? What manner of creature is this? And you, why do I sense a strangely familiar aura about you? Have you been sent by Lord Archimonde to assist me?" "No, I have come to destroy you." Xian transformed into his demonic form, and Maniloth immediately felt an unprecedented pressure, as if death itself were at his doorstep. "This is the power of Kil'jaeden. No, Lord Kil'jaeden would not slay me. It is impossible." With a final, anguished cry, Maniloth perished, never understanding why Kil'jaeden sought his demise, having committed no offense worthy of such a fate. Yet the demon before him bore the unmistakable aura of Kil'jaeden. After vanquishing Maniloth, Xian successfully absorbed the entirety of his demonic power, feeling his strength surge and his form grow more solid and resilient. "Darling, it is time to establish our encampment." "Huh? What?" Vasiki's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily departed. Watching her retreating silhouette, Xian found her enticingly graceful, her slender waist swaying with each step, reminiscent of a young boy playing with serpents, whose wife was none other than Queen Medusa. Was her gait not akin to Vasiki's when she lacked feet? Had Illidan not been blind, Xian might have found it difficult to contain himself. Ahem, this little one is becoming increasingly alluring. Illidan interjected, "You shameless rogue. She clearly favors me." Xian retorted, "Away with you. For now, I am Illidan. Go pursue your tyrant, for Vasiki is mine." Illidan added, "Their forces are overwhelming. We must retreat across the river," an Orcish foot soldier declared. Soon, the Orcish stronghold crumbled under the offensive of the Night Elf forces, compelling the Orcs to retreat to their base across the river. Cenarius, however, showed no mercy, declaring, "You vile demon lackeys, you shall all perish." Summoning his formidable natural powers, Cenarius revitalized the felled trees, restoring the area to its former glory. He surveyed his Night Elf warriors, issuing commands. "Now, my soldiers, cleanse this filth. I shall watch over you from the forest." At that moment, an Orcish shaman sensed something amiss and hastily reported to Hell's Roar. "Hell's Roar, I perceive a dark power emanating from the wilderness. This may be the key to defeating Cenarius." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the forest, Xian, having absorbed Manalotha's powers, unleashed his own blood into the magical spring. The blood swiftly tainted the entire spring, transforming its hue from purple to a ghastly green, as though the waters were infused with poison. Vasiki returned, having successfully established a Naga base near a strategic point in the Grey Vale. And their influence was steadily expanding. "Why, Lord Illidan, what are you doing?" she asked, perplexed by the polluted spring. "Vasiki, gather all the Nagas here and do so swiftly." Though confused, Vasiki complied. Soon, all the Nagas in the Grey Vale were assembled, each awaiting Xian's command. "Listen well. This spring has absorbed a portion of my power. Each of you Nagas must drink from it to gain immense strength." Realization dawned on Vasiki, and she promptly instructed the Nagas to heed Xian's orders. One by one, the Naga warriors approached the tainted magical spring. After consuming the water, they felt an overwhelming surge of power, their bodies glowing a fierce crimson, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Vasiki was momentarily stunned by this spectacle. Yet for the sake of Illidan, she willingly allowed her kin to undergo this transformation. As she approached the polluted spring to drink, a hand pulled her back into Xian's embrace. Her heart raced as she felt the magnetic voice whisper in her ear, "You are my woman. You shall not drink." Vasiki's mind went blank, particularly at the phrase, "You are my woman." Satisfaction coursed through her. Every choice she had made along her journey seemed validated, as if the heavens had finally acknowledged her desires. The man she had longed for had finally noticed her, his gaze no longer fixated on the woman named Tyrant. Vasiki smiled, feeling a joy unlike any she had experienced before. Previously, merely seeing Illidan had sufficed. But now her happiness was profound, filling her heart with sweetness, as if everything had suddenly taken on significance. Yet Vasiki did not succumb to complacency. She recognized that Illidan had more pressing matters to attend to. He required many powerful subordinates, and she could not hinder his progress. She too must grow stronger. "My Lord Illidan. Still calling me that?" Xian interrupted Vash's words, and the latter quickly grasped the situation. Her complexion flushed slightly, and she found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. The words she had been poised to speak swiftly swallowed back down. Finally, under Xian's gaze, Vash gently uttered her words, her voice as delicate as a whisper, "Dearest." After saying this, Vash wished she could vanish into the earth, utterly mortified that a considerable amount of time passed before Vash managed to free herself from Xian's embrace. Her face a vivid crimson, as if it might bleed. "Darling, I too wish to drink from this spring. Did I not mention it? Everyone else may partake, but you alone cannot." From Xian's words, Vash understood his reasoning. The spring water was tainted, and once consumed, even divine intervention would be futile. "Please allow me to drink," Vash implored again, unwilling to hinder Illidan's progress. She sensed that the foes Illidan faced grew increasingly formidable. If she remained weak, she would become a burden to him. She did not wish to be a liability. Rather, she aspired to be Illidan's sharpest blade, severing all those who dared obstruct him. "Is it truly so essential for you to drink?" Unable to see Xian's eyes, Vash could not ascertain if he was angry, but she feared more the prospect of holding him back. In response to Xian's inquiry, Vash answered with unwavering determination, "Yes, for I wish to grow stronger." Xian chuckled at her response. What purpose does a woman have in becoming so powerful? I wish to be your weapon, unable to see the expression on her face. Xian could only discern the seriousness in her words that he fell silent. It was absolutely out of the question to allow Vash to consume the contaminated magic spring water. But would she heed his counsel? Even if he stopped her now, what if, in his absence, she stealthily returned to drink from it? To prevent such an occurrence, he needed to devise a mutually beneficial solution. Just then, Illidan's voice echoed in his mind. Do you truly care for her? Xian shot him a glance, retorting, do you not also hold affection for your tyrant? Illidan found himself at a loss for words. He could sense that the entity inhabiting his body harbored feelings for Vash that rivaled his own for tyrant. It left him momentarily inclined to assist Xian. In truth, I have a plan. What plan? Xian inquired hastily. Why not unite the two of you? Bah! What a preposterous idea. Do not think I am oblivious. You simply wish to deceive me. And as for uniting, how come your brother and sister-in-law did not succeed? Before Xian could finish, he was met with an irate outburst from Illidan, clearly incensed. I warn you, should you mention this matter again, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. Xian quickly fell silent. He could not afford to provoke him further. Damn it, this is akin to allowing officials to set fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. Vash! Xian bellowed in anger as he rushed forward, snatching the contaminated spring water from her grasp. Good heavens! Had he been any later, regret would have been futile. Vash, at that moment, dared not meet Xian's gaze. Resembling a remorseful girl caught in wrongdoing, Xian felt a headache coming on. It was evident that he must keep Vash by his side at all times. Calculating the time, he realized that the orc tribe would soon discover their location, and he needed to lead the Naga away from here. Cenarius had initiated wave after wave of attacks. If this continued, the orcs would have no chance of recovery, and perhaps they would all perish here. Hell's roar, we have no time to hesitate. Observing the unfolding battle, the shaman remarked. Hell's roar hesitated momentarily before choosing to seek out that mysterious dark power. You shall not defeat me. I am the heart of the earth. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated throughout the forest, unmistakably belonging to Cenarius. Brothers, hurry! We must swiftly locate the source of that mysterious power. They opted for a path devoid of night elves and encountered many bear-like creatures along the way. Fortunately, these creatures were not formidable, and they successfully vanquished them, clearing the path ahead to Hell's Roar. There is a portal here. I can sense the dark power hidden on the other side. What are we waiting for? Let us enter. Hell's Roar and his companions stepped through the portal, soon being transported to the next location. This is it. I feel the dark power drawing nearer. As they traversed a thicket, a tainted spring appeared before them. Suddenly, a horde of grotesque creatures burst forth, with their leader declaring, Filthy orcs, the masters of the Legion have sent us to guard this well. You are unworthy to partake of the dark waters within. Upon hearing this, Hell's Roar immediately bristled with anger. I care not who you are or who your master is. Step aside if you know what is good for you. Ultimately, they paid a heavy price for their lives, and no one could disturb Hell's Roar and his companions any longer. This pool emanates tremendous power, yet I can also detect the foul stench of demonic curses. Hell's Roar dismissed these concerns, proclaiming, I have long been cursed. If drinking this water is the only way to defeat Cenarius, then I shall drink. No, this contravenes the chief's guidance. We must not let fury govern us, one of the warriors from the War Song tribe argued. However, Hell's Roar disagreed, believing this was precisely the moment they needed fury the most. No, warriors, now is the time to embrace our rage. We must become the embodiment of destruction. It is our destiny. With that, Hell's Roar drank deeply from the tainted spring, instantly feeling a surge of power. Splendid. I once more sense the strength within me. Come, my warriors, drink from this dark water and embrace rebirth. Under Hell's Roar's encouragement, the orcs behind him followed suit. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Xian and Vash observed everything clearly. Dearest, I do not understand why we must allow these orcs to drink from this pool, because these orcs once forged a pact with Manaroth. And now that I have slain Manaroth and absorbed his power, I have also gained control over this pact. In due time, these orcs will become our formidable allies. Vashj finally understood the true purpose of the spring water. No wonder Illidan had forbidden her from drinking it. She felt a swell of emotion. If she drank from this spring, she would be bound irrevocably, unable to betray them. Yet Illidan had refrained from doing so. This undoubtedly deepened Vashj's fondness for Xian, a nuance that even Xian himself remained oblivious to. Chieftain, these creatures are pressing in, and their demigod still lurks within the forest. What shall we do to defeat him? Grommash Hell's roar retorted furiously. Cowardly weaklings. There exists no enemy we cannot vanquish in this world. If we wish to survive, Cenarius must perish. Empowered by their rage, the orcs launched a counterattack against the night elves, gaining the ability to pierce enemy armor. Even Cenarius's holy armor could be effortlessly breached. The demon scheme had succeeded. You reckless and bloodthirsty beings are no different from them. Cenarius seethed with rage as he beheld the enraged orcs. Yet at this juncture he could only resolve to eliminate them. Damnable demon lackeys! You shall all perish, Cenarius roared. The enraged orcs, however, displayed unparalleled ferocity, feeling no pain whatsoever as they surrounded Cenarius and unleashed devastating assaults. The demigod of the night elves, Cenarius, fell to the ground, and shortly thereafter, Xian emerged with the Naga's Hell's roar. You have done well, Xian remarked, visibly pleased with the rampaging orcs before him. Who are you? Hell's roar inquired, puzzled. Who am I? I am your master. Xian unleashed his power, causing the orcs to immediately display expressions of agony. After enduring a spell of torment, he gradually regained his composure. The foremost among them, Garrosh Hellscream, knelt before Xian, declaring, Esteemed master, Garrosh Hellscream is at your service. Xian nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze towards the lifeless body of the demigod Cenarius. Approaching, he absorbed the energy within Cenarius. Simultaneously removing his eyes, he lifted the black cloth that concealed Cenarius' sight, revealing the chilling emptiness that why Xian's intention was straightforward, to implant the eyes of the night elf demigod Cenarius into his own being. Were they the eyes of another, he might have hesitated, but as they belonged to a fellow night elf, there existed the possibility of restoring his vision. As he placed Cenarius' eyes into the void, a powerful force drew them in. Merging them with Xian, he attempted to open his eyes, only to find the world still shrouded in darkness. He could not perceive what a normal person would. Why can I still not see? Wasn't the fusion perfect? Just as confusion clouded his mind, Xian felt his eyes begin to burn, a searing sensation that drove him to the brink of despair. Ah, my eyes! He cried out, startling Vashj, who was rendered unable to approach him, leaving him to suffer alone. Time passed, and eventually the pain subsided. When Xian returned to normal, Vashj noticed him gazing intently at her. As if he were capable of seeing my dear, he acknowledged with a nod. Indeed, he could finally see. The battle in this realm had concluded, and Xian departed the Ashenvale forest alongside the Naga and the corrupted orcs. Meanwhile, on the other side, the chieftain of the orcs dispatched scouts to investigate Stoneclaw Peak. Chieftain, as per your instructions, we have scouted Stoneclaw Peak, and the mountain paths are completely sealed by human fortifications. Thrall sighed, feeling helpless against the humans' actions. What do they intend to achieve? If they seek to provoke us, they had a clear opportunity before. Just then, a figure appeared before them. Shallow, Pora, young chieftain. Thrall's eyes widened in surprise. The arrival of his old friend brought him joy. Cain, what brings you here? The favor of your orc kin can only be repaid with blood. We have come to assist you in reaching the oracle. However, those armored pink-skinned ones do not seem friendly, Cain Bloodhoof replied. Those pink-skinned ones are humans. Our enemies across the SEIT seems they are determined to prevent our ascent. Cain Bloodhoof nodded, and a thought suddenly struck him. Ah, the wisdom of the oracle belongs to all. The nearby griffins may assist us, for they harbor no fondness for these invaders. Thrall's face brightened at this revelation. Excellent. With the griffin's assistance, our task will become significantly easier. Thrall and Cain Bloodhoof prepared to seek the griffin's aid, but en route, they were ambushed by a swarm of lightning lizards, forcing them to deal with the threat first. There seems to be a spring here. Cain nodded, but upon seeing the color of the water, his brow furrowed. It appears this spring has been contaminated. We must purify it before it can be used. But how can we achieve that? Thrall inquired, puzzled. I recall that the centaur chieftain possesses a purification glyph. If we can acquire that, the polluted spring can be cleansed. Just as they prepared to search for the centaur chieftain, they witnessed another scene. A group of harpies had imprisoned the griffins. This is bad. The griffins are imprisoned. At that moment, the harpies noticed Thrall and his companions. That I warn you, Stoneclaw Peak is ours. Neither you barbarians, nor those humans shall leave alive. Sisters, let's attack. The harpies launched an assault on Thrall's group. Many orcs lacked the ability to strike at the airborne foes, left to endure the harassment of the harpies. But fortunately, they had specialized methods of capture. The orc wolf riders cast a net to ensnare the harpies, brutally striking them down on the ground. After defeating the harpies, some wind riders were also freed, but this was only a fraction. Many more remained imprisoned in the harpies' lair. Thank you for rescuing us, Chieftain, but my brothers are still captive in the harpy stronghold. I hope you can help free them. Rest assured, we will rescue them. Yes, they pressed on. The harpies' lair drew ever closer. Look, my brothers are right there. Thrall commanded, warriors, quickly rescue the griffins. As the forces surged forward, the harpies launched a fierce attack on Thrall's group, powerful tornadoes casting the orcs into the sky. After a grueling battle, the harpies were vanquished. Gazing at the dozen or so iron cages before him, Thrall raised his hammer high, and lightning struck down from the heavens, crashing into the cages. With a second bolt, the cages swung open, and griffins soared free. All right, the griffins have been rescued. Now they can assist us in reaching the summit, Cain Bloodhoof affirmed. Thrall nodded. We have entered the territory of the ancient kingdom. King, exercise caution. A force that once terrorized the dwarves lurks somewhere within. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of webbed creatures charged forth. Look, brothers, the treacherous king. Me? Arthas was perplexed. How did these webbed creatures know of his identity? At that moment, a Nubarak interjected, They are speaking of me. My king, these webbed creatures will not cease until we are vanquished. As they continued onward, they encountered many bizarre creatures ahead. What on earth are these things? They are likely the terrifying beings spoken of by the dwarves. I thought they existed only in legend. Arthas was baffled, struggling to grasp a Nubarak's words. Yet the sight of the tentacles on the ground filled him with unease. They are some unknown entities. A Nubarak, too, was at a loss for how to explain these creatures to Arthas. It was his first encounter as well. Upon reaching a platform, they beheld a terrifying sight. A creature lay on a marble slab, surrounded by a large eye. This is impossible. A Nubarak was taken aback. Seemingly recalling something, he warned Arthas, This is a power long forgotten. King, remain vigilant. This is a dreadful creature. Insignificant. Arthas clearly dismissed the threat. Just as he prepared to eradicate the hideous being before him, a horde of strange creatures suddenly emerged from nowhere. Their numbers overwhelming and closing in on Arthas and his companions. King, we must flee. The enemy is too numerous for us to contend with. Quickly, up the stairs, they raced up the staircase without looking back. And after a while, they finally evaded the strange creatures. At that juncture, they halted. A Nubarak, how much longer until we can escape? I am growing impatient. Arthas expressed his disdain for lingering in this wretched place. Where the air was thick and foul, we are nearly there. We have now entered the upper kingdom, and the exit will take us to the glacier. However, we must remain wary of traps. Suddenly, a collapse occurred above, and Arthas hurriedly dashed to the side. Only after ensuring his safety did he realize he had lost track of Anorak. The entire corridor was on the verge of crumbling, leaving no time to dig through. I must act swiftly and locate another exit, hoping that Anorak and the others are still alive. As Arthas searched for a new escape route, he came upon a mechanism, surrounded by a multitude of monsters rushing toward him. He quickly leaped onto a moving floor, which fluctuated up and down, effectively splitting the horde of monsters apart. If they wished to approach, they could only do so one by one, given the limited space and the surrounding floor's incessant movement. Arthas skillfully evaded capture. He could not tell how long he had been running, but at last he emerged, waiting at a junction with the hope that Anorak would escape as well. Perhaps it was divine providence. For a voice emerged from a previously sealed passage. Arthas turned to look. With a resounding bang, the passageway opened, revealing Anorak leading his spider out. "Wonderful! Anorak, you made it!" Arthas exclaimed, clearly overjoyed. "My king, let us continue our journey," Anorak urged. Arthas nodded. They were drawing ever closer to their exit, and soon a door came into view. "Now, hurry! Through that door. The exit to the surface is right before us." A few minutes later, Arthas and Anorak emerged from the depths, greeted by a snow-laden landscape where flakes danced down from the sky. Behind Arthas loomed a vast army of undead, with 4 frosty dragons hovering above. He gazed toward the mountaintop, where lay the treasures left for him by the Lich King. "Ha! The frozen throne? I am coming." The frozen throne rested atop a small hill in the center of the canyon, requiring the activation of 4 magical stone towers surrounding it to unlock its grand entrance. This time, without Illidan's obstruction, Arthas successfully opened the doors to the frozen throne and stepped inside. As he approached the throne, the temperature dropped drastically. Upon reaching the throne, he found the ice upon it had shattered. Revealing a crown at his feet, he gazed at the crown, slowly reaching down to pick it up. The moment his fingers brushed against it, an unprecedented surge of power flooded into Arthas, causing the surroundings to tremble until he placed the crown upon his head. "From this day forth, I, Arthas, shall be the new Lich King." Arthas strode to the frozen throne and seated himself upon it. Adorned with the crown, he exuded an air of authority, gradually closing his eyes to absorb the world around him. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and exited the frozen throne. Upon reaching an open area, he halted. Arthas surveyed the landscape, raising Frostmourne high above his head, gripping it tightly before plunging it into the ground. Instantly, the snow covering the ice vanished, and as Frostmourne struck, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of cracks erupted across the icy surface. Suddenly, a massive hand burst forth from beneath the ice, followed by another, as the ice shattered completely. It revealed not just a hand, but the claw of a colossal skeletal dragon. Standing before the dragon, Arthas appeared minuscule, dwarfed by the size of its EY. As the dragon soared around Arthas thrice. It then soared off into the distance. Arthas approached the cliff's edge, gazing down to behold his valiant undead army. Devoid of flesh, only bones remained. Their hollow, soulless eye sockets glimmered with a blue light. Reminiscent of eyes, they raised their weapons, roaring in salute to Arthas, as if celebrating their newfound freedom. Anorak felt a surge of triumph. Knowing his mission was accomplished, Arthas had successfully ascended to the frozen throne, gaining immeasurable power and summoning a formidable army. This world was destined to belong to the Scourge. Days later, Xian returned to Lordaeron with the subjugated fell orcs, and Kael'thas was naturally there to greet him. "Master, you have returned," Kael'thas said with utmost respect. Yet Xian remained unfazed, fully aware that Kael'thas' respect was merely a facade, waiting for him to bring back materials for constructing the Well of Eternity. Once Xian completed the well, Kael'thas would undoubtedly turn against him. Thus, the purpose of his return with the fell orcs was simple: to eradicate the roots of the problem. Although Kael'thas' army was particularly large at present, they appeared as mere ants before Xian. Moreover, the Naga behind him were no ordinary Naga. They possessed the same furious dark powers as the fell orcs, making them exceedingly easy to deal with the diminutive blood elves. Xian silently contemplated Kael'thas' background, a farewell of sorts. Kael'thas was a member of Quel'Dorii, the prince of the Quel'Dorii kingdom, and a council member of the Kirin. After the fall of Quel'Dorii, he emerged as a hero, eventually becoming the king of Quel'Dorii. "Master, what is this?" Kael'thas was puzzled as to why Illidan would mention his lineage at this moment, especially since he had noticed the fell orcs and the transformed Naga behind him. Xian offered no response to Kael'thas, instead reflecting on his original fate. His original destiny involved betraying Illidan, aligning himself with Kil'jaeden, and seeking to summon Kil'jaeden to Azeroth using the residual energy of the Sunwell, ultimately becoming the enemy of all races on Azeroth. He met his demise at the hands of the alliance known as the Broken Sun, formed by the Blood Elf astrologers and the Draenei. Dying on his homeland, Kil'jaeden, meanwhile, was blasted back to the twisting nether by the energy of the Sunwell. Although Kael'thas's fate was altered by his own actions, he could never truly submit to Xian. As Illidan was a night elf, and a profound enmity existed between the night elves and the high elves. The blood elves were originally high elves, akin to Vashj, and after the first invasion of the Burning Legion failed, most of the magic-worshipping high elves were drawn into the depths by the whirlpool formed after the explosion of the Well of Eternity, transforming into Naga. However, not all high elves were caught in that whirlpool. A few survived. Though they lived on, they lost their exalted status and the power to study their magic. It was well known that Malfurion had a deep disdain for magic, had it not been for the magic of the Well of Eternity. The Burning Legion would not have been drawn to them. Thus, when Malfurion came to power, the activities of the High Elves were closely monitored and controlled. Yet they were fortunate, for Illidan created a second Well of Eternity, giving the High Elves renewed hope. After several centuries, the High Elves dared to rebel against the Druidic regime, successfully regaining the use of magic under the leadership of Dathramar, a move that unsettled the Druids. However, the Druidic regime was immensely powerful, and Dathramar was still too weak. During one incident in a Shenvale, to prove their magical prowess, they met with disaster. The Druids, having arrested numerous High Elves for their transgressions, found themselves in a predicament, as the ruling authorities could not execute their kin for such reasons. Yet, to consolidate the Druidic regime and prevent similar situations from arising, they expelled these High Elves, forbidding their return. Thus, they were left to seek a new homeland. Dathramar led his followers across the seas to Lordaeron, yet fortune did not favor them. Due to their estrangement from the Well of Eternity, they not only lost the inherent physical traits of the Night Elves, but also found their reserves of energy severely diminished. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in the native trolls, who were decidedly unwelcoming to these outsiders. The reason for their hostility was that Dalaran had established its empire atop ancient troll ruins, thus desecrating the gods of the trolls, bringing them to the brink of war. This conflict endured for an extensive period. Although the number of elves paled in comparison to that of the trolls, their formidable magic tipped the scales in their favor, allowing them to erect a protective barrier of runestones along the borders of Quel'Thalas. This standoff persisted for a staggering 4 millennia, during which the elves became complacent, unaware that the trolls were biding their time for a renewed assault. Ultimately, this led to the precarious state of the Elven Empire, forcing them to seek assistance from the humans they had previously scorned. Yet, the humans offered no aid, indifferent to the plight of the elves, mirroring the elves' prior disregard for human suffering and their desperation. Dalaran dispatched envoys once more, this time bearing gifts. They promised to impart magical knowledge to the humans in exchange for their assistance against the trolls, thus commenced a transaction between humans and elves, culminating in the formation of an alliance after the trolls were vanquished. The cornerstone of this pact was the principle of mutual support and unwavering loyalty. Yet this alliance proved less steadfast than anticipated. Following a victory aiding humans against the orcs, the High Elves deemed their debt to humanity settled and withdrew from the alliance, citing the humans' lack of success in battle as justification. This decision incited considerable resentment among some humans towards the elves, fostering a lingering distrust that would later manifest in Garithos' relentless persecution of Kael'thas. The origin of the Sun Well lay in a vial of water from the Well of Eternity, left behind by Illidan. Upon its creation, the elves began to worship the sun, adopting it as their emblem. However, under the command of Arthas, the undead scourge relentlessly dismantled their defenses, and in resurrecting Kel'Thuzad, they tainted the Sun Well, leading to its ultimate demise. As a substitute for the Well of Eternity, the obliteration of the Sun Well signified the twilight of the High Elves, who thereafter rebranded themselves as Blood Elves in pursuit of vengeance. Strike now. With a commanding voice, Xian instructed, and Vashj unhesitatingly loosed an arrow towards Kael'thas, employing a technique known as chain lightning, which instantly inflicted grievous wounds upon him. At that moment, Kael'thas was preoccupied with devising a plan against Illidan. Caught unawares by the sudden assault, by the time he comprehended the situation, the attack had already reached him. Unbeknownst to him, upon learning of Illidan's return, he had not anticipated the ensuing turmoil, arriving with only a handful of followers. thus finding himself cornered. That my lord, what is the meaning of this? Kael that's inquired, bewildered as he gazed at Illidan, sensing something amiss. However, he dismissed his apprehensions, only to be confronted with an unexpected ferocity. What awaited him was an axe. Hell's fury materialized before Kael that's, swinging its battle axe with blinding speed towards him. Kael that's collapsed to the ground, those exquisitely beautiful elven eyes closing for the last time. After executing this act, Xian summoned the Kodo beasts of the Orcish horde to clean up the aftermath. Under their diligent efforts, the ground bore no trace of the conflict, as if nothing had transpired. While Kael that's had perished, his kin remained oblivious to their prince's fate, likely still engaged in receiving Xian. Let us proceed inside. Upon entering Lordaeron, every blood elf and blood elf warrior who encountered Xian bowed in reverence, but a few inquisitive blood elves inquired about Kael that's whereabouts, to which Xian replied that he was occupied with a mission. And the elves raised no suspicions that, in the ensuing time, Xian gathered all the blood elves in Lordaeron. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of fell orcs and a Naga legion approached, and the blood elves, upon sighting the fell orcs, were filled with astonishment, tempered by fear. Had Xian not been present, they might have attacked the fell orcs out of panic. With a wave of his hand, the fell orcs and Nagas produced vials containing the very waters from the tainted magical spring in the Ashen Vale. Xian stepped forward, drawing a blood elf soldier to him, who found a vial in his hand unbeknownst to him. Xian raised the vial high, addressing the blood elves. My warriors, do you see this vial? It contains a potion to overcome addiction to magic. Once consumed, you shall be free from its grasp. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood elves fixated their eyes on the vial, and soon, one among them posed a question. Lord Illidan, can this potion truly cure magic addiction? Xian nodded and passed the vial to the soldier he had called forth. Drink it, and prove to everyone that this potion is indeed the remedy for your affliction. The soldier hesitated but ultimately chose to drink. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, his presence stronger than ever before. Upon inspecting his bodily changes and finding no adverse effects, he joyfully proclaimed, Indeed, it is true. I feel invigorated. Xian nodded in satisfaction, observing the blood elves becoming visibly moved, their eagerness to consume the potion evident. He gestured to Vashj, who promptly instructed her Naga subordinates to distribute the potions among the blood elves, in an orderly fashion. The blood elves lined up to receive their share. After approximately half an hour, every blood elf in Lordaeron possessed a vial of dark water. Xian's signal. They consumed it in unison, and soon, their eyes glowed of bright crimson. I cannot believe it was so effortless to deceive these blood elves. Now they are bound to my will. Xian mused thoughtfully. With the blood elves as a formidable force, augmented by the Nagas and fell orcs, it seemed that no one in Azeroth could stand against them. It was now time to address Arthas. Since their last encounter, Xian had not seen him again and was uncertain of his condition. Though the Lich King had fallen, he was unlikely to have left no contingency behind. With Arthas potentially serving as a pivotal element of that plan, Xian felt no trepidation regarding other races, but Arthas remained a variable of uncertainty. He resolved to venture into the Plague Lands. Only by confirming Arthas's whereabouts could he ascertain his own ability to confront him. Time was of the essence. The sooner he gained this knowledge, the better. Meanwhile, Thrall had located the Centaur Khan, defeating him and acquiring the Purification Glyph. Swiftly returning to the base to cleanse the tainted spring water point 1 minute later, the contaminated spring water was successfully purified, restored to its original function. Next, it was time to deal with the humans. Thrall, there is a human base ahead, Cairn Bloodhoof remarked. Thrall nodded, recognizing that this was not the human's main stronghold, but merely a sub-base at the foot of the mountain. Let us clear this base of humans. The defenses of this outpost were minimal, comprising only a handful of infantry and a few watchtowers. Alongside a grand mage, the Orcish horde surged forth, with the aerial dominance of the dragons instilling absolute terror, causing the human soldiers to crumble into disarray. Left at the mercy of Thrall's forces, it seems that to breach the humans' main stronghold, we will need to procure some airships, Thrall conceded, acknowledging that aside from airships, they had no alternative. After acquiring several airships, Thrall dispatched the dragons to scout ahead. Indeed, as the dragons ascended to great heights, they spotted several griffins guarding the area. Had they deployed the airships directly, it would have resulted in utter annihilation. This moment, the key role was played by the wyverns. Thrall and his companions took advantage of the intense battle between the wyverns and the griffins to allow the airship to descend onto the ground above, swiftly enabling the entire horde of orcs to enter. Under the trampling of the tauren, the arrow towers were of little consequence. The orcs, known for their resilience and formidable strength, faced no resistance from the humans, who could only succumb to the overwhelming force of the Orcish army. After dispatching the human forces on Stoneclaw Peak, Thrall instructed his brethren to regroup. Just then, human figures appeared along a path below. Led by a woman wielding a staff, as Thrall prepared to act, Cairn Bloodhoof intervened. "Hold on, War Chief." At that moment, Thrall had a revelation. It seems that the young which spoken of by Garrosh must be her. It appears we are not the only ones seeking the oracle. Cairn nodded in agreement. It's wise to proceed with caution. This cave is an ideal spot for an ambush. However, Thrall dismissed the concern. "Fear not, Cairn. I was raised among humans, and their tricks are all too familiar to me. They shall not impede my quest for the oracle." They then ventured into the cave where the human which had entered. As they journeyed a third of the way in, a fork in the path emerged before them. "It seems we must split up, War Chief," Cairn suggested. "Indeed, both paths appear treacherous, but we have little choice," Thrall replied. "Very well, War Chief, but do not let your guard down that we know nothing of the ancient beasts lurking deep within these mountains. Rest assured, Cairn, and good luck." With that, they parted ways. Thrall observed this appears to be an underground palace. He and his orc companions pushed open the grand door. The instant the door swung ajar, a barrage of arrows rained upon them. Thrall summoned wolves lunged forward, seizing one of the foes, drawing the attention of the remaining enemies. Naturally, Thrall could not stand idly by as his pets were assaulted. He swiftly dispatched the attackers before him, who bore a resemblance to the undead, though they were not part of the scourge. It was evident that they were deceased, sustained only by their decaying bones. The enemies wielded bows, suggesting they had once been archers in life. After eliminating several foes, they pressed on, utilizing the wolves to scout ahead. The young wolves possessed the ability to cloak themselves. As long as they did not engage the enemies, they remained unseen. Capitalizing on this, Thrall advanced cautiously. The next wave of adversaries consisted of skeletal archers. Yet these proved to be more formidable than the previous ones. Thrall sensed magical fluctuations emanating from their arrows. The two wolves suddenly revealed themselves, each targeting one of the archers, as he had anticipated. The arrows they released bore a distinct enchantment, infused with fire magic, which ignited upon impact. Thrall quickly cast a chain lightning spell, instantly slaying numerous skeletal archers, while the few remaining could not escape their doom. Soon, he arrived at another fork in the path. To the left stood a dungeon door, seemingly concealing something within, while the right path revealed several fallen ones. Thrall glanced at the dungeon door, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a skull before him. It appeared that the other side of the door housed a throng of skeletons. Given this revelation, he deemed it unnecessary to investigate further and thus proceeded towards the fallen ones. After vanquishing the fallen, he discovered yet another dungeon door, with the path ahead shrouded in darkness. After some contemplation, Thrall decided to investigate. Upon opening the door, he refrained from entering directly, instead sending the two wolves to scout the interior. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon 3 cave-dwelling creatures resembling tentacled monstrosities. Thrall chose not to disturb them and continued onward. Along the way, he encountered a few wraiths and skeletons, but they posed little threat and were quickly dispatched. Upon reaching a throne, a massive skeleton materialized before Thrall. Gritting his teeth, he engaged it in combat, and upon defeating it, he noticed a portal not far ahead. Its destination remained a mystery, but with no other paths available. He stepped through the portal. After an indeterminate amount of time, he found himself before a statue. As the orcs pondered their situation, a voice suddenly resonated. "I am Isoon, the ancient princess of the Moonkin. As long as my heart does not return, this place shall remain inaccessible." Thrall mused. The statue has conjured an insurmountable barrier. What could she mean by heart? Puzzled, he continued. It seems that a pass through here. We must locate Isun's heart. To the right, there was an iron door that appeared impassable, while to the left stood an elven door crafted of wood, which opened easily as the door swung open. Human voices echoed forth. It's the orcs. Grab your weapons. Thrall remained unfazed, noting that there were only 3 humans before him, and they were already at a disadvantage in numbers. He watched as they donned their armor and readied their weapons. And once they were prepared, he struck. After dispatching these humans, they pressed forward, only to be confronted by a flock of sheep. Strange, I don't recall this place being home to such creatures, Thrall pondered aloud. Just as he voiced his confusion, a melodic laugh chimed in. Ha ha, for an orc he is rather astute. As they approached the sheep, they underwent a transformation, morphing into human soldiers, effectively surrounding Thrall and his companions. Damn it, we've been tricked. Thrall unleashed a chain lightning spell to carve a path, yet he had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he resolved to teach those humans a lesson, ultimately slaying all the soldiers. Though the battle was fraught with tension, it prompted Thrall to take heed. Ahead, he spotted a few harpies engaged in combat with a creature that seemed to possess treasure. Quickly, let us move in and eliminate them. That treasure shall be ours. As the harpies fought the creature, Thrall and the orcs rushed in, swiftly dispatching them and claiming the so-called treasure. This appears to be a magical amulet. I wonder what purpose it serves. Best to take it with us. Nearby, a portal beckoned, and Thrall stepped inside, eager to discover its destination. Upon entering, he found himself back at the statue that moment. The magical amulet in his hand radiated a brilliant light, and Thrall suddenly comprehended its significance. Isun, your heart lies here. Now, please unveil the path to the oracle. The statue responded to Thrall, and the once insurmountable barrier dissipated. It is evident that this is a form of ghostly bridge. Yet the enchanted gem that powers it is missing. I hope Karen can assist us in locating it. Meanwhile, Karen encountered a horde of enemies, surrounded by a pack of gnolls. However, these gnolls proved too feeble. With a single shockwave, Karen annihilated them all. Just then, they heard a voice, seemingly from human soldiers. What are they doing here? Karen wondered. Infantry, get out of this cursed place. Dwarven riflemen, no, don't go that way. However, the dwarven gunners had clearly arrived a moment too late. They had already stepped into that place. The instant they entered, a row of spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, slaughtering all the human soldiers. Kane was equally taken aback by this scene, as he had not anticipated that this place was rife with traps. After advancing for a while, they encountered a group of wild boar men, who seemed to be guarding something. Kane suddenly noticed an object not far from him and approached it. Kane Bloodhoof remarked, "This appears to be a device to activate the traps. I wonder what will happen once it is triggered." Upon activating the trap, the wild boar men were instantly impaled by the spikes that erupted from the ground, leaving no corpses behind. Kane Bloodhoof shook his head and said, "What a tragic fate." After the wild boar men perished, Kane prepared to descend, but was obstructed by an iron gate. They had no choice but to seek the switch to open it, believing it to be nearby. Eventually, they found the switch and successfully opened the iron gate. Upon passing through, Kane arrived at the location where the wild boar men had guarded a gem, but he stepped forward and picked up the gem. Kane Bloodhoof exclaimed, "The base of this gem is inscribed with runes. This is indeed the illusion stone of the Stoneclaw Ravine. If the legends hold true, it can open the illusory bridge to the oracle." With a sense of wonder, Kane continued onward, as they seemed to have entered a palace. "Beware! The stone statues have awakened. Prepare for defense," Kane shouted. Suddenly, the 2 stone statues swept their arms, causing a horde of skeletons to spring from the ground. Attacking Kane that moment, Kane stood in stunned silence. Are these stone statues devoid of manners? They suddenly revive and can summon skeletons? The statue replied, "Doubt me. I can summon skeletons from thin air, requiring no corpses whatsoever." Kane retorted, "What a farce." Ultimately, the statue fell, and Kane successfully located Thrall. The sight before Kane was breathtaking. The illusory bridge, just as the legends described. The path to the oracle has unveiled itself, he proclaimed with delight. After traversing the illusory bridge, Thrall and the others encountered the human sorceress, Jaina. "Orcs, I knew we were being followed. Prepare for battle, Jaina declared to that moment. Another voice interjected, Halt. Violence is not permitted here. Thrall turned to see that the speaker was none other than the prophet who had guided him earlier. That voice, you're not the oracle. You are that prophet, Thrall exclaimed. Sharp eyes, son of Durotan. Indeed, I am that prophet. Since you have all arrived here, let me unveil your destinies. What is going on here? Thrall demanded, clearly agitated. Feeling deceived, the prophet, unperturbed, explained, Thrall, this is Jaina Proudmoore, the leader of the surviving humans. Survivors? What do you mean by that? Thrall asked. The prophet sighed and said, the Burning Legion's invasion has begun. Lordaeron seems to have fallen. And their next target is Kalimdor. Only by uniting can we confront the shadows and save this world from the flames. Upon hearing the call for alliance, Jaina was the first to express disbelief. Join forces with them? Are you mad? The prophet, incensed, replied, Is my message not clear enough? The Burning Legion seeks to eradicate history and all life. Thrall, your friend Hellscream has succumbed to the demons. It won't be long before he and all your kin are lost forever. No, I will not allow that to happen, Thrall insisted. The prophet continued, Then you must save him immediately. Fulfill the destiny I promised you. His role is crucial, but you will need assistance. Wait, are you joking? You expect me to go with, Jaina began, but was interrupted by the prophet. The fate lies in your hands, young sorceress. The time for choice has come. For the future of all beings, humans must stand united with the Horde. In that moment, both the orcs and humans found themselves calmed by the prophet's words. They emerged from the cave, with Thrall, Cain, and Jaina standing together. If the prophet speaks truthfully, then the Warsong clan's camp lies atop this mountain. Prepare yourselves, battle could erupt at any moment, Cain advised. Thrall replied, I understand, Cain, but I never anticipated a day when I would have to draw my blade against my own kin. Jaina added, Remember, Thrall, this soulstone can capture your friend Hellscream's essence unharmed. You must bring him back to my base quickly, so I can liberate Garrosh from the demon's grasp. Thrall expressed his gratitude for Jaina's words. Likewise, once we return to the base, I will do my utmost to assist you. Good luck, gentlemen. Upon finishing her statement, a spell circle appeared beneath Jaina, and she vanished from sight. Cain could only offer comfort to Thrall, as none wished for circumstances to unfold in such a manner. Hellscream is like a brother to me, but his Warsong clan has succumbed to the demon's control. If I cannot rescue him, my kin may bear this curse for eternity. However, as Thrall searched the mountain, he found no trace of the Warsong clan. It was as if the place was utterly vacant. Could it be that the prophet deceived us? Thrall pondered. Cain replied, I don't believe the prophet is lying. It is possible that Hellscream has already been called away. That is the only explanation in truth. Hellscream had indeed been cursed, but was not under demonic control. He was currently en route to the Plague Lands with Xian and others. Had the prophet known the reality, he would likely have been driven to despair. With no other option, Thrall returned to seek out Jaina, informing her of the situation. Jaina was equally perplexed, stating, This shouldn't be the case. It seems we will have to wait for the prophet to reappear for clarification, but for now, we must remain ready for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, the prophet had found Malfurion and Tyrant, relaying the same urgent message to them. Upon understanding the gravity of the situation, they followed the prophet's guidance to the World Tree to prepare defenses, knowing that only by uniting the three factions could they conquer the encroaching darkness. After a long journey, Xian led the fell orcs, Naga, and blood elves to the Plague Lands. This place seems different from what I imagined, Xian remarked, noting the eerie silence surrounding them. Had it not been for a few ghouls ahead, I might have doubted whether the Plague Lands had changed hands. Approaching one of the ghouls, Xian inquired, Where is your master, Arthas? As soon as the words left his mouth, the ghouls exchanged glances before charging at Xian. What the? Without any hesitation, they attack. Did I disturb your ancestors in my past life? Just as the ghouls were about to overwhelm him, a bolt of forked lightning struck, incinerating the ghouls into ash without leaving a trace. Are you all right, dear? Valsar asked, rushing to Xian's side, ready to defend him with her bow at the ready. This made Xian feel a sense of warmth, and he thought, this feeling is quite pleasant. In the depths of the Plagueland's great hall, a woman reclined on the throne, her right leg crossed over her left. exuding an aura of darkness. She was Sylvanas Windrunner, the queen of the Forsaken. My queen. Trouble is afoot. A horde of monsters has invaded, accompanied by blood elves and orcs. Sylvanas abruptly rose from her throne, as if she had just heard a most outrageous jest. When did the blood elves and the orcs unite? Come, let us venture forth. I wish to see who dares intrude upon my realm. Xian found his path unobstructed. The undead here seemed feeble, hardly worthy of mention apart from their sheer numbers. His own forces were substantial, as he had come prepared to gauge Arthas's strength, bringing along a considerable retinue. When the grand doors of the palace swung open, Xian beheld a sight that left him utterly incredulous. Sylvanas was indeed present in the Plague Lands. Logically, she should have wandered off with a portion of her followers. Even if she aimed to establish her own kingdom, it was inconceivable that it would be in the Plague Lands, an area well known as Arthas's domain. Arthas would never allow Sylvanas such audacity, nor could she possibly contend with him. What on earth was happening? Xian pondered. Could it be that she had already pledged allegiance to Arthas? Or was she still under his control? Sylvanas, too, regarded Xian, as her gaze fell upon him. An inexplicable chill enveloped her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Her instincts warned her that this demon was not to be trifled with. Who are you, and why have you come to my kingdom? Despite the strength of the demon before her, Sylvanas did not cower. Rather, she questioned him with an icy tone of tea that moment. The Dreadlord whispered a few words into Sylvanas' ear, and she realized that the demon before her was none other than the renowned Illidan. She had not anticipated that he had grown so powerful. Your kingdom? What of Arthas? Bring him forth? Vashj did not back down. Directly calling him out by name, Sylvanas could only laugh in response. Arthas? My apologies, dear lady, but he has gone to meet his father. Vashj was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, then turned to Xian. Oh, he has gone to see his father. If I'm not mistaken, he should not be here, correct? In Xian's view, it was impossible for Arthas to have perished so easily. He had not escaped the underground caverns on his own. So how could he have met his demise so readily? Clearly, Sylvanas was lying. It appeared the narrative had shifted significantly. Sylvanas had successfully claimed the Plague Lands and established her own kingdom, standing alongside a Dreadlord. It was evident that Arthas was indeed absent. Otherwise, Sylvanas could not have taken control of this territory. Yet this development also presented an opportunity at why Xian considered the prospect of recruiting Sylvanas as a tremendous advantage, one that could potentially grant him dominion over all races in this world. Such an arrangement would be exceedingly beneficial. Indeed, Arthas is not here. Suddenly, one of the corrupted orcs beside Xian exhibited unusual behavior. Without hesitation, Xian drew his blade and dispatched the creature. To onlookers, it appeared that he was merely venting his frustrations on his own men, slaying them indiscriminately. However, to Sylvanas, the situation was far more significant. How did you discern that? Sylvanas's brow furrowed. Illidan seemed to know everything, and a sense of unease began to creep in her heart. I not only discerned it, but I also know that Arthas is your sworn enemy. He destroyed your homeland, slaughtered your people, and transformed you into this wretched form. Even if you have escaped their control, you remain incapable of killing him. Why Xian's words pierced her heart like a needle, and her expression grew increasingly cold. You seem eager for vengeance. Vashj interjected, her tone laced with salt. Humph, my affairs are of no concern to you. Xian erupted into laughter, leaving Sylvanas bewildered. What do you find amusing? I find it amusing that you have made a foolish decision. You may not yet realize that Arthas's departure from here was not because he abandoned this place. Rather, he ventured forth to seek a power far greater. By now, he has likely obtained that power, one so formidable that you cannot fathom it. You shall never reach such heights in your lifetime, woman. Should you wish for revenge, your chances are bleak. Indeed, Sylvanas began to struggle internally. If she could never slay Arthas, what meaning would her existence hold? How do you know this? Because I am also his enemy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We might consider an alliance. I can help you defeat Arthas and deliver him to you for retribution. However, the condition is that you must serve me unconditionally. Initially, Sylvanas seemed swayed by the prospect. But upon hearing the latter part of his proposal, she dismissed it entirely. I am sorry, but I cannot accept your offer. Xian had anticipated this rejection. If she had readily agreed, it would have raised his suspicions. Do not rush. Should you come to your senses, seek me out in Lord Darren. I shall await your arrival. With that, Xian gestured for his forces to withdraw, with Arthas absent and his inquiries resolved. Remaining here held no purpose. Additionally, he was not in a hurry to win Sylvanas over. Xian held a significant fondness for Sylvanas. He did not wish to subjugate a being who constantly contemplated treachery. He desired her allegiance willingly, akin to Vash's devotion to Illidan. Dear, do you wish to recruit her? After uttering this question, Vash regretted her words, fearing she may have provoked Illidan. Dear. Xian turned to her, noting her hesitance, finding her demeanor endearing. That moment, she bore little resemblance to a queen. Was she perhaps feeling jealous? It appeared quite likely, as Xian had lingered a bit too long on Sylvanas. Captivated by her unique complexion and curious whether every part of her was indeed gray, Xian had not expected Vash to feel envy over this. Nonetheless, it was quite normal. If she were to gaze at another man, he would likely be consumed by rage. Fortunately, Vash was not like other women. Had this occurred in his previous world, she would have likely thrown a fit. Dear. Xian halted, signaling his troops to continue onward. While Vash paused at his call, night had fallen, and the sky was adorned with a scattering of stars. Xian lifted his gaze to the heavens, realizing it had been quite some time since he had last gazed upon the stars. Vash let out a soft sigh, noticing Xian's rapt attention to the sky. She approached him, mimicking his posture as they both looked up. You know what it means to like someone? Xian suddenly inquired. Vash was momentarily taken aback, then fell into a deep contemplation. Vash found herself lost in memories, searching for an answer within her recollections. Ultimately, she could not uncover the response she sought. I do not know what it means to like someone, but I've been aware of you since 10,000 years ago. Back then, you were deeply enamored with Tyrant, yet she did not return your affections. I was just a humble handmaiden beside, Queen. Yes, she spoke. It seemed she touched upon some painful memories, her body trembling, evoking a sense of empathy. On the eve of the War of the Ancients. My youthful jealousy of Tyrant's favored status with the queen bred contempt within me. Our experiences bear a certain resemblance, which compelled me to understand you, for perhaps we both comprehend each other's suffering. Thus, I found myself captivated by your golden gaze, succumbing to its allure. That time, your eyes were entirely ensnared by Tyrant, oblivious to the fact that another was watching you from within the High Elf Palace. Later, I approached you under orders, and you cannot imagine the exhilaration and joy I felt. I was not only able to bask in the warmth of the sun and the gentleness of the wind, but also behold the hero I had long yearned for across epochs. Initially, I was plagued by the ugliness bestowed upon me by the great maelstrom, and I dared not hope for your acknowledgement. Yet now, we have both become grotesque as demons, and the very notion that we are together is beyond my imagination, filling me with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment for this lifetime. Even if I were to meet my end now, I would harbor no grievances. The time spent with you has sufficed to fill 1,000 years of coldness and emptiness in the boundless in the days to come. I hope to share your burdens. Whatever decisions you make, I shall support you unconditionally. Your life means the survival of Vash, and should you perish, Vash shall not linger on. I know not when, but tears welled in the corners of Xian's eyes, and to claim that I was not moved would be a falsehood. Even the most hardened heart, like that of a serpent, would feel a flicker of emotion in the face of such sincere and piercing words. Xian closed his eyes, striving to contain the tears that threatened to spill forth. Suddenly, he felt a small hand grasp his, leading him forward. If only time could halt at this moment, allowing them to savor the tranquility that belonged solely to them. As the saying goes, it is the happiest thing in the world for those in love to love one another. Anorak, we must return, Arthas proclaimed. Indeed, my king. Arthas raised Frostmourne high, and in the distance, a dragon's roar echoed, followed by the arrival of a colossal skeletal dragon, summoned by Arthas to descend upon this world. The dragon lowered its proud head, allowing Arthas to stand upon it, and then soared into the skies. Anorak had already rallied all the undead legions upon the glaciers, preparing to advance towards the Plague Lands. Due to the dragon's remarkable speed, Arthas left his troops far behind. However, he showed no intention of stopping, intending to return to the Plague Lands first to rendezvous with his subordinate, Kel'Thuzad. Moments later, within the Plague Lands, a banshee exclaimed, "My queen, it is dire. A massive dragon approaches our direction." A massive dragon. Sylvanas hastily ascended to a vantage point. For as a master archer, she possessed the ability to see distances beyond ordinary sight. Yet upon seeing the figure atop the dragon, Sylvanas was rendered speechless. Arthas had returned, and as Illidan had foretold, he now possessed far greater power, evidenced by the colossal skeletal dragon. Varamathras spoke, his eyes filled with dread. Noticing Sylvanas' silence and lack of reaction, he urged, "My queen, we must flee. Our current strength is inadequate to contend with him." Sylvanas closed her eyes, contemplating whether this was the fate of the weak. After a prolonged moment of reflection, she ultimately resolved to retreat. It was already too late. Arthas had entered the palace and was inquiring about Kel'Thuzad's whereabouts. Upon seeing a group of banshees, Arthas seemed to grasp the situation. "Kel'Thuzad, no, you shall pay for this." The skeletal dragon seemed to sense Arthas' fury, unleashing a beam of energy towards the palace, which began to encase itself in ice, sealing off all access to the outside world. "My queen, we must go." At the roar of the Terror Lord Varamathras, Sylvanas finally regained her senses. The familiar scene unfolded before her eyes once more, and the pain buried deep within her heart surged anew. Sylvanas watched helplessly as Arthas slaughtered her banshees one by one, powerless to intervene. "No, I will not flee. I shall fight alongside them," with determination. Sylvanas pushed past Varamathras, preparing to confront Arthas in battle. And this time, Varamathras did not impede her. "My queen, since I have followed you, I have discovered the meaning of my existence. When it is no longer about slaughter, I experience unparalleled joy. I truly wish for this to continue, to forever remain by your side. But perhaps this is the fate shared between me and them. We all hope for your well-being. Not for any other reason, but at the very least, do not let our deaths be in vain." As Sylvanas stepped forward, her leg lingered in midair, Varamathra's words gradually calming her. Even if she were to rush to confront Arthas, it would not alter the outcome. She would perish, but he would not. As long as he lived, there would always be sacrifices, just as when Sylvamoon felt that no, I cannot die. I must not perish before Arthas does. Seeing Sylvanas come to this realization, Varamathras smiled. "Now, that is my queen. My queen, I know of a secret passage within the palace. We can certainly escape." Sylvanas nodded, following Varamathras to the entrance of the passage, only to find the entire palace encased in ice. Even this escape route was no exception. To flee, they had to shatter the ice before them. "Oh, not worry, my queen. The hellfire I summon can completely obliterate this ice." Soon, a colossal creature crashed against the ice, causing a long fissure to appear. This creature quickly stood, its body aflame with an eternal fire, and at Varamathra's command, it began to pummel the ice with relentless might. As the fissure widened, smiles gradually appeared on their faces. Once the ice shattered, they would be free. After the 10th blow struck the ice, a passage finally opened. Yet at that moment, Arthas discovered their location. "You shall not escape. You will pay for Kel'Thuzad's demise." Varamathras pushed Sylvanas into the passage and commanded the hellfire to follow closely behind her, safeguarding her life. As the hellfire entered, Varamathras summoned a swarm of wasps to block the passage's entrance and turned to face Arthas. "Varamathras, I command you to return," Sylvanas cried out, her voice hoarse, but Varamathras did not turn back. Instead, he uttered a farewell. "My queen, you must live well. This is my final act of loyalty to you. Farewell, my queen." The attack was imminent, yet Varamathras showed no inclination to evade it, but rather he charged forward. "I will not allow you to harm the queen." Witnessing the scene unfold, Sylvanas tightened her grip on her bow and turned to flee, the hellfire closely following her. "Varamathras, I never imagined you would sacrifice yourself for such a woman. I recall you were not like this before. No sooner had the words left Arthas' lips than Varimathras let out a scream of agony. For Arthas had plunged Frostmourne into Varimathra's body, leaving an indelible wound. Die. You shall never understand. Arthas wasted no time on further dialogue, swiftly ending Varimathra's life, and then he pursued the passage, only to find it obstructed by a swarm of wasps. Arthas cleaved through them ruthlessly, a significant number falling instantly, revealing the passage before him. Midway through his pursuit, he halted, not from a lack of desire to continue, but because the path ahead was sealed. He had no choice but to retreat on the other side. With the aid of Hellfire, Sylvanas successfully escaped. Varimathras, I will avenge you. I swear, Sylvanas gritted her teeth, heading towards Lord Darren, determined to seek out Illidan. She had no other choice left. Days later, Arthas' undead army reached the Plague Lands, and he returned just in time, having lost track of Sylvanas while following her and reluctantly returning to await the arrival of his undead forces for further pursuit. When Arthas shared the news about Kel'Thuzad with Anorak expressed his regret. Yet, it was now impossible to resurrect Kel'Thuzad. His soul had long dissipated. Damn it, if only I had returned sooner, perhaps Kel'Thuzad would still be alive. Arthas struck his fist against the palace wall, a layer of dust falling onto his hand. As he retracted his fist, a cacophony erupted from the palace before him. Under the gaze of all, the palace began to collapse, transforming in an instant into a vast cloud of dust. My king, this cannot be attributed to you. Kel'Thuzad has fulfilled his mission, and we must not allow his sacrifice to be in vain. You speak true. Kel'Thuzad was my most loyal servant. Now that he has perished and the enemy remains at large, Sylvanas, no matter the distance, I shall hunt you down. Days later, the Plague Lands were besieged by the undead army. Leaving no corner unexamined, Sylvanas was on the verge of escaping the Plague Lands when a scene before her plunged her into despair. For reasons unknown, the undead swarmed around her, as if they had materialized from thin air. In overwhelming numbers, left with no alternative, Sylvanas sought refuge in a small house, accompanied by the hellfire bestowed upon her by the feared demon, using her abilities to control a portion of the skeletons to resist until they were discovered. At that moment, Xian lounged leisurely against Vasht's tail, occasionally receiving peeled shrimp delivered to his lips. Should he wish to remain awake, he could indulge in the civilized enjoyment of the game. Life could not be more delightful. Suddenly, a young Naga entered, disrupting the tranquility. You there, Lord Illidan, Queen Vasht, the serpent from the Plague Lands has brought tidings. Speak. Vasht did not even glance at the Naga, engrossed in feeding shrimp to Xian. The young Naga lowered its head. Recounting the events from the Plague Lands, so, Arthas has returned. Indeed, my queen. Not only has he returned, but he has also brought with him a vast army of the undead. The serpent reported sighting a colossal skeletal dragon. Fierce beyond measured, it barely escaped, having lost several comrades in the process. Upon hearing of the gigantic skeletal dragon, Xian's eyes flew open in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Arthas would awaken the dragons sleeping beneath the glaciers. It seemed the undead army must also hail from that place. Send word to assemble all the Naga, and summon the blood elves and orcs as well. Vasht recognized Xian's keen interest in Sylvanas, which transcended personal feelings. She had heard whispers of Sylvanas' abilities over the past few days, realizing the significant assistance this woman provided to her man. Regardless of her personal disdain, she chose to yield in light of Xian's interests. The young Naga intended to execute the orders, but was halted by Xian that there's no need. Even if we gather such an army, we cannot defeat Arthas and his forces. From the information gleaned from the young Naga, the awakening of the skeletal dragon is no trivial feat. I recall that this ability manifested only after Arthas fully merged with the Lich King Nizul. This implies that Arthas has indeed acquired the full power of Nizul, and how he obtained it remains a mystery since the Lich King is deceased. And as for that immense undead army, if I'm not mistaken, the numbers observed by the serpent are merely the tip of the iceberg. Should we dispatch a large force to the Plague Lands to rescue Sylvanas, we risk not only failure, but also the downfall of Lord Darren. It would become entirely Arthas' dominion. Thus, it is prudent to observe for now. My dear, did you not express a desire to subdue her? This presents a splendid opportunity to why Xian tousled Vash's hair, saying, "Patience. We have more pressing matters at hand. A few days ago, Kil'jaeden visited me, demanding swift action. Lest he take issue with me, why?" Xian shook his head and stood up. Their next destination was Quel'Dorii. It was time to venture into the homeland of the Blood Elves. Henceforth, Xian departed Lordaeron with Vash, accompanied by a small contingent of Naga. The Blood Elf race had not been entirely extinguished. Some survivors remained. Yet, Xian opted to bring the Naga forces to mitigate any unforeseen complications, placing his utmost trust in Vash subordinates. Though the Blood Elves and Fell Orcs were under control, he could not extend the same trust to them as he did to the Naga. The journey to Quel'Dorii was not long, and they soon arrived. Just as they were about to enter the city, they were intercepted by a group of Blood Elves. "Halt! This is the territory of the Blood Elves. You hideous creatures are forbidden entry." Xian, far from angered, produced a vial of green liquid from his belongings. "Gentlemen, might I inquire if this could facilitate our entrance?" As he spoke, he deliberately opened the vial, allowing its scent to waft through the air, eliciting a greedy glimmer in the eyes of the two sentinels. "What is this? I sense an overwhelming power. This is a fine treasure. Ordinary folk who consume it gain unmatched strength, while the powerful experience a tenfold enhancement. Should the Blood Elves partake, not only would it amplify your magic, but it would also alleviate your struggles with magical addiction." The two Blood Elf soldiers began to waver at the mention of addiction. Revealing pained expressions, one of them snatched the vial from Xian's hand and drank deeply. "My lord." One of the Blood Elves, witnessing this, also seized the vial and consumed its contents. Little did they know. At that very moment, a smile crept across Xian's face. "Now, may we enter?" Xian inquired. "Enter? You must still be dreaming. Return whence you came. We will not allow you passage. That's not for you to decide." Xian's eyes gleamed with a green light, and the two soldiers froze in place, subsequently executing an unexpected action. "We serve our master." Xian nodded, and he and Vash smoothly proceeded inside. However, due to their conspicuous appearances, they quickly drew the attention of the higher echelons of the Blood Elves, who issued orders for their capture. Regarding the petty tactics of the Blood Elves, Xian remained unfazed. If anyone could still pose a threat to him, it would be a testament to his failures thus far. Soon, a contingent of Blood Elves surrounded Xian and his entourage. "Halt! Who permitted you to roam freely in our territory?" Xian remained silent. Pulling out another item, the sight of it sent waves of terror through the Blood Elf soldiers. "Of the Prince Kael, that's his artifact. Are you sent by Prince Kael, that's?" Xian nodded, replying, "Indeed, you possess some discernment. We were dispatched by Prince Kael, that's himself, to inspect your condition, that he is currently engaged in battle with demons and cannot return to visit you. Thus, we were sent to check in on you. We shan't linger long. Once our reconnaissance is complete, we must return to report back to Prince Kael, that's." Upon hearing this, the Blood Elf soldiers began to weep, murmuring the name of their prince. "How unexpected that even while fighting for us, Prince Kael has not forgotten us, that we must remain steadfast and overcome our addiction. Indeed, our Blood Elf race shall surely recover. Sniff, sniff, that Prince Kael has already discovered a means to suppress the addiction." With that, Xian produced the vial from his possession and waved it before the Blood Elves. They immediately gathered around in curiosity. "What is this?" a Blood Elf foot soldier asked. "Drink it, and you shall find out." The soldier accepted the vial and gulped it down, soon feeling a surge of tremendous power coursing through his body. What is happening? Is it truly capable of curing addiction? The Blood Elf soldier who had consumed the potion demonstrated his newfound strength by cleaving a deep gash into the ground with his blade, leaving the other Blood Elves utterly astonished. Why the light? Such power! I want to drink too. I too wish to partake. In a moment, many sought out Xian for that so-called elixir, and Xian promptly produced it. "Do not rush. There is enough for everyone. Let us proceed one by one, and please form an orderly queue to Xian's beckoning." The Blood Elves lined up in an elongated procession. Meanwhile, he instructed Vash and her underlings, the Naga, to commence distributing the elixir as well. Consequently, by the end of the morning, the supply of elixirs had been entirely exhausted, leaving Xian somewhat regretful for having brought too few. Otherwise, he would have truly wished to gather all the blood elves of this city into his fold. "My lord Illidan, is there truly none left?" lamented a blood elf infantryman, filled with frustration for not having arrived sooner. Now, it seemed, all others had imbibed the elixir and grown stronger, leaving him and a scant few blood elves without the benefit. Not only did they remain weak, but the issue of mana addiction also loomed large. That I am truly sorry. We have none remaining. However, there are still some in Lord Darren. If you wish, you may try your luck there. Perhaps more may be available. Upon hearing Xian's words, the blood elf hastily fled towards Lord Darren, followed by an increasing number of blood elves, all yearning for a sip of the elixir to alleviate their mana addiction and, more importantly, to enhance their own strength. In the subsequent hours, Xian discreetly manipulated those blood elf infantrymen who had already consumed the elixir, urging them to spread the word and entice more blood elves to journey to Lord Darren, with the ulterior motive of weakening the defenses of Quel'Dorii. Once the blood elves had departed, would Anvina, the avatar of the Sunwell, not be easily within reach? As for the genuine summoning of Kil'jaeden into this realm, that was an impossibility. Should Kil'jaeden truly descend upon this world, everything would spiral out of control, and that was the most terrifying prospect. As time progressed, the blood elves began disseminating the news amongst themselves. Xian, alongside Vashj, made their way to the northern isle of Quel'Donis, for the location of the Sunwell lay there. The mass exodus of blood elves from Quel'Dorii drew the attention of their superiors. While they puzzled over why the Naga had yet to capture any, their internal affairs began to descend into chaos. They hastily dispatched individuals to investigate, and upon learning of Lord Darren and the elixir, the higher-ups of the blood elves furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. Something is off. I sense a trap. Others among the blood elves nodded in agreement, and they began to deter some from proceeding to Lord Darren. For from the onset, the blood elves of Quel'Dorii had only been leaving, with none returning, implying that misfortune may have befallen them at this juncture. Merely 20% of the blood elves remained in Quel'Dorii, and among them were several who had consumed the elixir. The true number of blood elves was estimated to be a mere 15%. Upon discovering that some of the infantrymen had ingested the mysterious potion, they commenced checks on these soldiers. However, chaos soon ensued as those who had consumed the elixir refused to comply and turned hostile. That I knew it. "These potions bear ill tidings," exclaimed a high-ranking blood elf, who promptly issued orders for the capture of Xian, Vashj, and their companions. Yet at that moment, Xian and Vashj had already arrived at Quel'Donis. Here, a contingent of blood elves stood guard, but the elixirs had long since been distributed, rendering reliance on them futile. "Halt! Who dares to intrude upon this sacred ground?" Vashj unleashed a bolt of forked lightning, and the fish folk surged forward, while Xian transformed into his demonic form, unleashing a barrage of fireballs upon the blood elves. How could these blood elves withstand the might of a demon? The instant the fireballs made contact, they were reduced to ashes. Damn it, the enemy is too powerful. We must not allow them entry. Protect the Sunwell. Yet, all was in vain. Ultimately, none of the blood elves stationed on Quel'Donis survived. As Xian approached the Sunwell, a manifestation of Kil'jaeden materialized before him. Splendid. Illidan, you have done well. Now, hasten to bring me into this world, for I shall instill terror in them all. However, Xian paid him no heed, instead approaching the Sunwell, and, before Kil'jaeden's very eyes, began to absorb its power. "Illidan, what are you doing?" Kil'jaeden exclaimed. "Are you betraying me? Cease this at once." Yet Xian remained deaf to his pleas. "You desire power, do you not? I shall grant it to you, provided you summon me into this realm. I will bestow upon you limitless strength." Upon hearing this, Xian paused his actions. Really? Kil'jaeden, nearly apoplectic with rage, found himself powerless against Illidan at this moment. "Indeed, as soon as you summon me into this world, I shall grant you formidable power." "No, I demand it now." Kil'jaeden's frustration mounted. He yearned to appear before Xian and deliver a significant thrashing, not merely to strike him, but to torment him gradually, ensuring he understood the consequences of defying Kil'jaeden's commands. As Xian noted Kil'jaeden in silence, he resumed absorbing the energy of the Sunwell, while Kil'jaeden's heart bled in anguish. Very well, I shall grant you immense power. Upon hearing this, Xian finally ceased his actions, and Kil'jaeden began to infuse him with strength. As Xian felt a surge of power within him, he sensed that even Tensionarius would be no match for him. I have already given you what I promised. Now it is your turn, Illidan. Very well, my lord. I shall commence your summoning immediately. Xian began to channel the energy of the Sunwell, preparing for the ritual to summon Kil'jaeden, to which Kil'jaeden nodded approvingly as his manifestation began to dissipate. In a moment, Kil'jaeden's form faded, Xian abruptly halted and swiftly resumed absorbing the energy of the Sunwell. Meanwhile, Kil'jaeden awaited his arrival, envisioning myriad tormenting methods to ensure that this presumptuous Illidan recognized the inviolability of his authority. Seemingly fatigued from contemplating his torturous methods, Kil'jaeden paused. Wait, have I forgotten something of great importance? Indeed, Illidan. What is this? I have yet to sense the power summoning me. Kil'jaeden closed his eyes, straining to perceive his surroundings, yet found no trace of the summoning power. What is this fool doing? Determined to ascertain Illidan's actions, Kil'jaeden resolved to return to his location. Shortly, his manifestation reappeared upon Quel'Dana's. As Xian sensed Kil'jaeden's arrival, he swiftly ceased his absorption of the Sunwell's energy and commenced the summoning. That instant, Kil'jaeden had already materialized, and as he prepared to confront Illidan, he beheld Illidan straining to summon him, evidenced by the beads of sweat dotting his brow. Witnessing this spectacle lightened Kil'jaeden's heart, diminishing his ire towards Illidan. However, just as he prepared to depart, he sensed something amiss. The energy of the Sunwell seemed significantly diminished from before. As Kil'jaeden's gaze fell upon Illidan, the truth dawned upon him that, you treacherous Illidan, how dare you deceive me? This is a misunderstanding, my lord. Xian, seizing the opportunity to converse with Kil'jaeden, abandoned the summoning ritual, rendering all his previous efforts futile. Kil'jaeden, witnessing this, was on the verge of madness. You will pay dearly for your actions. Pay the price? Is this what you mean? As he spoke, Xian audaciously began to absorb the last remnants of the Sunwell's energy before Kil'jaeden's very eyes. My lord, this sensation is truly delightful. Do you require me to save some for you? Kil'jaeden snorted coldly and vanished from this realm, fully aware that his hopes of resurrecting through the Sunwell had evaporated. He vowed that one day he would ensure Illidan faced a most excruciating reckoning. My dear, come join me. Upon hearing the news, Vasky was filled with great joy and approached, absorbing the energy of the Sunwell at her side. Meanwhile, Sylvanas, hidden within the small dwelling, had successfully controlled a significant portion of the surrounding skeletons. Given a little more time, she would be able to escape. Over the past few days, Sylvanas' mind had been incessantly replaying the events of that fateful day. Her sister slaughtered before her very eyes, her most trusted subordinate also perishing at the hands of Arthas. She bore the guilt of a sinner, her ill-fated decision having led to their demise. At this moment, she was engulfed in profound remorse, pondering whether things might have turned out differently had she heeded Illidan's terms. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Throughout these days, the hellfire summoned by Varimathras had been her only companion. Without this hellfire, Sylvanas felt she would have lost all hope for survival. The mere sight of it steeled her resolve, and she vowed silently to take Arthas's life. She must survive, for only then could she avenge her sisters. In the following days, she continued to exert control over the remaining unclaimed skeletons, expanding her area of operation. Unfortunately, these skeletons were unable to speak, providing her with little information. Each day, she relied on them to scout for her. Perhaps it was a twist of fate, but Sylvanas eventually discovered a route to escape the Plague Lands that, if it were only herself, fleeing would pose no issue, but she was unwilling to abandon the hellfire. She desired for it to accompany her. Ultimately, Sylvanas weighed the pros and cons and resolved to leave first, planning to return to rescue it after seeking refuge with Illidan. Whether Illidan would acquiesce remained uncertain. Though hope was slim, it was worth a try. Rather than waiting to perish, it was better to venture forth and take a gamble. Days later, Sylvanas successfully escaped the Plague Lands under the cover of the skeletons. And upon her escape, she did not pause for a moment, hastily making her way towards Lord Darren. Even when exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her, she pressed on, the sun well, under the frenzied consumption by Leafstring and Vasky, ultimately dissipated, leaving the world devoid of its light. Meanwhile, the Blood Elves had heavily surrounded Quel'Thalas, realizing the invasion had occurred and hastily dispatched reinforcements. Upon their arrival and discovering the fallen Blood Elf sentinels, an ominous premonition filled the air. They wasted no time and rushed to the location of the Sunwell. Just as they arrived, the Sunwell vanished, utterly destroyed. Quickly, eliminate the invaders. The high-ranking Blood Elves, consumed by rage, charged toward Leafstring. Without uttering a word, Leafstring's Murlocs surged forward. Empowered by demonic forces, the Murlocs possessed immense strength and had grown in size. The larger ones rivaled the size of a Hellfire, while the smaller ones matched that of mounted human knights. The ensnared Blood Elf warriors met with no chance of survival at this point. The remaining Blood Elves began to realize something was amiss and started to retreat, but Leafstring would not grant them the opportunity to escape. He understood well the principle that wildfires do not extinguish easily, and one must eradicate the roots of the problem. Casting a glance at Vasky beside him, she immediately understood, unleashing a forked lightning bolt that soared toward the fleeing Blood Elves. Perhaps due to the Sunwell's influence, Vasky's strike, which typically could target only a few, now managed to strike down over a dozen foes at once, leaving the remaining enemies consumed by her ultimate whirlwind. Leafstring knew that from this day forth, there would be no more Blood Elves. Only Fell Elves remained. Lord Illidan, we have captured a Forsaken, announced an Orc warrior. Leafstring turned to see that the Forsaken in question was Sylvanas. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. He anticipated her arrival would be so swift. Release her. After a subtle gesture from the leading Orc, Sylvanas was finally set free, having traveled tirelessly. She was now exceedingly weak. As the restraints of the Orc fell away, her legs buckled, and she was on the verge of collapsing when a figure swiftly appeared beside her, steadying her with a firm grip. Struggling to open her eyes, she beheld Illidan's clear and transparent gaze, which brought her a sense of comfort. Finally, her body reached its limit, and the world before her faded into a blur. Leaving her with no further thoughts, as Leafstring looked down at the beauty in his arms, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, for it was then that Vasky returned, witnessing the scene unfold. Her vibrant eyes darted between Illidan and Sylvanas, the woman resting in her man's embrace. Her emotions were complex, yet she chose to feign ignorance, walking past them without a word. Leafstring did not linger either. He summoned a few Naga to arrange a room for Sylvanas and hurried to find Vasky. He knew he must resolve this misunderstanding. Leafstring was acutely aware of Vasky's intense jealousy. Her lack of outburst did not signify a lack of anger, but rather a choice to endure for his sake. She understood that he was an extraordinary man, and the presence of other women mattered little, as long as he remained true to himself. Back in her chamber, Vasky gazed out the window, the earlier scene replaying in her mind. Despite her efforts to let it go, a dull ache persisted in her chest. This is all for my beloved. I can no longer afford to be willful, she reassured herself. Just then, a pair of hands enveloped her from behind, causing her body to stiffen. She felt warmth on her abdomen, which began to move in a way that made her complexion shift uncomfortably, and a surge of magic coursed through her, still angry. Are we? At the sound of a familiar voice, Vasky melted, the magic dissipating with it. She was well aware of what Leafstring referred to. Initially, she had indeed been quite angry, but now that anger had faded. I'm not angry. Not angry, you say? I distinctly felt a murderous intent just now. Are you plotting to assassinate your dear husband? As soon as the words left his lips, Vasky hurried to explain. Eager to clarify that it had been a misunderstanding, Leafstring merely chuckled, fully aware that Vasky had not meant any harm. He was simply teasing her. When she awakens, join me to see her. But my dear, when will you give me some little ones? At his brazen remark, Vasky's face flushed. Anytime. Seizing the moment, they succumbed to desires, and soon, the room was filled with unmentionable activities. Several hours later, Sylvanas awoke, appearing considerably better than before. However, upon regaining consciousness, She immediately clamored to see Illidan. Leafstring, hearing her insistence, reluctantly released Vasky, and after they both composed themselves, they proceeded to meet Sylvanas. Lady Sylvanas, what brings you to seek my audience? I wish to request your assistance in slaying Arthas. Should you succeed, I am willing to serve as your thrall, even as a servant like her. Sylvanas recognized that with her current strength, it was impossible to defeat Arthas. Thus, she did not implore him to personally end Arthas' life. The her she referenced was, of course, Vasky. It was evident that she viewed Vasky as Leafstring's servant. Upon hearing this, Vasky felt no anger. She understood when to speak and when to remain silent, granting Leafstring considerable respect. Her demeanor resembled that of a thrall beside him, and it was no wonder Sylvanas perceived it this way. I can grant your request, and I shall entrust you with the task of dealing with Arthas. However, I have but one condition. You must pledge your eternal loyalty to me. Sylvanas paused, taken aback by Leafstring's stipulation. Now, she possesses nothing, utterly destitute, yet the other party remains willing to entrust her nemesis, Arthas, into her hands to deal with. For this reason alone, Sylvanas would unhesitatingly agree to Xian's terms. Why, good master, from this day forth, I am yours alone, and I shall heed only your commands. Xian nodded, having finally secured this girl's allegiance. With her presence, there would be no need to deceive enemies into consuming his potions to amass a formidable army. Suddenly, Sylvanas knelt before Xian and spoke. Master, I have one more request, that I wish to ask you for some troops, as I seek to rescue a subordinate trapped in the Plague Lands. Upon hearing the word subordinate, Xian immediately thought of Varimathras. There should be no one else that I didn't expect you to care so much for Varimathras. Granted. However, after Xian finished speaking, Sylvanas made no move. Just as Xian was puzzled, Sylvanas continued, Master, you misunderstand. The one I wish to rescue is not Varimathras. He perished at Arthas' hand while covering my escape. I seek merely to save the Pit Lord he summoned to protect me. Sylvanas pondered for a moment before voicing her thoughts, and after saying this, she struggled internally, fearing that Xian might refuse to send help. Yet, the Pit Lord was a lifeline for her, a source of her vengeance that she must pursue. Very well, go. Upon hearing these words, Sylvanas gazed at Xian in disbelief, as if questioning whether she were dreaming. What is the matter? Aren't you going to save your Pit Lord? Why do you hesitate? If you delay and fail to return with him, do not blame me. That moment, Sylvanas felt as though Illidan stood before her like a beacon, illuminating her path forward. She acquiesced with a nod and rose to her feet. Dear one, let the Naga assist her. Vashj also nodded in agreement. Illidan declared, Archimonde is coming. Archimonde? Xian was well acquainted with that name, for he was indeed one of the commanders of the Burning Legion, when Archimonde descended upon this world. He did so by means of Kil'jaeden's theft of Mediva's tome, forging a pact with the ordinary corruptors, and commenced a summoning at dusk, ultimately allowing Archimonde to return to this realm. However, Kil'jaeden had already been slain by Sylvanas. Logically, Archimonde should not be able to manifest here, let alone be summoned, as no one had established a connection with him. Seemingly aware of Xian's thoughts, Illidan elaborated, You have disrupted the natural course of this world. Thus, Archimonde is permitted to arrive here directly. Why Xian realized the plan had shifted. It was imperative to reach the World Tree before Archimonde did why Xian had initially intended to wait for Sylvanas to rescue her Pit Lord before proceeding to Mount Hyjal. But time was of the essence, and he could not afford to inform her now. He summoned all of his current legions and set forth toward Mount Hyjal. Before departing, he left a Naga behind in Lordaeron to inform Sylvanas to hasten her journey to Mount Hyjal. Damn it, Illidan dares to betray me. Kil'jaeden roared, clearly laying the blame for this failure squarely on Illidan's shoulders, causing his meticulously devised plan, years in the making, to crumble. Yet he did not relent, for this world was not the only one that existed. Another universe lay parallel to it, inhabited by orcs, night elves, and humans. Thus, a dreadful scheme began to quietly take shape that moment. In a location within Kalimdor, the sky tore open, dark clouds roiling with thunder and lightning. As a colossal figure emerged from the rift, he descended, The entirety of Kalimdor trembled in response. The power of the Well of Eternity is mine. Archimonde waved his hand, and dozens of spatial rifts materialized before him. From these rifts, his demonic legions, including numerous doom guards, hellhounds, and pit lords, surged forth in overwhelming numbers. Archimonde's singular objective was the second Well of Eternity beside the World Tree. Should he acquire its power, he would advance to a level of might comparable to that of Sargeras. On Mount Hyjal, an alliance composed of orcs, night elves, and humans had gathered, united by the prophecy, preparing to resist the imminent threat posed by Archimonde. This moment, only Malfurion, Tyrant, and the chieftain remained, while the human leader had yet to arrive. Though he was surely on his way, suddenly, the ground quaked, and a teleportation symbol materialized before the trio. With a flash of light, a figure appeared before them. It was none other than the human leader. Jaina Proudmoord, I apologize for my tardiness. The situation is as dire as we anticipated. Archimonde and his doom guards are marching toward the summit. He could arrive here at any moment, Jaina announced. Malfurion spoke then. A millennium ago, the Night Elves triumphed over the Burning Legion. Though the outside world teeters on the brink of collapse, our connection to the World Tree has granted us eternal life and freedom. We are its guardians, and thus, we have gained immortality and supernatural powers. Now, the time has come for us to repay this power. Tyrant interjected, you are aware that we will age like mortals, are you not? Our transcendent powers will gradually fade. Malfurion responded, if pride compels us to act thus, it suggests we may have lived too long, that I shall proceed to the summit to prepare our defenses, regardless of the outcome. My dear, remember that our bond is eternal. With that, Malfurion turned and made his way to the summit. Meanwhile, Archimonde hovered in the air, utilizing his formidable demonic power to project his voice to the Night Elves guarding this place. Listen well, Night Elves, the reckoning has arrived. The gathered crowd heard Archimonde's voice, and Jaina turned to Tyrant, saying, if you can dispatch troops to support me in Thrall's base, neutralizing the enemy's numerical advantage, we can hold Archimonde at bay. Tyrant replied, a bold plan, human. Perhaps I misjudged you outsiders. May the light of Elune shine upon you. Archimonde had already launched his assault, unstoppable in his advance, were it not for the dark trolls of Shadowfang Keep and the Treants delaying him for a time. He might have reached the summit of Mount Hyjal by now. With a mere gesture, Archimonde summoned forth more Doom Guards and Pit Lords. Yet he did not rush to attack. Instead, he ordered the establishment of a portal. Once the portal was constructed, a continuous stream of the Burning Legion would emerge, and combined with the forces already pouring through the rifts, victory for the Night Elves seemed inevitable. Malfurion seized the opportunity presented by the Burning Legion's temporary halt to set traps for Archimonde. However, Archimonde, crafty as he was and blessed with immense power, swiftly obliterated the human base, forcing the humans to retreat to the Orc stronghold, thereby significantly weakening the Night Elf's forces. Under Archimonde's relentless assault, the Orc stronghold soon fell as well. In a matter of moments, the humans and Orcs retreated to their last line of defense, the Night Elf base, preparing for a final stand against Archimonde. Come now, Night Elves, where has your valor and martial prowess from a millennium ago vanished to? Archimonde taunted as he passed through the desolate lands, leaving nothing in his wake. The Night Elf base erupted in an instant of destruction as he approached its gates. From a distance, Malfurion's face lit up with joy upon witnessing this scene. Archimonde was intoxicated by his impending victory and would certainly overlook the trap I had prepared for him. Archimonde extended an arm, shattering the Night Elf gates effortlessly, rendering them utterly defenseless. At last, the World Tree lay before him. Witness the end, mortals! The final moment has arrived. Archimonde strode toward the World Tree, which had long been adorned by small fairies. We have delayed long enough. Is your defense of the summit prepared? Tyrant inquired. Indeed, at this moment, victory is within our grasp, Malfurion confidently declared, as numerous diminutive elves approached the World Tree. Meanwhile, Xian finally arrived with a large contingent. Having fought his way up from the valley, the portal halfway up the mountain was ruthlessly destroyed by him. Upon reaching the devastated human and orc bases, Xian realized he had arrived a moment too late. It appeared that Archimonde had successfully breached this location and the ease with which he had done so filled Xian with a sense of foreboding. He instructed Vashj and the others to remain behind, despite Vash's initial desire to accompany him. Ultimately, she chose to heed his words, urging him to return safely. "Rest assured, I shall return after washing up," he replied, departing without a backward glance, racing towards the summit. Thus, a figure swiftly approached the world tree, and both Malfurion and Tyrande recognized him. Upon sighting this figure, they exclaimed in unison, "Illidan, how could he possibly be here? No, we must stop him." Yet just then, Xian abruptly halted, standing at a distance, observing Archimonde merging with the tree. The nature of his actions was suggestive. Viewed from the side, it appeared as though Archimonde was entwined with the world tree at this moment. Archimonde was most vulnerable. Although Malfurion could not fathom why his brother Illidan was present, he understood that the unfolding events posed no disruption to his plans, that why Xian was keenly observing everything, contemplating intervention. However, he soon recognized that he was no match for Archimonde and ultimately decided against taking action, despite his desire to eliminate Archimonde personally and seize his power. Malfurion seized the moment, extracting Cenarius's horn and sounding it. Instantly, the hidden elves surged forth towards Archimonde, while Xian held his breath, prepared to witness Archimonde's downfall. As the insignificant elves surged towards Archimonde, he unexpectedly ceased absorbing the energy of the world tree and turned his attention to the approaching elves. Stunned, Xian was left speechless. Shouldn't Archimonde dismiss these elves as inconsequential? Yet, the situation unfolded contrary to his expectations, leaving both Xian and even Malfurion and Tyrande in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Archimonde has uncovered my plan? Malfurion pondered. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Xian and Malfurion, Archimonde began to retaliate against the elves, summoning Doomguard and Infernal to combat them. What a cunning and treacherous Archimonde! When did he suddenly become so astute as to realize that these elves posed a threat? Yet, no one responded to Xian's musings. It was merely his soliloquy. This indicated that Archimonde would not be swayed by the elves, a development that did not bode well for Xian. Compared to Kil'jaeden, Archimonde's strength was undeniably superior. He relentlessly pursued greater power, aspiring one day to rival Sardarzat. In contrast, Kil'jaeden remained fixated on annihilating the Draenei, having been deeply wounded by the betrayal of his closest ally, Velen, who had chosen to side with the Naaru, leading to his relentless pursuit of vengeance. The invasion of Azeroth was merely a facet of his grander scheme. That moment, Archimonde resumed absorbing the power of the world tree, compelling Xian to take action. If left unchecked, Archimonde would soon become unstoppable. Without hesitation, Xian transformed into a demon, activating his demonic form to match Archimonde's colossal stature. Even in this form, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, a primal fear born from bloodline suppression. I wonder what Illidan intends to do. Both Malfurion and Tyrande monitored Archimonde as they kept an eye on his brother. While Xian approached Archimonde, launching a fireball aimed directly at him, subsequently redirecting his assault towards the Doomguard and Infernals. Archimonde, reveling in the forces of nature, suddenly sensed a perilous aura. He opened his eyes wide, and upon seeing the fireball hurtling towards him, he caught it barehanded, clenching his fist tightly. When he opened his hand again, the fireball had been reduced to ashes. This moment, Xian realized he had underestimated Archimonde's power. "So, you are Illidan," Archimonde said, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Xian. "If you are willing to ally with me and serve as my protector, once I successfully absorb the power of the world tree, I shall grant you unimaginable strength." Upon hearing this, Malfurion and Tyrande were thoroughly alarmed. They were well aware of Illidan's relentless quest for power, and now this demon had made such a promise. They feared Illidan might betray them, aligning himself with Archimonde, putting their world in imminent peril. "What? Do you think I am deceiving you?" Xian shook his head in disagreement. How could he trust the words of a demon? If he were to offer protection, what if Archimonde reneged on his promise? Unable to fight or flee, he would be left to face certain death. No, I merely believe my power is still too insignificant to be of use. Archimonde understood Xian's insinuation. He simply sought a taste of power before committing to service. Hearing this, Malfurion and Tyron's faces turned ashen. They realized they had lost this battle. Not only would the world tree be destroyed, but they too would lose their supernatural abilities, aging in immortality like humans until their inevitable demise. Under Archimonde's shadow, all life in the world would cease to exist. It is all my fault. I should never have released Illidan, Tyron lamented, engulfed in deep self-reproach. Do not blame yourself, my dear. It is I who failed to communicate with him properly. Leading to this outcome, with the tide of fate against them, they could only watch as destruction descended upon them step by step. Xian, too, achieved his desired power from Archimonde. During this time, Malfurion seized the opportunity to sound the horn of Cenarius, summoning countless elves towards Archimonde. Yet despite the gathering elves, their numbers were still insufficient, far from the terrifying quantities once amassed. If he were to detonate them now, it would hardly suffice to obliterate Archimonde. Malfurion was desperate, hoping Illidan could stall for time. And indeed, Xian was buying time. How long he could prolong this depended solely on Archimonde. Soon, Xian's body reached its limits, and Archimonde finally ceased his actions. The moment Archimonde paused, he turned his gaze to the elves surrounding him. Malfurion, seeing this, disregarded the insufficient numbers and commanded the elves to self-destruct. The elves began to explode around Archimonde. Had Xian remained stationary, he would have been obliterated by the elves' detonation. Yet he still suffered grave injuries. Xian coughed up blood, staggering to his feet, gazing into the mist, perplexed, and murmured, "Has Archimonde been vanquished?" Suddenly, an intense sense of danger surged within him as a red lightning bolt shot towards him from the mist. In an instant, the red lightning struck Xian. The moment of impact, he felt no pain. A buzzing echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a malfunctioning machine. "I can't move." This was Xian's first sensation after being attacked. He felt a severance from his own body as the mist gradually dispersed. Archimonde emerged, regarding Xian with a mocking gaze. "Illidan, do you truly believe I am as foolish as that fool Kil'jaeden?" Upon hearing this, Xian could no longer deny that his plans had been unraveled by Archimonde. Had he known it would come to this, he would have refrained from making an impulsive appearance. Alas, it seemed today would mark his end. What was the situation? Why would Archimonde take action against Illidan? Tyron inquired with perplexity. Malfurion had caught on to some hints. Archimonde's aggression toward Illidan undoubtedly indicated that he was aware Illidan would not serve him, but rather sought to eliminate him. This explanation rendered the unfolding scene comprehensible. Malfurion voiced his thoughts, which left Tyron in contemplative silence for a considerable time. "My dear, does this mean we have misjudged Illidan all these years?" Tyron exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Xian found himself grasped by the throat and lifted by Archimonde, who laughed maniacally. "Illidan, night elves and all creatures on Kalimdor, you shall perish." Xian was violently hurled away, only to be met by a streak of crimson lightning. Should it strike him, not even the gods could rescue him. Slowly, he closed his eyes, resigned to his own frailty. He had failed to alter Illidan's fate, instead leading him in a peril, ultimately sealing his own doom. His only regret was not fulfilling the promise made to Vash to return safely. It seemed he would now break that vow. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would never have dared provoke Vash. Perhaps he should have followed Illidan's example. In doing so, Vash might have been spared her suffering. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated attack did not descend upon him. Instead, a familiar voice filled his ears. Laced with anguish, as if it had suffered a fatal blow, Xian abruptly opened his eyes to behold a face as pale as death, her garments in tatters, her frail form swaying like a marionette with severed strings. Drifting towards him, "No, it cannot be." Xian shook his head in disbelief, grappling with the reality before him. Why had she suddenly appeared here? Hadn't he instructed her to wait for him at the foot of the mountain? "Why did you come? Are you foolish?" he shouted at Vash, unable to contain the tears that streamed down his face, a sight witnessed by Malfurion and Tyron from a distance. She must hold great significance for Illidan. Tyron mused, unaware of why such words escaped her lips. The moment the woman appeared, an unsettling discomfort gripped her heart, a sensation she could not articulate. Yet when she witnessed Vash intercepting a lethal strike meant for Illidan, Even she was rendered speechless. How could there exist such a devoted woman in this world? And a Naga at that. Observing Tyron's distraction, Malfurion remarked, "My dear, should we ever find ourselves in such a situation, I too would protect you as fiercely as this Naga." Though Tyron superficially acknowledged Malfurion's words, her focus remained steadfast on Illidan and Vashj. "Forgive me, my love, for not heeding your counsel." I felt the explosion, and I feared it would anger Illidan. Vashj's voice trembled with emotion, blood spilling from her lips, rendering her already pallid complexion even more ghostly. "Do not speak. Do not speak. I understand. I know you worry for me. You should not have come, yet you truly should not have come." Vashj managed to smile, raising a trembling hand, yet her weakness rendered even that a struggle that why Xian swiftly grasped her hand, placing it against his face. "Do not cry, my beloved. I am grateful to have shielded you from this blow. If it is for you, I would unhesitatingly give my life. I do not want that. I need you to live. To survive." Xian was rendered speechless, tightly embracing Vashj. He felt a deep-seated rage within himself, loathing that he had ventured to the World Tree. Had he not sought to come here, perhaps such calamity could have been averted. "Illidan, my dear, this shall be the last time I call your name. You have shown me what it means to be the happiest woman in the world. If only I could remain by your side forever. I will. I shall take you away from here," Xian declared, rising with Vashj in his arms, determined to escape. The situation was not yet hopeless. If he could bring Vashj near the well of eternity and have her drink from its waters, perhaps she could be saved. "Did I permit you to leave?" Archimonde's displeasure reverberated as he observed Xian's impending departure, feeling utterly disregarded. "You would do well not to provoke me. Otherwise, you shall learn the meaning of true suffering." Xian emphasized the last 4 words with venom, a warning and a threat towards Archimonde. "Are you threatening me?" Archimonde's fury ignited. He had not anticipated that such an insignificant creature would dare to issue a threat. Xian paused, turning to glare at Archimonde. "You may interpret it as such. Do not doubt the veracity of my words." To Archimonde's astonishment, he felt a flicker of fear in the face of Xian's gaze, igniting his wrath even further. "Illidan, you seek death." With a flick of his finger, another deadly strike was unleashed, and Xian collapsed to the ground. In that instant, he forced himself to roll over, shielding Vashj with his own body to minimize her injuries. Yet Archimonde was relentless. His attention shifted to Vashj, fully aware of her significance to Xian. How dare this insignificant creature speak to him so? He would make Illidan pay for his insolent words. In the Plague Lands, Sylvanas sensed through her connection with the skeletons that those under her command had been relocated elsewhere. The skeletons guarding the Hellfire were now unfamiliar faces. It appeared that a fierce battle was imminent, and Sylvanas had no intention of delaying further. Illidan had entrusted her with his most formidable army, a testament to his faith and recognition of her capabilities. She could not disappoint her master. Illidan, before launching her assault, Sylvanas prepared to sow chaos. She commanded the controlled skeletons to attack their fellow soldiers, diverting Arthas's attention to the ensuing turmoil. Meanwhile, she would stage a surprise attack to rescue the Hellfire. Once the Hellfire was liberated, they would all retreat from this place. Minutes later, Arthas's forces faced rebellion, and word of this quickly reached him. Upon hearing the news, he immediately dispatched a substantial force towards the site of the uprising. He was well acquainted with Sylvanas, particularly her specialty in controlling those of lesser strength. Thus, he was certain Sylvanas was involved. "Sylvanas, you have finally chosen to show yourself. Today, you shall meet your demise." However, upon his arrival, Arthas found no trace of Sylvanas. Yet his subordinate, Anubarak, caught a whiff of her presence emanating from the rebellious skeletons. It appears that Sylvanas has indeed tampered with these skeletal minions. The only unfortunate aspect is that she is not present here. Arthas, wielding his powers, resurrected these skeletons and inquired of one skeletal soldier. Upon learning Sylvanas's current whereabouts, Arthas realized he had been deceived. Her true intention was to rescue the imprisoned Hellfire in the Plague Lands, and these rebellious skeletons were merely a means to buy time. Just then, a skeletal soldier hastened towards him, delivering grim news that Sylvanas had launched an assault accompanied by some peculiar creatures. At this point, Arthas could no longer contain his fury. He resolved to lead the charge personally, Determined to capture Sylvanas this time, 10 minutes later, Arthas arrived at the scene, but found no trace of Sylvanas. Instead, the area was littered with the corpses of skeletal soldiers. Resurrecting these skeletal remains, Arthas learned of Sylvanas' escape route and continued his pursuit. He must have already discerned that we had attacked them. We must hasten to regroup with our master. Otherwise, if we are caught, none of us will survive. Little Naga, Lady Sylvanas, I know of a waterway that can swiftly lead us back to Lord Darren while evading Arthas's undead minions. We must not delay. Please, lead the way. Little Naga. Yes, before long, they arrived at the riverbank, but only the Naga could swim. Sylvanas could not. Furthermore, the Hellfire standing beside them was also incapable of swimming, which posed a dilemma for Sylvanas. You should go ahead. I will join you later with the Hellfire, Sylvanas declared. Little Naga. Lady Sylvanas, my subordinates have already gone to seek out boats. Please give us a moment. We will find a vessel swiftly. Our master has commanded that none of us may be left behind. Thus we will not abandon you. Sylvanas was deeply moved by this, yet she did not wish for such dedication. Once, she too had a loyal band of followers who proved their fidelity with their lives. You must leave first. That is my wish. We are still in peril, and your presence here only invites danger upon us. There is no need for you to sacrifice yourselves for me. However, not a single Naga chose to depart. Aside from those who had gone to find boats, the others encircled Sylvanas, clearly resolved to protect her. At that moment, Arthas's Gargoyle Legion discovered Sylvanas and her companions, launching an assault upon them. As the battle ensued, the Gargoyles realized they were outmatched and prepared to retreat. This is bad. We cannot allow these fiends to escape. If Arthas learns of our location, we shall all perish here. The Murloc warriors cast their nets at the gargoyles, attempting to ensnare them. Yet, the sheer number of gargoyles meant many managed to flee, while those left behind were annihilated without mercy. Our position has been compromised. You must hurry and leave, or we may all find ourselves trapped. Sylvanas urged, yet the Naga remained resolute, determined to stay together. With no other options left, Sylvanas resigned herself to fate, whether life or death. Just then, several figures appeared on the river surface, and a Naga exclaimed joyfully, "Look, my people have returned. We are saved." Indeed, those who had gone in search of boats had returned, and Sylvanas breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing perhaps her life was not yet forfeit, she began to reassess her view of the Naga and Illidan. Recognizing that their allegiance was not merely born of desperation as before, Arthas, alongside the gargoyles, arrived at the location where Sylvanas had been. Upon seeing a boat sailing into the distance and noting the absence of other vessels, Arthas could only watch as Sylvanas escaped. Anorak, my king, this river leads to Lord Darren. Lord Darren. Ah, Arthas pondered, reflecting on how long it had been since he had last returned to his homeland, since he had taken his father's life with his own hands. Lord Darren had no longer been his domain. It is time to revisit Lord Darren. Command all the undead legions to follow me to Lord Darren. Anorak. Yes, my king. At that moment, Xian found himself under the boot of Archimonde, struggling valiantly to free himself. Yet, his body had reached its limit. He bore numerous grave wounds and was rendered incapable of further movement. Meanwhile, Vashti was ensnared by Archimonde, enduring relentless torment, and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Much to Archimonde's irritation, this is truly tedious. Vashti was unceremoniously cast aside, but fortune smiled upon her as a figure swiftly intervened to catch her in midair. Tyrande cradled her in her arms. Tyrande, however, had no means to remedy Vashti's perilous state. Malfurion, witnessing this, unleashed his ultimate power, and the world around them fell into silence. The Vashti's wounds began to gradually mend, albeit feebly, yet it was an improvement nonetheless. To prevent Archimonde from disrupting Malfurion's efforts, Tyrande activated her own ultimate ability, Stars, unleashing a cascade of small stars that rained down upon Archimonde. In response, Archimonde enveloped himself in a protective barrier, shielding himself from the onslaught. "Since when do you care for the life of a demon?" Archimonde remarked, clearly taken aback by the Night Elf's intervention to save Illidan. Though Illidan had once belonged to their kin, he was now a thoroughly irredeemable demon. Tyrande retorted with a huff. even if he has become a demon. It is we night elves who shall handle him. It is not your place to meddle. Malfurion echoed her sentiment. Though he has betrayed our kind and become a demon, his blood still courses through his veins as a night elf. And he is my brother. I shall not permit outsiders to harm him. Moreover, you are the most malevolent demon in this world. Archimonde erupted into laughter. How ludicrous! If you desire death so fervently, then let us descend into hell together. A bolt of crimson lightning shot towards Tyrant, and in an instant, Malfurion abandoned his spell casting and lunged at Tyrant, only to be struck by the red lightning, incapacitating him as he fell to the ground. No, my dear, you shall pay dearly for this, demon. Tyrant set Vashj down and charged at Archimonde, but was swiftly repelled by a powerful strike, leaving her gravely injured and unconscious. Tyrant. Soon after, the orc leader Thrall and the human leader Jaina appeared on the scene. Thrall took on the task of stalling for time, while Jaina began to cast a spell to teleport everyone to safety. Yet Archimonde, noticing Jaina at the moment she cast her spell, interjected, attempting to flee. Today, none of you shall escape. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he summoned a horde of doom guards and hellfires, which descended ominously above Jaina, compelling her to interrupt her spell and seek refuge elsewhere. The chaos escalated as the orcs and humans clashed with the demonic legions, with only their leaders standing against Archimonde in a swift turn of events. Another death's hand struck, and Jaina, the human witch, succumbed, marking her as the first leader to perish amidst the conflict. No, Jaina, now. Only Thrall remained to face Archimonde alone. Yet he stood resolute, summoning forth wolves that fiercely retaliated against Archimonde, leaving several wounds upon him and drawing the demon's attention toward Thrall. This diversion granted Xian the opportunity to rise once more, despite the excruciating pain coursing through him. Yet the sight of Vashj lying nearby fueled a newfound strength within him. He slowly advanced toward Vashj, gritting his teeth with each agonizing step. While he was grateful for the assistance of those around him, his sole thought at that moment was to whisk Valsky away from this place. He must save her first, for he would never permit her to perish here. Perhaps sensing Yi Xian's determination, Valsky stirred back to consciousness, aided significantly by Malfurion's grand healing spell, which restored her somewhat. Though the improvement was modest, it was enough to pull her back from the brink of death that a demon charged at them, only to be cleaved in two by Yi Xian, who forcibly transformed himself into a demon. Experiencing a surge in power that caught the attention of Archimonde, an attack descended silently upon Valsky, and Yi Xian, noticing this, dashed forward with reckless abandon, ultimately intercepting the blow meant for her. However, this forced him back into his original form, his body instantly succumbing to weakness. The strain from his forced transformation was immense, leaving him feeling as if he were paralyzed at that moment. A large wave of troops joined the fray, consisting of Naga, corrupted orcs, and dark elves, led by Grommash Hellscream. When Thrall spotted Grommash, his heart ached as he beheld his friend in a state of fury once more. He called out to Grommash, but received no acknowledgement. Grommash charged toward Yi Xian, commanding the corrupted orcs to protect him fiercely, with the dark elves and Naga following suit. Upon seeing his dear friend standing alongside Yi Xian, Thrall quickly grasped the situation. It was clear that Illidan was controlling Grommash, and if he could eliminate the weakened Illidan, his friend would be free once more. With this thought, Thrall's gaze toward Yi Xian turned icy, a fact that did not escape Archimonde's notice. Yet, it was Grommash who intervened, declaring, "Wake up, Grommash! It is I, Thrall." However, Grommash's response was resolute. "Anyone who seeks to harm my master must die." On another front, Sylvanas had successfully returned to shore, with Lordaeron in sight. She knew that Arthas would undoubtedly pursue them, and they needed to inform their master promptly. Yes, Sylvanas and her company approached the gates of Lordaeron. An eerie silence enveloped the area, prompting her to furrow her brow and signal the Naga behind her to halt. "What troubles you, my lady Sylvanas?" one Naga inquired. "I sense something amiss." "Remain vigilant." Sylvanas readied her bow, ever watchful of her surroundings. As they entered the city gates, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby woods, as if something lurked there. Before they could draw closer, a figure stepped forth from the trees. Sylvanas recognized it as one of Illidan's Naga, her expression darkening. "Why are you hiding here?" she demanded. The young Naga, upon recognizing Sylvanas, beamed with joy. "At last, you have returned. Our master has gone to Kalimdor and sent me to relay this message." "Kalimdor? Why has the master gone there?" Sylvanas pressed, but the young Naga shook her head, indicating ignorance, concluding that Illidan was in Kalimdor. Sylvanas resolved to continue her journey. Shortly after Sylvanas departed, Arthas arrived in Lordaeron with his army. My king, it appears that not a single creature resides here, one of his soldiers remarked. Arthas surveyed the area, noting the unsettling silence that made him suspect an ambush lay in wait. "Let the shadows scout ahead," he instructed. Soon, several shadows infiltrated Lordaeron, and upon their return, confirmed the absence of any inhabitants. Though puzzled, Arthas pressed forward. With the undead army's occupation, Lordaeron quickly became Arthas's domain once more. Compared to the Plague Lands, Lordaeron presented a far superior option, abundant in resources suitable for his undead forces that a few modifications would render it ideal. Meanwhile, Archimonde, observing Thrall's predicament regarding Grommash, chuckled. "Little Thrall, do you require my assistance?" Thrall, already in a foul mood upon witnessing his friend under another's control, felt fury boiling over at Archimonde's taunt, directing all his ire towards him. A chain lightning spell shot forth, striking Archimonde with precision. However, it barely affected him, akin to a mere tickle. Taking advantage of the distraction, a group of male warlocks from the Dark Elf faction began to heal Xian and Valsky. Xian, having regained some strength, was able to rise once more. Valsky, on the other hand, was slower to recover, lacking the demonic power that coursed through Xian and could only manage to stand. Yet this was a significant improvement for her. Archimonde, noticing Illidan rising again, prepared a deadly spell, but a Dark Elf soldier bravely intercepted it, sacrificing himself in the process. Archimonde, as focus now rested squarely on Xian, unleashing attacks that claimed the life of one of Xian's subordinates with each strike. Xian understood that this battle was one he could not afford to lose. Should he falter now, defeating Archimonde in the future would be an insurmountable challenge. Not only would Archimonde drain the World Tree's power, but he would also siphon the Well of Eternity nearby. Should that happen, even Kil'jaeden's arrival would not suffice to thwart Archimonde, who might then wield the power to rival Sargeras himself. Though this notion seemed far-fetched, it was not entirely implausible. Thus, Archimonde had to be vanquished. However, Xian's current power was insufficient for such a confrontation. He resolved to issue a mental command to his remaining corrupted orcs to fight to the death against Archimonde. Coordinating with the Naga, the Dark Elf forces would provide cover from the rear, and Xian intended to lead Valsky away, not in retreat, but toward the second Well of Eternity, with aspirations of claiming its power for himself. This was the only viable course of action left to him, as the World Tree remained firmly within Archimonde's line of sight, making its absorption impossible. Suddenly, a horde of corrupted orcs surged toward Archimonde. Accompanied by elite Naga. Xian had instructed the Naga not to inflict harm on Archimonde, but rather to buy him time. Once he absorbed the second Well of Eternity, it would herald Archimonde's downfall. As Archimonde witnessed the oncoming wave of corrupted orcs, he summoned his own forces, Fellhounds, Doomguards, and Infernal Fire, causing the very earth to tremble with their arrival. Meanwhile, Xian stealthily retreated, leaving behind most of the male Dark Elf warlocks to tend to the wounded. Under their care, Malfurion and Tyrant regained their footing and joined the fray against Archimonde once more. With their distraction drawing Archimonde's attention, Xian and Valsky swiftly located the site of the second Well of Eternity. Without hesitation, Xian began to absorb its power as he had done with the Sunwell. Valsky stood guard, silently protecting Xian, accompanied by a handful of male Dark Elf warlocks who diligently followed Xian's orders, tirelessly healing her. Archimonde soon noticed the group of warlocks, a dark shadow crossing his features. He loathed those with healing capabilities, as their presence significantly minimized the casualties among his foes. Should one fail to utterly vanquish even a single foe, he would soon rise again under the malevolent sorcery of the warlock, as if he were imbued with an unyielding vitality, impervious to death by any means. The attention of the demons was fixated upon the malevolent warlock of the Twisted Elves. intent on disrupting the supply lines of the night elves. Meanwhile, Malfurion, Tyrant, and Thrall discerned this peril and commenced rallying their forces to confront the demons, compelling them to engage with the infantry. However, the battlefield was not solely under the purview of the Twisted Elf Warlock's healing prowess. Human Warlocks too possessed similar abilities that, in comparison to their Twisted Elf counterparts, human Warlocks were significantly weaker. Yet they still imposed considerable pressure on Archimonde that it could be said that the combined forces of the Naga, Twisted Elves, humans, orcs, and night elves, bolstered by numerous healers, remained in a state of vitality, while Archimonde's demonic legions, though formidable, could not outlast an army fortified by healing buffs. Among them were warriors imbued with demonic power, whose strikes against Archimonde's legions proved tremendously painful, with their demise occurring at a swifter pace than Archimonde's ability to summon reinforcements. The scales of victory appeared to tilt in favor of the Night Elves. And soon Archimonde's demonic forces were entirely annihilated, leaving him utterly alone. "Archimonde, you have lost." However, Archimonde erupted into laughter, for this was the most absurd jest he had ever heard. The beings before him had never commanded his respect. A conflagration erupted from Archimonde's hand, causing the surrounding temperature to soar, prompting Malfurion and the others to change color in alarm. It was evident that any individual who dared to touch this infernal flame would be reduced to ash in an instant. The scene before them left no room for misunderstanding. The power Archimonde had previously displayed was but a fraction of his true might, and this terrifying fireball might not even represent the full extent of his capabilities. The fireball was unleashed with astonishing speed, targeting the logistical support of the Night Elves, exploding amidst them. The malevolent elf warlock and human warlocks at the epicenter were instantly incinerated, while those further afield either succumbed to the residual blast, falling unconscious, or were ignited, meeting a fiery end. The area traversed by the fireball was left scorched, creating a 2 to 3 yard wall of flames that completely separated the Night Elves from the orcs. Following the release of this cataclysmic fire, Archimonde offered no respite to the Night Elves. He vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he held a captive, a person to know, Tyrant. The one ensnared by Archimonde was none other than Malfurion's beloved, Tyrant. Archimonde ruthlessly tormented her with the grip of his legion, shadows assailing her form, contorting her expression in agony as she endured unspeakable torment. With a sickening crack, Tyrant's head was severed from her body, ending her life in an excruciating manner. Malfurion bore witness to the horrifying demise of his beloved, his eyes reddening with fury. Bound by tendrils, it seemed the world tree sensed his wrath, causing the earth around him to burgeon with lush flora. A potent surge of nature's force coursed through Malfurion. "Archimonde, you shall pay the price. Feel the wrath of nature." At Malfurion's summons, the surrounding trees transformed into colossal trance, advancing upon Archimonde, while immense vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring him firmly. The sudden turn of events startled Archimonde, yet he still regarded Malfurion with disdain, deeming him far too weak. Before Archimonde stood 2 apparitions, one a human leader, Jaina, and the other the recently slain Tyrant. Upon their deaths, their souls had been collected by Archimonde, a manifestation of his peculiar ability known as soul infusion, allowing him to harness the powers of his vanquished foes, with each soul conferring unique capabilities. Jaina's essence doubled the damage inflicted upon enemies, while Tyrants diminished their magical reserves. Archimonde unleashed the 2 souls in an explosive display, dealing lethal damage to all enemies within a 200-yard radius, resulting in catastrophic losses for the Night Elves, nearly decimating their ranks. Malfurion too felt the reverberations of this calamity. His bindings weakened, allowing Archimonde to break free. In that instant, he released a shockwave that sent Thrall soaring into the sky, where he crashed to the ground with tremendous force. The impact rendered Thrall incapacitated, while his steed met an untimely demise. Archimonde then turned his gaze toward Malfurion, the only night elf capable of posing a threat to him. Just as he prepared to strike, a voice halted him. "Archimonde, your adversary is me." Archimonde turned to behold Illidan standing before him, a sight that astonished him. It was clear that Illidan had grown immensely stronger. "This power stems from your absorption of the well of eternity's essence." Archimonde discerned the source of Illidan's newfound strength, recognizing it as rightfully his own. Illidan offered Archimonde no opportunity for reprieve, summoning the void of Arcana to forcibly drain Archimonde's energy, rendering him powerless. A mere lamb awaiting slaughter. No, this cannot be. Return my power. Archimonde roared in desperation. Illidan snorted dismissively, his warglaives radiating a brilliant green light. Archimonde, feeling as though death itself had locked onto him, finally displayed fear upon his visage. Archimonde, behold the rage that emanates from my very core. Illidan activated the demonic power within him, fully transforming into a demon. Gaining the ability known as the Finger of Death, a streak of crimson lightning struck Archimonde, sending him hurtling through the AI, or as he crashed to the ground. A phantom of Illidan emerged behind him, relentlessly assaulting Archimonde until it was replaced by the corporeal Illidan himself, who rained down devastating strikes in a brief span. Illidan delivered a staggering 981 blows, culminating in the protracted end of Archimonde's existence. Illidan sheathed his warglaives. Despite Archimonde's demise, the demonic power within him lingered, particularly the essence of his soul, a demon. Archimonde's soul would inevitably return to the void upon death, and given a century, he could be resurrected. Chaos gaze. Illidan's eyes glowed with an intense green light as he fixated upon Archimonde, a wisp of his soul slowly detaching from his body, only to retreat in fear upon sensing Illidan's gaze. It was evident that Archimonde's soul aimed to flee back to the void, for ordinary mortals could not perceive such entities, demons being the notable exception. Malfurion and the others recoiled, feeling as if death itself had marked them. Illidan struck Archimonde's corpse with a forceful palm, extracting his soul, a green, smoke-like essence that floated forth. That Archimonde's soul, now freed, frantically sought escape, yet Illidan would not allow him to flee. Extending his hand, he grasped the fleeing essence, and before the onlookers, they beheld a green light being drawn into Illidan's mouth. That it appeared that Illidan could perceive what others could not know. You cannot kill me, Archimonde pleaded, but Illidan offered no chance for resistance. Consuming the entirety of his essence, from this day forth, the world would know no Archimonde, nor would he ever rise again. From the moment you laid your hands upon Vashj, your fate was sealed. Death awaited you. Subsequently, Xian reverted to his original form. Archimonde had perished, and he no longer needed to maintain his demonic guise, while Xian gazed towards Malfurion and Thrall, yet he did not catch sight of Tyrant, which caused him to furrow his brow in concern. He approached Malfurion and inquired, "Brother, where is Tyrant?" Upon hearing Illidan's words, Malfurion fell silent, at a loss for how to articulate the grim reality that Tyrant had passed away. Observing Malfurion's despondent demeanor, Xian seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Brother, please accept my condolences." Malfurion forced a bitter smile and replied, "Perhaps the path you have chosen is indeed the right one. Because of my choices, I have lost my beloved." Why Xian remained silent, unsure of how to console Malfurion, merely watching him as he walked further away, his gaze drifting to the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground, all of whom had sacrificed themselves in the battle against Archimonde. "Let us lay them to rest with dignity," Xian commanded, at which point Vashj and Hellfire joined him. In the distance, Thrall fixed his gaze intently upon Hellfire, seemingly grappling with something within. Why Xian observed this keenly, he released his control over Hellfire, allowing him to regain his autonomy. "Thrall, what brings you here?" Hellfire asked, his surprise evident as he beheld Thrall. He recalled that he had been engaged in combat with the demigod Cenarius of the Night Elves. After defeating Cenarius, he had lost consciousness. Yet, upon awakening, he found himself in this peculiar scenario. Thrall's heart swelled with emotion upon hearing Hellfire call his name. He cast a grateful glance towards Xian, recognizing that this was Illidan's way of granting him a farewell with Hellfire, a moment they might not share again. After an extensive conversation, Hellfire came to understand his circumstances and the recent cataclysmic battle. He harbored a profound hatred for Archimonde, but was relieved to know he was now dead. "It is time to depart." Xian issued his edict, and Hellfire appeared on the verge of an emotional outburst, which Thrall promptly quelled. "Follow him. Perhaps this is your destiny." Do not attempt to resist. You cannot overpower him, and he can control you at any moment. Thrall emphasized the word control with particular weight, wanting Hellfire to understand that he should comply with whatever commands were given, without concern for anything else. He was all too familiar with Hellfire's temperament. However, following Illidan was undoubtedly a far superior choice compared to remaining with Thrall. Hellfire nodded, sensing Illidan's formidable power as well as the strength of those who stood by him. Perhaps aligning with him was indeed a wise decision. Thrall escorted Hellfire back to Xian's side. Illidan, I have convinced Hellfire to pledge his allegiance to you. You need not exert control over him any longer. I assure you, he will not defy your commands. Why Xian chose to remain silent and led his forces down the mountainside. Thrall signaled, and Hellfire followed suit, understanding that this was Illidan's tacit approval. After watching Hellfire depart, Thrall gathered the remaining members of his kin and left the area. As for the humans, they found themselves at a loss, their leader having perished, leaving them to rely solely on themselves. Just when they were uncertain of their next steps, a figure appeared before them. You may choose to follow me. I can offer you protection. Of course, you may refuse as well. The choice is yours. Why Xian's words were devoid of flourish, yet they prompted deep contemplation among the humans present. Following a race that was not their own was unprecedented for them. Yet they found themselves with no alternative. Their ranks had suffered grievous losses, and even if they were to attempt the reconstruction of their empire, it would likely take at least a century under the most stable conditions. Should they encounter invading foes, death would surely await them. Ultimately, they reached a decision. They would follow Xian, which for the time being seemed to be their best option. Master, we have arrived. Why Xian turned towards the sound, spotting Sylvanas hastening towards them. Upon witnessing the surroundings, Sylvanas comprehended that a fierce battle had unfolded. I apologize, Master, for my tardiness, she said with a hint of guilt. Why Xian merely acknowledged her with a hum and continued his descent. In this world, there was likely no one left who could pose a threat to him. Barring the void, Akmon's death would undoubtedly reach Kil'jaeden's ears swiftly. It remained uncertain what Kil'jaeden's next move would be. Master, who are these humans? Sylvanas queried, eyeing the group of human soldiers trailing behind. From her perspective, it was inconceivable that these soldiers had come to ally with Xian. They are our own. Upon hearing this from Xian, Sylvanas was taken aback. She had not anticipated that they had indeed become Illidan's followers. What manner of strategy could have achieved such an outcome? Moreover, it seemed evident that these soldiers had not ingested any controlling potions, implying that their allegiance was voluntary. Where's Arthas now? Reporting to the Master, Arthas is likely already taken control of Lord Eren. Why Xian was not surprised by this outcome. It aligned perfectly with his expectations. A few days later, before the gates of Lord Eren, Xian and his companions arrived to find the gates wide open, a clear indication of deliberate intent. Let us enter, as they stepped into Lord Eren. An unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings, the air tainted with the stench of decay from the corpses that had not been present before. That moment, a voice shattered the stillness. Welcome to my kingdom. Illidan, it is good to see you again. Arthas greeted, a smile gracing his lips, though he was taken aback by the sight of Sylvanas standing beside Xian. His gaze darkened upon seeing her, as did Sylvanas's. Old adversaries often regard each other with heightened animosity. Attack, with the main event now at hand, Xian deemed any pleasantries superfluous, and Arthas was clearly unprepared for Illidan's abrupt aggression. He had anticipated at least some idle chatter before the confrontation. In an instant, the two sides clashed, with Xian facing the undead Arthas. Illidan, you surprise me. I never expected that after all this time. Your power would have grown so significantly. I find myself increasingly reluctant to kill you. Why not we join forces and share this world together? Arthas proposed, only to be interrupted by sudden, excruciating pain. The intense sensation jolted him back to reality, and he glanced at his left arm, now vacant. Yet Xian's assault showed no signs of abating. Arthas cursed vehemently, realizing that this foe would heed none of his words. Enduring the agony, he recognized that losing an arm had drastically diminished his strength, and now he found himself thoroughly suppressed by Xian and Nubarak, witnessing Arthas's injury. hurried to provide assistance. Suddenly, spikes erupted from the ground, launching Xian into the air, disorienting him. And Anubarak seized the opportunity to rescue Arthas. "Illidan, this is your own doing," Arthas shouted, raising Frostmourne high. From a distance, a dragon's roar resounded as a massive skeletal dragon descended. Casting its shadow over all of Lordaeron, T lowered its head to survey its foes below, unleashing torrents of icy flames. Seeing this, Xian transformed, the demonic energy surging through him as he fixated on the colossal skeletal dragon. A bolt of crimson lightning shot forth from him. Due to its massive size, the dragon was unable to evade the attack, and Xian's deathbolt struck true, eliciting a pained cry from the creature, which expressed its unwillingness to succumb. In the astonished gaze of Arthas, the skeletal dragon was reduced to ash. No, how can this be? It is evident that even Arthas could not defeat the skeletal dragon. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of this creature. Yet, astonishingly, he could not withstand even a single second before Illidan. It dawned upon Arthas that Illidan had not even exerted his full power in their confrontation. Had he unleashed his true abilities from the outset, it is likely that it would not have been the skeletal dragon that perished, but rather Arthas himself. "Your Majesty, flee!" Anorak shielded Arthas with his body, remaining ever vigilant against Illidan, while Xian exhibited no interest whatsoever in him. Sylvanas, too, was taken aback by her master's might. She suddenly felt a sense of relief that her prior decisions had been correct, her only regret being that she had not allied with Illidan sooner. Arthas was also quick to prepare for escape, but Xian advanced toward his fleeing direction, only for Anorak to block his path. "You shall contend with me. As long as I, Anorak, still draw breath, you shall not harm King Arthas." "Very well, you may die," Xian retorted, and no sooner had he spoken than he struck Anorak with a mighty blow, the latter having no time to react as he was sent hurtling through the air, landing on the ground, lifeless. Next, it was Arthas's turn. Gaze of chaos. Arthas felt the piercing gaze of something truly terrifying upon him, and he was soon overwhelmed by excruciating pain, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness under such mental torment. That why Xian gestured for his subordinates to bind Arthas, and with his defeat, the undead army crumbled like a house of cards, falling to the relentless slaughter by the human forces, the corrupted elves, the Nagas, and the vile orcs over the course of 3 days and nights, until the undead were entirely obliterated. That moment. Within the dungeons of the Lordaeron Palace, Arthas found himself imprisoned, guarded by Sylvanas Windrunner, to whom Xian had entrusted complete authority over Arthas. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Xian had drained Arthas of his magical powers, rendering him utterly harmless, thus allowing him to rest assured as Sylvanas exacted her vengeance on Arthas. In the days that followed, anguished moans echoed from the dungeon, leaving none the wiser about the horrors that transpired within. When Xian next visited Arthas, he found him reduced to a mere shell of his former self, both body and spirit ravaged, transformed into a complete lunatic. Upon witnessing this, Xian couldn't help but reflect that one should never offend a woman. Such methods, even if applied to himself, would leave him trembling in fear. "Master, thank you for granting me this opportunity. No need for thanks. This is merely a gift for your loyalty to me, a trifle in my eyes." Xian spoke the truth, yet for Sylvanas, this favor would forever be etched in her heart. She then lifted her bow, ending Arthas's wretched existence. "Have you had your fill of torment?" Xian inquired. Sylvanas nodded, continuing the torture held no further significance, for what was lost could never be reclaimed, and she would be alone henceforth. No, she still had a master, and from this day forward, she would pledge her unwavering loyalty to Xian. Azeroth was gradually returning to its usual state. Although the Well of Eternity had been absorbed by Xian, it mattered little to Malfurion. Xian had even performed a good deed, as for the orcs. They held no such reverence for magic, and thus remained indifferent. A month swiftly passed, and Xian's elite forces had nearly fully recuperated. Even the last of the human recruits had partaken of the small potions crafted from Xian's own blood, enhancing their strength. On this day, Xian summoned them all together, for they were to depart this place, why Xian was preparing to venture into the Outland, specifically to the Dark Temple once occupied by Illidan. The Dark Temple had not originally borne this ominous name. It was once the Dreenei's sacred site, the Karabir Temple, which had since been overtaken by orcs and Magtheridon. Those Dreenei, led by Akama, had been left wandering, and during their prolonged exile and battles, they had been transformed into broken due to the energies released when the Lich King Nazul opened the portal to the Outland. Why Xian pondered what Akama was currently doing. He was well aware of this fickle character, who outwardly professed loyalty to Illidan but was, in truth, duplicitous, stabbing Illidan in the back while releasing Mayev's Shadow Song, ultimately leading to Illidan's demise. Thus, on this journey to the Outland, Xian intended to clean up Illidan's mess. However, before addressing that, he needed to seize the Dark Temple, for therein lay a wealth of powerful allies. This was Xian's objective. It was not enough for him to be strong alone. Only by empowering those around him could he deny his enemies any opportunity to exploit weakness. Why Xian opened the portal to the Outland and stepped through, followed by Vashj, Grommash Hellscream, and finally his vast army. Is this the world of the Outland? The landscape was drenched in crimson, as though steeped in blood. It was difficult for Xian to fathom how any life could thrive in such a harsh environment, akin to searching for water in a desert. Upon entering the Outland, Xian dispatched scouts to locate the Broken. Before assaulting the Dark Temple, he aimed to deal with this treacherous individual first. As for Magtheridon, Xian held no fear. He was merely a subordinate of Manaroth, hardly a cause for concern. Even should Kil'jaeden himself descend upon this realm, Xian felt confident in his ability to obliterate him. After 3 days and nights of searching, the base of Akama and the Broken was finally located. Lord Illidan, a faction claiming to be the Broken, wishes to ally with us against the demons here, reported a young Naga. Come, take me to them. Soon, they arrived at Akama's base, where Akama emerged to greet them. I am Akama, once a Dreenei. This Dark Temple was not always so. It was our sacred Karabir Temple, now occupied by a horde of orcs and demons. You wish to rely on us to reclaim the Dark Temple? Akama nodded. There are several portals near the Dark Temple. If we can close them all, the demons within the temple will be at our mercy. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Akama and Xian launched their assault on the demon portals, under the might of Xian's vast army. The portals were easily sealed, and the demons were powerless to retaliate. After closing the portals, they commenced their offensive strategy. Why Xian instructed Akama and his followers to utilize their stealth abilities to disable the magical engines of the Dark Temple's defenses, thereby opening the great doors of the Dark Temple. In an instant, Xian's forces surged inside. As they charged in, Magtheridon fought fiercely, awaiting reinforcements that would never arrive, for unbeknownst to them, the portals had all been sealed. Ultimately, Magtheridon was captured, and without mercy, Xian drained his dark powers, solidifying his control over the vile orcs, corrupted elves, and other dark beings. Following this, Xian turned to the task of exterminating the Broken. At this moment, Akama remained unaware. After successfully seizing the Dark Temple, he sought out Xian. Master, we have triumphed over the demons and reclaimed the Dark Temple. I now request permission to cleanse it. Before he could finish his sentence, Xian swiftly severed Akama's head with the blade of the war glaive of Azzinoth. Akama's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Illidan until the moment of separation. His eyes remaining open, still filled with terror. Why Xian then commanded the area to be cleaned up while secretly issuing orders for the eradication of the Broken. He instructed that the great doors of the Dark Temple be sealed tight, initiating a massacre of the Broken, blood flowing like rivers within the temple. Once the Broken had been entirely slaughtered, Xian summoned Vashj. My dear, did you seek me? Xian nodded and replied, Yes, I wish for Nazul to guard the Dark Temple for me. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Vashj, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced to Xian's request and nestled into his embrace. The primary reason Xian insisted on having Nainthus remain to guard the Dark Temple was due to Nainthus being one of Vashj's most capable subordinates. Renowned for his bravery, during the initial assault on the Dark Temple, he was the first to charge in, piercing through every enemy that stood before him. Thus, it was only fitting for him to safeguard the Dark Temple. But that was not the foremost reason. The most significant factor was his unwavering loyalty to Vasky, which was undoubtedly the highest. Simultaneously, he harbored a deep infatuation for Vasky, rendering him a rival in Xian's eyes, albeit one of little concern. "Come, I shall introduce you to a formidable being," Xian said, taking Vasky's hand and leading her toward a specific location. Soon, they arrived before a colossal stone figure to deer. "What is this?" Vasky inquired, puzzled. "This is a hellfire, a being far more powerful than any ordinary hellfire." Xian explained to her, dear, do you intend to? Indeed, I plan to resurrect it. The demonic power of that scoundrel Metherodon is insufficient to awaken it. Only I can grant it the opportunity for rebirth, and I can sense its yearning. He replied that a surge of potent demonic energy emanated from Xian, infusing the massive entity before him. Blue flames began to flicker from stone body. As the flames multiplied, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the colossal figure ignited, dancing with blue demonic fire. From this day forth, you shall be known as Supremus. That it seemed that this entity, 10 times larger than a typical hellfire, understood Xian's words as it patted its chest in a gesture of J-O-Y. Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Due to its immense size, he decided to place it in the plaza before the main hall, a space ample enough for its presence. Should enemies appear, this being would surely incinerate them to ashes. Next, they proceeded to the location of the soul box, which contained the tormented souls of the slain Draenei. When Gul'dan had come here, he had taken note of this artifact, imprisoning within it the souls of all the Draenei who met tragic ends. Unfortunately, Gul'dan at that time could not control it and had to seal it away. Soon, Xian arrived at the site. Gazing at the sealed soul box, he refrained from breaking the seal, for the essence contained within was rife with potent resentment. Without absolute certainty, it would be prudent not to open it. Currently, the soul box could be deemed the most malevolent object within the Dark Temple. Xian established an additional seal to reinforce the existing one, for this entity was truly terrifying, instilling even him with a sense of dread. At that moment, Lady Shiraz suddenly appeared before Xian. "Master, as per your command, I have gathered all the demons. Now it is only you who needs to make your entrance." "Excellent. You have done well." Xian expressed his satisfaction upon seeing Lady Mabelin's. Although he could easily defeat Metherodon without her, her presence minimized casualties on his side. Thus, he welcomed her allegiance with open arms. However, one point of concern lingered, his trust in Lady Mabelin's. Despite her lack of remarkable strength, she possessed a unique ability to subjugate those arrogant demons, which was enough to keep Xian on guard. Furthermore, her betrayal of Metherodon did not preclude the possibility of her betraying him as well. Xian accompanied Lady Mabelin's to the plaza, where the assembled demonic army stood in perfect formation, prompting him to regard her with newfound respect. "Master," Sylvanas, arriving late, addressed Xian with deference and took her place at his side. Xian stepped forward to address the demons before him. "Demons, your former master Metherodon is dead. You shall now bow before me, your new master. I care not for your thoughts, but I demand your loyalty through action. Pledge your lives to me. I shall be your sole master." The demons below knelt in submission, affirming their allegiance. Xian was pleased with their response. This place had unequivocally become his domain, yet an uncertain factor remained. He exchanged a glance with Sylvanas, who promptly understood. Utilizing her magic, she controlled Lady Mabelin's, thereby alleviating Xian's concerns. In Azeroth, the once mighty Warsong clan had been utterly vanquished. However, Garrosh Hellscream still had a son, originally destined to fight alongside him, but due to his young age and affliction with the Red Pox, he was sent to reside in Garadar. There, the orcs refer to themselves as Maghar, meaning the Unfallen. These Maghar were afflicted with the Red Pox following the opening of the Dark Portal, and Garrosh Hellscream was among them. Upon discovering that his father, Garrosh Hellscream, had succumbed to the demon's blood, he fell into a spiral of depression and despair. Additionally, the esteemed elder Geirah's health appeared to decline with each passing day, filling him with dread. Should Geirah pass, he would become the next leader of the Maghar. Yet this very prospect tormented him. He feared following in his father's footsteps. Garrosh felt shame over his father's actions, although he knew only that his father had consumed demon blood, remaining oblivious to the subsequent events. During one of Thrall's visits to Nagrand, he recounted the latter part of Garrosh's father's tale. Upon learning that his father had been controlled by Illidan, Garrosh vowed to rescue him, only to be thwarted by Thrall. Thrall insisted that Garrosh's father had chosen a righteous path, one not steeped in slavery. However, in Garrosh's eyes, this was indeed enslavement. Once the chieftain of the Warsong clan, now a mere lackey of Illidan, deepened his disdain for his father and even entertained the notion of severing their father-son bond. Yet the adage of blood being thicker than water was not lost on him, and no matter how he sought to distance himself, he could not escape being Garrosh's son. Thus, to alter this narrative, he resolved to grow stronger. Strengthening himself was the only way to rescue his father and change their current predicament. Otherwise, he would forever bear the stain of his father's legacy. In the ensuing days, Garrosh trained relentlessly, determined to strengthen himself. Over the following years, in his quest for power, he became bloodthirsty and combative, relentlessly challenging the authority of the Night Elves, creating considerable turmoil for them. Soon enough, he faced punishment, with Thrall ultimately cleaning up after him. Yet he remained unrepentant. When he once again prepared to venture into the Night Elves' territory, he was intercepted by Thrall. "Garrosh, what are you doing?" Thrall questioned, his voice laced with concern. Garrosh responded with indignation. "Thrall, step aside. My affairs are not your concern." Thrall, however, refused to yield. Fully aware of Garrosh's intentions, he had made a promise to the Night Elves not to allow Garrosh to wreak havoc. Should Garrosh persist, he would bear the consequences alone, and Thrall was resolute in preventing Garrosh's actions. "This is your doing, forcing my hand," Garrosh roared as he lunged at Thrall. The two clashed, and a chain of lightning was unleashed towards Garrosh. But he was no longer the same Garrosh of yore. Through relentless training and accrued battle experience, he bent his body to evade Thrall's lightning chain, charging directly at him with his massive axe raised. Thrall, in turn, grasped his hammer to parry Garrosh's war axe. After several rounds of combat, Garrosh gradually gained the upper hand, beginning to mock Thrall. Due to the tumultuous clamor of the battle, the attention of other orcs was swiftly drawn. Upon witnessing Garrosh's actions, they expressed their disappointment, placing him at the epicenter of scrutiny. In an effort to make Garrosh recognize his errors, they resolved to confine him temporarily. However, upon hearing of his impending imprisonment, Garrosh vehemently resisted and fled. As he ran, he did not hesitate to proclaim to Thrall, "A true war chief scorns the company of cowards." With that declaration, he fled like a madman, fearing that if caught, he might languish in confinement for an eternity. The prospect of supporting Thrall's decisions was utterly unfathomable to him. Were the Night Elves but mere footnotes in the saga of his noble Orcish kin? Thus, Garrosh embarked on a path of evasion. Meanwhile, within the Dark Temple, Xian pondered his next strategic move as the sky was gradually cloaked in darkness. Sensing the potent aura of malevolence, Xian was instantly reminded of one individual, the Deceiver. Kil'jaeden. After a lengthy wait, Kil'jaeden was finally approaching. Why Xian stretched languidly, yawning as he rose from his seat, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself atop a mountain, awaiting silently as a grand portal materialized. A figure emerged, none other than Kil'jaeden himself. "Illidan, you have made my search arduous. I never anticipated you would come knocking at my door." Upon hearing Kil'jaeden's words, Xian erupted into laughter. "Brother Kil'jaeden, that is precisely what I wish to convey to you. I never thought you would present yourself so conveniently." Kil'jaeden, taken aback by Illidan's unusual demeanor, paused for a moment to survey his surroundings. Detecting no traps, he scoffed, "I did not expect you to grow in strength since our last encounter. Do you truly believe that the meager power I granted you would suffice to defeat me?" Indeed, the strength he had received previously was insufficient to conquer Kil'jaeden, but what did that have to do with waiting for him? "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I'm feeling rather fatigued." As he spoke, Xian yawned dramatically, feigning drowsiness. Despite the humiliation inflicted by Xian, Kil'jaeden remained composed, although he had detected no immediate threats. Illidan's lack of fear was unprecedented. Thus, It was either a ruse or Illidan possessed formidable capabilities. Very well, you have successfully provoked my ire. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot indulge you today. The next time we meet, it will herald your demise, so cherish the remainder of your existence. In response, Xian waved dismissively, conveying a sense of indifference. Begone, begone. I still wish to return to my slumber. Kil'jaeden, nearly choking on his indignation, managed to restrain himself. Without a complete understanding of Illidan's capabilities, he would refrain from acting recklessly. Upon returning to the Dark Temple, Xian muttered under his breath, having anticipated an epic confrontation with Kil'jaeden, only to find the latter retreating without a fight. What nonsense about having matters to attend to. Clearly, he was too afraid to engage. Did he perceive my strength and decide against confrontation? Xian nodded to himself, quite pleased with his deduction. As for Azeroth, there were currently no significant issues, save for the parallel world, which Kil'jaeden would undoubtedly explore. Furthermore, that realm also harbored the tomb of Sargeras, which raised the tantalizing possibility of reclaiming the power within. Xian yearned for that power. Although his current might could easily vanquish Kil'jaeden, it still fell short against the Dark Titan, Sargeras. Only through relentless strengthening would he be able to contend with Sargeras and eliminate both the Titan and his minions, thereby ensuring that this world posed no further threat to him. Only then could he peacefully coexist with Vashj as they enjoyed their remaining days together. Currently, there were two avenues to traverse the parallel world. The first involved searching through the cosmos, akin to Kil'jaeden's approach. The second was to return to Azeroth and seek the time stream. According to Xian's understanding, the time stream resided in a place known as Nagrand, under the stewardship of Kainos. His objective was to open a portal to the parallel world, thereby uniting the Orcish tribes within. Moreover, he contemplated utilizing fragments of the time stream to venture into other worlds and gather additional Orcish tribes to return with him to Azeroth, believing this would bestow upon him eternal power. This notion was undeniably appealing. Who would not desire eternal power? It promised an endless influx of forces and strength. To that point, Sargeras might merely be seen as a lesser adversary. With this thought, Xian's urgency to locate Kainos intensified, seeking to acquire the time stream from him. In that moment, Xian recalled Grommash Hellscream, pondering whether he might encounter his son there. Xian resolved to bring Grommash along during his visit. Should he meet his son, it could prove advantageous. He summoned a Naga under his command and instructed it to summon Grommash Hellscream. Before long, Grommash arrived at the Great Hall. My lord, what are your commands? He inquired, puzzled, having been training his subordinates when he was unexpectedly called. Seeing Grommash, Xian smiled and replied, "Nothing of great consequence. I simply have a question to pose. My lord, please speak. Whatever it is my subordinate can do, I shall exert every effort to accomplish." Xian nodded. Yet there was indeed a matter requiring Grommash's attention. If memory serves me correctly, you have a son, do you not? At this, Grommash's countenance paled, and he knelt before Xian. "Please, my lord, do not be angered. If I have erred, let the punishment fall upon me, but spare my son." Witnessing Grommash's panicked demeanor, Xian ceased to tease him. "Do not worry. I harbor no interest in your son, nor do I find it necessary to squabble with a mere youth." "Indeed, my lord, you speak the truth." Grommash sighed in relief, yet confusion lingered in his mind. He could not fathom why Illidan would inquire about this. "My lord, may I ask what prompted you to bring up my wayward son?" It is nothing of great import. I merely recall that you had a son. You have been by my side for so long, and it seems unfair to have you separated from him for such an extended period." Grommash found himself somewhat exasperated by the underlying implications of Xian's words. "My lord, you need not beat around the bush." Xian rose from his seat, moving alongside Grommash, patting him on the shoulder. "I merely wish to grant you a reprieve, while also performing a good deed by uniting you with your son. It is a perfect opportunity for me to witness the scenery over there." Initially, Grommash felt gratitude towards Xian for his earlier sentiments. However, upon hearing that Xian intended to accompany him, his expression soured, for he felt a loss. He doubted that his kin would welcome Xian, and feared they might engage in conflict upon witnessing him. Grommash's concern was not for Xian. but rather for his own people. Should Xian be provoked, it could spell doom for his tribe, an outcome Grommash dreaded above all else. Seemingly aware of Grommash's worries, Xian reassured him, "Rest assured, I have no intention of intruding upon your tribe. I merely wish to admire the scenery." Grommash understood that his master's decision was resolute. Regardless of his own agreement, it was inconsequential. He could only silently pray that no significant conflict would arise. "Very well. You may return for now. I shall seek you out once more tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." After Grommash departed, Xian exited the great hall and made his way toward a particular location. Before long, he overheard the sounds of a heated argument, nearly escalating to violence. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the disputants were Naintus and Kalak, which caused him considerable distress. One hailed from noble lineage, while the other was of common birth. Kalak often used this distinction to belittle Naintus, yet Naintus remained unfazed, exhibiting remarkable composure amidst the provocation. However, this does not imply that he is devoid of temper. His restraint in taking action is solely for the sake of Queen Vaski. Alas, the good times were fleeting. When Nainthus was appointed by Vaski as a high-ranking overseer, tasked with managing all military affairs for her, and Caracelus was designated as the Lord of the Depths, responsible for handling political and diplomatic matters, Nainthus was the first to express his discontent. The reason for his displeasure stemmed from the fact that, after Caracelus assumed the title of Lord of the Depths, he was granted nearly daily access to Vaski, while Nainthus found himself relegated to the sidelines, a torment for him. Under such strain, Nainthus finally erupted, and the scene before us suggested that the two were on the brink of a confrontation. Had it not been for Vaski's sudden arrival, a brawl would likely have ensued. As for who should perish, Xian harbored the first wish for Caracel's demise. Were it not for Xian's familiarity with Caracel's backstory, he might have remained oblivious to the latter's ongoing scheming to overthrow matriarchal society, i.e. the Naga society. Men are not permitted to attain high status. However, Caracelus was different. He sought to earn respect through martial prowess. While this ambition was admirable, it posed a threat to Vaski. If such matters were to arise in a foreign land, Xian would undoubtedly refrain from intervening, perhaps even encouraging the opposing side. However, when it involved his own subordinate, he found it intolerable, for Vaski was his beloved. Those who dared to usurp his beloved's position would meet a singular fate, death. Moreover, Xian held a profound admiration for Nainthus's valor, while his disdain for Caracelus grew ever stronger. "What are you two doing?" The queen chided as both Nainthus and Caracelus bowed their heads before Vaski, seemingly acknowledging their faults, yet in reality contemplating how to eliminate one another. "I hope you both refrain from such incidents in the future. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy." At that moment, Vaski exuded a regal presence, evoking a desire for conquest, an aura that Xian had never witnessed before. Nainthus and Caracelus nodded in agreement, assuring her that such occurrences would not repeat, prompting Vaski to say nothing further and allow them to depart. Cough, cough. Xian's cough interrupted the two warriors who were about to leave, causing them to regard him with respect. "Darling, what brings you here?" Vaski hurried to Xian's side. "It's merely because I missed you." Vaski's cheeks flushed a shade of red, clearly feeling bashful in front of her two capable subordinates. Nainthus lowered his gaze, though Xian could sense his discomfort. In contrast, Caracelus displayed no sign of awkwardness, and both of them seemed to feel that lingering any longer was inappropriate, thus preparing to take their leave from Xian. "Nainthus, stay for a moment. I have something to ask you." Nainthus paused, slightly taken aback, but despite his confusion, he remained. Meanwhile, Caracelus swiftly exited to attend to his new plans. "Master, how may I serve you?" Vaski turned her gaze to Xian. Seemingly puzzled by his insistence on keeping Nainthus behind, why Xian addressed Vaski. "My dear, I have some matters to discuss with Nainthus. Please return to your chamber and wait for me." Vaski nodded in compliance, demonstrating unwavering obedience to Xian's request. After her departure, Xian turned to Nainthus. "Nainthus, what are your thoughts on Caracelus?" Nainthus was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Illidan would pose such a question. After some contemplation, he responded candidly, recounting Caracel's achievements. Truthfully, You find him quite disagreeable, don't you? Nathus's hair stood on end. He hadn't expected his concealed feelings to be unearthed by his master. Enough. I harbor no blame against you. In fact, I wholeheartedly support your sentiments. Nathus was left utterly speechless upon hearing this. To have his actions endorsed by his master was beyond his wildest dreams. What he thought would be the end of his animosity with Caracelus now appeared far from resolution. I pose you a question. If one day someone sought to kill Queen Vasky, what would you do? Without hesitation, Nathus declared, I would ensure he perished before my eyes, never to harm Queen Vasky. Xian found great satisfaction in Nathus's response, but had another question in mind. Excellent, but what if that individual intent on killing Queen Vasky were me? As soon as the words left his lips, Nathus grasped his weapon tightly, resolutely facing Xian, clearly indicating that should Xian wish to harm Vasky, he would first eliminate him. Oh, you would kill me. Do you truly believe you could succeed? Xian continued to question. Though my strength pales in comparison to yours, as long as I, Nathus, draw breath, I shall not permit any harm to befall the queen. Very well, splendid. Xian clapped his hands. Leaving Nathus perplexed, he had prepared himself for a life-and-death confrontation. Yet here was Xian applauding him, leaving him bewildered. Nathus was no fool. He quickly realized that Illidan was testing his loyalty and sheathed his weapon, standing at attention. After all, the man before him was none other than the queen's beloved, and for that reason alone, he would never raise his hand against him, unless faced with a scenario like the one just presented. Rest assured, master, I vow with my life to demonstrate my loyalty to the queen. I trust you, and I also wish for you to understand this. I will never lay a hand on Vasky. Even if she were to commit heinous crimes and stand against the world, I would still stand by her side. Upon hearing these words, Nathus immediately knelt. He would forever remember his master's declaration. It seemed the queen's choice was indeed wise, and he would not betray the love the queen held for him. From this day forth, Nathus would hold a new understanding of Xian and pledge his allegiance to him. Even without the queen's command, he would obey Xian's every word. Nathus, at your service. I have a task for you. A glint of coldness flashed in Xian's eyes, which Nathus keenly observed, recognizing a familiar aura within. Please, master, command me. I shall fulfill the task without fail. Nathus declared resolutely that I expect to see you alive tomorrow, bringing Caracelus' corpse to me. Nathus's head buzzed at the mention of Caracelus' name. He had not anticipated that Xian's task would involve executing his enemy, which thrilled him immensely. Was this not precisely what he had longed to do? Thank you, master. I shall present you with Caracelus' head tomorrow. Seeing Nathus's confidence, Xian nodded in approval. However, to ensure success, he decided to grant Nathus an advantage, not wishing to see him fall at Caracelus' hands. After all, individuals as loyal as Nathus were rare, while Xian infused a strand of dark power into Nathus. And soon, Nathus's physique transformed, doubling in height and enhancing his strength. Observing this, Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. Excellent. Prepare yourself. I have faith that you will not disappoint me. With that, Xian turned to leave, no longer burdened by worry. He was confident that the outcome he desired would manifest the following day. Now, he intended to spend quality time with Vasky, especially since he would soon be departing from this place, why Xian had contemplated bringing Vasky along. After all, she had endured enough hardship following him, and it seemed rather unfair to subject her to a life of wandering. Therefore, he resolved to conquer the realm first before inviting Vasky to join him, envisioning the surprise it would bring her. Meanwhile, within the royal chamber, Vasky lay restlessly upon her bed, her mind swirling with thoughts of what was to come, her heart fluttering with a hint of anticipation. Just then, the sound of the door creaking open sent her pulse racing. Despite their long-standing relationship, it still felt akin to the thrill of first love that moment. Xian entered, rushing towards her and enveloping her in his embrace. My dear, with just one hand, one can experience the sensation of flight. With your 6 hands, might I then experience sixfold joy? Vasky was naturally aware of what Xian was alluding to, yet she would undoubtedly strive to fulfill his request with utmost dedication. My dear, is that so? As she spoke, all 6 of Vasky's hands began to move simultaneously. Oh, yes, precisely like that. A bit more force on the left, and gentler on the right. While Xian felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, akin to an electric current, delivering an indescribable sense of bliss. It was uncertain how much time had passed, but the night outside gradually receded, and the sounds within the chamber diminished considerably. My dear, shall I serve you in this manner from now on? Upon hearing such affectionate words, Xian felt immense joy. Sixfold delight surged through him, an exhilarating experience that left him breathless. Let us do it once more, he proposed. Just as Vasky was about to act, Xian halted her. What is it, my dear? Have I caused you pain? Xian shook his head, rising from the bed, while Vasky began to assist him with his clothing, deftly dressing herself at the same time. Without delay, my dear, there are two matters I must convey to you. Observing Xian's solemn expression, Vasky furrowed her brow and concerned. I must leave this place at dawn. Initially, Vasky thought it was a trivial matter, but upon hearing the subsequent words, her heart sank. However, I cannot take you with me. You must remain here. Vasky was rendered speechless for a considerable time, clearly wishing to stay by Xian's side. Yet, constrained by his decision, she could not defy his will. Then I shall wait for your return here. Why, Xian responded affirmatively. As the moment of his departure approached, Vasky felt an even stronger desire to linger beside him. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. This is grave news. My queen, Nainthus has slain Lord Caracelus of the deep waters. Upon hearing this, Vasky's demeanor shifted dramatically. Where is Nainthus now? Your Majesty. He is in the Grand Hall. Holding Caracelus' head in his hand, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Vasky. She could hardly fathom that such a turn of events had transpired in such a brief interval. Shortly thereafter, Xian and Vasky arrived at the Grand Hall. And indeed, as the Naga had reported, Nainthus had killed Caracelus, brandishing his severed head. Greetings, master, my queen, Nainthus declared, placing a hand on his chest and bowing slightly. Nainthus, how audacious of you! Who permitted you to act thus? Vasky was unyielding, refusing to accept Nainthus's actions lightly. To kill the Deepwater's lord whom she had appointed was a challenge to her authority, something Vasky would never tolerate. Nainthus, after casting a glance at Xian, quickly lowered his head. Vasky took all of this in, recalling that Nainthus had been left behind by Illidan the previous night. Could it be that this was indeed Illidan's doing? Vasky shook her head, firmly believing that this matter had no connection to Xian. Even if it did, the responsibility lay solely with Nainthus. Then I shall await your return here. Why, Xian concurred, as he was on the verge of leaving. Vasky felt an even stronger urge to remain by his side for a little longer. That moment, a group of Naga approached them. Your Majesty, Master, High Commander Nainthus has slain our Lord Caracelus of the deep waters. Xian scoffed, addressing the Naga royal guards before him. Lord Caracelus conspired against the queen in secret. Fortunately, he was discovered by High Commander Nainthus, who promptly severed his head. Thus, Caracelus met his just fate. The words left Caracelus' loyal subordinates in shock, clearly disbelieving the assertion. They turned to Vasky, and when she confirmed the truth, despair washed over them. They had always regarded Lord Caracelus as their exemplar, only to be confronted with the harsh reality that he was a traitor. If you doubt this, let us search Caracelus' residence. Under Xian's guidance, a throng of Naga made their way to Caracelus' abode. Upon arrival, Xian's eyes ignited with a green flame, allowing him to glimpse a hidden chamber, within which lay something of significance. With a powerful strike, he opened the chamber door, compelling the disbelieving Naga to descend. As they did, terror gripped their expressions, for the chamber was filled with the corpses of their brethren, those who had perished in battle. Logically, they should have been buried. Yet, why were these bodies here? What was the meaning of this? Could it be that their Lord Caracelus truly was a traitor? The evidence was overwhelming, and even the most skeptical among them could no longer deny the truth. Master, my queen, we have discovered a multitude of Naga corpses below. Upon hearing this, even Vasky was taken aback. How could she not understand now? Illidan's directive for Nainthus to eliminate Caracelus was due to the latter's treasonous intent, which he had concealed so deeply that even she, as their queen, had remained oblivious. But why had Caracelus hidden these corpses in the chamber? Vasky inquired, perplexed. What was Carasel's ability? Vasky shook her head, admitting her ignorance. Her thoughts were consumed by Illidan. She had not paid much attention to this, merely sensing that Caraselus was somewhat exceptional. Could it be? Indeed, it pertains to his unique ability. He could absorb the powers of deceased Naga and utilize them to augment his own strength, which is why he hoarded their corpses. Upon hearing this, Vasky's composure faltered. Given her trust in Caraselus, she had never considered this possibility. If he were to develop this ability, even she might find it challenging to contend with him, and the betrayal Illidan had warned of could indeed manifest. Vasky acknowledged that Caraselus was an ambitious Naga. It appeared that his fervent efforts in battle were not for her service, but rather to enhance his own power. Each time he returned victorious, his strength would increase, often at the expense of his subordinates. That time, Vasky had believed that the enemies Caraselus faced were formidable. However, it now seemed that this was all part of a deliberate strategy. My dear, thank you. Fool, what are you saying? I am about to depart from this place, and how can I do so at ease without addressing the lurking threats that lie in the shadows? Garrosh entered the grand hall, but found no trace of Xian, which stirred a sense of confusion within him. Without Xian's command, he dared not leave unbidden. Thus, he remained in the hall, awaiting Xian's arrival. After bidding farewell to Vashj, Xian brought along a contingent of fell orc warriors. After all, taking the orcs into the territory of the beast folk was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Upon entering the grand hall with these fell orcs, Garrosh was also present, and Xian directly opened the portal to Azeroth, stepping through. The fell orcs followed suit after Garrosh entered point 3 days later. In a desolate expanse near Garadar, as the surrounding space quivered, a portal materialized, from which emerged a group of fell orcs, their bodies of vivid crimson, their countenance fierce and formidable. Clearly no trivial adversaries. Soon after, the leader of the fell orcs stepped forth, wielding the bloodthirsty battle axe, Bloodhowl. He was none other than the illustrious Garrosh Hellscream of the Warsong clan. Yet upon emerging, he instinctively moved aside, clearing a path for the portal. As if a far more fearsome entity awaited beyond, a foot stepped through the portal. The sky darkened, casting a pall over Garadar, eclipsing the radiant dusk it once possessed that moment. Somewhere in Garadar, a group of orcs known as the Maghar sensed the atmospheric disturbance, their unease palpable. Has the great chieftain returned? Inquired one esteemed Maghar. The others shook their heads. Since Thrall's arrival, Garrosh had not returned. Alas, sighed one Maghar, lamenting Garrosh's departure. They could not remain without a great chieftain and needed to elect a new leader swiftly. Garrosh, I now assign you a task. Proceed to Garadar and assume the mantle of great chieftain. In Xian's eyes, there was no doubt that Garrosh could fulfill this role, for Gaian had grown old, perhaps even deceased. Should she have passed, Garrosh's son, Garrosh, would naturally inherit the title. Now, it was merely a matter of sending his father, and Garrosh would surely relinquish the position. Even if he hesitated, Garrosh understood the necessity of compliance, for the consequences of defiance would be too grave to bear. Upon receiving his orders, Garrosh hastened to Garadar. Once within the territory of the Maghar, he activated his Windwalk. Concealing his presence, he circled around repeatedly, yet could not locate his son, Garrosh, which puzzled him. He approached one of the Maghar, who, upon seeing Garrosh, was taken aback. His stature and appearance unmistakably identified him as the once great leader who had departed to establish the Warsong clan. Garrosh, you have returned. Indeed, I have returned, but why can I not find my mother? The Maghar sighed and informed him of his mother's passing, causing Garrosh great anguish. He had not even seen her one last time. Then he learned of his son's disappearance, pushing him closer to the brink of despair. What a splendid pair of calamities! After grasping the situation, Garrosh sighed. Ultimately, it was his own actions that had led to this chaos. However, with matters as they were, further lamentation served no purpose. He must first locate Garrosh. Before searching for Garrosh, Garrosh resolved to complete the task entrusted to him by Illidan, to become the great chieftain of the Maghar. Soon, word spread of Garrosh's return, and with the tribe lacking a leader, he was elevated to the position of great chieftain. Subsequently, the Maghar inquired, Great chieftain, how did you break free from the demon's control? Although Garrosh still bore the scent of demons, the Maghar understood that he was no longer under their influence. Appearing as any ordinary orc would, they believed Garrosh had discovered a means to resist demonic control. Garrosh, however, refrained from revealing that he had not undone the demon's grip, but rather that he had been released. Should the demons desire, he would again fall under their sway. Garrosh shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. He had regained his consciousness, but the crux lay in the steadfastness of his will. Only by maintaining such resolve could he evade the demon's manipulation. The Maghar erupted into applause, recognizing Garrosh as one of the unfallen. As evening descended and the other Maghar held a feast, Garrosh returned swiftly, sharing the news of his successful ascension as the great chieftain with Illidan. Xian, pleased upon hearing this, understood it was merely the first step. That he then produced a small vial and handed it to Garrosh. You comprehend what must be done, do you not? Transform them to be like you. Garrosh hesitated momentarily. Rejecting this would not alter his current fate. Yet, to see his kin, the Maghar, become fallen at his hands weighed heavily on his conscience. However, should he refrain from acting, Illidan would find another means to achieve this. And in a fit of displeasure, his tribe could face annihilation, an outcome he could not abide. That I understand what must be done, my master. Garrosh activated Windwalk once more, departing again. Upon returning to the camp, the Maghar were preparing for the feast, seemingly in search of something. Clearly, they were seeking their new great chieftain, and this banquet had been arranged in Garrosh's honor. Have you seen the great chieftain? The other Maghar inquired, shaking their heads. Just as they were about to commence their search, Garrosh suddenly appeared before them. Great chieftain, you have finally arrived. We have prepared the feast. With a gesture from one of the Maghar, the festivities began, and the orcs erupted with excitement. Witnessing this scene, Garrosh felt as if he had returned to the days of the Warsong clan, yet he knew that those times were irretrievable. Before revealing himself, he had already poured the potion entrusted to him by Xian into the evening's fare. Soon, as they partook of the food, they would be affected by the potion, transforming into members of the Fel Orcs. As the performances concluded, the guests began to eat, and Garrosh joined them. In no time, the Maghar exhibited peculiar changes. Their complexions began to mirror that of Garrosh, indicating the potion's effects had taken hold. I feel invigorated, the other Maghar roared, reveling in the euphoria of their newfound vitality. Yet a few retained their composure, realizing their skin was shifting to resemble Garrosh's, and this transformation occurred only after consuming the food, suggesting something was amiss with the meal. However, these dishes were staples of their diet, presenting no issues. All signs pointed to Garrosh Hellscream as the source of the predicament. His presence had orchestrated the feast, and it was this very feast that had led to their transformation. They could sense the demonic blood coursing through their veins. Garrosh, too, felt the piercing gazes of those few Maghar, and his heart grew heavy. Yet he acted out of necessity. He believed he was doing this for their benefit. Garrosh, did you orchestrate this transformation? Some of the Maghar accused, disillusioned after having trusted him and elevated him to the position of great chieftain. Is this how you repay our faith? A few still defended Garrosh, but once they learned that it was he who had induced their transformation by administering demonic blood, they realized they were no longer Maghar, but had irrevocably become demons. No, it cannot be. Great chieftain, tell me this is not true. Some still clung to disbelief. Yet Garrosh remained silent, offering no rebuttal. This only served to erode the trust of those few who had still believed in him. Forgive me, my actions are for your own good. Are we well? Grommash, are you confused? Is transforming us into demons truly for our benefit? Faced with a barrage of questions, Grommash felt a heavy weight in his heart. At that moment, a voice shattered the silence. So, is this how you treat your chieftain? Humph, you wicked demon. It is you who has compelled Grommash to act thus. To this accusation, Xian readily admitted, even if he had denied it. The orcs would hardly believe him, for beside Xian stood several orcs, akin to themselves. Excellent, brothers of the tribe, charge forth. If we slay this demon, we shall be free. With a command, all the orcs surged towards Xian. Yet their efforts proved futile. Xian did not even need to lift a finger to prevent these orcs from advancing, leaving them frozen in place, bewildered. First and foremost, I did indeed compel Grommash to administer a potion to you. However, It was an unavoidable measure. Without it, you would not heed my command. Thus I had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Why Xian spoke with a resigned expression, only to be met with a chorus of Orcish curses. Begone! Even if you resort to such measures, do you think we will obey you? You are dreaming. Yes, you are dreaming. Upon hearing their retorts, Xian shook his head. No, no, no. You will certainly heed my words. As long as I desire, my will can effortlessly supplant yours. However, I shall not do so. You know why. Xian realized he had posed a question to the wrong audience. After all, they were orcs. Beasts, not humans. How could he inquire about human dilemmas with them? Xian decided to dispense with the subtleties and stated plainly, you now possess two choices. Either submit to me, or I shall force you into submission. The choice is yours. Die, demon. You think I would submit to you? The orc roared defiantly, only to have his consciousness seized by Xian, becoming a mere puppet. Master. In an instant, the most vehemently resistant orc was compelled to submit. This, however, incited even greater resistance from the other orcs. Yet all of this fell within Xian's plan that if you wish for him to live, it is best to submit to me. Otherwise, I shall extinguish his consciousness entirely. Indeed, the atmosphere grew markedly quieter. Xian was well aware of the Orcish bond of brotherhood, and they would surely not wish to witness their comrade perish before their eyes. How can we trust that what you say is true? Xian did not hesitate. Snapping his fingers, the controlled orc immediately returned to normal, only to begin hurling insults at Xian once more, though he soon fell silent. Now you all see, do you not? If you do not wish for him to die, submit to me that I am not asking you to engage in wrongdoing. In short, follow me, and there will be plenty to feast upon. Ahem, allow me to interject. We do not consume meat. We are herbivores. Xian. Xian felt as though he were attempting to reason with cattle, glancing at the orcs before him. Were they not akin to bovines? Xian thought to himself, I am indeed arguing with a herd of cattle. How utterly foolish of me. What I mean to convey is that by following me, you shall grow far more powerful than you can presently envision. After a lengthy discourse, Xian finally managed to persuade the dim-witted orcs, leaving him utterly exhausted. The next objective was to locate the possessor of the time gem, Kainas. With this newfound manpower, finding a mere Kainas would be a trivial task. However, before locating Kainas, he first needed to find Gromash's son, Garrosh. Xian sensed that Garrosh would jeopardize his plans, much like Mev Shadowsong had thwarted Illidan's endeavors in the past. At that moment, Garrosh was imprisoned in a subterranean cage belonging to Thrall. Not long ago, they had discovered Garrosh's hiding place and captured him. Thrall, let me out. Garrosh, you ought to reflect upon your actions. The Night Elves are not our enemies. Your conduct is inciting unnecessary conflict. Thrall sternly admonished Garrosh, yet Garrosh remained unfazed. Humph, your stance is merely a display of cowardice. A true chieftain would never exhibit such weakness. Thrall shook his head, knowing that no matter what he said, Garrosh's perspective would not waver, so he chose to remain silent, pondering instead the fate of his brother. Gromash, alas, the only aid I can provide you is this. As Thrall departed the dungeon, he was approached by an orc infantryman. Chieftain, we have located the trail of the corrupted orcs. Corrupted orcs? Where are they? Lead me there at once. Soon, Thrall found himself at the side of the corrupted orcs. As they advanced further, they realized these corrupted orcs were none other than their comrades residing in Gerdar. Upon spotting a familiar figure, Thrall froze. Could it be that Gromash Hellscream was among them? However, the situation appeared dire. The Maghar had now become corrupted orcs, and it was evident that Gromash played a significant role in this transformation. I had believed that allowing Gromash to accompany Illidan would yield a favorable outcome. Yet now it seems I was mistaken. I should never have entrusted Gromash to Illidan, even at the cost of my own life. Thrall approached Gromash, who sensed the nearing presence. When Gromash beheld Thrall, joy did not grace his visage. Instead, he was overcome with guilt. Unable to face Thrall at that moment, he was acutely aware that his actions had betrayed Thrall's expectations of him. Yet, he felt he had no choice. This was the only way for them to survive. Therefore, he had committed no error. The fault lay in his lack of strength. Thrall unleashed a chain lightning strike upon Gromash. Venting his frustrations, Yet Grommash merely staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. Thrall's assault was now ineffective against him, causing no real harm. Thrall, Grommash, you have changed, transformed into someone I no longer recognize. The Grommash of old would never have acted in such a manner. No, you do not comprehend. I am saving them, Grommash roared. Yet Thrall believed he was merely justifying his actions, not feign innocence. Grommash, from this day forth, you are no longer my brother. Let us settle this in battle. I shall not permit you to continue harming our kin. Thrall furiously charged at Grommash, who sought to explain himself. However, it became clear that explanation was unnecessary, as his opponent would not listen. They were destined to clash. Before long, Grommash gained the upper hand, forcing Thrall into retreat. Thrall, cease. You are no match for me. Cease? Would you have me allow you to continue causing harm to our brethren, leading them into the abyss? It seemed that today's events would not be resolved without conflict. Grommash ceased to hold back, each of his strikes forcing Thrall to relinquish his mighty hammer, until it was ultimately knocked from his grasp. Grommash pressed his bloodied howl against Thrall's throat, declaring, Thrall, I do not wish for us to come to blows, yet we have arrived at this juncture. Alas, depart. When my master returns, I fear even I shall be unable to save you. Thrall was well aware of whom Grommash referred to. Who but Illidan could it be? When they had vanquished Archimonde, he had already been the mightiest being in this realm, and now, after all this time, Grommash had become so powerful that Thrall could only look up to him, and all point one could only imagine how formidable Illidan had become. Grommash, take heed. I shall ensure that Garrosh is well managed. Upon hearing Garrosh's name, Grommash's countenance shifted dramatically. He glanced at the nearby corrupted orcs, realizing that their exchange had been overheard, thereby exposing Garrosh's whereabouts. Thrall, quickly take Garrosh and flee. My master seeks only to find Garrosh. Garrosh? Thrall had little time for contemplation. He hastily made his way back to the tribe. Knowing they must depart swiftly, he believed that soon Illidan would send reinforcements, at which point escape would be impossible. Just then, a group of corrupted orcs appeared before Thrall, surrounding him completely. Grommash, recognizing the impending danger, charged in, intent on carving a path for Thrall. Grommash knew the strength of these corrupted orcs all too well. If it were just one, Thrall could manage to handle it. However, with so many fell orcs surrounding him, should he refrain from intervening, Thrall would undoubtedly meet his demise here. Grommash, Xian called out, observing Grommash as he prepared to engage the fell orcs. It seemed he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Just moments ago, Xian had already located Thrall, cleverly concealing himself nearby. Upon learning of Garrosh's whereabouts, he had no intention of allowing Thrall to escape. Once they were located, he would pursue Garrosh himself. Would he not? Hearing Xian's voice, Grommash halted, realizing that all hope was lost. At that moment, a fell orc rushed back, uttering something to Xian before departing. A smile graced Xian's face. The fell orc had brought promising news. Cain had been located. With this newfound information, Thrall and his companions became inconsequential to Xian. The command for Grommash to seek Garrosh was merely a ruse to mislead him into believing that his son was the objective. In truth, the person Xian sought was never Garrosh, but rather one of his subordinates, Cain. Cain was a pivotal figure in this world, as it was he who propelled the course of events that followed. Without him, Garrosh's fate would likely have been perpetual imprisonment, and the discovery of parallel worlds would never have transpired. According to the recent intelligence, Cain was currently on the Eternal Isle, if Xian's deductions were accurate. He was likely in the midst of dispatching individuals to locate a device known as the Eye of Time. Additionally, there existed a mysterious stone called the Epic Stone, infused with peculiar magic, which enabled the Eternal Isle to remain unaffected by the passage of time. Under the watchful eyes of Thrall and Grommash, Xian gathered all the fell orcs, seemingly preparing to depart from this place. Master, Grommash nearly spoke but swallowed his words. He was genuinely unsure of what to inquire, fearing that even if he asked, Xian would remain tight-lipped. Thrall, witnessing Illidan's abandonment of their pursuit, was filled with confusion. Logically, upon their discovery, Illidan should have executed them on the spot or recruited them to his cause. Yet he did neither, showing no interest whatsoever. All these signs indicated that the matter the fell orc had whispered to Illidan was far from simple. "Chieftain, what should we do now?" "Follow them. I can't shake the feeling that they possess knowledge we lack." However, Thrall had not trailed for long before he found himself encircled once more. "Thrall, my letting you go does not signify a lack of intent to slay you. Should you persist in your pursuit, I shall not hesitate to ensure the annihilation of your entire race." Xian's words were no jest. He harbored no qualms about erasing anyone who posed a threat to him. Xian chose to release them once more, hoping Thrall and his companions would heed his warning. After some time, they indeed ceased their pursuit. "I in the Dark Temple. You repugnant wretches dare to occupy the Dark Temple. Prepare to face my wrath." A legion of demons led by the Abyssal Lord descended upon the Outer Realms, having received orders from Kil'jaeden to eliminate the intruders. "Cursed demons have returned, but we are no longer what we once were." "Warriors, annihilate them." "Yes, my queen." A multitude of fell orcs, fell beasts, and subjugated demons surged towards the Abyssal Lord. The Abyssal Lord retaliated with his own onslaught, unleashing powerful demons such as the Harbingers of Doom, the succubus, imps, and the source of suffering. The nether dragons from the Shadowlands posed a significant threat to Vashj as hundreds of them charged forward. Realizing the tide was turning against her, Vashj finally deployed her Naga forces. Engaging the nether dragons in fierce combat, in the past, the flying serpents could have matched the nether dragons evenly, but now, having imbibed the blood of demons from Xian, the flying serpents were significantly empowered, swiftly routing the nether dragons. Observing the defeat of their aerial units, the Abyssal Lord remained unfazed, for behind them lay 3 colossal portals. As long as these portals remained intact, an unending stream of demons would continue to emerge. Their numbers were vast, indifferent to the loss of those who had fallen. Vashj recognized this grave reality. If this continued, the Dark Temple would inevitably succumb to the Abyssal Lord, despite having slain numerous demons. Their numbers only seemed to swell, while her own forces dwindled, albeit slowly. To "My queen, allow me to destroy those dark portals." Sylvanas stepped forward, asserting that the threat would persist as long as the dark portals remained. "Thus it must be. Sylvanas, I command you to take the Naga Royal Guard and obliterate those portals." "As you wish, my queen." Sylvanas departed with a contingent of Naga Royal Guards, just as the demons summoned reinforcements and released their controlled fell orcs. Including the red dragons, that a swarm of red dragons surged towards Vashj, their target none other than the queen of the Dark Temple herself. Yet Vashj was not to be trifled with. Numerous flying serpent lords advanced to meet them, while ground forces of Dragonkin launched their assaults. Under the combined onslaught of the flying serpent lords and Dragonkin, the red dragons were swiftly annihilated. Witnessing the might of the flying serpent lords and Dragonkin, the remaining red dragons retreated. "My servants, the enemy is exhausted. Advance and eradicate them." Vashj also unleashed her fell elf forces, unleashing a torrent of magic upon their foes. The Abyssal Lord, witnessing this, was finally thrown into disarray, with numerous question marks hovering above him, perplexed as to why the enemy's strength surpassed that of his demons. "Are we the villains, or are you?" As Vashj's forces pressed forward, he summoned all his hellships to bombard the advancing fell orcs and fell elves mercilessly. After relentless barrage, more powerful Hydra forces arrived, and at that moment, despair washed over the Abyssal Lord. "How can we fight this? It's laughable. We stand no chance." He glanced at the Abyssal Lords under his command. "Utterly useless." And then at the Naga Royal Guard on the opposing side. One of them likely matched 10 of his Abyssal Lords. Defeat was inevitable. Just then, news arrived that one of the portals had been breached, further diminishing his forces. "Abyssal Lord, wait. Perhaps we can negotiate." Vashj, on the verge of refusal, was approached by Sylvanas, who whispered something in her ear. The Vashj's face lit up with a smile. You not realize. The vanquished have no right to discuss anything, including surrender or your very life." With those words, she effectively sentenced the Abyssal Lord to death, and he soon found himself surrounded. "Abyssal Lord, I swear, by the name of the Abyssal Lord, to forever pledge my allegiance to you. Permit me and my forces to submit to your command." "Very well. From this day forth, you and your demonic forces shall belong to me." Vashj, should you dare betray me, you shall learn the true meaning of suffering. Sylvanas, upon hearing her name, Sylvanas stepped forward, casting her spell upon the Abyssal Lord. From this moment, the Abyssal Lord would eternally be bound to Vashj, and the Abyssal Lords under him would also fall under her control. After the battle concluded, Vashj returned to the palace. Accompanied by Sylvanas, the Queen, we have acquired yet another formidable army of demons, though it is regrettable that our master is not present. Had he been here, these demon forces could have grown even stronger. Vashj nodded in agreement, her thoughts drifting to Illidan. Eternal Isle. Master, we have arrived at the Eternal Isle. Xian nodded slightly. This Eternal Island was no ordinary place. And finding the true Kanaz upon its vastness was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Based on Xian's understanding of Kanaz, he belonged to the elven race, characterized by elongated ears, a hallmark of most elves. Being an elf, he was undoubtedly also a magician. The Eternal Island was not a commonplace isle. It was home to powerful and enigmatic bearfolk. Xian, however, harbored no fear of these bearfolk, for he could obliterate the island at will. Yet destruction was not a sustainable path, and Xian had no desire to cultivate numerous enemies. Kanaz was a member of the Azure Steel Dragon, so as long as he could ascertain the location of the Azure Steel Dragon, he would be able to locate Kanaz. Whether or not he would meet Kanaz upon finding him was another matter altogether. You happen to know where the Azure Steel Dragon is? Xian's inquiry piqued the interest of the surrounding residents, who seemed intrigued by his appearance. They had never encountered someone like him before, an elf wielding twin daggers. Wow, he's so handsome. Indeed, look at the well-defined muscles on him. The passerby who was asked for directions appeared quite displeased upon hearing this. He stared at Xian for a moment before turning away, seemingly dismissive, as if regarding him as nothing more than a rustic from afar. Oblivious to the whereabouts of the Azure Steel Dragon, Xian's lips twitched in irritation. Damn it, if you don't want to answer, then don't strut around like that. What an insufferable prick, were it not for the watchful eyes of the two lovely elven maidens nearby. Xian would have relished the opportunity to teach that arrogant elven man a lesson. Casting a glance at the two enchanting elven maidens, Xian approached them. Excuse me, beautiful ladies, might you know where the Azure Steel Dragon is located? The two elven ladies covered their faces, appearing utterly starstruck, yet they took their sweet time to respond to Xian's question. Xian's expression gradually turned flat. His features began to twitch, for heaven's sake. Do you even know or not? His expression twisted in exasperation. Oh manly. The two ladies gasped in delight, leaving Xian utterly speechless. It appeared he wouldn't get any answers from them on this journey. Choosing to ignore the two maidens, Xian prepared to leave when they both clasped one of his arms. Handsome, please don't go. We'll take you to the Azure Steel Dragon, won't we? Whether the two elven ladies were intentionally or unintentionally being flirtatious, Xian felt as if his arms had fallen into a realm of tenderness, the delightful sensation both intoxicating and disconcerting. Maintaining a facade of composure, he extricated his arms, though his heart longed for that feeling. Stirring thoughts of Vasky and wondering when he might see her again. Ahem, I kindly request you lovely ladies to lead the way. Xian gestured invitingly, rather than being offended by his withdrawal. The elven ladies appeared even more intrigued. Why are you in such a hurry, handsome? How about we? Yet Xian sighed and deftly interrupted the two elven maidens. What troubles you, handsome? Perhaps sharing with us sisters might help alleviate your worries. Xian replied, Your guidance to the Azure Steel Dragon would be the greatest assistance, dear ladies. Would you kindly lead the way? I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information. It pertains to my personal affairs. Might I trouble you two to escort me to the Azure Steel Dragon first? As he uttered this, a subtle sadness lingered in his tone, evoking sympathy from those who heard it. Very well. We shall lead you. At last, the two elven ladies began to guide him, having finally been persuaded. Under their direction, Xian arrived at the grand entrance of the Azure Steel Dragon. Handsome, this is the Azure Steel Dragon, one of the maidens declared. Thank you, lovely ladies. Xian expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Handsome, it is our honor to assist someone as dashing as you that we hope to meet again for a thrilling escapade. Xian replied with a smile. Absolutely. I shall ensure you experience the romance of a true man next time." Although the two elven maidens did not fully comprehend his words, they sensed it was something delightful and couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Once the two elven ladies departed, Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, finally free from their persistent company. Gazing at the entrance to the azure steel dragon, he settled into a nearby lodging before making his way alone to the azure steel dragon. "Sir, may I inquire what brings you here?" "Hello. I seek to find Lord Kainos. I have discovered a location abundant with epic stones." The guard instructed Xian to wait outside for a moment while he went in to report. A smirk crept across Xian's face. He was confident that Kainos would not ignore the mention of the epic stones. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the guard returned. "Greetings, Lord Kainos has asked me to escort you inside." "Thank you, esteemed guard." Soon, they arrived at Kainos' private chamber. The guard knocked on the door and announced, "Lord Kainos, the guest has arrived." "Very well. You may leave," a nonchalant voice responded from within. "Yes, Lord Kainos." Once the guard departed, Xian promptly entered and locked the door behind him. Kainos observed this scene, intrigued by the elf before him, a type he had never encountered before, seemingly hailing from another continent. Yet, how did this elf know he was searching for epic stones? If he truly came from another continent, he likely wouldn't be aware of Kainos' quest. However, if he were a resident of Eternal Island, it was plausible he could know of Kainos' search for the epic stones. "From where do you hail?" Kainos began to suspect. "My lord, I have been here since birth." Xian feigned confusion. "Oh, if you have grown up here, why does your accent sound foreign?" Xian's scalp prickled. Was there truly an accent to differentiate in this world? Had he lost his mind? Kainos regarded Xian with a mocking expression, clearly recognizing that this elf was not of this land. The mention of epic stones was likely a ruse, a pretext to approach him. "Speak plainly. What is your true intention?" Having been uncovered, further pretense bore no meaning. Why Xian regained his composure, shedding the obsequious facade he had donned earlier. "Since you have inquired so earnestly, I shall graciously reveal my aim. To take you with me, take me." Kainos chuckled, as if he had heard the most ludicrous statement. Here, in his own domain. The audacity of this elf claiming he could take him away was laughable. "Are you certain you are serious? What's the matter? Do you not believe me?" Xian retorted, prompting Kainos to erupt into laughter. "Guards!" With a command, a troop of guards burst into the room, surrounding Xian. "Oh, you think you can still take me now?" As Kainos finished speaking, he was left dumbfounded. During his speech, all the guards surrounding Xian had inexplicably collapsed, while Xian had not moved an inch. What on earth was happening? Kainos could not fathom that the guards would suddenly fall, and it was evident the culprit was the unknown elf before him. "What do you think?" Xian tossed the question back at him. Kainos' expression grew grave as he scrutinized Xian, sensing an unprecedented danger. His instincts warned him that this elf was not jesting. "What do you truly desire?" Kainos inquired. Why, Xian replied, "I never repeat myself." "Very well. I shall accompany you." Kainos expressed his helplessness, feeling as though his breath had momentarily ceased upon detecting the aura emanating from the stranger. Though merely a fleeting instant, it nearly suffocated him. Soon, the area was swarmed with members of the Steel Dragon, who gaped in astonishment at the sight of an unfamiliar elf within Kainos' chamber. Surrounded by the lifeless bodies of their comrades, it was abundantly clear that this unrecognized elf was an adversary. "Lord Kainos, are you unharmed?" The Steel Dragon members inquired, their gazes quickly shifting to the menacing figure of Xian. "Brothers, let us subdue him together." Before they could act, a shadowy figure flitted past them. In an instant, several Steel Dragon members collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the captain of the Steel Dragon arrived. Rushing over upon realizing Kainos was in peril. Only when he saw that there was but a single foe did he exhale in relief. "Anyone who dares to slaughter my Steel Dragon shall face my wrath. I demand retribution for blood spilled." But scarcely had he finished speaking when, within a heartbeat, the captain himself crumpled to the ground, oblivious to the manner of his demise. Kainos trembled uncontrollably. He had never encountered this elf before, let alone provoked him. Yet, everything had unfolded so abruptly. "My lord, it appears we have no grievances between us, correct?" Kainos cautiously inquired. "Leave," was the singular response he received. Under duress, Kainos had no choice but to follow in Xian's wake. exiting through the gates of the Steel Dragon and vanishing into the streets. Days later, the news of the massacre at the Steel Dragon spread throughout Eternal Island. Apart from the absence of Kaina's body, every other member of the Steel Dragon had met their end. In O1 understood precisely what had transpired, as the Steel Dragon had inexplicably vanished from the world. "Please, spare me. I have done nothing wrong." Kainaz pleaded desperately, hoping the elf wielding dual blades would show him mercy. 10 days had passed, and Kainaz lived in a perpetual nightmare. Escaping was his sole desire. "Kainaz, is it?" Xian's voice rang out like that of a deity, prompting Kainaz to crawl before him. "My lord, if you release me, I will do anything for you." In that moment, Kainaz had shed all semblance of a noble elf, reduced to the appearance of a beggar. His once luxurious attire now sullied by the ground. That moment, the door to the chamber swung open, revealing a sinister beast-man who entered, laden with box after box, making 10 trips to transport all the cargo. "Master, all the epic stones you requested are here." "Very well, you may leave." Upon sighting the epic stones, Kainaz's previously brightened gaze dimmed once more. Had he seen such a trove of epic stones before, he would have surely awakened from dreams of joy. Yet now he felt utterly devoid of interest. Do you recognize these?" Kainaz dared not conceal the truth, admitting that the stones before him were indeed epic stones. "I entrust these to you. Create for me the time manifestation you spoke of." At that moment, Kainaz fully comprehended the reason for his capture. It was all for the sake of the time manifestation. He never anticipated that such a trivial aspect would bring such calamity upon the Steel Dragon. He felt himself to be the architect of their ruin. Yet, for the sake of survival, he chose to forge the time manifestation for Xian. The creation of the time manifestation was not a task to be completed in a single day. Thus, Xian would remain on Eternal Island for a while longer, having heard tales of bearmen roaming the area. As a national treasure, Xian was eager to become acquainted with them. For other races in the world of Azeroth, the bearmen were shrouded in mystery. Apart from whispers and legends and myths, few had truly encountered bearmen, let alone engaged with them. This noble race's history could be traced back thousands of years, even before the rise of the earliest human empires, and they had established their civilization long before the Great Sundering. Xian's understanding of the bearmen was not extensive, but he suspected a connection between them and the kung fu bears he had previously seen. This was due to their reliance on a colossal sea turtle, a divine offspring, to traverse the oceans of Azeroth. However, it seemed they had lost their way and severed ties with their homeland, while Xian roamed the surroundings for an entire day. But regrettably, he encountered no bearmen. It appeared they had yet to arrive. Reluctantly, Xian returned to his lodging, preparing to meditate when suddenly, the voice of Illidan echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, you have qualified to become a bearman, and you shall lead them back into the world." Dispelling the mists. "Why? What do you mean, Illidan?" "Apologies, I cannot explain. A voice has instructed me that you must do this. Otherwise, you shall perish, and after your death, another will replace you to continue this path." Why Xian was left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Everything had begun smoothly, and he had merely traversed into the role of Illidan. Yet now, he was being thrust into the realm of bearmen, tasked with leading them forth to dispel the mists. It became apparent that not everything in this world was within his grasp, and for the sake of survival, Xian had no choice but to comply. "Illidan, may I inquire whether, upon becoming a bearman, I will be unable to revert to my former self?" You may freely switch between Illidan and the bearman. However, one crucial point to note is that you must not allow the bearman to discover your true identity as Illidan. Upon transforming into a bearman, all your powers will revert to their original state, and you must climb back to the pinnacle of strength step by step. This revelation, Xian's patience wore thin. The prospect of becoming a bearman meant his powers would be reset to 0. What a futile endeavor. Should he be ambushed and killed upon transformation, it would be utterly humiliating. What means of survival would he possess as a bearman? "None," Illidan replied. "Then are there no formidable skills or abilities?" Xian pressed, only to receive the same negative response. What do bearmen possess, then? Xian's patience was at its limit. Bears have everything that this moment. Xian's mind was filled with confusion. Just moments ago, there was nothing, and now suddenly there was everything. Was he being toyed with? What do you mean by that? He demanded. You, indeed, have nothing, and then you are the weakest among the bear men, perpetually bullied and oppressed. Finally, Xian grasped the situation. It was a case of serving a ruler who demanded loyalty at the cost of life. May I ask if I can postpone my transformation into a bear man? Yes, there is no set deadline. Set deadline. Xian's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. He seemed to have grasped something but hesitated to voice it. Ultimately, after a painful struggle, he decided to ask, does this lack of a deadline mean I can indefinitely avoid becoming a bear man? This time, Illidan did not respond immediately, and Xian waited in anticipation until he finally received an answer. What you propose is reasonable. Yes, that Xian felt a surge of relief. As long as he could exploit this loophole to avoid becoming a bear man, he could use his current identity as Illidan to locate the bear men's dwelling and annihilate all creatures there. Afterward, he could transform into a bear man to complete his task, relishing the prospect. However, Illidan quickly caught wind of Xian's intentions. If you wish to avoid death, cease that dreadful line of thought. Since it was not permitted, Xian had no choice but to maintain his appearance as Illidan. Suddenly, a game-like interface materialized before him, where he noticed 5 avatars at the lower left corner, one of which was his OWN. As Xian scanned downward, he recognized the second avatar belonged to Vashj, the third to Sylvanas, and the fourth to Garrosh Hellscream. Upon encountering the 5th avatar, Xian was utterly bewildered. When did this Abyssal Demon Lord emerge? He pondered. The Abyssal Demon Lord replied, the heart of a baby is burdened, yet the baby remains silent. Adjacent to the avatars was a yellow bar resembling an energy gauge, and at that moment, a surge of information infiltrated Xian's mind. After assimilating this knowledge, he comprehended the purpose of these energy bars. They represented each individual's time until death. When the yellow energy within the bar reached its peak, it signified the demise of a hero. Conversely, if the energy was depleted, it indicated that the hero was in excellent health and would not perish. Xian instinctively checked his own energy bar, and to his shock, it was already halfway full. This revelation was quite disheartening that he then observed Vashj's energy bar, which was completely empty, under the influence of the Well of Eternity's explosion. Vashj was immortal. As long as there was no threat to her life, her energy gauge would naturally remain void. Next, he inspected Sylvanas' energy bar, which was also empty, for the undead were likewise immortal. As for Garrosh Hellscream, his energy bar was not empty and had even surpassed the halfway mark, displaying a troubling upward trend. Could it be that this fellow was nearing death? Xian then glanced at the Abyssal Demon Lord's energy bar, which, like Vashj's, was empty. Only Garrosh's and his own energy bars were in peril, while Xian searched his mind for a means to eliminate the energy bars. Upon seeing the word's bare form, he felt utterly despondent. The only way to rid himself of the energy bars was to transform into a bear. In contrast, Garrosh Hellscream merely needed to consume his own blood to replenish his demonic powers, thereby clearing his energy bar. However, each drop of blood lost would cause Xian's energy bar to gradually increase, clearly indicating that he needed to be judicious with his blood. This method of controlling enemies would likely prove ineffective unless he transformed into a bear. The thought of bear form resonated in Xian's mind, making it evident that his transformation into a bear was merely a matter of time. Ultimately, he could not escape this fate. He had once believed he could remain unchanged forever. Now, it seemed, he had been given a deadline, one that could be quite fatal for him. Fortunately, his energy bar was only half full, allowing him a reprieve from the bear's constraints, at least for the time being. This Abyssal Demon Lord was likely a new subordinate of Vashj. It appeared that during his absence from the Outland, demons had invaded the Dark Temple, although they seemingly failed to conquer it. In the lower right corner, he noted the various troop types. The Naga ranked first, followed by demons, with the fell orcs and the satyrs trailing behind. And lastly, the fell humans, at which Xian observed that the fell humans were down to fewer than 10,000. Evidently, the demon invasion had inflicted significant losses on their side. However, it was fortunate that they had ultimately triumphed, as he noticed an increase in troop numbers. Currently, these indicators were quite useful for Xian, enabling him to monitor Vashj's condition closely. Should a crisis arise at the Dark Temple, he could utilize the portal to the Outland to return. Just then, Xian noticed a yellow object moving in the lower right corner and instinctively glanced over, only to be taken aback as he realized that the yellow object was indeed his energy bar, which was nearing its limit. What was happening? Why was the energy bar rising so rapidly? As if to answer his thoughts, Garrosh Hellscream's energy bar hit its peak and issued a warning. Next to it, a line of red text appeared, stating, "Please provide energy to Garrosh Hellscream promptly, or he will die." Xian felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was being forced to make a choice. "Illidan, what on earth is happening?" he inquired. Illidan replied, "That individual has changed his mind. He demands that you transform into a bear immediately. Additionally, he has amended certain rules. Upon becoming a bear, you will be transported to another parallel world. Should you wish to revert, you will return to your current world." It seemed the other party could no longer wait. At that moment, an option materialized before him. "Would you like to become a bear? Would you?" Xian gazed at the option. Was there really a choice? Selecting no would surely lead to his demise, while opting for yes was the only way to prolong his life. "Yes," Xian declared. He felt a flash before his eyes and soon heard the sound of crashing waves. When he opened his eyes, he found himself on a ship. "New recruit. Come here quickly. We are nearing the island," a human woman informed him. New recruit? An island? From these two pieces of information, Xian deduced that he was a new recruit here and that they were about to reach an island. After conversing with the human woman, he learned that she was the ship's captain, named Garrick. They were currently approaching the island where a previous expedition team had gone missing as they neared the island. Garrick assigned Xian a task, to find a training dummy to practice on, for they would soon face unknown foes. Xian assessed himself and realized his combat prowess was a mere 5, truly pathetic. Damn, he had indeed become a novice. For now, he would focus on honing his skills on the training dummy to familiarize himself with his new body. Captain Garrick provided Xian with a hunting crossbow. It appeared he was cast in the role of a hunter. Unconcerned with the details, he decided to test the crossbow's potency. Xian aimed at the training dummy, charged a shot, and released it in one fluid motion, knocking the dummy down effortlessly. "Well done. It seems you've been honing your skills as a hunter all along," Captain Garrick complimented, startling Xian. Before he could respond, dark clouds gathered overhead, signaling impending rain. "Cursed weather! It looks like it's going to pour." "New recruit, go spar with Private Cole while I speak with the crew," Garrick commanded before departing. Xian rolled his eyes. Did she truly think he was her subordinate? Alas, in his current state of inadequacy, he had no choice but to comply. After a brief search, Xian found Private Cole, who was also lamenting the day's weather. "I hope this rain isn't an ill omen. It should just be a simple rescue mission," Cole remarked. "A rescue mission?" Xian felt a sense of unease. Something seemed amiss, but he couldn't quite place it. Noticing Xian's arrival, Cole turned to him. "What do you need?" "Captain Garrick asked me to spar with you," Xian explained. Cole erupted in laughter. "Good job, young man. Let's exchange a few blows to ensure you won't flee when we disembark. Let's see what you've got." With that, Cole charged at Xian. Xian quickly distanced himself, wielding his crossbow against Cole. As they fought, Xian grew increasingly adept with the weapon, ultimately leading to Cole's defeat. "Your skills are impressive. I believe you'll soon become a valued member of the rescue team," Cole remarked. "Thank you." Xian found Cole's demeanor agreeable. Perhaps it would be wise to cultivate a good relationship with him. Just then, Cole seemed to notice something. "Wait, what is that sound? Something big is approaching." In the next instant, Xian heard someone shout, "Captain, the storm is about to capsize the ship." As expected, the vessel began to sway violently, nearly causing Xian to lose his balance. "Everyone, get to the cabin, quickly," Captain Garrick shouted. Responding to the order, Xian hurried toward the cabin, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I just became a bear. I can't possibly die like this." Xian murmured to herself, resigned to the situation at hand. As all the crew members gathered, Captain Garrick began to reassure his sailors. It seemed that this ship might never reach the island. Everyone should find something sturdy to hold on to. Xian, stay with the new recruits. "We shall endure this," he instructed. Nodding in agreement, Xian thought it wiser to remain with the recruits, as being near Captain Garrick could lead to unforeseen peril. Grasping a solid object to prevent being thrown overboard, she braced herself. Time passed. Although it felt like an eternity, the seawater engulfed the vessel, flooding it with relentless waves. Am I dead? Xian opened her eyes to a vast expanse of blue sky, the distant cries of seagulls echoing in her ears. She rose from the ground, realizing she had washed ashore on a deserted island, with fragments of wreckage scattered nearby. Suddenly, she spotted a figure. It was none other than Captain Garrick. Xian rushed towards him. "Captain," she called out, and Garrick turned to her, his eyes lighting up with joy. "I am relieved to see you unharmed. From what I can gather, this appears to be the island where the expedition team went missing. We have suffered significant losses, with most of our crew injured, that we cannot take action until they recover." Garrick sighed, continuing, "We could have held out longer, but unfortunately, our remaining supplies were pilfered by the fishmen. What a bothersome lot." Upon hearing this, Xian grasped the gravity of their situation, which could only be described as harrowing. Xian, I need you to find sufficient medical supplies for the injured. Once we have that, we can begin the search for the missing expedition team. Xian felt a wave of frustration. How could they think of searching for anyone when they were barely surviving? Nonetheless, she recognized the necessity of gathering supplies for the wounded, as numbers could bolster their efforts. Not far from her location, Xian discovered a cluster of fishmen. This seemed to be their small base, complete with a lookout tower. Among them lay a pair of medical kits, evidently the supplies they desperately needed. Xian swiftly targeted the nearest fishman, drawing the attention of the others. Fortunately, these creatures were not particularly formidable. With each shot, they fell swiftly. After a skirmish, Xian successfully acquired the medical supplies. Returning to Captain Garrick, she presented the kits. "Well done, the injured shall be saved. I knew I could count on you, Xian. However, before we commence our search for the missing team, let us ensure everyone is rejuvenated. Distribute these medical kits. Not a single one should be overlooked." Thus, Xian received a new task. As she handed out the last kit, she was surprised to find it was to another bear person, who, upon receiving it, regarded her with a peculiar gaze. Seemingly, Xian felt an overwhelming tide of exasperation. Though she too was a bear person, she did not identify with them in the truest sense, and found the female bear before her utterly unappealing. Having distributed all the medical supplies, Xian glanced around, sensing something was amiss. "Where's Private Cole?" she pondered. She had a good impression of him and assumed he had been dispatched by Captain Garrick on a mission. As night descended and still no sign of Cole appeared, she grew concerned. Approaching Captain Garrick, she inquired, "Captain, have you seen Private Cole?" Garrick replied, "Cole? I have not detected his presence on this island." Xian was taken aback. It was evident that Cole had met with misfortune. "Condolences, young recruit." Garrick added. 3 days later, the crew convened. Captain Garrick insisted that Xian accompany her, citing her inexperience among the new recruits in the event of an emergency. "You might struggle to manage alone," she explained. Xian agreed, having wished to stay close to Garrick from the outset. Xian, I see a fire near the wreckage up ahead. Let us investigate. There may be survivors." Garrick suggested. Xian nodded in assent. They soon arrived at the fire's location, where a woman lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen. Xian rushed over. Hearing her murmur, "I am so hungry," the woman noticed Xian's arrival and exclaimed, "Others were taken. We need food." Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Garrick recognized the woman immediately. "This is Ililia, a Draenei shaman from the missing expedition team. She appears to be starving. We must find her something to eat." Xian nodded and hurried off to scout for any wild game. Fortuitously, she came across some spiny porcupines. With her crossbow, she swiftly dispatched them, gathering the carcasses together. Lacking a bag, she dragged them one by one back to camp. Garrick was pleased to see Xian return with the meat. After slicing a piece from a porcupine and placing it on the fire, Xian made several trips to bring back the remaining meat. By the time she returned, Ililia had regained consciousness. From her, they learned that the wild boars had attacked their group. Before she could elaborate further, Garrick swiftly fed her a piece of meat. "Eat first, and then we will discuss matters." Clearly famished, Ililia devoured the meat in an instant. Feeling better, Ililia expressed her gratitude to Xian before turning to Garrick. "You must press on. The wild boars have taken the expedition team, including your son." "Son?" Xian glanced at Garrick, whose expression was inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Alelia continued, "The wild boars have abducted the remaining team members and taken them north that I overheard them mention a ritual requiring more sacrifices." Upon hearing this, Garrick ordered the cessation of their search of the island. With the direction of the expedition team now confirmed, she had to rescue her son immediately, with no time to ponder. Watching Garrick lead the others away, Xian opted to remain by the fire. That task was far too perilous for her. Besides, it was not her son at stake. Why should she bother? Alelia regarded Xian's decision with surprise. Isn't this bear person a member of Captain Garrick's team? Why does he not join the rescue? Xian felt a piercing stare and turned to find Alelia gazing at him intently. Her eyes unblinking. Am I truly that handsome? Xian mused inwardly. Even as a bear person, he seemed to stand out among them. He returned Alelia's gaze, noting that this shaman had a certain allure about her. Her horns and hooves hinted at her bovine nature, yet her complexion was fair and smooth, a true beauty in her own right. With delicate skin and strikingly radiant features, her large blue eyes sparkled with an enchanting light. Xian stood up, slowly approaching Alelia. Confused, she watched him, unsure of his intentions. That it was only when he embraced her waist that she reacted, exclaiming, "W, what are you doing?" "Dear lady, seeing your infatuation with me, it is only natural that I offer you something you would enjoy." Xian replied with a playful arch of his brow, feeling a fire ignite within him since transforming into a bear person. "Release me," she gasped. You are still shy." Xian's face broke into a mischievous grin, while his other hand reached back to seize the little cow's tail. A startled cry escaped Alelia's lips as she delivered a swift kick toward Xian. Ouch! Xian felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his legs instinctively clamping together to protect his most vulnerable area, as if it had sustained a grievous injury. After a brief struggle, he collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Filled with profound regret, Xian thought to himself, "I shall never again tease a cow. Oh dear, this pain is unbearable." As Alelia advanced towards him, Xian was instantly alarmed. Should she deliver another kick? He feared he would become the first eunuch among the bear folk. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he staggered to his feet and limped away, the seagulls overhead cawing occasionally, as if mocking him. Once he noticed Alelia had not pursued him, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This woman was truly ruthless. No wonder she belonged to the bull-headed tribe, though she was merely a cow. The strength of her kick was enough to render a man impotent. Fortunately, as a bear man, he seemed to be somewhat lacking in that regard, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Xian rubbed his approximately 100 treasure and proceeded northward, initially reluctant to do so. However, upon further reflection, the current situation appeared to offer more safety in numbers. If the party over their triumph, he might have a chance to escape this island. If they failed, he would have no choice but to remain. Therefore, he had to go, as he was not adept at navigating the local waters. Xian advanced northward. After a considerable chase, he finally caught up with Captain Jalik. At that moment, Austin Harksworth approached, stating, "Ahead lies the territory of the wild boar people. We must exercise greater caution from here on." Subsequently, Austin cast a scrutinizing glance at Xian, frowning slightly. "As a hunter, how can you not have a reliable beast companion by your side?" Xian replied, "I truly am not a hunter. My only weapon is this crossbow. If I were given a sword, wouldn't that make me a warrior?" He continued, "However, having a beast companion would indeed be delightful. At the very least, it could serve as my steed. Pray tell, how can one acquire a beast of their own?" Xian's straightforward inquiry revealed him as a novice in this realm, rendering his questions entirely appropriate. Indeed, Austin's gaze shifted, intrigued by Xian's question. "Well asked. It seems you aspire to become an accomplished hunter. Let me take you to tame your own beast. Fortunately, the wild boar people have yet to commence their ritual, and the surveyors are temporarily safe. That if you can successfully tame a beast, it will be of great assistance to us. Rookie, are you ready?" "I am ready," Xian responded without hesitation, eager to observe how the werewolf before him tamed beasts. To his surprise, Austin sat down and beckoned Xian to do the same. Suddenly, Xian felt a peculiar sensation flow from Austin into his body, leaving him slightly dizzy. once his senses returned. He heard Austin's voice. "All right, I have imparted the basics of beast taming to you. Now go forth and tame your beast." Xian was at a loss for words. What kind of teaching was this? Nevertheless, his mind indeed brimmed with methods for taming beasts. Upon digesting the information, all he could exclaim was, "So ghastly!" Surveying his surroundings, Xian resolved to find a powerful beast suitable to become his pet at the edge of the forest. First and foremost, it must be handsome and impressive. He scoured the periphery of the woods, encountering only a few porcupines and some old goats. Shaking his head, he dismissed these two as inadequate candidates. Upon hearing the call of a bird, Xian looked up to the sky. What a fine specimen! Although he did not know its name, it appeared to be an eagle, far superior to the goats and porcupines on the ground. Xian seized his crossbow and, without hesitation, aimed at the eagle. According to the basics Austin had taught him, to tame such a creature, one must first subdue it through force. Thus, Xian initiated his assault on the eagle, which soon noticed him and soared toward him. As the eagle approached, Xian dared not remain stationary, continuously evading its attacks. However, the eagle proved to be cunning. Aware of his intentions, it circled around him. Searching for an opportunity, Xian realized he could not maintain this for long. His stamina was clearly waning, and it was only a matter of time before he lost his life instead of taming the eagle. This eagle did not come close enough for him to strike. He needed a clever ruse to draw it nearer. Analyzing the situation, he concluded that the eagle, being a skilled predator, was likely seeking an opportunity to attack him. If his crossbow was what it feared, perhaps he should cast it aside. With this thought, Xian tossed his crossbow to the side, not too far, just within reach. After discarding his weapon, the eagle indeed began to stir restlessly. Yet it remained unfooled. This eagle was clearly quite intelligent. If this ruse failed, did he truly have to resort to hunting the porcupines and goats on land? Xian shook his head, gazing at the eagle with longing. The previous deception had evidently not worked. Were he the eagle, he would hardly be convinced either, given the proximity. Yet, if he were too far, he would be no match for the eagle. What to do? At this moment, Xian picked up the crossbow, his fingers involuntarily caressing it. Upon touching the arrowhead, a sudden idea struck him that if the crossbow were devoid of arrows, could he deceive the eagle? With determination, he swiftly removed an arrow from the crossbow. The eagle, seeing this, indeed flew slightly lower, clearly indicating that if Xian tossed the arrow, it would immediately attack. A smile crept across Xian's face as he suddenly turned and attempted to notch the arrow into the crossbow. However, the weapon seemed to malfunction. No matter how he tried, he could not properly load the arrow. Frustrated, he snapped one arrow, forcing him to reach for another. The eagle observed this spectacle, descending even further. Yet when Xian broke the second arrow, the eagle chose not to advance any closer, opting instead to continue its watchful stance. When the third arrow snapped, the eagle finally seemed convinced, emitting a sharp, piercing cry as it lunged toward Xian. In a hurry, Xian bolted in one direction. Bowing low, with an arrow in his left hand, he deftly loaded the arrow while concealing it from the eagle's sight, all the while the bird drew nearer. When the distance between them shrank to a mere meter, Xian abruptly halted. With a swift turn, he caught the eagle off guard, by the time the eagle noticed the crossbow in Xian's hands. It was too late. He loosed an arrow that struck true, incapacitating the creature's ability to flyat that moment. Xian began to coax the eagle, locking eyes with it until it gradually grew docile. Only then did he conclude his guidance. With the eagle no longer resisting, Xian approached it and removed the arrow lodged in its wing. Now came the critical moment. Xian needed to forge a bond with the eagle through a contract. Only then would it be completely tamed. During the signing process, he could not be disturbed and needed to focus entirely on the connection with the eagle. As the contract commenced, Xian endeavored to establish a link with the eagle. With a newfound connection forming in his mind, the contract was successfully completed. Through the information he received, Xian learned that this eagle was named the Sharp-Beaked Eagle, a level 4 beast. This creature was not particularly formidable, but Xian's current strength was just sufficient to manage it. The Sharp-Beaked Eagle was decent enough for now. He would consider upgrading later as he grew stronger. Regrettably, this eagle could not serve as a mount, which was a pity. The journey ahead would still require his own efforts, to why Xian murmured softly. Yet his words did not escape the keen ears of the sharp-beaked eagle, which promptly alighted on Xian's shoulder and pecked him. Expressing its displeasure at his utterance, I was mistaken, wasn't I? I take back what I just said. Now is certainly not the time to clash with this sharp-beaked eagle, if a confrontation truly ensued. Xian had no confidence in overcoming the formidable creature. It was best to retreat for the moment. Shortly thereafter, Xian returned, accompanied by the sharp-beaked eagle, which Austin Hawksworth immediately recognized. Indeed, my lad, this sharp-beaked eagle shall undoubtedly provide you with unforeseen assistance. Now we may proceed to rescue Captain Garrick's son. During your absence, we have discovered that these wild-boar men seem to have delved into necromancy. We must thwart their plans and ensure they do not summon an army of the undead. An army of the undead? Xian could not help but furrow his brow. If they were indeed able to summon such an army, it would be utterly intolerable. What are we waiting for? Xian spoke up. Wait a moment. Austin Hawksworth urged Xian to calm himself, for he had not yet finished his explanation. According to the intelligence I have received, these wild-boar men are conducting some sort of necromantic ritual targeting the expedition members. Their leader is named King Greco-G, and he is attempting to siphon the life energy of our friends. Why Xian quickly grasped Austin Hawksworth's intent. He was to rescue the captured team member, which might lead to the discovery of the whereabouts of the others. Shall we set off now? The group nodded in agreement and began their rescue mission, initially targeting those beastly wild-boar men preparing to summon the undead army. Clearly, this threat loomed larger for Xian, and fortuitously, they shared the same objective. United in their efforts, they swiftly dispatched the wild-boar men, successfully disrupting the summoning ritual, rendering it impossible for them to invoke an army of the undead. Well done. I hope these wild-boar men come to understand that power cannot be obtained through necromancy, Austin Hawksworth remarked. Next, they would confront the Boar King, and they needed to act swiftly, lest the captured expedition member face dire peril. Before long, they located the lair of the wild-boar leader, who was poised to absorb the life force of the captured team member. Without hesitation, Xian loosed an arrow to interrupt the ritual. Enraged by the disruption, the wild-boar leader charged at Xian. The others braced for battle, remembering to maintain their distance to avoid the leader's attacks, since it was Xian who had interrupted him. The wild-boar leader seemed fixated solely on him, attacking with reckless abandon and disregarding everyone else. Why Xian, overwhelmed, thought to himself, is this wild-boar leader a fool? I merely struck him once, and now he pursues me as if under some potion's influence. At that moment, an image flashed through Xian's mind, one that originated from Eternal Isle. He found himself lying on a It appeared that upon arriving in this world, his other self remained in a state of unconsciousness. Nevertheless, Xian was untroubled. As he had Gromash Hal guarding his body, he believed that as long as Gromash was present, his physical form would remain unharmed. Thus, he set aside his worries, merely hoping that the others would swiftly defeat the wild-boar leader. For he felt his strength waning. Indeed, transforming into a bear man was exhausting. Suddenly, the vision returned, accompanied by voices. Kainaz, Gromash began, perhaps I have found a way to awaken our master. Why Xian felt a surge of dread. Kainaz was likely not as he appeared. For heaven's sake, Gromash, do not be deceived. Xian silently raged, wishing he could return to the other world immediately. Yet he was still pursued by the wild-boar leader. Come on, you lot. I've been stalling for so long, and you still have not dispatched the wild-boar leader. Do you truly possess a means to awaken our master? Gromash inquired. Hearing this from Gromash left Xian utterly speechless. This is disastrous, Gromash, you dolt. Kainaz replied, of course, I began researching the situation long ago and have devised a solution. Hand the master over to me, and I shall surely awaken him. Very well, Gromash conceded. If you can awaken the master, I shall report to him faithfully. Then I shall keep my distance from Lord Gromash. Kainaz said, while Xian watched in despair as Gromash entrusted his body to Kainaz, his heart sinking further. What is happening? In the end, I am still to perish. If Illidan dies, what will become of me? How shall I face Vashj? As Xian observed, Kainaz led him step by step into his chamber, followed by maniacal laughter. Illidan, Did you ever expect this day would come? You have finally fallen into my grasp, Kainas. The irony is that Gromash believes I can awaken you, awaken you only to continue tormenting me. No, I shall ensure your eternal disappearance. Fortunately, you remain oblivious. This truly is a divine opportunity. Flames ignited in Kainas' hands, and just as he prepared to incinerate Xian, a voice caused his spell to dissipate, resulting in a backlash. You are quite brave. Xian, now seated on Kainas' bed, smiled broadly at him. Why, Lord Illidan, how have you awakened? Kainas stuttered in terror, collapsing to the floor, his eyes filled with dread. What do you mean, Xian interjected. You know what must be done for interrupting my meditation, do you not? Though Xian's mention of meditation was a mere fabrication, Kainas took it at face value. After all, how could Illidan awaken at such a critical moment otherwise? Oh no, this is all over. Kainas lamented. How shall I torment you now for daring to act against your master's meditation? Xian's words were laden with emphasis, yet to his astonishment, Kainas fainted on the spot. What a pitiful creature. Is your courage truly so feeble? Xian shook his head and exited Kainas' room, dragging him along. Upon opening the door, he found Gromash Hellhowl waiting outside. As the door swung open, Gromash's face lit up with joy. Wonderful, my lord. You have finally awakened. Gromash bowed his head to his surprise. Xian kicked him, causing Gromash to writhe in pain. Utterly perplexed as to why his master had struck him to my lord, he gasped. How dare you still call me that? Is this how you repay me, by handing me over to Kainas for execution? Upon hearing this, Gromash's countenance turned pale. My lord, what do you mean? What do I mean? Had I not awakened from my meditation, you would be gazing upon my lifeless body. What? Gromash exclaimed. Xian seized Kainas and tossed him towards Gromash, stating, Gromash, you know what to do, that if I discover anyone disturbing my meditation again, I will not hesitate. The rest of his warning remained unspoken, but Xian was confident Gromash understood. After handing Kainas over to Gromash, Xian swiftly retreated to his chamber and lay down on the bed, eager to return to the other realm. Once Xian had entered his room, Gromash breathed a sigh of relief. He had endured a solid kick from Xian, and the pain still lingered. All thanks to Kainas. Bring Kainas and imprison him. How dare he attempt to assassinate the master? Beat him mercilessly, but leave him with a sliver of life. He may still prove useful to the master. In the ensuing moments, Kainas' agonizing screams echoed, a relentless testament to his torment, as he found himself trapped in a cycle of suffering. Unable to escape, that I was wrong. Gromash, please, spare me. I shall never dare again. Yet Gromash paid him no heed, continuing his relentless assault. Kainas grimaced, his body quaking in response to the searing pain. After imparting a thorough lesson, Gromash finally ceased, declaring, This shall be the conclusion of today's lesson. As for tomorrow, that is another matter. The beast folk possess 1,000 methods to torment their prisoners. At this moment, Xian had returned to another point in time. Upon awakening, he heard someone calling out to him. Xian, wake up! Please wake up! As Xian opened his eyes, the gathered individuals were filled with immense joy. Captain Garrick exclaimed, Thank heavens, you have finally awoken. I feared you would never regain consciousness. Xian glanced around at the concerned faces of those present. Rising to his feet, he reassured them that he was perfectly fine, merely fatigued, and had dozed off, since Xian has awakened. Brothers, we must set forth. Xian expressed his desire to join, but Captain Garrick refused, insisting that Xian needed to rest. Do not worry. Captain Garrick, I feel absolutely splendid now. Allow me to accompany you. After much insistence from Xian, Garrick relented. Captain Garrick then shared the intelligence provided by Lindy Huangku with Xian, at which point Lindy Huangku approached. Young man, thank you for saving me. I am the one and only Lindy Huangku. A distinguished inventor. Xian felt a sense of bemusement. Was this diminutive figure truly so pretentious? A distinguished inventor, indeed. He might as well claim to be a master bear. However, Xian refrained from voicing his thoughts, as interrupting someone's self-aggrandizement is rather impolite. Lindy Huangku continued, Because you rescued me, I am prepared to lend you my Recon Robot Model 5000, and I hope you can locate Henry Garrick. Subsequently, Lindy tossed out a small object, which Xian observed was no larger than the palm of his hand. With my bear-like stature, how could I possibly fit into that? Are you jesting? He cleared his throat. Ah, this recon robot must be a miniature version. Let me enlarge it. As an electric current shot forth from Lindy Huangku, the robot indeed began to expand, allowing Xian to finally discern its form. Are you certain this is a robot? It resembles a giant turnip with a propeller atop and a claw beneath. It appears rather unimpressive. Just then, as Xian was grumbling, Lindy began explaining the robot's functions to Garrick. If this robot possesses reconnaissance capabilities, why is there a need for a human to be tethered to it? Captain Garrick inquired, perplexed. Well, that as to mitigate the risk of malfunction, though such an occurrence is unlikely unless it encounters a collision. If Xian had heard this, he might have entertained thoughts of ending Lindy's life. Should the robot indeed malfunction, it would mean ruin for both machine and MAT this moment. Xian successfully soared into the sky, the ground shrinking beneath him. Reaching a certain altitude, Xian finally beheld a scene. It appeared to be a two-headed ogre, and the young man trapped within its clutches must surely be Captain Garrick's son. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lindy had already gained a clear view of the unfolding events. What are we waiting for? Quickly retrieve Xian, Captain Garrick urged. Soon, Xian returned, eager to report, but it seemed they were already aware of his findings. Before he could speak, they tasked him with a new mission. Lindy Huangku declared, I have suddenly conceived an excellent plan. Allow me to adjust the dimensions, and all our problems shall be resolved out. Xian. Gather some items so we can crush these undead. According to Lindy's request, he intended to utilize his size adjuster on organic matter, a device typically reserved for inanimate objects. It was uncertain what would transpire when applied to the living. Would wild boar suffice? Xian queried. Lindy pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps we could try. It might yield a giant wild boar. A giant wild boar? Xian could already envision the scenario. If it were indeed feasible, this invention would prove quite beneficial. Before long, they arrived before a straying wild boar, and Xian utilized Lindy's size adjuster version 9.0.1 on the first boar. An electric current coursed through it. The wild boar shrank to the size of Xian's palm. Is this your giant wild boar? Xian thought, but did not voice his thoughts. I'll attempt to make further adjustments. Lindy, feeling slightly embarrassed, diligently worked on resizing the device. When it came time for the second wild boar, it vanished entirely, leaving Xian in a state of confusion. Is this supposed to work? Where has it gone? Lindy replied, let me adjust it once more. Xian sighed, resigned to the situation, hoping for success on the third attempt. This time, they found a third wild boar, and Xian applied the size-changing device. As the wild boar truly began to enlarge, Xian was left astonished. Goodness, it has really grown. Lindy was overjoyed. His invention had finally succeeded. The giant wild boar is ready. Let us hurry back and report. Xian nodded in agreement. When Captain Garrick beheld the giant wild boar, he was rendered speechless. I never imagined that witnessing a scientifically enhanced giant boar would bring me such joy. Quickly, we must rescue my son. You shall ride this boar. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Xian. To be honest, he had never ridden such a large boar before, and the prospect filled him with excitement. Xian leaped onto the back of the giant wild boar and charged toward the undead army. Charge forth, trample them, Xian bellowed, riding the giant boar step by step, crushing the enemies and ultimately sending the undead back to their origins. Just then, Captain Garrick's voice rang out, Xian, be cautious. The boar seems to be behaving erratically. Hold on tight. Good heavens, are you trying to get me killed? Xian gripped the boar tightly as it began to fluctuate in size, eventually vanishing from his sight. Fortunately, Xian landed safely. He cast a dark look at Lindy, who sheepishly hid behind Captain Garrick. Very well. Let's first rescue my son. Xian glared at Lindy, planning to settle the score later. Only one ogre remained, and with their combined efforts, they managed to defeat it. This time, Xian had learned his lesson. He refrained from being the first to strike, allowing others to take the lead. With the ogre defeated, Captain Garrick's son, Henry, was successfully rescued. Thank you, stranger. I thought I would be punished for failing to save my friend. Before him stood Henry, a commendable individual who had thought of his friend even in his own suffering. Son, What were the ogres after? Captain Garrick approached, not immediately inquiring about his son's well-being, indicating that the situation was more dire than it appeared. Mother, those ogres sought to use us as sacrifices to resurrect a dragon. This is dire. The ritual has already commenced. Xian gazed into the distance, where the sky darkened, emanating an aura of malevolence. Time is of the essence. We must thwart them. Xian sprinted alongside them toward the site of the ogre's ritual. At this moment, Garrick halted and addressed Xian. Quartermaster Richter has recovered some supplies from the wreckage on the island. You should check with her. There may be something you require. Son, and I will advance ahead. Regardless of what we encounter, you must be thoroughly prepared. Xian nodded. His crossbow had become ineffective, and he indeed needed to switch equipment, wondering if Richter had any new weapons available. Upon locating the quartermaster, Xian found her arranging various items she had collected from the island. A glance allowed him to spot a bow, which would perfectly replace his current crossbow. After explaining the situation, she promptly gifted the bow to Xian. Not only that, but he also gifted him a piece of alliance attire. Xian glanced at his bare upper body and realized he indeed needed some clothing for modesty. Even a bear ought to be clothed. Subsequently, Xian sprinted towards the direction of Captain Garrick, as it was time to provide support. Midway through his run, he noticed an individual seemingly waiting for him. Hello, I am Bjorn. Captain Garrick sent me here to await your arrival. He has forgotten to mention that we can head west of the camp to search for the other members of the expedition. Xian nodded in agreement, realizing that there were likely expedition members in the west. Gathering everyone together might enable them to confront those man-eating ogres. It appears we have made some discoveries. To our surprise, there is a massive spider den right at our doorstep. We are quite fortunate, aren't we? Xian swallowed hard, unable to deny that their luck was indeed remarkable. That moment, Alelia approached, closing her eyes to sense the surroundings. After a brief moment, she turned to Xian and said, "Whispers ride the wind. Someone is trapped in this pit, and it seems more expedition members are inside." As she spoke, Alelia's gaze fixed on Xian, causing him to feel uneasy. Whether to descend and rescue the survivors is a decision you must make. There are 6 survivors in total, but the wind carries news of one being distant from the others. If luck is on our side, the last survivor should be at the pit's bottom. Good luck, Xian, and be sure not to let any spiders follow you outside. Xian retorted, "What does that concern me?" He looked at her incredulously, feeling as if she was merely setting him up for trouble. Was it really necessary to make him the scapegoat for her earlier mishap? And now, to ensure no spiders crawled out behind him. Truly, the most venomous hearts belong to women. With no choice but to proceed, Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He descended the path, and upon reaching the bottom, he spotted a spider weaving a web, with a cocoon that seemed to be in motion. Could there be someone trapped within? Without a second thought, Xian shot the spider dead and rushed to the cocoon, prying it open. Indeed, there was a person inside. A werewolf, to be precise. After rescuing him, the werewolf expressed his gratitude. He was indeed one of the expedition members and informed Xian that his comrades were still down below. Xian instructed him to ascend while he continued his descent. Soon, he discovered the second expedition member, a female. "Thank you for saving me. I fear I shall never wish to see a spider again. They're simply too terrifying." Xian comforted her for a moment and instructed his pet, the sharp-beaked eagle, to guide her to safety as others awaited his rescue. "You must save Lilia. She is at the deepest part below." Xian assured her he would, noting her panicked demeanor. It seemed the depths harbored a terrifying presence. Perhaps even a spider king. He wondered if he would be capable of defeating such a foe. Xian pressed on deeper. Soon encountering the third cocoon, he swiftly tore it open, and the individual inside urged him to hurry and rescue Lilia. Echoing the sentiments of the previous survivor, the creatures lurking below appeared exceedingly dangerous, and Xian did not linger, continuing his descent. The fourth individual was not far, and Xian successfully rescued them as well. Ahead lay treacherous territory. The path narrowed further, and the fifth spider cocoon awaited around a bend. Xian treaded cautiously, relieved not to encounter any spiders along the way, and he managed to free the fifth individual. Upon liberation, they dashed towards the cave entrance, clearly shaken. Having rescued 5 individuals, Xian recalled Elilia's words. There were 6 in total. The survivors had all urged him to rescue Lilia, suggesting she was likely the last. Time was of the essence. He was eager to escape this unsettling place. That moment, Xian heard a voice. Lilia, I shall drain you dry. He peeked around the corner to see a cloaked figure siphoning the life from a fawn. Could this fawn be Lilia? Xian pondered, realizing it was a distinct possibility, given the myriad of beings in this world. He launched a surprise attack on the cloaked figure, interrupting their spell. Who is it? Who dares to interfere? Come forth, and I shall turn you into dried fish. Xian communicated briefly with a sharp-beaked eagle, which then soared toward the cloaked figure. Damn it, how did a sharp-beaked eagle appear here? The figure appeared baffled. Seizing the moment while their attention was diverted, Xian launched a fierce assault. With the coordinated efforts of Xian and his eagle, the cloaked figure was subjected to relentless torment. Resembling a jester on the brink of collapse, the figure seemed ready to succumb. They appeared to enter a frenzied state. If you will not let me live, then neither shall you. The figure turned crimson, as if something within them was about to erupt. Sensing a wave of deathly energy, Xian finally understood. The creature intended to self-destruct. This is it. We're done for. How shameless to resort to self-detonation. Xian cursed at that moment. The fawn rushed toward Xian. Thank you for saving me. I owe you a great debt. Please climb onto my back. Without hesitation, Xian leaped on her back as he landed. He felt her stagger slightly, almost losing her balance, which made him feel a tad embarrassed. After all, she was a lady. Fortunately, she managed to maintain her footing. Once mounted, she swiftly bolted toward the cave entrance. The explosion trailing closely behind, while Xian was constantly on edge, anticipating the blast and flames that threatened to consume them. Only upon emerging from the cave did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Bjorn like one exclaimed, "Oh, thank heavens, I never imagined you would truly rescue Lilia." Lilia merely snorted and walked away, while Xian watched her retreating figure, a surge of frustration building within him. That I'll let you bask in your arrogance for now. When the time comes for me to have you in my grasp, I shall ensure you repay your debts. Subsequently, Xian and the others recounted the ordeal with the ogres. Upon hearing this, Lilia furrowed her brow. These ogres are audacious. Since you saved me, I shall assist you in eradicating them. Climb on. Thus, Xian mounted her once more, this time refraining from bouncing, lest he overwhelm her, riding upon Lilia. A swift deer, they soon spotted Captain Garrick and the others out while Xian commanded Lilia to halt beside him. Captain Garrick was taken aback at the sight of Lilia and expressed astonishment upon learning that Xian had rescued her. The Cenarius Circle is dedicated to safeguarding the nature of Azeroth. Lilia Dreamchaser is one of their druids. I thank you for saving her. She will be of great assistance in our battle against the ogres. Hearing Captain Garrick's introduction, Xian regarded Lilia with newfound respect. So, she was an elf. Xian had always harbored an affinity for elven maidens, particularly those adorable elven ears, and she was a druid. No less. If he could win her over, he would never lack for mounts in the future. Though the thought was somewhat unseemly, who could resist such a notion? Xian glanced between Lilia and Lilia, clearly finding Lilia the more captivating and far more gentle and considerate than Lilia. That moment, Henry approached, his face lighting up at the sight of Lilia. Upon learning that Xian was her savior, he walked over to express his gratitude. Thank you for saving my friend. Xian, I will do everything I can to assist you, but there are still other expedition members unaccounted for. Can you? Xian felt elated at the prospect of receiving such a significant favor. Yet with every word that followed, he sensed something amiss. It felt as though he was being relegated to the role of a mere tool. Speak plainly. After all, leaving this island relies on them, so it is best not to provoke them for the time being. I witnessed a survivor being dragged away by a harpy. They have a nesting ground in the north. I will rendezvous with Gila there to provide you with a reconnaissance report. Why Xian also acknowledged with a sound and ran towards the north. Soon, they encountered each other, one of whom was Gila, the only female bear in the team. Xian exclaimed, "What a surprise! How could it be her?" Gila was equally astonished upon seeing Xian, raising an eyebrow in evident acknowledgement why Xian chose to ignore this and preferred to listen to Henry first. Henry stated, "The Harpies have captured Meridi Xian, one of our mages. We must rescue her." He then turned to Xian. "You go ahead first. If there is an emergency, Gila and I will assist you." Along with these totems scattered by the Harpies, it is well known that Harpies wield magic to corrupt everything around, that if we destroy them, we too will be tainted by this dark magic. Dark magic? Yi Xian's expression brightened at the mention of this phrase, and he hurriedly inquired with Illidan. Upon learning from Illidan that he could absorb dark magic, Yi Xian smiled, realizing that this journey was not in vain. "All right, leave it to me. I promise to rescue Meridi." With that, Yi Xian dashed towards the direction of the Harpies, leaving Henry and Gila behind. Henry said, "Let us prepare ourselves to support Yi Xian at any moment." Gila nodded in agreement. As Yi Xian ventured deeper, he indeed spotted numerous Harpies. He instructed the sharp-beaked eagle to lure the enemies, eliminating one Harpy at a time. Upon dispatching the third, he noticed a shimmering object. As he approached, he felt the so-called dark power. It appeared to be the Harpy's totem. Yi Xian placed his hand upon the totem, and soon the dark energies began to flow into his body, coalescing around him to form a protective barrier. Once the totem was drained, it crumbled away, and Yi Xian continued onward. However, the Harpies did not attack him. Rather, they obediently parted ways, likely due to his absorption of the totem's power. Yi Xian proceeded to another totem, absorbing its energy right in front of the Harpies, and thus he moved forward unhindered. Ultimately, he discovered 5 totems in total. After absorbing them all, he could not find any more. He soon arrived near a rickety bridge, where a powerful dark force beckoned him across. After crossing the bridge, Yi Xian finally understood the source of such intense dark magic. It seemed the Harpies intended to drain the individual before him. Meridi exclaimed, "Ah, please give me a moment. I will break free shortly." Break free? Yi Xian observed that the dark power appeared to be waning, implying that once Meridi succeeded, the dark force would vanish, leaving him with nothing. Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered if he showed pity for the person before him. Who would show pity for him? In this parallel world, his life was perpetually at risk, and he was viewed as a mere tool by others. It was time for them to repay him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian began to absorb the dark powers, causing Meridi to be released. However, this quickly attracted a swarm of Harpies. Under the onslaught of the Harpies, Meridi was in grave danger. Yet Yi Xian had no intention of saving her. She had already glimpsed his secret, and her fate was sealed. Ultimately, Meridi perished at the hands of the Harpies, while Yi Xian successfully absorbed all the dark energy. He instantly felt himself grow considerably stronger, though still far from his former self as Illidan. Just as he prepared to leave, a colossal Harpy appeared before him, while Xian swiftly grasped his bow, ready for combat. However, the giant Harpy did not attack Xian, and at that moment, Illidan's voice echoed in his mind. Illidan said, "Congratulations on subduing the Harpy leader. Would you like to transport it back?" "Transport it back? What does that mean?" Yi Xian queried in confusion. Illidan explained, "It means sending the Harpy back to the main world. That if you choose not to, the Harpy will remain here, but it will follow you." Yi Xian pondered. Remaining here was not an option, as he would surely be exploited by Henry and the others. Thus, he opted to transport it back. In an instant, the Harpies vanished from Yi Xian's sight, and a scene unfolded before him. This is the Outland. Yi Xian immediately recognized the Outland depicted in the image. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the sky above the Outland, and a multitude of Harpies flew out, landing before the Dark Temple. The Harpy leader soon caught the attention of the Dark Temple's guardians. The leader proclaimed, "I am the Harpy leader, sent by Lord Illidan to bring my kin to pledge allegiance to Queen Vashj." Before long, Vashj appeared, and the scene faded as Henry and the others rushed over. Upon seeing Meridi's lifeless body, Henry broke down. "No, Meridi is dead." Yi Xian stepped forward, expressing his sincere apologies. "I'm sorry, but when I arrived, Meridi had already been slain by the Harpies." Henry and the others held no suspicion, as it was evident that Meridi had been killed by the Harpies, with visible wounds inflicted by them, leaving no room for doubt. With Meridi dead, Remaining here held no significance. They returned to the camp together. Captain Garrick happened to be present, and Henry informed him of Meridi's demise. Garrick said, "Don't be disheartened. My child, we have a more crucial task at hand. The captain of your expedition team is still in the hands of ogres. We must set out at once to prevent such tragedies from occurring again. Let us gather at the Darkhammer Fortress." On the way to the Darkhammer Fortress, Xian unexpectedly discovered a location teeming with ogres. "Illidan, can I recruit these ogres?" Illidan replied sternly, "No," since these ogres could not serve him. Remaining there became futile. Initially, he thought they were similar to the Harpies, but it seemed he was mistaken. Upon reaching the Darkhammer Fortress, Captain Garrick addressed Xian, "You have finally arrived. Now is the time to showcase your acting skills. You will be facing a particularly discerning audience." Xian was evidently puzzled by Captain Garrick's words, wondering how this related to rescuing the expedition team's captain. After listening to Garrick's further explanation, Xian finally understood. He was to disguise himself as an ogre and take Garrick and the others as captives. Xian had to commend the brilliance of this plan. However, the transformation was time-limited. Captain Garrick then handed Xian a vial of transformation potion. After consuming the potion, Xian bound Garrick with iron chains and began leading them slowly toward the ogre stronghold. Before long, Xian brought Garrick and the others before the ogre chief, mimicking the other ogre's gestures. "Well done, keep bringing them in." Thus they successfully infiltrated, with Xian openly guiding Garrick and the others to the front of the expedition team's captain, who is currently enduring torment. Garrick said, "Captain Kaora is on the brink. We must quickly obtain the barrier stone to disrupt the ritual, or she will lose her life." Soon, a group of ogres turned their attention to Xian, who understood that the task of retrieving the barrier stone now fell upon him. Taking advantage of his ogre disguise, Xian blended seamlessly into the crowd, hoping to glean information on the whereabouts of the barrier stone. However, at that moment, he overheard alarming news. The ogres were preparing to assault their camp and had readied a plethora of catapults. "Goodness, these ogres certainly know how to play," Xian quipped, in stark contrast. Captain Garrick and his crew were ill-equipped for battle. If they were to engage the ogres now, defeat was inevitable. While searching for the barrier stone, Xian stumbled upon a giant ogre within one of the ogre's quarters. It appears that the individual before him is of a boss-level stature. However, Xian feels no fear. The power he has recently acquired from the Harpy has yet to be unleashed. He directs his focus toward the slumbering ogre, channeling dark energy into the arrow he holds. This action seems to rouse the ogre, who rubs his eyes and, upon opening them, is met with the sight of an arrow speeding toward him. Already at his very doorstep, as the arrow strikes true, the ogre emits a chilling scream, and from his expression, Xian discerns the depths of his agony. He swiftly follows up with 2 more arrows, ensuring the ogre's demise. Approaching the lifeless form of the ogre, Xian begins to search its body. Aside from a handful of gold coins, he stumbles upon an unexpected treasure, a peculiar stone. Could this be the barrier stone? Judging by its appearance, it seems to be precisely that. Xian hastily stows it in his pocket. The ogre's catapults are nearly ready, and it is only a matter of time before they launch an assault on Xiaolik and his camp. It appears that he must first deal with these catapults. However, Xian's disguise as an ogre has been compromised during the recent skirmish, making it a formidable challenge to blend in once more. What shall he do now? Should he allow the ogre horde to advance with their catapults and crush everyone in the camp? Xian shakes his head. Although these individuals have treated him as a mere weapon, they have inadvertently aided him immensely. It seems they possess a rather unfortunate disposition, as each time one of their own meets a grim fate, the ensuing task falls squarely upon Xian's shoulders. While this paints him as a mere tool, the benefits he has reaped are substantial. Not only has he honed his abilities, but he has also reaped considerable rewards. Take the incident with the Harpy. For instance, it was a bountiful gain, augmenting his strength and expanding his forces. Given this, Xian cannot simply stand idly by. He swiftly looses an arrow at the nearest ogre, dispatching it in an instant before hastily concealing himself. Meanwhile, the remaining ogres have realized that intruders have breached their base and begin their search. A smirk graces Xian's lips. This is precisely the outcome he desired. placing his fingers to his lips. He lets out a sharp whistle, summoning the sharp-beaked eagle to his side. Xian gestures, and the eagle takes to the skies, drawing the attention of the ogres who pursue it. Excellent, these ogres are rather dim-witted. Let my little companions entertain you for a while I take care of the catapults. Taking advantage of the ogre's distraction, Xian draws his longbow, igniting the arrowhead with flames. After a moment of charging, he releases the arrow, which instantly sets one of the catapults ablaze. The flames, imbued with dark power, consume the catapult, causing it to vanish into nothingness. The ogres, now befuddled, gaze around in confusion, having lost a catapult in mere moments. They frantically search for the culprit behind the destruction, but alas, they remain oblivious to Xian's presence. At this juncture, the sharp-beaked eagle, sensing it is no longer being chased, returns and begins to harass the ogres with harmless attacks, effectively drawing their ire. Well done. Xian silently commends the eagle. With such a capable ally, he has little to fear from failure. Xian sets his sights on the next catapult. There are 10 in total, and now only 9 remain. He finds their approach rather excessive. What could easily be accomplished with 5 catapults has necessitated the preparation of several more. Otherwise, they would have already commenced their assault on the camp. Yet for Xian, this delay is fortuitous, granting him precious time. As another arrow flies, yet another catapult is reduced to ruins, inciting the ogres to furious cries. Xian furrows his brow. Evidently, such outbursts will summon a horde of ogres, complicating matters significantly. It is imperative to silence this raucous creature without delay. Charging his longbow, Xian notes that the sharp-beaked eagle seems to grasp his intent, luring the other ogres away, leaving only one remaining. With his arrow fully charged, Xian suddenly reveals himself, launching a shot that sends the ogre staggering back. However, his position is now fully exposed, and the ogre, no longer screaming, charges toward him. I will crush you. The ogre bellows. Just as the creature's attack is about to land, Xian slips into the narrow gap between 2 buildings, evading the blow, but causing considerable damage to the structure. Seizing the opportunity while the ogre is unable to strike, he unleashes a series of attacks, finally bringing it down with his 5th arrow. Emerging from his hiding spot, Xian cannot help but admire the sturdiness of the ogre-built structures. It is precisely this durability that accommodates their kind. He once again searches the fallen ogre and discovers yet another strange stone. Quite the find, a barrier stone indeed. With no guards near the catapults, Xian takes advantage of the moment, swiftly demolishing 3 more, leaving only 5 remaining. However, just then, a rumble emanates from the ground, indicating that something sizable is approaching. Xian has no choice but to find a hiding spot. As the sounds grow nearer, it becomes evident that the ogre leader has summoned a throng of ogre minions. Although these minions are not particularly strong, their sheer numbers pose a significant threat. With 5 catapults left, he cannot allow these ogres to make use of them. There is no time to ponder. The ogres have begun to operate the catapults, while the sharp-beaked eagle has drawn the other enemies away, leaving Xian without any other companions to assist him. He must destroy as many catapults as he can. As the first catapult prepares to launch its projectile, Xian peeks out from his hiding place, his longbow drawn and charged, aiming at the nearest catapult. His target is not merely the catapult itself, but the pivotal mechanism responsible for its operation. The stones have already been loaded. Should he miss his mark, even if the catapult is damaged, it would still unleash its payload. Thus, Xian's shot must be impeccably precise. Fortunately, the catapults are aligned in a row, allowing Xian to aim straight down the line. If he can hit his target, he may simultaneously incapacitate 5 catapults. The arrow is released, and the moment of truth arrives. Enveloped in a potent, dark energy, the arrow pierces the first target effortlessly, continuing through the 2nd and 3rd, and by the time it reaches the 5th, it encounters no resistance. All 5 catapults lose their functionality simultaneously, rendering them incapable of inflicting damage upon the camp. Xian allows a smile to form. It is fortunate that he is a bear man, as drawing a bow requires considerable strength. However, in the wake of his triumph, trouble soon follows. Brothers, seize him. He has destroyed the catapults. A horde of ogres charges toward Xian, who hastily retreats in the direction of Captain Jialik. with 3 barrier stones secured and the catapults destroyed. He realizes that he cannot face this multitude of ogres alone. Xian draws the ogres toward him. Captain Jialik's expression shifts. Warriors of the Alliance, quickly, we must rescue Xian, with Captain Jialik and the others joining the fray. Xian soon finds himself saved. United in their efforts, they eradicate the ogres, leaving the exhausted group to collapse on the ground. Xian approaches the expedition captain, producing the 3 barrier stones and ensuring his rescue. "Thank you for saving me," the expedition captain says, "but we must still confront the ogre leader. He is likely commencing the ritual as we speak. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our departure." Captain Jialik exclaims that Xian and his companions locate the entrance to the basement, where 3 ogres await them. It seems they must first eliminate these foes to proceed. Xian spoke. Captain Garrett declared, "I shall ascend first to draw their fire. Everyone, attack together." With that, Garrick surged ahead, and under his diversion, the 3 ogres were swiftly dispatched. "Hurry, we are short on time." Upon reaching the next level, a colossal ogre loomed before them, appearing distinctly more formidable than the previous ones. The expedition captain exclaimed, "This is bad. He is a formidable lieutenant of the ogre chief, a centurion among the other ordinary ogres." Captain Garrick asked, "Can we overcome him?" The expedition captain replied, "Even if we cannot, we must engage." A group charged forth, with Xian tasked with launching a sneak attack on this ogre centurion from the rear. Xian's strength had significantly surged after his transformation among the Eagle people. He had become the most powerful among them. Thus, as long as he remained undisturbed and was afforded a suitable environment for offense, the ogre centurion was not invincible. The ogre centurion bellowed, "I shall crush you." An arrow flew forth, interrupting the centurion's assault, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. He glanced at his right hand, which was pierced by an arrow engulfed in black flames. "You have wounded me. You must die." The ogre centurion charged towards Xian, realizing that he posed the greatest threat. Captain Garrick shouted, "Everyone, block him. We cannot allow him to reach Xian." With Garrick and others intercepting, the ogre centurion was thwarted in his advance towards Xian. Xian adeptly kited his opponent, and, as the centurion found himself unable to close the distance, he was forced to strike at the nearest adversary. Yet when he shifted targets, that foe fled, rendering his attacks futile. Through the concerted efforts of Xian and his companions, the ogre centurion was ultimately exhausted and brought to his knees. "No, I refuse to accept this." The centurion let out a final, anguished cry before collapsing to the ground. With the centurion slain, they surmised that the ogre chief could not be far behind. Just then, they heard a voice, the voice of a dragon. Captain Garrick urged, "Quickly, we must prevent the dragon's revival." As they arrived, the ogre chief was channeling energy into the dragon. "We must interrupt him." "Allow me," Xian proclaimed, drawing back his longbow and aiming at the ogre chief. "Splendid. We have succeeded." The struck ogre chief staggered back, howling at the intruders before him. "You cannot thwart me. All of you shall perish." Xian exchanged glances with his comrades. Having learned how to combat the ogres during their earlier skirmish, they understood that as long as the chief's attacks did not connect, he was far from terrifying. The ogre chief, incensed by the cunning intruders, found that whenever he targeted one, that adversary would flee, while another would distract him, preventing him from landing a blow. The ogre chief's face turned crimson, and he raised 1 foot high. "This is bad. Garrick, run." Despite the expedition captain's timely warning, it was too late. The ogre chief's foot crashed down, creating a massive crater in the ground, shattering what was once solid earth. Garrick was rendered unconscious by the resulting tremor. "This is dire. Garrick is in peril." The ogre chief cackled. "Haha, at last I have the opportunity." He swung his massive club towards Garrick's position, but fortunately, Garrick's son, Henry, dashed in just in time to save him. Otherwise, Garrick would surely have met his demise. "Quickly, Henry, the ogre is headed your way." Henry scrambled to his feet, clutching his mother and fleeing elsewhere. The ogre chief bellowed, "Halt! Return to me!" To prevent Henry from being pursued, Xian abandoned his ranged assault and charged towards the ogre chief. Wielding a short blade, as he neared the chief, Xian leapt, using the chief's bulk to propel himself onto the ogre's back. The ogre chief halted, now focused on the intruder upon him. Xian plunged the enchanted short blade into the chief's skull, but found it to be exceedingly tough. His current strength was insufficient to penetrate. Nonetheless, he inflicted some damage, the black flames hissing loudly in response. In retaliation, the ogre chief struck, forcing Xian to leap to avoid a heavy blow. Xian glanced at the spot where his blade had struck. Though it had not pierced, the black flames left an indelible mark upon the ogre's head. "I will see you dead." The ogre chief thrashed violently, casting Xian away, who landed hard but was not seriously injured. Quickly regaining his footing as the chief charged once more. Garrick had since regained consciousness, rejoining the fray, yet the ogre chief disregarded them entirely, fixating on Xian, evidently harboring a grudge from the earlier encounter. Xian gathered black flames in his hand and hurled them at the approaching ogre chief, who deflected the attack with his club, which then vanished. Deprived of his weapon, the ogre chief's power diminished significantly. Xian seized his bow again, targeting one of the chief's eyes as Garrick and the others distracted him. However, to Xian's astonishment, the ogre chief managed to intercept the arrow with his bare hand. Despite his numerous wounds, "I will not allow you to stop me. All of you shall perish." With that, the ogre chief sprinted toward the dragon. "This is bad. He intends to revive the dragon through sacrifice," Garrick warned. The ogre chief laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. You shall all die. You cannot impede me." The ogre chief collapsed, yet the dragon before them remained unresponsive. "Could it be that we have failed?" Garrick pondered as they reveled in their victory. Suddenly, the dragon's corpse stirred. "Ha ha ha. I have returned to life. You pitiful mortals shall perish." A torrent of flames erupted, toppling everyone in the vicinity, including Xian. The dragon's onslaught was imminent, yet Xian found himself unable to rise. Just moments ago, he had expended all his energy to barely withstand the dragon's fiery attack. Now he was utterly incapacitated, and the others fared no better. The dragon fixed its gaze on Xian and the others, unleashing a blazing torrent. "This is the end. I to perish here. Is my fate to conclude thus? I have indeed pushed myself too far. Perhaps in death, I might return home." Xian closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the impending destruction. Yet, the searing heat continued its relentless advance. No, this cursed ogre. The energy he provided was insufficient. With a tremendous crash, Xian opened his eyes to find the flames dissipating, revealing the dragon lying lifeless on the ground. "Did we defeat the dragon?" Henry exclaimed. "Indeed, my son," Garrick affirmed. "We have vanquished a dragon. I shall ensure that today's triumph is relayed to the Alliance, to make them proud of our accomplishment. But now, we must depart this island." Xian rose, joining them as they exited the subterranean chamber. That moment, numerous griffins appeared in the sky. "Look, our comrades have arrived," Garrick exclaimed. "At long last, we can return home." Henry added, and Xian surveyed the griffins overhead, recognizing them as reinforcements. He too mounted a griffin. "Behold, the horizon. That is our airship, a testament to our alliance's formidable strength," Garrick declared. Xian also lifted his gaze towards the magnificent airship, which was indeed quite a sight to behold. He couldn't help but express his sentiments. Finally able to depart from this wretched place, the journey back to the human stronghold would likely take several days, and he felt it was time to return. With that thought, Xian leaned forward and succumbed to slumber upon the back of the griffin. Meanwhile, in the underground prison of Eternal Island, Xian gradually awakened. Upon surveying his surroundings, he was struck dumb with disbelief. "Wasn't I in a small inn?" he exclaimed. "What in the world is this place?" His awakening startled Gromash, who turned to face him, upon realizing that his master had regained consciousness. Gromash lamented their dire circumstances with tears streaming down his face. "Are you saying we're in a prison now?" Gromash nodded in affirmation. Xian was incensed. How could he have become a prisoner in such a short span of time? "What have you all been doing?" Though anger coursed through him, he maintained his composure, realizing that Kinaz had underestimated him, foolishly believing that the bear folk would intervene. It was no wonder Gromash had met with misfortune. As Xian glanced at the iron door, preparing to unleash his power to break free, he discovered that the demonic energy within him was inexplicably suppressed. "Master, the chains upon us restrain our demonic powers." They were specifically designed for us. Gromash explained. He's right. I prepared this for you, Illidan. Kinaz appeared before them, seemingly delighted by Xian's predicament. He then swung open the cell door and approached Xian, suddenly delivering a kick, which Xian managed to block with one hand. Oh, you're quite impressive. However, without your demonic powers, you are merely a slightly stronger monster than an ordinary human. Let us see how you withstand my next attack. With that, Kinaz retracted his leg, channeling pure magic into it, and aimed a kick at Xian. This time, Xian was unable to withstand the force and was sent crashing into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Haha, Illidan, you have fallen so low. Gromash rushed to shield Xian. Upon seeing Gromash suddenly appear before him, a flicker of malice crossed Kinaz's eyes. And you, do you think you can escape? Gromash, I shall make you taste the torment you once inflicted upon me. Double the suffering. Kinaz seized Gromash and slammed him against the wall repeatedly. Although Gromash, now a demon, had tough skin, he could not withstand the repeated impacts. Moreover, Kinaz's magical assault caused green blood to ooze from Gromash's wounds. Why Xian noticed Gromash's health bar flickering in the lower left corner, gradually turning crimson and pulsating, gazing at the flashing red icon. Xian looked back at Gromash, who was now on the brink of death. It seemed the flickering red icon indicated that Gromash's life was in peril. Why Xian could not bear to watch his subordinate perish before him. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to utilize his demonic strength, let alone save Gromash. Seeing Gromash nearing his end, Kinaz ceased his assault, discarding Gromash onto the ground and wiping his hands clean of the demon's blood. Disgusted by its filth, Xian's expression turned grave. He had just discovered a method to break the chains. However, time was now against him. Kinaz ordered his men to bind Xian in chains, spreading him out in a star formation. Illidan, my master, I never expected you would fall into my hands. Kinaz cackled, his eyes narrowing into slits, a grin so wide it seemed he could swallow a bullhole. Bring it in. A contingent of elven soldiers entered, straining under the weight of an object. When it came into view, Xian realized it was a furnace with several glowing red iron blocks inside, clearly intended for torture. Illidan, do you know what this is? Kinaz taunted. Oh, of course you wouldn't know, considering you don't seem like one who has encountered humanity. That I witnessed this in a human prison, and the screams still haunt me. Kinaz's excitement grew, and he licked his lips as he picked up a pair of tongs, grabbing a glowing iron piece and approaching Xian slowly, relishing the prospect of instilling despair in him. As the red-hot iron drew near, Xian could feel the terrifying heat. Stripped of his demonic powers, he was as vulnerable as an ordinary human, unable to withstand the impending torture. What to do? What to do? I need assistance, urgently. Xian's only means of communication was with Illidan, yet his calls went unanswered. Even the birds remained silent. Despair washed over him as he realized he was destined to endure the torment of the iron brands. Kinaz, in a fit of wicked glee, pressed the red-hot iron against Xian's flesh, the sizzling sound filling the air as smoke began to rise from the seared skin. Yet he was met with an unexpected silence. No cries of pain escaped Xian's lips. Humph. Let's see how long you can hold out. Kinaz swiftly replaced the cooled iron with a new piece, as it made contact with Xian's body. Still no anguished screams emerged, nor did Xian even flinch. How is this possible? Kinaz was taken aback. He himself could not endure such agony, let alone with the iron embedded deeply into flesh, aside from leaving a scar on Illidan. There was nothing more. Kinaz noticed that Xian's eyes were tightly shut, resembling a corpse, yet he knew Illidan was far from dead. Damn it, meditating are we? I'll break your meditation. Kinaz selected another red-hot iron piece, this time aiming for Xian's forehead, the spot closest to the brain and most susceptible to damage, that he believed that if he struck there, Illidan would be forced to awaken from his trance. And then he would finally hear the screams he craved. However, when Kinaz executed his plan, he was met with silence once more. Not even a whimper escaped. Doubt began to creep into Kinaz's mind as he questioned whether Illidan was truly alive. He placed his fingers beneath Xian's nose, waiting 5 minutes without detecting any breath, then checked his heartbeat. When the results confirmed his fears, Kinaz was left stupefied. Before him lay Illidan, seemingly lifeless, that it was inconceivable for someone to exist without breath or heartbeat. If one could survive in such a state, they were no longer human. Yet Kinaz was oblivious to the fact that Xian was not human at all, but a demon that in that moment. Xian found himself in a parallel world, riding a griffin alongside others returning to Stormwind. The instant Kinaz made his move, Xian was transported back to this alternate reality that in this realm. All sensations of pain from the primary world vanished. In fact, the signs of life from his body appear to have ceased, rendering him seemingly dead. Although Xian was in the parallel world, he could still observe the state of his body in the primary world. Through the images, he witnessed Kinaz's actions against his physical form. Regrettably, this tactic had no effect on him as long as he remained absent from the primary world. No matter the actions taken there, be it severing his lineage, his expression would remain unchanged. Coughed at for the notion of severing his lineage. Xian felt compelled to return. After all, how could he face Vashj if he were rendered a eunuch? In the days that followed, Xian resolutely abstained from returning to the main world, intent on convincing Kinaz that he had perished. Only by fostering such a belief could he hope to free himself from the chains binding him. Yet Kinaz proved to be a true hound. Even if the form before him was merely a shell, he had no intention of letting it go. On this particular day, Xian continued to fix his gaze upon Kinaz. Having grown accustomed to the situation, as long as Kinaz did not overstep his bounds, Xian allowed him to manipulate the scenario, for he had little to lose on this side. However, should Kinaz dare to unbind those chains, Xian would ensure he experienced the terror of the abyss, making him acutely aware of true cruelty and a suffering far worse than death. At that moment, Kinaz commanded the arrival of a large cleaver, the purpose of which remained unclear. Xian, still enjoying his leisure atop a griffin, munched on snacks while reveling in the unfolding drama, adding a touch of flair to an otherwise mundane journey. Kinaz approached the cleaver, seizing it with a swift motion. For reasons unknown, an unsettling premonition stirred within Xian. Illidan, do not think I am unaware of your charade of death. Are you not fond of playing dead? Do you see this cleaver in my hand? One swift strike, and Kinaz cackled malevolently, directing the blade's tip toward various parts of Illidan's form. When it pointed downward, Xian felt a surge of alarm. Kinaz thrust the blade downward, mere centimeters from Illidan's body, when suddenly the form jolted to life and retreated swiftly. With a resounding clang, the blade embedded itself in the floor. Illidan, as I suspected, you are not dead. Had it been anyone else, they might have been deceived by you. But alas, you have encountered me, Kinaz. Each word dripped with scorn as Kinaz advanced toward Illidan, seeking to discern fear upon his visage. Yet Kinaz was ultimately disappointed. Xian not only exhibited no fear, but boldly approached him, causing Kinaz to falter. I suppose you are truly seeking your own demise. Kinaz sneered, brandishing the cleaver menacingly, as if to issue a warning to Xian. Illidan? Xian mused thoughtfully, and after a moment's contemplation, it appeared he had grasped something profound. The Illidan you refer to must be the master of this body. Correct? Upon uttering this, Xian erupted into laughter. Kinaz, perplexed, could only think Illidan had lost his wits. Illidan, I must commend your performance. Perhaps you could frighten others, but I, Kinaz, am not so easily intimidated, bound by my chains. No matter your formidable abilities, you shall remain subdued? Oh, is that so? Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted, and from Xian's form, a visible surge of black energy erupted, quickly filling the room. Kinaz, witnessing this spectacle, muttered, "This is impossible. This cannot be." "There is nothing impossible," Xian retorted. "I have stated before that I am not Illidan. You may restrain him, but you cannot contain me as a token of gratitude for releasing me. I grant you the power to choose your demise. Speak. How would you prefer to die?" With a snap of his fingers, a portal materialized around Xian, from which Kinaz could sense the powerful auras of other formidable demons, plunging him into utter panic. What manner of existence have I provoked? Kinaz pondered. Wasn't he the narrative supposed to revolve around my torment of Illidan? He felt himself teetering on the brink of despair. Meanwhile, in another realm, at the heart of the Dark Temple, a portal suddenly appeared. Vashj, seated upon her throne, beamed with delight at the sight that, "My dear, you are returning." Yet as Vashj waited patiently within the palace, the portal remained utterly unresponsive. My dear," she called twice, receiving no reply, as if nothing lay beyond the portal. Meanwhile, in Kaina's chamber, upon conjuring the portal, Xian sensed Kaina's burgeoning desire to flee. However, after a long wait, not a single demon emerged from the portal, which began to sow doubt within Kaina. He then realized that the surrounding dark power was not nearly as formidable as he had imagined. In fact, it could be extinguished with a flick of his wrist. Xian, on the other hand, fervently hoped for reinforcements to emerge from the portal, for he was nearing his limit. The dark energy he had previously unleashed merely stemmed from the parallel world inhabited by the griffins, and he had learned from Illidan that he could harness the strength derived from that realm. Though he could utilize it, the powers were restricted, preventing him from unleashing his full potential, let alone contend with Kainos. Nonetheless, it sufficed to intimidate him, and now all his hopes rested upon this portal. Yet the portal remained eerily still, deepening Yi Xian's frustration. Fortunately, he was beside the portal, and should he choose, he could dive in at any moment. Thus he felt no immediate fear of Kainos. Alas, this reprieve was short-lived as Kainos soon discerned the situation and obliterated the surrounding dark powers. "How dare you mock me?" Kainos seethed with fury, having been played for a fool yet again. This time, he resolved to slay Illidan to alleviate his rage. As Kainos charged forward with a cleaver, Xian hesitated not a moment, darting towards the portal. However, before he could enter, an unforeseen force expelled him, while Xian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he had landed upon a cloud of cotton. Just as he sought to comprehend the situation, he felt a constriction around his body, as if something was ensnaring him in the obscurity before him. His face buried within a cotton-like substance, he detected a delightful fragrance. Meanwhile, Kainos stood dumbfounded, witnessing an unearthly creature emerge from the portal, one with 6 arms and a fishtail, unlike any being native to this world. "Who are you?" Vashj inquired, suddenly aware of the outsider's presence. She then glanced at Illidan's form, noting numerous wounds that had become permanent scars, with chains binding not only his hands but his feet as well. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Vashj's gaze turned frosty. Kainos, wielding the cleaver, made his intentions glaringly apparent. "You seek death." In an instant, a forked lightning bolt was unleashed. Realizing the impending danger, Xian rushed to thwart Vashj's action. He could not allow Kainos to perish here, for he still held value to Xian. If Kainos were to die, who would then craft the visage of time? Xian's intervention was tragically a moment too late. The bolt struck Kainos squarely, reducing him to ashes scattered across the ground. Observing Xian's despondent countenance, Vashj realized she had unwittingly caused a calamity, while Xian felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Yet no tears came forth. After all, he had finally found someone he had long sought, only for that hope to be extinguished, a grievous loss, akin to a scholar's failure in examination. "My dear, I apologize, I had no knowledge of this individual." Xian waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. Perhaps it is for the best that in that moment." Xian found clarity. With Kainos' demise, the visage of time would no longer manifest. Though he had lost a potential path to power, he was relieved that he no longer needed to concern himself with the matters at hand. He could now return to the parallel world and hone his bearman abilities to perfection. Previously, Xian had learned that upon reaching a certain level of mastery as a bearman, he would be able to transform at will within the main world, seamlessly switching between Illidan and the bearman. This proved immensely convenient, especially for assassination endeavors, transforming into a dual-wielding demon under the cover of night to reap lives, while by day, presenting himself as an innocuous, adorable bear. Bearman, of course. Adorability was not Xian's primary aim. He had long aspired to emulate the heroic figures from Kung Fu Panda, particularly the suave transformation of Pa into the Dragon Warrior. Truly, one word encapsulated it all. Handsome. Certainly, this merely represents a modest objective for Xian. His true ambition is to ascend as a legendary bear master, akin to the mythical bear wine immortal. clad in traditional attire, adorned with a conical hat, a leaf delicately held between his lips, a bamboo staff in his left hand, and a barrel of wine balanced on his shoulder. How splendid would that be? At this juncture, with Qinaz deceased, the significance of remaining on Eternal Island has dissipated. Xian plans to rescue Grommash, and subsequently return to the Dark Temple in the Outlands, where he intends to seek a reason to enter seclusion, as he must swiftly grow in strength among the bear folk. Vasky shattered the chains binding Xian, awakening the demons within him. Darkness began to permeate the entire room, gradually suffocating it with an inky haze that expanded outward, threatening to consume the area surrounding Xian. Those ensnared within the black mist were affected as well, becoming frenzied, their eyes aflame with fury as they turned on one another. Just then, a horde of bear folk appeared, braving the dark fog in an attempt to dispel it. Yet, how formidable was this dark mist? It was far beyond the capacity of these bear folk to dismantle. In his current state, Xian alone could obliterate this world, shattering a planet with a mere hand. Soon, the bear folk were engulfed by the darkness, becoming part of its shadowy legion. As Xian prepared to depart with Vasky, a radiant light suddenly emanated from a certain location, severing the surrounding darkness. Xian focused his gaze, realizing that it was precisely where Qinaz had perished. Before him appeared an object reminiscent of a clock, and he could sense the flow of time shifting in tandem with the movement of its hands. Could this be the manifestation of time itself? Xian approached the clock, taking it into his hands. Instantly, a torrent of temporal energy surged into his being. He promptly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensation of this temporal power. Unbeknownst to him, a symbol resembling a clock hand emerged upon his forehead, occasionally radiating a golden glow that it was only when Xian opened his eyes that the clock hand vanished. Indeed, this was the manifestation of time, unexpectedly concealed within Qinaz's body. A masterful concealment. Xian's lips curled slightly. Had he known, he would have simply eliminated Qinaz from the outset. Otherwise, he might have traversed to another parallel universe by now, avoiding the subsequent predicament of becoming a prisoner. Contemplating this filled Xian with ire. He could only imagine how his handsome visage had been marred by Qinaz's torment. After absorbing the manifestation of time, it began to disintegrate into dust, leaving only a fragment behind. Through the temporal energy, Xian discerned the true function of the time fragment. It possessed the power to create portals, signifying that he could traverse to any world at will. Even to his former realm. In the ensuing period, Xian successfully liberated Grommash. Upon returning to the Outlands, he began to study the time fragment. Two paths lay before him. To utilize the time fragment to create a portal to another parallel world, or to complete the bear folk's tasks to gain the ability to transform into a bear. That a comparison of the two options revealed that the former offered greater benefits and was the swifter method of gaining strength. As Xian pondered this dilemma, Illidan's voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind that I suggest you diligently fulfill your bear folk tasks. You cannot master that time fragment, even if you manage to open a portal. Your experience may not align with your expectations. What do you mean by that? Xian furrowed his brow, questioning whether he might traverse to an entirely different place. Illidan continued, You are correct. This time fragment is not what you imagine. You cannot control your destination. Upon entering the portal, you may encounter one of several scenarios. You could end up on an unknown deserted island. You might find yourself in a world where you are fugitive. Or you could land in a perilous location, such as the domain of Sargeras chaos, the abyss, or the void. Upon hearing this, Xian was left dumbfounded. What sort of absurdity was this? He felt as though he was being targeted, as if they did not desire for him to grow stronger. With the time fragment in hand, defeating Sargeras should have been a mere formality. Indeed, such matters could not be so simple. Had they been, he would not have found himself in this world, negating the very purpose of his existence. For now, he resolved to reap what he sowed. In a moment of vulnerability, Xian weakly inquired, Illidan, do I not possess a golden finger or some sort of extraordinary artifact? He lamented, having spent considerable time in this world without once hearing the voice of a system. Aside from the residual essence of Illidan's soul, nothing else had been bestowed upon him. Illidan replied, I am afraid I cannot answer your question. You must rely on your own efforts to enhance yourself. However, if you truly seek strength, I advise you to diligently complete the tasks I have assigned." With that, Illidan vanished once more. Now, Xian comprehended the futility of expecting a golden finger. Yet he still had Illidan. Though not a key asset, he was still of some utility, certainly better than having nothing at all. Restored in strength, Xian, along with Vasky, infiltrated the underground prison where Grommash was held captive. Their path was unimpeded, leaving only fear and wails in their wake. Master, Mistress, Grommash emerged from his cell, and Xian activated the portal to the Outlands. They had thoroughly searched the underground prison, yet no trace of other corrupted beastmen could be found at it. Was all too evident that these corrupted warriors had likely perished. The scars on Grommash's body indicated that Kinaz had derived pleasure from torturing him during his lifetime. The three returned to the Outlands, and upon arriving at the Dark Temple, Xian received delightful news. Vasky could accompany him to the parallel world. However, Xian frowned. He did not wish for Vasky to accompany him into such a perilous realm. He had barely escaped with his life. Regrettably, this was part of the task, and Xian lacked the authority to refuse. Failure to complete the task would hasten Sargeras' arrival in the main world, heralding true devastation. With this in mind, Xian opted to bring Vasky along to the parallel world. During this time, the Dark Temple required oversight, and he needed to select a trustworthy individual to manage it. Xian summoned everyone to gather outside the Great Hall. Scrutinizing Grommash, Sylvanas, the leader of the Harpies, the Abyssal Demon Lord, and Nearktha, Xian cast a bland glance over them, swiftly dismissing Grommash from consideration. He was better suited as a warrior or general, but to appoint him as the leader of the Dark Temple would plunge it into chaos. The lesson learned from Grommash's indiscretions was clear. Next, Xian turned his gaze to the Abyssal Demon Lord. This one is an even greater fool. Never mind. Thus, the Abyssal Demon Lord was also crossed off the list. In the end, only Sylvanas, the Harpy leader, and Nithis remained. The Harpy leader was clearly unfit for the role of Dark Temple administrator, leaving only Sylvanas and New York. Thus, Xian contemplated the two. Sylvanas was his most trusted confidant, while Nithis was unwaveringly loyal to Vasky. If he entrusted the management of the Dark Temple to Sylvanas, Nithis might become restless, potentially inciting rebellion in the absence of Vasky's oversight. This predicament was indeed troubling. Yet if he chose Nithis, the implications for the Dark Temple were too dire to imagine. Ultimately, Xian decided upon Sylvanas, recognizing her unique ability to wield spells and her previous experience as the leader of Silver Moon City. She possessed a deeper understanding of managing her subordinates, and her suffering and experiences undoubtedly made her a more suitable candidate than Nithis. Thus, before all present in the Outlands, Xian proclaimed Sylvanas as the queen of the Dark Temple, declaring that any who dared defy her would face dire consequences. Sylvanas was utterly taken aback by Illidan's decision, feeling a mix of surprise and growing affirmation towards him. She perceived the Dark Temple not merely as a gift bestowed upon her by Illidan, but as a testament to his recognition and trust. Although Vashti was puzzled, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Nighthaven observed everything keenly, harboring deep sympathy for Queen Vashti, believing that she had misplaced her affections. Illidan was unworthy of her admiration, and he had no right to unilaterally bestow the Dark Temple upon anyone. Why should he? Xian did not feel compelled to explain this to him. Instead, he pulled Vashti aside and elaborated on the situation. After listening, Vashti nodded in understanding. Her own decision bore little significance, and she approached Nighthaven, conveying her message in the tongue of their kind. Initially, Nighthaven was excited, but he gradually steadied himself. Xian sensed that Vashti had successfully managed the situation. Once everyone had acknowledged Sylvanas' new identity, Xian felt relieved and instructed the demons to return to their respective posts. In the ensuing time, Xian and Vashti found themselves within the Dark Temple, accompanied by Sylvanas Windrunner, whom Xian had intentionally summoned. As he prepared to depart, an uneasy feeling compelled him to call Sylvanas over. "Master, Mistress, did you summon me?" Sylvanas inquired respectfully. "Indeed, Sylvanas. After Vashti and I leave, you must ensure the proper management of this place. Should anyone defy your authority, I grant you permission to employ your spells to control them. I trust you will govern here effectively." Sylvanas was profoundly moved by these words. Just moments ago, she had pondered how to manage the Dark Temple, which was nothing like her natural elven forces. Now, she found herself tasked with overseeing a multitude of demons and nagas, each with their own peculiar traits and behaviors, a daunting endeavor indeed. Rest assured, Master, Mistress, I shall do my utmost to manage every aspect of the Dark Temple and eagerly await the day of your return. Well said, I believe you will, Xian replied, allowing her to withdraw from the Grand Hall. Vash discerned Sylvanas' unwavering loyalty to Xian, but she also sensed an undercurrent of rivalry among women. While the present seemed calm, the future was uncertain. Xian took Vash's hand and ascended to the throne, dripping a drop of his blood upon it. Instantly, a dark mist enveloped the throne, and soon after, both Xian and Vash vanished from the hall, reappearing in a different realm. Where is this? Vash inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings. This is my underground chamber. Without my blood, entry here is impossible. My dear. Are you prepared? I am about to take you to another world. Vash nodded, indicating her readiness. Xian led her to a grand bed, and as they lay down, their presence faded, the surroundings dimming. When they awoke, they found themselves riding a griffin through the skies. Vash was bewildered, astonished to find herself atop a human's griffin. Where could this possibly be? Yet the greater shock was reserved for Xian, as Vash now sat before him. Not in her Naga form, but as her true high elf self. Long, silvery hair cascading over her shoulders, delicate pointed ears, and radiant crimson attire, exuding an enchanting allure. In that moment, Vash felt the transformation within her. She was no longer the hideous Naga. Her hands, skin tone, and physique had seemingly returned. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she sensed the heavy breath of the person behind her, a flicker of joy crossing her features. However, when she turned to look, her joy solidified into disbelief. The figure seated behind her was no longer Illidan. He was unmistakably a bear man. Panicking, Vash scanned her surroundings, desperately seeking the Illidan she longed for. Xian, noticing her distress, couldn't help but smile wryly. He had no choice but to inhabit the form of a bear man in this world. He could never reveal his true identity as Illidan. Just as he attempted to explain, an attack surged toward him. Xian did not retaliate nor block the assault. He allowed Vash's strike to land upon him. She hit her mark, leaving a scratch on his bare visage, transforming the once cute bear man into a fearsome sight. Crimson blood trickled down Xian's face, prompting him to wipe the blood from his eyes. Yet to Vash, it appeared as though the bear man was gearing up to fight back. However, when she struck again, he still refrained from retaliating. The commotion soon caught the attention of others nearby. Upon witnessing Xian under attack, they rushed to assist, only to be halted by Xian's intervention. I'm fine. She is my beloved. Others regarded Xian's so-called beloved with curiosity. When they beheld Vash's beauty, they were left speechless. Henry exclaimed, "What luck has Xian struck? He has captured the heart of a stunning elf." At the sound of the bear man's words, Vash's previous attack resumed. She would not allow anyone to insult her, especially as she had a beloved named Illidan. This time, Xian did not let her act recklessly. He seized her hand, immobilizing her in a tight embrace. "Release me, you." It is like those words brought Vash to a complete standstill. Just moments ago, she had sensed Illidan's presence, but why had he transformed into a bear man upon arriving in this world? It was simply unacceptable to her. "You are not him," Vash declared resolutely to Xian. Hearing her, could only smile faintly. "Indeed, you are correct. I am not him, nor could I ever be. Even if I were to become Illidan, I would still remain myself." Vash was utterly confounded, unable to grasp the bear man's cryptic words. This bear man a fool. He doesn't fight back after being struck, and he speaks in the strangest manner. Vash struggled to break free, but Xian's grip was unyielding, leaving her no chance to escape. Ultimately, she resigned herself to his embrace. Before long, they reached Stormwind, leaping off the griffin along with the others. Under Lindy's introduction, Xian learned that this was Stormwind, the stronghold of the Alliance. Once they landed, Vash contemplated leaving, but Xian would not permit her to wander off alone. He firmly grasped her small hand. refusing to release her despite her struggles. Even when she lashed out at him, he remained steadfast. Gradually, Vashti grew weary of her futile attempts. She regarded the bear man with confusion. Despite being strangers, he bore her attacks without retaliation or insults. Reluctantly, Vashti fell into step beside Xian. Thus, hand in hand, they wandered through Stormwind. Having earned a significant amount of gold on the deserted island, Xian did not intend to linger on the streets indefinitely. He led Vashti to an inn named the Pig and Whistle, purchasing a room for their stay at tea that moment. Henry and a group of others located Xian, appearing quite urgent. Why, Xian, there you are. We finally found you. Henry panted, clearly having rushed without pause. What brings you here? Xian inquired. Henry replied, the captain has submitted the report to the king, and now Stormwind urgently requires your services once more. Xian furrowed his brow. He had envisioned a different path ahead, one where he would seek out the bearmen's dwelling, learn their ways, and return to his original world once his training was complete. Yet, it seemed fate had other plans. Are there not others available? Xian expressed his displeasure, feeling overwhelmed by the trouble that had arisen so soon after his return. Henry, appearing apologetic, explained, the leaders of the Alliance have gathered at Stormwind Keep for a meeting, and King Varian himself has ordered your attendance. I was tasked with finding you and delivering this message. His surprise, he received a direct order from the king himself, indicating that attending this meeting was imperative. Very well, Xian acquiesced, realizing he had no other option. Henry, seeing Xian's agreement, expressed his delight, saying, it is an honor to serve alongside you, Xian. May the light bless your journey. Upon noticing Xian's impending departure, Vasiki felt a surge of joy, as freedom was within her grasp. Once she left this place, she would seek out Illidan's whereabouts, while Xian intended for Vasiki to remain at the inn, and before leaving, he meticulously instructed her not to leave under any circumstances, assuring her that staying there was her safest option. Vasiki nodded eagerly, yet Xian could sense that her compliance was merely superficial. Once he truly departed, she would undoubtedly flee to prevent this. Xian spotted Lindy passing by the inn and hastily beckoned him inside, explaining the situation and requesting his assistance in watching over Vasiki to ensure she did not leave the inn. Although Lindy was perplexed, he agreed. Subsequently, Xian departed with Henry and the others, leaving Vasiki in the care of the innkeeper and Lindy. Though this arrangement felt unsatisfactory, Xian deemed it necessary for Vasiki's safety. Before departing, he cast one last glance at Vasiki. Henry remarked, let us go, my friend. If I had a woman as beautiful as yours, I wouldn't want to leave either. Ha ha ha. Within the walls of Stormwind Keep, Garrick greeted him. You've arrived. Splendid. King Anduin Rin and the others have been awaiting your presence. Why? Xian surveyed the surroundings, noticing the young man seated regally upon the throne. King Anduin Rin himself, it was evident that the king was observing him in return. You must be the new recruit that Garrick often speaks of, King Rin remarked with a smile. The king's praise was unwarranted. Xian replied modestly, such accolades are the result of our collective efforts. I merely benefited from the circumstances. Observing Xian's humility, Rin nodded and gestured for Garrick to speak. Garrick explained, the reason the king summoned us is that during our absence, it seems the Horde has encountered some new challenges. Your fearless valor displayed on Exile's Reach has greatly impressed the king. Thanks to his majesty's recognition, Xian responded, very well. Now that you are here, let us commence the meeting. During the assembly, Xian learned that the Horde appeared to have found new allies, their naval strength becoming nearly unstoppable. Meanwhile, the Alliance sought a partner to counter this threat, which led them to the Kulturan Navy, renowned for their unparalleled maritime prowess, once a member of the Alliance. Unfortunately, following the assassination of Admiral Dalen Proudmoore in Theramore, the connection between them had dwindled significantly. Many believe that Jaina had been excessively trusting of the peace promises between the Alliance and the Horde, leading to her father's betrayal on that fateful day. This was the extent of the insights Xian could gather. He was astonished to learn of such events surrounding Jaina. King Rin stated, Captain Garrick holds you in high regard. Recruit, I believe Jaina can rely on you. Why? Xian nodded in understanding, realizing that he would soon be working alongside Jaina to complete their mission. Garrick, I will depend on you moving forward. Indeed. Let us part ways here, Captain. Stay safe. Garrick responded. Why Xian turned to leave, but instead of heading directly to the docks, he decided to return to the inn first. He mounted his steed and set off toward the Pig and Whistle Inn. Before he could reach it, Lindy rushed toward him, appearing somewhat injured. Lindy, what happened? Who did this? Seeing Lindy in such a state, Xian suddenly feared the worst. Vasiki was in trouble. Currently, Vasiki was as vulnerable as he had been upon his arrival. Thus, she certainly lacked the capability to injure Lindy, indicating that something had gone awry at the inn. Xian, a night elf claiming to be Illidan's Stormrage, burst into the inn and took Vasiki away. I can't believe it. Xian was stunned. How could Illidan's Stormrage possibly appear in this world? Even if he did, it should not be here, as it was Alliance territory. They haven't left yet. We must hurry back. Perhaps there is still a chance to rescue Vasiki. Xian nodded, spurring his horse onward toward the Pig and Whistle Inn. Upon arrival, he found that the assailant had indeed not departed, just as Lindy had described. There stood Illidan himself. It seemed Illidan recognized Xian's astonishment and spoke. We meet again, Xian. Xian trembled. That voice was unmistakably familiar. It was the voice of Illidan echoing in his mind. You. Illidan laughed heartily at Xian's dismay. Indeed, as you surmised, I have successfully reclaimed my body. Thank you for all you've done, boy. In that moment, Xian comprehended the truth. Illidan's soul had been residing within him all along. Although his arrival had caused Illidan to lose control of his own body, it had set off the subsequent events. What Xian had not anticipated was that Illidan had been devising every possible means to regain his physical form. Xian harbored no ill will regarding Illidan's reclamation of his body. After all, it was rightfully Illidan's. His true concern lay with Vasiki. However, when Xian's gaze fell upon her, he was taken aback to find her casting him a look of disdain. His heart sank as if pierced by a needle. Then, Illidan made a move that sent Xian into a frenzy. He embraced Vasiki tightly and menacingly addressed Xian. Do you recall how Tyrant met her demise? Xian was momentarily taken aback. The hatred etched on Illidan's face revealed that Tyrant's death had left him seething with anger toward Xian. It was your doing. You stood by and did nothing to save her. And now I shall make you experience my anguish. Vasiki, we are leaving. At that moment, other members of the Alliance arrived, but Illidan, taking Vasiki with him, vanished through a portal. Lindy, are you all right? Xian asked, his voice strained. Xian remained silent. The events of the day had dealt him a profound blow. He had always enjoyed smooth sailing, and now, confronted with adversity, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of confusion. Suddenly, Xian clenched his fists, determination igniting within his gaze. He recalled the scene that had just unfolded and the words Vasiki had spoken to him. Something felt amiss, based on his understanding of Vasiki. She would never utter such words, and Illidan had made everything abundantly clear. Vasiki harbored feelings for him. He could sense it. As he contemplated Illidan's parting words, realization dawned upon him. Illidan sought to make Xian experience the heartbreak of losing a loved one. As for why Vasiki had been so obedient, Xian almost overlooked the influence of demonic blood. Illidan's blood could indeed control others, and it was likely that Vasiki had fallen under such sway. No wonder Xian had sensed something different about her. She seemed considerably stronger. Illidan, you are truly ruthless. Xian gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with conviction. The only way to rescue Vasiki was to grow stronger. Xian turned away, striding toward the flight master. Sir, where are you headed? The docks. Xian replied coldly, the air around him growing noticeably chill. After mounting his griffin, he soared toward the docks, his mission now to reunite with Jaina Proudmoore as swiftly as possible. For she might hold the key to his empowerment. Why Xian found Jaina beside a grand ship at the docks. Are you ready to set sail for Coltiras? She inquired. I am prepared. Xian replied, his expression impassive. You seem somewhat discontented. Xian remained silent, and Gianna, noticing this, also refrained from speaking as she led Xian onto the ship. During the days spent at sea, Xian gazed at the boundless ocean, showing no signs of sorrow or melancholy. He maintained a stern expression and mostly kept to himself, earning the moniker emotionless among the crew. He would only converse when absolutely necessary, and even then. His words were exceedingly simple and straightforward, leaving no room for further discourse. Gianna was naturally aware of this change. During the council meeting at the Fortress of Stormwind, she recalled that Xian was not like this at all. It seemed something had transpired before their departure. Now that they had left Stormwind, she had no means of uncovering what had happened to Xian, and it appeared she would have to wait until her return to inquire further. "Captain, we have arrived." "Very well," Gianna replied, stepping onto the gangway, just in time to see Xian standing nearby, feeling the sea breeze and staring at the ocean. Gianna approached him and halted beside him. "At long last, I have returned to my long-lost homeland." Gianna attempted to gauge Xian's reaction, but to her disappointment, his face bore no expression, remaining indifferent to her presence. "They will not allow us to approach the castle any closer. From this point onward, we must proceed on foot," Gianna stated. Xian replied. Returning to Borealis evokes many long-forgotten emotions, memories dulled by the passage of time, like stones washed ashore by the tides, Gianna mused. "And now, it seems as if everything is returned that I do not know what the outcome will be, but we must endeavor to try," she added. Xian responded. As Xian and Gianna disembarked, they arrived at the city gates, where a cavalryman intercepted them. "Halt! State your intentions. I am Gianna Proudmoore, here to seek an audience with my mother, Catherine Proudmoore. We will escort you to Lady Catherine," the soldier replied. Soon, Xian and Gianna were ushered into the city, treated as though they were prisoners. "Mommy, who are they?" a little girl innocently inquired of her mother. "Quickly, let us go home," the girl's mother exclaimed, as though she had seen a plague. "Look, it's the daughter of the sea. She has returned to slay us. You traitor, perish!" Amidst the cacophony of insults, Xian and Gianna were brought before Catherine. "Gianna, you actually returned?" Catherine exclaimed. "Mother, I come seeking your assistance. Please help the Alliance," Gianna implored. This. Catherine burst into laughter. "Help the Alliance? Why should we assist them? Where was the Alliance when your father perished?" "I apologize, Mother. It is not the Alliance's fault. It is my error," Gianna said. "Your error? You finally admit it. If not for you, my husband would still be alive." Upon hearing this, Xian gleaned a fragment of understanding. It seemed Gianna had committed no ordinary mistake, and he felt a pang of regret for following Gianna here. Given the current situation, it appeared both he and Gianna were destined for imprisonment. As Gianna's conversation with her mother concluded, they were taken away by the guards. "Ahem, ahem, daughter of the sea," Xian faintly heard someone singing. Shaking his head, he rose from the ground, having been knocked unconscious during their capture. "Look, someone has awakened." Xian surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he was in a cell, with another person confined beside him, he approached the individual. "Who are you?" "My name is Feline Farwind. You don't seem to belong here. What did you do to end up in this place?" Xian remained silent. He could not afford to linger here. He needed to grow stronger. Vasky was still waiting for him to rescue her. Seeing Xian's silence, Feline did not press further. "It's good to see you awake. Otherwise, I would have had to carry you out. This is the prison of Tordrago, which was once a legitimate penitentiary, but has since become Priscilla's private fortress. Both the cells and the guards are scum. It's not difficult to pay for entry. But escaping is the real challenge. However, you need not worry. I know how to get out of here." Upon hearing the prospect of escape, Xian turned to Feline. "Oh, you truly have a plan?" "What? So you can speak after all. Fear not. Just stick with me, and I'll lead you out." "What is your plan?" "Well, the plan is to hit me." "Come on, hit me." Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Feline's peculiar whim. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his gaze towards Feline shifted. Why, Xian struck at Feline. Ouch! "You rascal! Guards! Guards! Help! Ouch!" Even with his stoic demeanor, Xian found himself amused by Feline's antics. If Feline were to appear in Xian's world, it would be a shame for him not to pursue acting. He was practically a living embodiment of an Oscar-winning actor. "Hey, what's happening in there?" As the guard entered, Feline promptly landed a punch, knocking the guard unconscious. "Quick, help me pull him down." Xian assisted in dragging the guard away, and Feline shouted, "Let us start a riot." "Lads, a riot?" Xian realized as he observed the other cell doors spring open. This was the master switch for all the prison gates, Beside the guard's post lay a small note, which Xian picked up to read. It cautioned, "Beware, idiot. Do not pull the prison guard." Kaiman, could he truly be a fool? Xian mused, then located his clothes and weapons, reclaiming them all. Next, they needed to eliminate the prison guard, Kaiman. With Xian and Feline's combined efforts, Kaiman fell swiftly to their assault. Damn it, the key is broken. The firepower is intense. What kind of gunpowder is this? Hey, give me a handful. Why Xian approached and collected some powder into his pack. By the way, I just remembered something. No. Two things. Much better. Without them, I feel as though I'm not wearing any clothes. Why Xian watched as Feline approached a chest, rummaging through it until he produced a dagger. They continued their escape, arriving at a door where Feline instructed Xian to step back and handed him the gunpowder. Now we just need a spark. With a loud bang, the door shattered. Aha! Quickly, let us go inside and find an exit on the lower levels. Why Xian and Feline entered the sewers, dispatching a few soldiers that obstructed their path. Just when Xian thought they might escape smoothly, they encountered a horde of snapping jaws crocodiles ahead, indicating they might have to engage in battle to advance. However, these crocodiles seemed distracted by something else. Allowing Xian and Feline to quietly evade them, as they entered the sewer, a swarm of rats surged towards them, leaving no opportunity for concealment. Something's on my leg. Oh, it's rats, Feline exclaimed at why Xian attempted to shoot the rats with his crossbow. But their speed was too great. He couldn't hit them, and even if he did, it wouldn't resolve the issue due to their overwhelming numbers. Suddenly, he spotted a large rat, the apparent leader controlling the others. It seemed that if they could subdue this rat, the smaller ones would cease their attack. Feline, keep the little rats at bay while I handle the big one, Xian instructed. All right, my friend, hurry, I feel like I can barely hold on. With that, Xian charged at the large rat, which charged back at him. In the fleeting moment when the formidable rat lunged forward, Xian promptly activated the contract, preparing to forge an agreement with the creature, thereby designating it as his pet. His previous companion, the sharp-beaked eagle, had been severed from their bond after leading away the ogre. If his suspicions were correct, it appeared to have met its demise. Under Xian's binding contract, the large rat acquiesced, and soon the surrounding rodents ceased their assault. At last, safety was attained. He had not anticipated his ability to command these creatures, why Xian remained silent as he followed Feline out of the area, ultimately locating the vessel they had arranged beforehand. Feline, over here, he called, spotting a woman on the ship ahead, presumably one of Feline's contacts. Subsequently, Xian and Feline boarded the ship, marking their complete departure from that cursed place. Look, there are rats in the water, Xian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the rats in the water, he was utterly astonished. Were these not the very ones he had just tamed? They had indeed followed him, which could prove advantageous later on. Talia inquired, what transpired inside? It sounds as if you incited a riot. Feline replied, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I believe we have finally unearthed Ashvan's secret. That individual possesses a new type of gunpowder, unlike anything I have ever encountered. Oh, and of course I also rescue my target. Associate, this is Talia. Talia, this is my associate. Talia scrutinized Xian and suddenly recalled. Wait, I believe I have seen you before. You arrived with Jaina. You are that emissary from the Alliance. Feline exclaimed. What? An emissary from the Alliance. Blast it, Celis failed to mention this. Had I known, I would have doubled the price. He felt quite aggrieved, believing he had missed out on a significant opportunity. However, Talia countered that Feline had indeed profited, for it was exceedingly rare for Celis to provide funding. We have arrived at Borla's port. Aside from the Proudmoore Keep, this area boasts the strictest security in the city, and it is the only place most visitors are permitted to tread. They then spotted another large ship nearby. Likely belonging to the Alliance, it seemed another Alliance vessel had already docked. Hopefully, they would receive a warm welcome. Unlike Jaina, Xian recalled his previous experiences, where he had been unjustly imprisoned as a victim. Had it not been for Feline's assistance, he might still be trapped within those walls. Feline? Thank you. Don't mention it. I merely assisted for my own benefit. Now, I must take my leave soon. Only Xian and Talia remained. After Dallin Proudmoore's defeat, everything here has changed. Jaina must have her reasons. Wouldn't you agree? Xian refrained from answering her question, instead briefly recounting their arrival and the events that transpired during his meeting with Jaina, his mother. Incredible. The naval commander would surrender you and her daughter to Lady Ashvan? Talia sighed. But by the way, I have yet to formally introduce myself. I am Talia, a guard of Proudmoore and a steward to His Excellency Celis Cresvar. With that, Talia offered Xian a firm salute. It was then that Xian learned from Talia that it was Lord Celis who had arranged for Faline and her to rescue him. He could discern that Talia held a great admiration for the alliance. Shall I show you around? Perhaps find you a place to rest? Xian nodded, and Talia proceeded to introduce him to the area. Starting with the docks, if he wished to board a ship to other destinations, he would need to approach the harbor master for a ferry permit. Next, under Talia's guidance, Xian arrived at the sailor's repository, a storage area where he could safely keep his valuables. However, he felt uneasy and realized he had little to store at present, so he opted against utilizing it for now. Next was the cozy harbor inn, the resting place Talia had mentioned, frequented by many travelers. Xian observed a multitude of travelers within, representing various races that appear to be a suitable location, especially considering his current identity as a bear man. Finally, and most importantly, they arrived at the location of the flight administrator, whose griffins would be essential for reaching distant lands. Now, it is time to meet the harbor master. Are you ready, Xian? Talia inquired. Upon Xian's nod, Talia led the way while he followed closely behind. Celis is currently the harbor master. Xian was momentarily taken aback, recalling Talia's earlier mention of Celis being the one who had saved him. However, he had not anticipated that Celis would hold the position of harbor master. No wonder Talia was unconcerned about obtaining a ferry permit. During their conversation, Xian learned that Celis was now Talia's adoptive father. Handpicked by her biological father, it seemed that Talia had experienced some undisclosed events in her life. And what are your parents? Xian inquired. Talia sighed, saying, I lost my mother during the Scourge's invasion of Lord Darren, and my father sent me here to grow up away from the turmoil of war. That I know little about him, only that he was once a knight of Stormwind, who bravely perished fighting the Lich King. Upon hearing this, Xian understood why Talia had shown him respect earlier, and he felt remorse for his previous actions. That I apologize for bringing up such painful memories. Talia smiled and replied, It's all right. I have long since come to terms with it. I am proud of my father. I feel the same way, Xian responded, and Talia's smile brightened further. Come, my adoptive father has another role, that of an administrator, as he may very well be aboard another Alliance ship. Xian nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a group of Alliance soldiers found themselves surrounded at the sailors' market, but fortunately, one individual emerged to break the standoff. What are you doing? Step aside quickly. Sir, we are acting on the orders of Lady Ashvan. One soldier protested. Before he could finish, he was met with a sharp retort. Lady Ashvan, the insignia on your shield bears the mark of Lady Ashvan? No, it does not. The shield behind you bears the insignia of Proudmoore. Therefore, your allegiance lies with Proudmoore, and now you are loyal to me. The soldier lowered his head and took a step back, then turned to his subordinates, declaring, All right, everyone clear the way. At that moment, Xian and Talia arrived at the sailors' market, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Look, that man is Celis Cresvar, my adoptive father. He is indeed here. Talia exclaimed with excitement. Having entered the office, Xian and Talia exchanged a glance before proceeding towards the harbor master's office. Upon entering, Xian spotted harbor master Celis engaged in conversation with others, yet they did not pause their discussion upon Xian and Talia's arrival. Talia, feeling somewhat apologetic, said to Xian, I forgot to mention that the old knight can be quite chatty at times, as he is now. However, it seems today is an exception, as Celis has chosen to halt his conversation and direct his attention towards you. I presume you are the Alliance emissary. Celis said warmly, I am delighted that Faline and Talia succeeded in rescuing you from that wretched prison. I am Sir Celis Cresvar, and on behalf of the Proudmoore Navy, I welcome you to Kul Tiras. Celis extended his large hand enthusiastically, and Xian reciprocated, shaking hands with him. After their handshake, Jean Greymane voiced his confusion, as it seemed implausible that they could rescue an emissary of the Alliance. Why would you assist us when Catherine Proudmoore has refused to aid us and even cast her daughter out as a traitor? Jean questioned. Upon hearing this, Cyrus fell into deep contemplation, eventually letting out a sigh and saying, "Allow me, an aging knight, to share a tale with you." Cyrus continued, "Many years ago, I found myself embroiled in a conflict. Was it the Second War? The details elude my memory." He turned towards the hearth, seemingly lost in recollection that a vessel of Orcish design attacked our transport ship, and shards of shrapnel pierced the deck, grievously injuring a dear friend of mine. Ordinarily, we would have returned him for treatment. Yet he insisted on remaining, declaring that he could not abandon the battlefield until the war was concluded. Not only did he tend to his own wounds, but he also reassured the physician that he was fine. At this juncture, Xian had already surmised the tragic outcome. Cyrus continued. Days later, he awoke, screaming, trembling, drenched in cold sweat, the infection ravaging his body. Alas, my friend never witnessed the dawn of another day, for by the time he sought my assistance, it was far too late. Yes, Cyrus spoke. He sighed heavily once more. Cultiers is yet to recover from the wounds inflicted by the Third War, particularly those suffered by Catherine Proudmoore. Subsequently, she was led astray. Her advisor blinded her to the malignant affliction threatening the entire kingdom, and my beloved homeland is crumbling. And thus, I beseech your aid, just as you require ours. Xian fell silent, realizing that the events of the past were not solely the fault of Jaina, but rather a consequence of her advisor's deception. Jean Greymane interjected, I understand now. We shall demonstrate to Catherine that we have paid a heavy price to uncover the truth. Unity is strength at that moment. Talia quietly approached Xian, delicately tugging at the hem of his garment. Xian turned to her, sensing her desire for him to lower himself slightly. Once he did, Talia leaned in closer, whispering into his ear. I have never seen Cyrus so animated. It seems we have work ahead of us. Work? Xian inquired, perplexed. Just then, Cyrus abruptly produced an official-looking document from his pocket, signed it, and handed it to Xian. Take this. I believe you will find it useful. As Xian opened the document, he saw the words Fairy Pass typed upon it. Thank you, Sir Cyrus. Xian expressed his gratitude with this Fairy Pass. The worries of crossing would no longer linger. After receiving the pass, Xian and Talia exited the harbor master's office together. It appears you will be spending some time with us, Talia remarked. I appreciate your assistance. Miss Talia, as they walked, Talia suddenly halted, as if recalling something. What is it? Xian asked. I almost forgot to mention that Cyrus has specially authorized a maritime route to Stormwind. However, I believe you may require a more expedient means to fulfill your daily needs. Noticing Xian's confusion, Talia smiled and gestured for him to follow her. They soon arrived at a staircase, ascending it before turning left, revealing an old study. Talia paused and stated, Ahead lies the chamber where the Tide Sage once conducted their magical rituals. Surely, your mages from the Alliance have sensed its power. Go forth and inform them that they may open a portal here. The harbor guards will ensure the room's safety. Following Talia's, Xian entered the Chamber of Sages. Where the Alliance's sorcerers were convened, the air was thick with magic. Can you feel it? Xian inquired. The other sorcerers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the abundant magical essence permeating the space at that moment. A tall figure approached them. You must be the Alliance envoy, Xian. A striking woman recognized him and extended her hand. After shaking hands, Xian conveyed his purpose. I have spoken with the local officials. They have permitted us to open a portal here. The three women exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. Oh, thank you, Alliance envoy. You bring splendid news. Sisters, let us begin. No sooner had she spoken than the three sorcerers selected their positions to conjure the portals. In a flash, 3 portals materialized before Xian, leading to Stormwind, Exodar, and Ironforge. As the portals opened, Talia stepped forward. Are we ready? She asked. Xian nodded in affirmation. The timing is perfect. I shall brief you on the situation. Talia began, explaining that Kultiras must first unite before it could serve the Alliance. Kultiras comprises 4 prominent families, with Dalen Proudmoore at the forefront. After Dalen's defeat at Theramore, the Alliance began to fracture. Now, Catherine Proudmoore rules here, overseeing the military and defenses. Despite their efforts to maintain order, crime, corruption, and piracy had begun to run rampant in Kultiras, eroding the people's faith in the Navy. To the west lies Drusvar, a mountainous region rich in ore, and it is from here that Kultira's bravest warriors hail. The Vrykul family has always been steadfast protectors of the Proudmoore line. However, their recent absence from the council has sparked unsettling rumors. The situation is even direr than Xian had anticipated. Yet, recalling that Vashj had been taken by Illidan Stormrage, he knew he must remain composed. To the north of Stannard, the Tide Sages of the Stannard family have been constructing ships for a legendary fleet, bestowing blessings upon them. Yet, it has been months since we last heard from the fleet. The Tide Sages have returned to their monasteries, showing no interest in searching for the missing vessels, Talia explained. What do you mean? Xian inquired. That we must rally the 4 families under the Proudmoore banner and locate the fleet. Otherwise, Kultiras will collapse before the war even begins. Subsequently, Talia led Xian back to the harbormaster's office. Pointing to a map on the wall, as Talia narrated, it became evident that this was a reconnaissance map of Kultiras. Pointing to the center, Talia said, "Here lies the Tiragard Strait. This will be our initial target. We must persuade Catherine Proudmoore to join the alliance. Flynn believes that the Ashvane Trading Company's new explosives represent our best lead." Upon hearing this, Xian couldn't help but commend Talia, recognizing her insight. She was indeed correct. Ashvane's new explosives were their best, and perhaps only chance. Success hinged upon him. That moment, Flynn approached, spotting Xian and making his way over, a pistol in hand, that I didn't expect to see everyone here. Flynn exclaimed with a grin as he approached Xian. The Ashvane Company likely remains unaware that leaving you stranded in Tol Dager was their gravest error. The new explosives we've just acquired might be the key to their downfall. Would you care to witness the power of this device? With that, Flynn handed the pistol to Xian, indicating he should test the new explosive's might. Upon receiving the firearm, Flynn gestured toward a nearby barrel, and Xian understood immediately. Bang! The thunderous sound startled Cyrus, while Xian was propelled backward by the recoil, barely managing to steady himself with the ground's assistance. That why Xian was utterly astonished. That single shot nearly startled the life out of him. Observing Flynn's amused expression, Xian realized he had been set up. Nonetheless, the power of the explosives was indeed formidable, and a sudden desire to claim these explosives for himself arose within him. However, for the sake of uniting Kultiras, he had to relinquish that thought. That is truly a fearsome device, Cyrus remarked. Indeed, and that is merely a small sample. Imagine the devastation that could ensue with a greater quantity. Flynn replied. Subsequently, Flynn cast a glance at Xian. So, how do you find it, Envoy? Quite exhilarating, isn't it? Xian shot Flynn a look, acknowledging that this gunpowder was indeed extraordinary. Cyrus interjected, if that's the case, it appears that Ashvin subordinates have acquired a considerable amount of such innovative explosives capable of obliterating an entire warship. While the military remains oblivious, Cyrus fell into contemplation. It seemed that this truly was a commendable approach. Why Xian remarked. In other words, we now merely need to ascertain how much of this explosive they possess and to whom it has been sold. Gathering this evidence to that point, Catherine will undoubtedly heed our counsel. Won't she? The others nodded in agreement. Yet the pressing question remained. How could they infiltrate? Cyrus suddenly recalled. I have an old friend who works on a ferry adjacent to the Ashvan foundry. He may possess some clues. Why Xian replied. Then what are we waiting for? Cyrus continued. He is stationed at the East Point outpost. Upon your arrival, seek out a man named Cagney and inform him that I sent you. He still owes me a favor. Why? Xian nodded, and then set off with Flynn towards the East Point outpost, while Talia continued her patrol through the city, searching for any suspicious weapons being smuggled into Borlis. At the East Point outpost, Xian and Flynn disembarked and soon located Cagney near a small path not far from the outpost. Night had already fallen, and Cagney's family gathered around a fire. As Xian and Flynn approached, Cagney looked up in confusion and asked, What brings you here? Upon hearing that Xian was sent by Cyrus, Cagney fell into deep thought. His expression betrayed a struggle. Damn it, there's no turning back now. A powerful demonic force suddenly surged through the palace, causing the nearby ogres to disintegrate into mere sustenance under its impact. The ogre mage lamented, Woe is us. Our master seems displeased once more. The ogre warrior responded, "Fortunately, we are merely the gatekeepers." Meanwhile, on a desolate island, two individuals had intruded just days prior, one wielding the ashen blade, and the other a striking beauty. The once tranquil isle had been reclaimed by the ogres upon their arrival. In the ogre palace, an elf wielding the ashen blade sat upon the throne, his eyes obscured by a black cloth, adding an air of mystery. However, this cloth did not serve to mask the hollowness of his gaze. Rather, it was a testament to the return of the true Illidan, whose sight had been restored with Xian's assistance. The reason for the blindfold was solely to signify that the genuine Illidan had returned. Just moments ago, Illidan had attempted to return to the mortal realm, only to find himself unable to do so, with the surrounding space completely sealed unless he, Lord Illidan. The voice belonged to Vashj, who had accompanied Illidan to this place. She knelt in the center of the grand hall, daring only to softly call out upon witnessing Illidan's rising fury. Illidan gazed at Vashj, lost in contemplation. Perhaps the only way back to his original world lay in allowing Xian to regain control of his body. Yet, after such a hard-fought battle to reclaim his form, would he truly relinquish control? The hourglass of time lay abandoned at his side, a once mighty artifact for traversing time, now rendered nearly useless, akin to scrap metal. "Speak. What is it?" Vashj replied, "I must report, my lord, that this world differs from our original one. Different, you say? Tyrant?" Illidan's eyes brightened, a familiar figure materializing before him. "His most beloved? Ha! Tyrant, the tyrant of this world still lives, that I can protect you once more." Illidan rose from his throne. Reclaiming the hourglass of time. The target, Hyjal. Since the conclusion of the battle at Mount Hyjal, Malfurion had succumbed to slumber. Recently, Tyrant had discovered Malfurion's sleeping form within the great stag's den of the Moonlight Glade. And with great concern, she summoned the Cenarian Council and several members of the Sisterhood of Elune. The Druids informed her that the last they knew of Malfurion, he had been meditating with no signs of intruders in the Moonlight Glade. Subsequently, Tyrant led a portion of the Druids back to the great stag's den, hoping they might discover a solution. However, after a deeper investigation, they found themselves powerless, for Malfurion's dream had inexplicably separated from his corporeal form. The Cenarian Council had made multiple attempts to summon his soul back, all in vain. They had also tried to reach out to Malfurion within the Emerald Dream, but to no avail. Ultimately, the Druids sought the aid of Isra, but she too could not locate Malfurion, who was now utterly lost within the Emerald Dream. Tyrant questioned, "Is there truly no way to awaken Malfurion?" The Druid replied, "I regret to inform you, Priestess, that the only certainty we have is that Malfurion's body is currently in excellent health." In the days that followed, Tyrant visited Malfurion daily. Despite the presence of the Cenarian Council and numerous priestesses of Elune caring for his physical form, there were no signs of improvement. Tyrant did not linger long. Quickly returning to her duties, though she held the highest position among the Night Elf race, she knew she must not act out of impulse, allowing personal feelings to cloud her judgment. Cagni sighed. "All right, since I owe Cyrus, what do you wish to know?" He settled beside the fire, and Xian joined him. "I seek information about the suspicious cargo," Xian inquired. Cagni replied, "Well, the people of Ashvan are scheming something significant. Their workers toil day and night, guarded by enforcers whose role is to incite everyone's work ethic. Xian suspected this was not genuine motivation, but rather a means of supervision. Anyone daring to halt their work would face severe punishment. "What exactly are they doing?" Cagni continued. "To be honest, I'm also unsure of what they are producing. However, I know that whatever it is will not pass through here on its way to Borlis." Cagni added, "If I were foolish enough, I might consider wandering around that area to inspect the cargo. Unfortunately, I am not that foolish, so this task falls to you." Xian glowered at Cagni, feeling somewhat insulted. "Are you implying that I am foolish?" It was clear that Cagni's words had offended Xian, who felt slighted by the suggestion that he should handle the matter. Flynn quickly stepped forward, signaling Xian to remain calm and to take a moment to compose himself. Flynn asked, "Will these workers not engage in labor disputes?" Cagni replied, "Of course, they will. That Ashvin's company exploits the workers excessively, even provoking strikes." Flynn remarked, "Their methods of resolution must be quite extreme." "I presume," Cagni affirmed, Naturally, the company has brought in a group of ruthless enforcers to quell the unrest, forcing everyone back to work. I've even heard that they shot several individuals attempting to resign. Since you are here, why not let them taste their own cruel consequences? Cagney suggested. Flynn assured him, rest assured, we shall have a tea that moment. Flynn noticed a child beside Cagney and inquired, who is this? Cagney responded, oh, him. He's a child who escaped from there. Bending down, Flynn looked at the young boy. Little one, do you know what they do inside? The child, named Oliver, was a small laborer within. Upon hearing someone speak to him, he gazed innocently at Flynn. Oliver replied, they say there's work for us, and they'll give us food. As he spoke, he wiped his nose with the sleeve of his coat. Oliver continued, but they are all bad people. The work inside is extremely hard, and they don't allow us to rest. If discovered, they would shout at us, which is why I fled. Yet my friends remained there. At that moment, Xian approached, having overheard Cagney's words due to the proximity. Flynn reassured, do not worry, Oliver. Your uncle will assist in rescuing all your friends. Upon hearing this, Oliver was elated and responded, Uncle, you are truly a good person. Flynn then said, let us go. Xian, we have work to do. You will be responsible for rescuing those children and escorting them to the western edge of the foundry, where I will await to ensure no one attempts to seize them. Oh, and once you learn about those logistics, come find me. Subsequently, Flynn departed in the opposite direction, leaving Xian alone for the moment. Why Xian sighed, resigned to the circumstances, for Flynn was more familiar with the area. Ashvan Foundry. It must be the Ashvan Foundry, quite unexpectedly vast in scale. Why Xian drew back his longbow, releasing an arrow that struck down a patrolling company guard. After searching the guard's body for a moment and finding nothing of value, he dragged the corpse behind a nearby Eve. It would not be easy to infiltrate this place alone, yet Xian felt no concern, for his little companions were on their way. Suddenly, a horde of mice surged forth from behind him. Indeed, the very mice he had previously tamed. Why Xian issued commands to the largest among them, which chirped an acknowledgement before launching into action towards the Ashvan Foundry. Now, all that remained was to await the unfolding spectacle. Soon, the anguished cries of the company guard echoed through the air. The guard shouted, rats, quick, eliminate these vermin. Time passed, and soon silence enveloped the interior. Shortly thereafter, the large rat emerged, chirping excitedly to Xian as if to report its success. Well done, Xian praised, and the large rat squeaked with delight, leading Xian inside. The individuals within were huddled in a corner, surrounded by the small rats, but not attacking. Among them, Xian recognized the other children, presumably Oliver's friends. Approaching them, he noticed the workers regarding him with suspicion. From now on, you are all free. Go, leave this place of turmoil. One of the workers asked incredulously, really? Is it true? Clearly, the workers were skeptical of Xian's words. Remaining motionless. Why Xian, uninterested in further explanations, approached several of the children. Children, your uncle has come to rescue you. The villains have been vanquished. Hurry to the western side of the foundry. Oliver is waiting for you. At the mention of Oliver, the children's eyes brightened. Thank you, uncle. You are a good person. With that, the children darted out of the foundry, and Xian turned to leave as for the workers, upon realizing the threat had dissipated. They too departed, guided by the small rats. Xian discovered suspicious cargo, revealing it contained new types of gunpowder. This was a significant find. Under Xian's command, the small rats began transporting the gunpowder. As for Xian, he casually approached a guard, stowing the man's pistol into his own pocket. Fortuitously, Flynn had not arrived. Otherwise, Xian would have been unable to keep the gunpowder for himself. After exiting the foundry, Xian summoned his steed and rode towards the western side of the foundry, soon spotting Flynn's figure. Upon seeing Xian, Flynn waved him over to Why Xian, did you discover anything? Xian relayed all he knew, of course omitting any mention of the gunpowder, which left Flynn deep in thought. That it sounds as though they have been clandestinely producing a great deal of this material. Thank you for rescuing those children. They're indeed unfortunate. After a moment's contemplation, Flynn continued, it appears my suspicions were correct. They did not label their intentions directly on the crates. If the weapons are not aboard Cagney's ferry, Their transport route must pass through Bridgeport, the shipping hub on that end. You mean Ashvan is smuggling weapons right under Problem's nose? Xian furrowed his brow, surprised by Ashvan's audacity. Yet, it was not entirely implausible. For it echoed the ancient saying, "The most dangerous place is the safest." Flynn suggested, "Let us proceed and investigate." Why? Xian nodded in agreement. 30 minutes later, they arrived at Bridgeport. Flynn had arrived first and lingered for a while. As Xian approached, he whispered, "Indeed, it is her. Bridgeport is the primary trade hub in this region. Thus, Ashvan must have established an office and workshop here. You should explore the town and see what you can uncover, while I remain here to continue monitoring them." Why? Xian acknowledged and walked towards the town. Initially, he visited a nearby shop to sell some items when he unexpectedly spotted something appealing on a shelf, a fine explorer's backpack. Undoubtedly capable of holding many belongings, which would be convenient when affixed to his steed. "Excuse me, how much for that explorer's backpack?" Xian inquired. 200 gold coins each. The merchant replied. 200 gold coins? Xian patted his pocket and rummaged through his belongings. "Alas, I only have a total of 31 gold coins." At that moment, Xian recognized a crucial issue. He was utterly impoverished. "Excuse me," he muttered, leaving the shop in dismay. What a rip-off for a mere backpack. As he exited the store, Xian noticed a peculiar-looking miner nearby, but he approached the miner. "Excuse me, have you encountered any trouble?" The miner trembled, gazing at Xian with fear. "It was terrifying. I was near the mine selecting azurite when it suddenly leapt out and bit my neck. The stones, they move about and they bite." Xian smirked, wondering if the miner was mad. Stones biting? Surely, stones do not fly. Though skeptical, Xian decided to listen further. "I hurriedly fled from there, but some crazed individuals still lurk about, attempting to reclaim the mine. If you enjoy battling stones, you can head south along this path to find them." Intrigued, Xian resolved to discover what these stones truly were that could frighten a miner so. Just as he prepared to head south, he noticed a help-wanted notice affixed to a nearby pillar. Approaching, he tore down the notice and learned it was from the Chinese camp seeking recruits. Continuing to read, he saw it stated, "With the peak season approaching, Chinese camp is recruiting amateur hunters to assist in fulfilling the ever-growing orders from Borlis. These short-term positions will be compensated based on performance." Given his dire financial situation, this seemed an opportune way to earn quick coin, and Xian decided to investigate further. Upon examining the address, he discovered it was along the same road as the mine, meaning he could first visit the mine and then proceed to the Chinese camp. Just then, several new items appeared in the upper right corner, catching his attention. This appeared to be a quest log, and after such a lengthy interval, it was surprising to see new changes to this interface. Xian perused the quest log, noting one task directed him to the mine, while another pertained to his recent recruitment at the Chinese camp. Goodness, are they afraid I might forget my tasks? Xian thought, unsure how to express his feelings about the quest log. While it was beneficial to have his tasks recorded to prevent forgetfulness, it also meant that these quests had become obligatory. Now that the quest log had appeared, he had no choice but to commit to completing the tasks. "Wait a moment." Suddenly, a woman called out to Xian. "What is it?" he asked. Why? Xian, perplexed, inquired, "Hello, my name is Leighton, the dock manager. I have a matter that requires your assistance." As soon as Leighton finished speaking, Xian noticed a new task appearing on her taskbar. However, this task was not yet unlocked, indicating she would have to wait until the woman finished speaking for it to be activated. Why? Xian felt a sense of frustration, pondering why she was even bothering with this woman. And now, she had an additional task to contend with. Why? Xian. Wait, did she just say she is the dock manager? Perhaps, Xian thought, there might be a clue hidden within the situation. She readily agreed. While Leighton, the dock manager, paid no mind to Xian's swift change of attitude. Her sole focus was on having Xian deliver the forgotten documents to another dock manager, for without them, the latter would be unable to process the shipment. Dock manager Leighton explained, "We encountered a minor issue while loading the latest batch of goods at the South Wind Station. These documents were overlooked. Without them, the dock manager on the other side cannot complete the delivery, and the next cargo ship will require some time before it can set sail. Therefore, I kindly ask for your assistance in delivering these documents." As she spoke, dock manager Leighton handed over the documents, which Xian accepted. Leighton continued, If you follow this road for a short distance, you will see the ferry terminal. Xian signaled an OK gesture and departed under the puzzled gaze of dock manager Leighton. Leighton wondered, what does this gesture mean? She mimicked Xian's OK sign, bewildered. Yet Xian had no intention of leaving just yet. She still had a task entrusted to her by Flynn to complete. She began surveying her surroundings, hoping to make some discoveries. What is that? Xian paused as she passed a chemical company. Inside, she observed a woman placing down a notebook. Beside her was a large pot emanating a silvery glow. As if she were conducting some sort of research, Xian mused. Perhaps this notebook contains crucial information. There are numerous chemical components involved in the making of gunpowder. Unfazed by the presence of the ordinary workers, Xian boldly entered, confident that even if they attempted to confront her, they would pose little threat. With no guards in sight, she grew increasingly audacious and seized the notebook from the table right in front of a chemist. Yet, the chemist seemed indifferent, as Xian noticed her producing yet another notebook from somewhere. Xian watched as the woman placed the new notebook down, and without hesitation, she grabbed it as well. Flipping it open, she sought to discern any differences, only to discover that the contents of both notebooks were identical. That moment, Xian sensed someone observing her and looked up to see the woman, once again producing another notebook. Noticing Xian's gaze, she extended the notebook toward her, clearly suggesting, "Do you want another?" Xian exclaimed, "I'm losing my mind." After accepting the notebook and glancing through it, she found no distinctions. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me," the woman offered. Xian comprehended now that the woman regarded her as an apprentice, which, in a way, made it convenient for her to acquire materials. Just then, Xian's attention was drawn to a shimmering object nearby, prompting the woman to follow her gaze and smile. "That over there is an unprocessed etherite sample we haven't dealt with yet. If you're interested, you can take a look." Filled with excitement, Xian hurried over to examine the unprocessed sample. However, she soon noticed that the surrounding chemists had halted their work, casting odd looks in her direction. Xian thought, "I've done it now. I'm in trouble." Just as she prepared to grab the sample and flee, she heard the woman's voice again. "Go ahead and take it." Upon hearing her, the chemists resumed their tasks, no longer paying attention to Xian, which relieved her. Grateful for the woman's unexpected assistance, Xian realized, however, that this kindness was merely based on the woman seeing her as an apprentice. No longer concerned about the implications, she swiftly collected the items and departed, expressing her thanks before leaving without a backward glance. As she exited, she discerned the woman remarking about how she hadn't seen such a diligent apprentice in a long while, instilling a twinge of guilt in Xian. Nonetheless, her priority remained delivering these items to Flynn. Xian soon located Flynn near the docks, but approached him cautiously, pretending to be a passerby. Upon noticing her, Flynn adjusted his collar to conceal his face and lowered his voice. "Have you made any new discoveries?" Xian feigned a cough, moved closer to Flynn, and discreetly placed the notebooks and the unfinished etherite sample into his hands while blocking the view of passersby. Flynn commented, "Well done, but I have some new intel as well. You see that ship over there? I have a slight connection to its captain. Xian glanced at the vessel that had just docked. Presumably the one Flynn referred to. Flynn continued, "That ship is a smuggling vessel. We must find the illegal weapons that are undoubtedly aboard. I would wager my coat on it." Xian shot him a glance. Thinking that his coat was hardly sufficient for her, Flynn, sensing the awkwardness, added, "I'm serious. I do have a fondness for this coat." Xian chose to ignore him, focusing instead on how to board the ship. Flynn reassured her, "Don't worry. I've already devised a plan. But do you enjoy confined spaces?" "Huh." Flynn gave her a knowing look without elaborating, and he added, "Well, this ship won't set sail for a while. If you have any business to attend to in this town, it's best to take care of it now, or you may miss your chance to this." Xian suddenly recalled that she still had 2 tasks pending. Had Flynn not reminded her, she might have boarded the ship without completing them. Xian made her way back to the location where she had encountered the miner, only to find that he had already left. Following his directions, she summoned her horse and headed south along a narrow path toward the deep winter mining camp. Soon, she spotted a camp where a dwarf was studying a map by the fire, likely the leader of the miners. As she approached, the mining foreman noticed her and furrowed his brow. Chief Miner Hayek exclaimed, "Hey, are you new here? Put on a miner's helmet. It's quite dangerous." He tossed a helmet to Xian, which she caught and donned atop her bare head. She had initially pondered how to explain her presence, but it seemed unnecessary now. She only wondered when she would be allowed into the mines. Just then, another miner approached Hayek and whispered something in his ear, prompting Hayek to turn his attention back to Xian. "By the way, young lady, I suddenly have a task for you, don't worry. It's quite simple." After Hayek explained the assignment, Xian understood that she was to rescue an engineer and a demolition expert who had become stranded across the river due to the chaos. She then noticed another individual nearby who did not appear to belong to the mining crew. "Let me go ask," Xian muttered to herself. However, before she could speak, the individual impatiently retorted, "I don't have time for chit-chat. Can't you see the stones are running amok? Who knows what they are doing?" Xian was abruptly berated, though it was not entirely the fault of the other party. As he prepared to depart, having gleaned little information, he was suddenly called back. "Wait, could you do me a favor? Retrieve my chemistry kit, and while you're at it, remember to shatter a few of those creatures outside and collect their dust. Prim will require it for the next phase of the plan. I am curious to see what activated the Azurite, or... Xian instantly comprehended the situation. It was no wonder the individual before him did not resemble the typical miner. He was, in fact, a chemist. This revelation clarified much. Why Xian made his way down to the mine, where he indeed encountered numerous animated stones. Several miners were engaged in combat with these peculiar entities to his surprise. The miners' claims were true. However, the scenario was exceedingly bizarre. Given that his task involved collecting some of these stones' dust, Xian did not hesitate to join the fray. Power shot. He concentrated dark energy into his longbow, drawing the string to its utmost, and aimed at the line of stones ahead. The arrow, upon release, sliced through the air with a sharp wind, leaving a melodic whisper in its wake. 3 animated stones were instantly reduced to dust, leaving a long, neat crack in the ground. Having dispatched the animated stones, Xian continued onward, receiving admiring glances from nearby miners. Though he paid them no heed, focused solely on gathering the dust. Soon, he spotted a small wooden cabin atop a rise. Speculating it might contain valuable items, he dashed toward the elevated structure, while the miners behind him dared not follow, merely watching him retreat into the distance. As he approached the high ground, Xian noticed several strange stones surrounding the area. It seemed he must eliminate these entities to pass. His longbow was ill-suited for swiftly dealing with the odd stones, so it appeared he would need to employ another weapon. Unexpectedly, a pistol materialized in Xian's hand. Although its power was inferior to that of his longbow, it was undoubtedly more convenient for dispatching these peculiar stones. With determination, Xian dispatched each small stone with a shot, successfully reaching the wooden cabin. Upon searching, he felt a twinge of disappointment, for there was little of value within. He merely uncovered some chemistry kits in a backpack, which he presumed were the items the chemist sought. After securing them, he prepared to return, intending to deliver the strange stone dust and the chemistry kit to the chemist, when he suddenly spotted a female miner on a wooden bridge. However, it was not her presence that drew his attention. Rather, she was encircled by a horde of strange stones while her companions fought valiantly. Yet she remained engrossed in a blueprint. One could not help but marvel at the woman's audacity. Nevertheless, having witnessed her predicament, Xian could not stand idly by. He ascended the steps below and unleashed a power shot, carefully directing it upward. Though he controlled his force, the shot nearly compromised the bridge's integrity. Fortunately, the strange stones were vanquished, and the other miners cast grateful glances. Yet the female miner remained fixated on her blueprint. Why Xian found himself perplexed. Could a mere blueprint be so captivating? He inquired of the nearby miners, learning that this particular woman was the engineer he sought. Before he could approach, she spoke first. "Can't you see I'm rather busy? This place is in utter disarray, and I have neither manpower nor materials to manage it." Ignoring her remarks, Xian thought to himself that if it were not for her connection to the person Sherok was searching for, he would have little interest in her plight. Sherok wishes to reclaim the mine. Xian conveyed the exact words to the engineer, but as he turned to leave, she called out to him, "Wait, if you wish to reclaim the mine, you must fetch my sister. She is at a supply point on the mountainside." As she gestured toward a distant cave, Xian discerned its faint outline. Time was of the essence, so he summoned his mount and set off. A mere 15 minutes later, he arrived at the location. Hello, Sure Oak seeks to reclaim the mine. The demolition expert before him was quite amiable. Upon hearing Xian's words, he promptly instructed his subordinates to begin transporting explosives. Indicating he would return to report soon to that moment, an avatar appeared in the upper left corner of Xian's vision. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Illidan. The avatar seemed to have just appeared. Without a second thought, Xian focused his mind and tapped the avatar. The instant he made contact, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his surroundings began to blur. What is happening to me? Xian shook his head, only to be confronted by a colossal demonic visage that caused him to stumble back in fright. This Illidan. What on earth is going on? Bewildered, Xian recalled how he had inadvertently activated the demon hunter avatar, which had transported him to this strange locale. It appeared everything was connected to that avatar he had touched. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted, confirming that the demon he beheld was indeed Illidan. Years ago in the Outland, Illidari, my demon hunters, you have been summoned to combat the burning legion that ravages the realms. Yet these ignorant mortals seek to obliterate their savior. Time is of the essence. I shall confront these invaders myself. You must enter the maelstrom to reclaim the Sargari's keystone. Go forth. But remember, should you fail, all realms shall turn to ash. When Xian awoke, he realized his form had transformed. He was no longer a bear, but a demon hunter. Glancing at the avatar in the corner, he noted the shift from demon hunter back to bear. It seemed he had embarked on a new journey, one in which he was a bona fide demon hunter tasked with locating the Sargari's keystone. From the previous vision, it was clear that this Illidan was not the same as the one he previously knew. It appeared he had entered a parallel world. Surveying his surroundings, Xian surmised he was in the abyss known as the Maelstrom, albeit in a shattered state. He pressed onward, spotting 3 demon hunters ahead and hastening towards them. Kain's son Fury, you have finally awakened. Xian was taken aback, as if they had awaited his arrival. Before Xian could respond, Kain continued. Eons ago, Sargeras created the Maelstrom. Imprisoning the demons within, he also forged the Sargari's keystone to contain them. However, when this titan resolved to annihilate all creation, he shattered the Maelstrom, giving rise to the Burning Legion. Xian stood in stunned silence, having never heard such a tale in the lore of Warcraft 3. He was astounded to learn of the Legion's true origins. Sargeras hid his keystone within this fragment. It is a universal key capable of accessing any world seized by the Burning Legion. It is also a crucial element in Lord Illidan's plan to eradicate the Legion. What must we do? Xian inquired. Our Demon Hunter Vanguard is already engaged. They are battling the Burning Legion. We must make our presence known, instill terror in every demon's heart, and raise our glorious banner. Xian. With that, Kain soared toward the horde of demons, followed swiftly by the others, while Xian remained momentarily rooted in place. Wait for me, Xian exclaimed, racing after them, though they were far too swift. Leaving him a step behind, soon he caught up as they clashed with the demons. Unwilling to lag behind, it had been ages since he last reveled in a brawl. These grotesque demons would serve as the perfect outlet for his pent-up frustration. Fell charge. Xian brandished his twin blades, charging into the fray and confronting a massive demon, landing vicious blows. Taste my demon bite, he declared, as the formidable demon fell before him. Yet the battle was far from over. Many more demons remained. Chaos strike. Demon bite. In a swift turn of events, the nefarious demons met their demise at the hands of the demon hunters. As he felt the surge of dark energy coursing through his body, Xian discovered that each demon he vanquished augmented his own power, rendering him even stronger. At that moment, Kain's raging sun approached. It is time for us to depart. My instincts tell me the keystone lies atop that small volcano. Xian nodded in agreement, though he had desired to linger a while longer. It seemed that such indulgence was no longer feasible. He hastened towards the volcano, passing by the banners of the demons, which he toppled in favor of the demon hunter's insignia. Kain's raging sun commanded Cyanna, Jess, and Alalie, go in search of the keystone. The group of demon hunters set forth. Kain glanced at the portal before him. Now, let us see how we can activate the portal. Following this, Cain turned his gaze towards Xian. Lord Illidan has just contacted me, assigning you the responsibility of overseeing everything here. We must rally the remaining Illidari assault forces. There are 3 burning Legion portals ahead. Activating the portal will allow the Illidari to emerge en masse from the Black Temple. Like most constructs of the Legion, their power derives from souls. I believe we can activate the first portal, correct? Taken aback by the sudden burden thrust upon him, Xian was momentarily stunned. From Cain's words, he understood that he was now in charge, and the weight of this responsibility was overwhelming. Well, I believe I can activate it. Go ahead. Cain nodded in affirmation. I will summon the Grey Tongue forces immediately. Koveth Bloodthorn added, I will accompany you in an instant. Xian found himself alone. Am I truly the leader now? Not a soul to protect me. Yet, he did not linger idly. Solitude was too dull, and he preferred to slay more demons to bolster his strength. Arriving at one of the portals, he found the demons there had already been dispatched, and all that remained was to activate the portal. Lord Xian, a considerable number of souls have been sacrificed here. The activator has sufficient energy now. Excellent. Now watch closely. Xian proclaimed, extending his hands towards the portal that a tremendous surge of energy flowed into the portal, which was instantly activated, and soon, the Grey Tongue forces appeared before him. Lord Xian, I will seek out Allali first. One of them announced. Why? Xian nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a voice echoed, Warlord Galton. Lord Xian, I bring a gift from Lord Illidan. Our forces are now yours, and we shall assist in constructing the volcanic fortress. Grey Tongue forces, advance, Galton commanded, and a multitude of Grey Tongue soldiers surged towards the enemy. Beside Xian, a Fellblade Panther appeared, presumably the gift from Illidan, providing him with a much-needed steed. Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, a Doomsday commander named Belash spoke to his subordinates. I believe I have seen a portal activated. Hurry, I demand a complete report. Xian soon arrived at Soul Eater Allali's location, where he found her interrogating a demon. What is the situation? Xian inquired. Allali shook her head, indicating she had not extracted the location of the Sargrate Keystone. However, she had learned from this demon that they remained loyal to a certain queen. Allali, Lord Xian, Xiana, and Jess have already moved ahead. Unfortunately, Xiana has been captured while attempting to rescue other demon hunters. What transpired? How could this happen? Xian's anger was palpable, despite his unexpected arrival in this world and new role as a demon hunter. These hunters were now his comrades, and he would not tolerate any harm befalling them. Allali continued, Lord Xian, Xiana has proceeded to the Molten Front. She intended to assist the demon hunters who crossed the portal before us. But now she is in dire straits. According to this interrogated demon, they were captured by a new type of demon known as the Warden, which devours the souls of its victims. I fear they may not last much longer. Xian cast a glance at the demon, now rendered useless. Just as he prepared to execute it, Allali interjected. Wait, Lord Xian, this demon still holds some value. Ditto. After listening to Allali's plan, Xian nodded. It was indeed a sound strategy. Why Xian then set off towards the demon's territory. According to Allali's plan, there was an enemy adjudicator ahead, skilled in wielding terrifying dark magic, capable of using a floating eye to spy on the world and adept in dark pacts. If he could eliminate this foe and seize his power, Jess could employ it in the ritual, thus allowing them to monitor the burning legion. Xian arrived at the Molten Front. He encountered several demons along the way, dispatching them with ease. However, he soon spotted a massive inferno standing ominously in the distance. Yet now was not the time to dwell on such sights. He pressed onward. Abruptly, he halted, sensing something on his left. Approaching cautiously, he discovered a cage, within which was Xiana Nightblade. I will never yield. Her voice, tinged with agony, prompted Xian to act swiftly. He shattered the cage with a single strike. Liberating her, I apologize, Lord Xian, for the trouble I have caused, but I refuse to return to that prison. Never, Xiana declared resolutely. Lord Xian, other demon hunters have also been captured. You may go forth to battle. I shall handle the rest. Xiana nodded, and Xian began to search the surroundings. Before long, he heard a voice emanating from a cave and entered It was Izar White Moon. Xian quickly destroyed the cage, alleviating Izar's suffering. Are you all right? Yi Xian inquired with concern. Izar shook his head, replying, Do not worry, Lord Yi Xian. It was but a minor setback. I assure you there shall be no next time. After rescuing Izar, Yi Xian pressed on to the next target. According to Xian, a total of 4 demon hunters had been captured. Having saved 2, only 2 remained. He needed to act swiftly. Soon, he located the next target, and after liberating Bellis, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a portal, which he promptly activated without hesitation. Meanwhile, Doomsday Commander Belash exclaimed, The demon hunters are utilizing the portal. Judge Bevel. Who is that? Speak. Finally, Yi Xian reached the last captive, and from the cage came the voice of Manseril, who was on the brink of collapse. Time was of the essence. Felt energy charge. Yi Xian charged forward and swiftly broke open the cage, causing Manseril to collapse onto the ground. Unable to support himself any longer, Yi Xian hurriedly infused some of his own fell energy into him, allowing him to regain a semblance of strength. Lord Yi Xian, you have arrived just in time. I was nearly overtaken by the fell energy within me. All right, I will escort you back. Yi Xian instructed Manseril to mount his steed, and they raced back towards the camp. Upon their arrival, however, Alalie was nowhere to be found. Only Jess remained. Where is Alalie? Yi Xian inquired. Jess replied, Lord Yi Xian, Alalie has gone to complete a ritual, so I am here to guard in her absence. Upon seeing Manseril behind Yi Xian, Jess understood that Yi Xian had successfully rescued the other demon hunters. By the way, Jess, what are these destroyers? Yi Xian asked. Destroyers. After Lord Illidan defeated their former master, Maev Shadow Song, these destroyers and many other demons pledged their loyalty to him. That we also have Naga, Breakers, and other beings at our service. If the Lord of Outland has no objections, I believe this is sufficient. What purpose does this void cauldron serve? Yi Xian inquired, gesturing towards a cauldron before him. Jace replied, Cauldron? This is a device capable of divining the fates of others, and it can even facilitate communication, such as connecting with other realms. However, the greater the distance, the more sinister energy is required. In an instant, Yi Xian comprehended that the function of this void cauldron was akin to that of a mobile phone in his own world. Shortly thereafter, Alalie returned, accompanied by another demon hunter. Greetings, Lord Yi Xian. I am Service Mingyan. The next portal is located at the Molten Shore, where our Kuska forces are standing by at the Dark Temple on the other side. Yi Xian nodded, surprised at how swiftly preparations were made at the Dark Temple. Once the next portal was activated, the demons would undoubtedly face considerable trouble. To his astonishment, Alalie suddenly chuckled, prompting Yi Xian to glance her way. Seeing his attention upon her, Alalie explained, It seems Service harbors a strong aversion towards our Naga allies. Yet begrudgingly, he has agreed to cooperate with them due to their allegiance to Lord Illidan. From this implication, Yi Xian gathered that the Naga forces would also partake in the battle. Without lingering any longer, he resolved to swiftly activate the next portal, bringing the Kuska army into this realm. The mages of the Grey Tongue had completed their incantation, and the sinister energy was fully prepared. Without hesitation, Yi Xian opened the portal. As it manifested, a multitude of Naga forces emerged. Lady Sisno, Yi Xian addressed, This is the Kuska army. Lord Illidan desires a swift resolution. I presume the fortress has been erected? Following this, Sisno led her Naga companions past Yi Xian, seemingly dismissing him entirely. In that moment, Yi Xian fully understood why Service held such disdain for the Nagas. Were he in Service's position, he too would find it difficult to harbor any fondness to, what fortune! Another sinister energy volcano, he mused, departing while overhearing the Naga's condescending tones. Just as Yi Xian was feeling disgruntled, the scene before him abruptly shimmered. Upon regaining clarity, he realized he had returned to the parallel world of the bears. Have I returned once more? Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings, the familiar scenery confirming his return. He then glanced at the icon in the upper left corner, only to find that the Demon Hunter icon had turned gray. Yi Xian attempted to mentally click the gray Demon Hunter icon, but was met with a sharp pain in his head, which only subsided when he ceased the mental probing. It appeared that he could not transform back into a Demon Hunter at this moment. By the way, What was my task in this world? Xian had forgotten the mission assigned to him since becoming a demon hunter, but he was soon enlightened by the taskbar on the right side. Ah, now I finally grasped the purpose of this taskbar. It serves to prevent me from forgetting my objectives in this realm. Why? Xian examined the tasks listed. One was to deliver a document to the dock manager, Dindar, and the other was to become a member of the Kenning's camp. Yet, what he was currently engaged in bore no relation to his assigned tasks. He was merely intrigued by these peculiar stones. Now that he had learned what he needed about the stones, it was time to fulfill his mission. After departing from the deep winter mining camp, Xian journeyed southward and eventually discovered the Kenning's camp atop a hill. He approached the local leader and explained his purpose. Upon hearing that Xian hailed from Bridgeport, the leader wasted no time in directing him to work. Goodness, I've seamlessly integrated myself here. Xian noted as the taskbar indicated completion. Just as he prepared to leave, a figure approached, prompting a new task to appear on the taskbar: to reset 5 bear traps. Resetting these 5 traps posed no challenge for Xian, as he had already proven himself an adept hunter on the Exile Island. The only question was, where were these bear traps located? From a conversation he overheard between the woman and the approaching man, Xian discerned their identities. One was a huntress, and the other a high-ranking lord of Kenning. The huntress remarked, "The traps we set in the hunting grounds require regular maintenance. Some have grown old and may trigger at inopportune times. Could you reset those that have been activated while you hunt?" Xian's gaze fell upon Lord Kenning, who seemed to know the locations of the traps. He realized that he could simply follow Lord Kenning to the traps, and if the opportunity arose, he might seize a chance to pilfer something valuable. Being a lord, Kenning was likely quite wealthy, and Xian was in need of a new backpack. Thus, he devised a plan in his mind and stealthily stepped away, ensuring he remained undetected. After a brief wait, Lord Kenning finally took action, making his way down the slope, with Xian closely trailing behind. Soon, under Kenning's guidance, Xian spotted the first bear trap. Surrounding Lord Kenning were numerous brown bears, seemingly in slumber. It appeared Kenning intended to reset the traps while the bears were asleep. Xian seized the moment. As Kenning approached, he loosed an arrow aimed at Kenning's leg, striking true. The Lord cried out in pain, startling the slumbering bears awake. Caught off guard by the ambush, Kenning found himself surrounded by the bears and resigned himself to his fate as they pounced upon him. At that moment, Xian's army of mice arrived, and under Xian's command, they charged into battle against the bears. The bears, clearly unprepared for such a multitude of mice, were taken aback. After a brief struggle, realizing they were outnumbered, they began to retreat. One bear, however, unexpectedly charged towards Xian. Upon witnessing this, Xian's lips curled into a smile as he sensed an opportunity. The bear soon spotted Xian, its expression brimming with excitement, for its prey was in sight. "Hey, I didn't expect to find another here. This is a stroke of luck. I might just acquire a mount." A confident smile graced Xian's face. He had long desired to obtain a mount, and now fortune had delivered one to him. Contract, activate. A strange light enveloped the brown bear, gradually expanding to encompass Xian as well. The bear furiously attacked Xian, but to no avail, it could not land a single blow. In this confined space, the bear was immobilized, helplessly witnessing the formation of the contract. Finally, the bear let out a roar of defiance. From this day forth, you should be known as Xian. Xian emitted a mild growl in acknowledgement. It was now time to address the aftermath. Xian glanced over the fallen bears before him. All had perished, while his army of mice had only suffered a handful of losses, although it appeared that Xian had incurred a loss. In reality, he had profited immensely. Unbeknownst to many, mice were remarkably resilient, and such minor losses were inconsequential. Xian approached a bear trap and reset its for the remaining traps. He instructed his mice to locate them one by one. However, he was in no rush. First, he intended to see what valuable items Lord Kenning possessed. After a thorough search, Xian discovered nothing more than a small dagger, a crossbow, and a few scattered silver coins. It seemed he had not brought anything of significant value. Once he had reset the remaining bear traps, Xian departed the area. His next destination, Southwind Post. "Stop right there, you demons. No, we harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to meet Tyrant." The voice belonged to Illidan, who had already arrived at Hyjal. "You are not welcome here." The meaning of the female hunter's words was unmistakable. There was no chance of meeting the high priest. Illidan remained silent and turned away. He harbored no desire to become an enemy of the Night Elves. However, he did not leave without establishing a base near Hyjal, dispatching numerous ogre sentinels to monitor the surroundings, ensuring that any news of Tyrande would reach him without delay. Meanwhile, a female hunter sought out Tyrande and informed her of Illidan's arrival. Tyrande inquired, "Illidan, what brings him here?" The hunter replied, "He expressed a desire to see you, but I sent him away." Tyrande nodded, her thoughts occupied not by Illidan, but rather by how to awaken Malefurion. "Is there any other news?" The hunter shook her head. With a sigh, Tyrande glanced at Malfurion in the den, wishing fervently for his swift return to consciousness. "This must be Southwind Station, correct?" Xian surveyed the dock and saw a burly man standing there, his physique reminiscent of a bear. Yet, in comparison to the bear man, he appeared significantly weaker. Xian approached and asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me who Dindal is?" "Dindal? What do you need him for?" "Well, he left a package at the dock, and I'm here to deliver it," Xian explained. Upon hearing this, the man's face lit up with joy. "I am Dindal. Thank heavens you've come. I thought I'd lost it. Without it, I cannot fulfill my delivery." Recognizing that this was indeed Dindal, Xian handed over the package. Almost immediately, the task in his quest log vanished, confirming Dindal's identity. With all tasks completed, it was time to return to Xian, prepare to head back to the dock. He passed by a hot spring resort. Drawn in by the steaming mist, he sensed that soaking in the hot spring would be immensely beneficial. "Hello, are you here to enjoy the hot springs? It's 200 gold per soak." Initially, Xian had considered indulging, but upon hearing the price, he was taken aback. What kind of hot spring charges 200 gold per visit? You might as well go eat dung. Although the hot spring was expensive, Xian remained rational and decided against it. Just as he was about to leave, an overwhelming desire surged within him, causing an itch he could not ignore. The moment he turned away from the hot spring, he felt utterly drained, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Xian turned back, grinning as he inquired of the attendant, "Is there any chance for a free soak?" The attendant scoffed, "Free? You must be still half asleep. Get out! Get out!" Thus Xian was unceremoniously ushered away. The more he thought about it, the more he resented the situation. Why couldn't he sneak in for a soak? He climbed halfway up the slope, planning to descend from the mountain. "Not let me soak? That's impossible. It's simply out of the question." No sooner had he spoken than a wolf's howl startled him. "I'm truly at my wit's end. How could there be wolves here?" Bear man, bear man." A roar from Bear Man echoed nearby, evidently intimidating the pack of wolves. Seeing only a single bear, the wolves seemed to consider a confrontation. Showing no signs of retreating as Bear Man arrived, Xian quickly mounted him, prepared to flee at the first sign of trouble. "Wait a moment, I seem to have a gun," Xian mused, pulling out his pistol and laughing oddly. Upon seeing the weapon, the wolves bolted without hesitation, not even granting Xian a moment to react. "They run quite fast. Consider yourselves lucky. Should you encounter me again, fortune may not favor you." Next, Xian summoned his army of mice. Suddenly struck by a clever idea, why not utilize the mice? As the saying goes, when the mice cross the street, everyone shouts to beat them, so why not take advantage of that? Indeed, Xian planned to create chaos using the mice while he enjoyed a soak in the hot springs. Without delay, he began issuing commands to his little mice as he rode Bear Man toward the hot springs. The hot spring attendant shouted, "Hey, you stop. Who gave you permission to bathe in the hot springs?" Seeing Xian charging toward the springs, the attendant was furious and rushed after him. Why this time? Xian had already submerged himself in the hot spring, closing his eyes and preparing to relish this delightful moment in life. Within the spring, Xian could distinctly feel changes occurring within his body, as impurities were expelled. At that moment, a vivid image appeared in his mind. That Bear Wine Immortal? In the vision, Bear Wine Immortal was performing a unique sequence of punches and movements, creating a diagram of the 8 trigrams. Unbeknownst to him, Xian began to mimic the movements, and an 8 trigrams symbol materialized behind him. Outside, Xian's body levitated into the air, while the waters of the hot spring surged into him. The force of absorption rapidly draining the pool. No. My hot spring. Someone, capture him, cried the attendant at that moment. Xian awakened, astonished to realize he had absorbed the entire pool's water. Now feeling invigorated, as he noticed enemies rushing toward him. He called upon Bear Man and mounted him, instructing his army of mice to retreat. The adversaries, angered by the destruction of their hot spring, relentlessly pursued him, unwilling to let Xian escape. All right. I've just learned a few new moves from Bear Wine Immortal. Let us see what they can do. Flame breath. Xian exhaled, puffing his cheeks toward the approaching throng, unleashing a torrent of flames. The temperature around him soared, causing those who had been pursuing him to halt in their tracks. As the flames were mere inches from their faces, had they not stopped in time, they would have been reduced to ashes. As the flames dissipated, the pursuers found Xian had vanished, leaving them with no choice but to retreat. Even if that detestable bear man had not escaped, they dared not approach again. The flames had left an indelible impression on their minds. After shaking off his pursuers, Xian successfully returned to the Bridgeport. Are you ready to board? Flynn asked. Yes, let us depart. Remember, when infiltrating another's territory, you must carry yourself with confidence, as if you were in your own home. Otherwise, you may raise their suspicions. With that, Xian joined Flynn aboard the ship, where Flynn greeted the crew with enthusiasm, as if he were one of them. Just then, a voice rang out. Captain Gilson, the schedule has changed, lads. Bring your spirits. Quick, hide, Flynn exclaimed, hastily pulling Xian to an empty barrel on the deck. We must conceal ourselves. This empty barrel is mine, and you take the one beside. Xian glanced at Flynn, who had already squeezed himself in the barrel, then peered at the adjacent one, letting out a resigned sigh. The barrel before him was filled with salted fish, truly an unspeakable situation. That moment, Xian recalled Flynn's earlier words. Do you enjoy confined spaces? Thus, one man and one bear squeezed into their respective barrels. Xian then heard Flynn's voice. Oh no, why do I sense a smell of urine in my barrel? Xian chuckled. Serves you right for grabbing the empty barrel. Enjoy your urine. However, the next word from Flynn left Xian somewhat displeased. It's nothing. Just beer. What a close call. After speaking, Xian even heard the sound of Flynn smacking his lips, and at that moment, Xian fervently wished that it were truly a chamber pot. Just then, the sound of footsteps resonated on the deck, followed by a woman's voice, the very same one he had heard earlier. Captain Gilson, the clients demand immediate delivery. We must set sail. Following that, the ship's horn blared, and the vessel began to move. Time passed, and had it not been for the overpowering stench of fish emanating from the barrel, Xian might have succumbed to slumber. Flynn, hey, did you hear that? Xian remained silent, fearful of revealing his presence. However, he indeed heard something peculiar. Oh, beautiful, a sailor's voice remarked, suggesting they had encountered something extraordinary. Helmsman, steer to the left? No, you fool, go that way. Xian discerned the urgency in the woman's voice. Could it be that they were in peril? Just as he pondered this, a deafening crash resounded, causing Xian to tumble within the fish barrel. And amidst the violent impact, he lost consciousness. When he awoke once more, he found himself on an unknown deserted island. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed an individual walking by the shoreline, wielding a tool, the purpose of which was unclear. Xian hurried over and inquired, Excuse me, have you seen a ship wash ashore? A ship? Are you all right, mate? I reckon your vessel has met its demise, and you don't seem like one of its crew. The man replied. Why, Xian felt a bit embarrassed, surprised that the stranger could so easily discern his status. He hastily changed the subject. You know where this place is? This is Wailing Tideway. I've seen the sirens beginning to snatch people again. Consider yourself fortunate not to have had your bones picked apart by them. Upon hearing this, Xian understood the situation. He had initially intended to discern the ship's destination, only to encounter sirens en route. He wondered whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. By the way, if you need supplies or a place to warm up by the fire, there's a camp on the mountain behind me. The folks there, much like you, have braved the waves. I suspect they hail from at least 4 or 5 shipwrecks. Xian was astonished by the number of wrecks in the area. Perhaps he could find further clues. He also wondered where Flynn had drifted off to. but a glance around yielded no sign of him. "Mate, are you searching for your friend?" Xian nodded that I wouldn't hold out much hope. If he survived, he's likely sunbathing at the camp. If not, he may have become a meal for the sirens. If you head to the camp, you might want to ask about Knife Mouth. She may know something. Grateful for the man's kindness, Xian resolved to visit the camp to see if Flynn was there. Upon reaching the camp on the mountain, he inquired among the locals, and following their directions, he found Knife Mouth and described Flynn's appearance. "That I'm sorry, friend, but your companion may have been spirited away by the sirens," she said. "How can I find him?" Knife Mouth pondered for a moment. "You might search along the sea. If you hear strange singing, it means you're getting closer to the sirens, and perhaps you can locate your friend." "Thank you." Xian set off towards the sea, but after walking for some time, he heard no sign of the siren song. Just as he was about to give up, a faint sound reached his ears. Was this the siren song? Without delay, Xian advanced toward the enchanting melody, which grew louder as he approached. Confirming he was on the right path, before reaching the source of the song, Xian beheld a multitude of sirens, and before them, several humans were entranced. However, he did not spot Flynn among them. Was he not here? Or had he already? Xian shook his head. He refused to believe that Flynn could have perished so easily. He resolved to search diligently. If he truly could not find him, then there would be little recourse left. Yet, to press deeper, he would first need to deal with these sirens. Xian drew his longbow and swiftly eliminated the nearest siren, then quickly aimed at another, soon bringing down a dozen of them. However, he quickly found himself out of arrows. Glancing at his longbow, he let out a sigh. He discarded it on the ground and retrieved a pistol from his backpack. A weapon meant solely for self-defense, not for confronting these sirens. The gunfire would draw the attention of other sirens and could potentially alert them to his presence. Thus, barring any dire necessity, Xian was reluctant to use the pistol, especially knowing Flynn might be nearby. He certainly didn't want him to be aware of it. With no longbow as a weapon, he had no choice but to navigate stealthily. Fortunately, the path ahead was not as exposed as before, and Xian utilized the surrounding massive rocks to conceal himself. As he ventured deeper, he finally reached the source of the song. Upon seeing a colossal siren, everything became clear. This must be the siren leader. Suddenly, Xian noticed someone kneeling before the siren leader. As he drew closer, he recognized that it was none other than Flynn. "Oh, my goddess, please accept my heart," Flynn implored, evidently having fallen completely under her spell. The sight of the siren's face nearly made Xian retch. Just imagining Flynn's expression while professing his devotion to such an ugly creature was enough to turn his stomach. Without further delay, Xian knew he must rescue Flynn before it was too late. Drunken mist, the siren suddenly felt dizzy, her enchantment disrupted, and Flynn snapped back to awareness. Upon seeing Xian, he too was taken aback. "Xian, over here, hurry!" Flynn rushed toward Xian upon hearing his voice. "What on earth is happening? Why am I here?" Xian recounted the events that had unfolded, and to his amusement, Flynn promptly retched. "Don't laugh. I warn you, don't speak of this." Xian, suppressing a grin, nodded in agreement. For now, their priority was to escape. The effect of the drunken mist would soon wear off if the siren leader regained consciousness. They would truly be in dire straits. As they prepared to retrace their steps, they discovered their path blocked by a throng of sirens. Spurred by the commotion of their fallen kin, that were done for. "There's no way to escape now," Flynn lamented. Xian's expression darkened. It seemed the secret of his pistol could no longer remain hidden. "Where did you get that gun?" Flynn asked. Xian shot him a glance. Thinking that their current predicament was hardly the time to discuss its origin, "I got it from the camp nearby." "Fine, they're coming. Prepare for battle." As the sirens closed in, just as they were about to discover Xian and Flynn's presence, the two surged forward, pistols raised, firing at the sirens' heads. Several unsuspecting sirens fell instantly. Yet at the same moment, a multitude of sirens lunged toward them, and Xian heard the siren leader's shriek. She had awakened. The sheer number of these sirens is overwhelming. "We're finished," Flynn exclaimed, glancing at Xian, who displayed no signs of panic, instead appearing as a seasoned adventurer unperturbed by peril. "Has he given up?" Flynn mused. As the siren leader approached and discovered their presence, "It's over, brother. It seems we are to become a pair of doomed lovers." Xian was searching for an opportunity when Flynn's words nearly infuriated him. Doomed lovers? Bah! The mere thought of it sent a chill down the spine. Suddenly, the encircling sea monsters withdrew, only for their leader to charge towards them. Realizing the peril, Xian urgently urged Flynn, "We must flee." With Xian leading the charge, Flynn quickly followed suit. The other sea monsters, seeing this, hastily surrounded Xian and his companion. Both Xian and Flynn fought valiantly, drawing their pistols and unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the sky, causing numerous sea creatures to plummet to the ground. Yet, this was far from sufficient. The sheer number of sea monsters was overwhelming, and no matter how many they dispatched, there seemed to be no end. Before long, their ammunition ran perilously low, leaving them utterly defenseless. As the encroaching sea monsters noticed Xian had exhausted his bullets, they began to disperse, their primary objective being to keep Xian and Flynn there, awaiting the arrival of their leader to deal with them. With the sea monsters parting to reveal a path, the sea monster leader approached slowly, prompting Xian to shut his eyes. It appeared that today he could no longer conceal his trepidation. In a moment of desperation, Xian cast a spell to induce a state of stupor in Flynn, then summoned his bear companion, Xiongda, placing Flynn upon its back. Xiongda, once I create a route, hasten away with Flynn. I shall follow shortly. Xiongda responded with a mighty roar, assuring his readiness. Xian proceeded to summon a swarm of rats that descended upon the sea monsters, creating chaos among their ranks. Run, Xian commanded, as Xiongda bolted towards the exit, while the rats engaged in a fray with the sea monsters. Unfortunately, the rodent army was no match for the sea monsters, and it appeared that they would meet their demise. Xian cast a remorseful glance at the rats, as if to apologize for their fate. Seizing the opportunity, he made his escape, leaving the unfortunate rats behind. Upon reaching a safe distance, Xian recalled Xiongda, aware that the effects of the stupor spell were waning, and he merely needed to wait for Flynn to awaken. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind swept through the area where they had just been, indicating that the rats had likely met a grim fate. Out of nowhere, something began to rain down from the sky. Xian looked up, discovering that it was indeed the very rats, presumably blown over by the tempest, now lifeless and in a sorry state. What transpired? Flynn murmured, disoriented. Am I dreaming? Are rats actually falling from the sky? Wait, have we escaped? What is going on? Xian remained silent, merely gesturing towards the fallen rats. You can't be suggesting that these rats saved us? Flynn inquired, astonishment etched on his face. Xian nodded slightly. How utterly bizarre. This jest is far from amusing. Let us set aside that topic and head to the nearby Freetown. I recall that there is one in this vicinity, Flynn suggested. Under Flynn's guidance, they soon arrived at Freetown. Try this, he said, handing his binoculars to Xian, who peered down at the bustling town below. Freetown is aptly named, for it is inhabited by free citizens of all sorts, including pirates, mercenaries, and more. Isn't that a recipe for chaos? Quite the contrary, it is bustling and lively. Here, if you possess wealth, you can procure anything you desire. Mention of money made Xian's heart sink. It was precisely what he lacked at that moment. Investigate the port while I seek a means to enter the town. I suspect we might encounter Ashfan's weaponry here, and we must identify their buyer. If we can gather sufficient evidence, everything will improve. Xian nodded in agreement that Ashfan's associates are usually quite cautious, but here, it may be a different story. This is our only opportunity. Rest assured, I shall leave no corner unchecked. Xian made his way down the slope, realizing that he still had some distance to cover to reach Freetown. Along the way, he summoned Xiongda and mounted him. Fearing that riding a horse might expose their identities, he opted for the bear. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, Xian noticed guards stationed at the entrance, and they appeared to be pirates. How could he possibly gain entry? He glanced at his mount, recognizing that he might have to sacrifice Xiongda. The bear shivered at the thought, emitting a faint growl in response. Reluctantly, Xian conceded that he had no other choice. Xiongda, draw the attention of those pirates, he instructed, but it seemed the pirates were oblivious to the bear's antics, much to Xiongda's delight as he wandered around aimlessly. Xian realized this approach was futile. If he could not distract the pirates, he would never infiltrate. He issued a command for Xiongda to attack. and the bear, looking forlorn, had no choice but to comply. Charging forward, Xian pounced on one of the mounted pirates, knocking him to the ground before savagely mauling him. Xian's bewilderment, the surrounding pirates remained indifferent, allowing their comrade to be brutally slain by Xian. It seemed the bear was failing to divert their attention. Perhaps he should send Xian deeper into their ranks? Xian dismissed the thought. Who knew what these pirates might do? They certainly did not seem easily distracted. But he still had a horse. Perhaps the Alliance's steed would pique their interest out why Xian recalled Xian and sought a safe spot to hide, summoning his horse. Soon, an Alliance horse appeared, and under Xian's command. It galloped toward the pirates. Upon sighting the horse, the pirates launched a frenzied assault. If not for the horse's quick reflexes, it would have met a grim fate. Quickly! That is an Alliance horse. It seems to carry something. Let's pursue. Something? Xian thought, glancing at his horse and nearly cursing himself. Blast it! My backpack is still on it. I forgot to take it off. Realizing he had overlooked this detail, Xian knew that if he ventured out to rescue his horse, their plan would be in jeopardy. Gritting his teeth, he decided to search the area quickly while the situation was still manageable, unwilling to waste the opportunity the horse had afforded him. Subsequently, Xian summoned Xian once more, mounting the bear and charging in. Without the outer pirates to guard them, the remaining ones were no match for Xian and Xian, who swiftly dispatched them, eventually locating the administrator's office. The bear and his rider burst in, startling the administrator. Upon seeing Xian, the administrator sensed something was amiss and attempted to toss his keys away, but Xian was quicker, drawing his mini pistol. He shot the administrator in the head, effortlessly eliminating the dockmaster. Securing the keys, Xian approached the desk, testing each one in turn. Upon opening the final drawer, he discovered a notebook containing records of gunpowder weapon transactions, providing solid evidence of Ashfan's connection to the pirates. After leaving the office, Xian encountered a group of pirates gathered around a dead horse. Clearly dividing the spoils, it was evident without a doubt that it was his horse. Fear not, my steed. I shall avenge you this day, and I shall assist. Xian roared in agreement that while Xian and Xian leaped into action, catching the pirates off guard, and gunfire erupted as heads rolled. Thankfully, there weren't many pirates armed with firearms. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite troublesome. After dispatching the armed pirates, Xian proceeded to slaughter the remaining foes with ruthless efficiency. However, soon a rather unfortunate event transpired. The firearm in his hand was devoid of ammunition that moment. The pirates also realized this fact and turned back, their faces contorted with a menacing expression. One of the pirates exclaimed, "You dare to slay one of our men? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, you would meet your demise here." That a few minutes later, Xian meticulously stowed all his belongings back into his backpack and secured it onto the formidable bear, which had now become his sole steed and storage for his possessions. As for the pirate from earlier, as they drew near, Xian unleashed a torrent of flames upon them, under the searing heat of the fire. The pirates were instantly vaporized. After riding the bear for a considerable distance, Xian called it back, wishing to keep his bear mount a secret from Flynn for the time being. Upon locating Flynn, Xian promptly presented the completed documents to him. Flynn, upon reviewing them, was overjoyed, astonished that Xian had managed to accomplish the task so swiftly. Now, the relationship between Ashvan and the pirates was inescapably entangled. Shall we make our way back home now?